Introduction. Let's take it back a bit. Knight, Day's younger brother, went to stay at his friend's house to attend tutoring sessions. While he was staying there, his friend's brother Gear took advantage of him. Not only did Gear trick him into falling in love, but he secretly recorded a video of himself raping Knight. All for a bet he had made with his friends. The mastermind behind this plan was Brick, Gear's best friend. If Knight's friend had not stepped in, he could have been gang raped, beaten, harassed, or blackmailed for money. Knight was so ashamed by what happened that he called his brother Day to come pick him up and told him everything. After hearing what had happened to his brother, Day began to plot his revenge. Leaning against the balcony door with a cigarette in his hand, Day said, "How many times will I have to fuck you before you stop considering yourself a top?" Brick, still lying in bed, replied, "Damn it. Don't think that just because I can't get out of bed right now, I won't be able to top you. Just wait and see." Chapter 1. Ever since his brother was attacked, Day had been determined to get revenge on everyone who had harmed his little brother. Even if only one person had hurt him, Day would make sure every single person who conspired against Knight paid for what they had done. It all began when his brother returned to Thailand. Knight's looks and aspects of his personality had changed while he was in England. Day was investigating all the engineering students to find out exactly who had attacked his brother. He had used all the money he had saved to pay for his brother's tuition for half a semester. Day had earned enough from investments he made with his friends and from salons in the provinces to buy a house in Bangkok and to pay rent on a condo. Today, Day took his younger brother to the university. They had come up with a plan. If Knight stuck to it, everything would be okay. "Are you ready yet, Knight?" Day asked his brother in a deep voice. Knight was standing in front of a large mirror, turning left and right. "Yes, I'm ready," Knight replied before turning to smile at his brother. Day looked at him from head to toe with satisfaction. His little brother looked cute no matter what kind of clothes he wore. "Are you ready to do something fun?" Day asked. Knight walked over and gave his brother a hug. "I'm ready. I'm going to hurt him more than he hurt me," Knight said in a calm voice. Day slowly pushed his brother away while gently stroking his head. "Hopefully we didn't waste the last 6 months," Day said, reminding him. "Trust me, Day. I will never be shaken by that person again," Knight said in a serious tone, making Day smile. Knight's phone rang. He stepped away to answer it, talked for a while, and then hung up. "My friend is here to get me. I'll leave first," Knight told his brother before exiting the room. From the bedroom window, Day watched as his brother opened the door and got into the car, his face calm. Day picked up his phone and called one of his friends who was in on the plan. "My brother has left. Don't forget what I ordered you to do," Day said to Fu, his best friend, the one he could tell anything to. Day had once thought about joking with Fu about liking Knight to pave the way for him. After all, he did not mind the idea of two men being in a relationship. Even the hair salon employees were either gay or bisexual. A lot of people saw Day as the aggressive type. They did not really know what was going on with him or what his sexuality was. Otherwise, he would not have been able to gain respect from his subordinates. "Do you want me to pick you up?" his friend asked. I'll go to you. That's all," Day told Fu before quietly hanging up. He showered, got dressed, and followed after his brother. Day called ahead to book a table at the bar because he knew this was where the engineering group liked to go. He chose a table on the second floor where he would have a clear view, seated right next to the engineering students. Unlike them, Day had connections. He knew everything. He sat and drank in silence, his eyes fixed on his friend Fu, who was listening in on the group's conversation. He watched as Day walked toward Knight, just as planned. Their goal was to get a reaction out of the engineering student who had hurt Knight. They knew the plan would work perfectly. "Damn it, that kid looks like he's deliberately trying to provoke you, Gear," said one of Gear's friends, causing Day to glance over. "He's good at it, don't you think?" Gear said, referring to Day's younger brother. "But he came back this time and looks so good. It's a pity, because he was such a disaster that night," said a friend in the group named Brick, causing Day to stare at Brick without looking away. "Actually, I have you to thank, Brick. It was you who thought of the wager back then." "Haha," Gear replied. The corner of his mouth twitched when he heard that Brick had come up with the idea first. The tall figure who had been seated got up from the table and headed to the parking lot. It was not hard to figure out which car belonged to Brick. Day got into his own vehicle and proceeded with the next step of their plan. The sound of his door slamming echoed through the parking lot. He put the car in reverse and crashed into the luxurious car parked not too far away. The employees rushed out to see what had happened. "What happened?" one of them asked. Day opened his car door and stepped out. "Sorry, I didn't realize I hit this car. Can you call the owner for me?" "I'll take responsibility for the damages," Day said. The staff secretly admired Day's attitude. He did not even think about running away after crashing into a luxury car. The employee immediately rushed back into the bar to find the owner. Day looked at his handiwork and smiled. He lit a cigarette as he waited for the owner to arrive. Soon, the person Day wanted to see came out with a frown on his face. "Wait, you hit my car," a voice shouted. Day stood still with one hand in his pocket and the other holding his cigarette. "Yes," Day answered shortly. Brick looked at the person who had hit his car with disgust. He loved that car, but the tall man had sharp eyes. At first glance, Brick felt goosebumps, even though he was the one whose car had been wrecked. "How are you going to take responsibility?" Brick asked as he walked over to inspect his beloved car. The taillight was broken and the rear end had collapsed, just like the other party's car. "I didn't mean for this to happen, but I'll take care of everything. I'll have it fixed. But will you compensate for the damages too?" Day asked, still acting responsibly. "Okay, then I'll pay for the damages," Brick said right away. "Well, I left my wallet at my condo. Come with me. Leave your car in the parking lot. Tomorrow I'll send someone to pick it up. I'll give you the money for compensation too," Day offered. "So how will I get back here?" Brick asked, because he did not really like taking taxis. "I can bring you back." "Sorry for wasting your time by making you come with me," Day said, raising his eyebrows in confusion. It was the first time he had met someone who did everything exactly the way he wanted, yet Brick still did not trust him. "What if I do go?" Brick asked. "You don't have to, but what if I leave and don't pay you for any of the damages?" Day said, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Fine, I'll go." "You've ruined my good mood," Brick said irritably. Day smiled at how well his plan was working. He had not thought it would be so easy to fool Brick. In fact, he had already called insurance to sort it out. Day threw his cigarette butt down, got into his car, and left the bar with Brick following. Day called Fu and told him to let Knight know he would be taking him home. He drove with Brick and soon pulled into the condo's parking lot. "Aren't you going to get out of the car?" Day asked as he stepped out and walked over to Brick's side. "Go upstairs and get the money. I'll wait here," Brick said, giving Day a slight smile. "What if I don't come back down?" Day asked. Brick frowned. "What are you planning to do with me?" "What kind of crook are you?" he asked in a stern tone. "I'm not a crook, like you said. Come on. I have beer, and I want to apologize for making you spend your time here instead of having fun with your friends," Day said. Brick looked at Day before agreeing to get out of the car and follow him up to the condo. Day took Brick into the room he had paid for, which no one had rented. "Damn, how could I agree to this? What if he has friends waiting to rob me? What am I going to do then?" Brick could only think to himself. After looking around, he convinced himself there was nothing to fear. The condo was quite luxurious. "Go in first," Day said as he opened the door. Brick walked in, looked around, and felt relieved that there was no one there but the two of them. Day disappeared into another room and came back with a can of beer. "Here," Day said, handing the beer to him. Brick took it. "Where's the money for the damages?" "Bring it, and I'll be gone," Brick said. Day looked at Brick and smiled from the corner of his mouth before sitting down on the couch, forcing Brick to face him. "Why did you sit down? What about the money?" Brick paused when Day's posture changed. "What is wrong with you?" Brick asked angrily. Day lit a cigarette, smoked it in a relaxed manner, and said, "Mr. Ithafal Cherowan, nicknamed Brick, 20 years old, student at the Faculty of Communications." He spoke casually, leaving Brick stunned. As far as he knew, he had never met Day before. "Who are you? How do you know me?" Brick asked in a stern voice. Day exhaled cigarette smoke. "My name is Day," Day said shortly. "I don't want to know your name. I want to know how you know me," Brick asked again. Day stood up and stood in front of him. Brick stuttered every time he looked into Day's piercing eyes. Just like the person in front of him, when he looked at someone, he could burn a hole through them with his gaze alone. "If I tell you a person's name, it should be enough to jog your memory," Day said with a smile and a hint of sarcasm. Day and Brick were about the same height and had the same build, so Brick was not afraid of the other man. "Who?" Brick asked curiously. Day glared at him. "Do you remember knowing Knight?" Day asked, causing Brick to freeze. He remembered seeing Knight at the bar earlier. "Who are you? And what does this have to do with Knight?" Brick asked aloud. He was already regretting his decision to come back with the man just to get money, but he loved that car so much. My name is Day. I'm Knight's older brother, Day said. Brick was shocked when he heard that, but tried to keep his composure. So what do you plan on doing with me? Your brother and I aren't that close, Brick said. I know you and my brother are not close. I would never let my brother get close to someone like you. But the person who thought of hurting my little brother was you. Day shouted. Brick started to panic. He was positive that Day knew everything about what had happened to his little brother. Now Brick's only thoughts were how to get out of there. You don't have to pay for the damages, and you don't need to fix the car for me. I can take care of it myself, he said, trying to walk away. But Day grabbed his arm and turned him around. Do you think you can get away that easily? Day asked. Hey, what are you going to do? Brick yelled, swinging his fist at Day. But the other man managed to dodge in time. Day was used to being in fights regularly during his high school days, so his reaction time was much faster than Brick's. He avoided Brick's punches, then punched Brick in the stomach until he fell onto the living room floor. His body doubled over in pain and numbness. Did you think you could hit me? Try again, Day said. What do you want from me? Brick asked quietly, due to the pain in his stomach. Day's fists were not light at all. Nothing. What did you do to my brother? I just want you to feel what he felt, Day said as he stood up, his expression calm, while looking at the figure sitting on the living room floor. Brick was surprised when he heard that. This was not referring to physical pain. Idiot, you're a man, Brick said. My little brother is a man too. I don't know why you're making such a fuss. I know you're bisexual, Day said. He grabbed Brick's hair and pulled it back, forcing Brick to look at his angry face. Even though I'm bi, this is still assault. Brick yelled in self-pity and shook his head from side to side. Hey, what's wrong with me? Brick asked. Day looked at him and smiled. It's going to take a while before it works, Day said. Damn you bastard. What did you do to me? When did you drug me? Brick asked immediately. He only remembered drinking the can of beer. Brick had opened the can himself. I used a needle to inject sleeping medicine into the can of beer, you idiot. You didn't notice a thing, Day said. Brick started to fall and then hit the floor. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you while you're sleeping. I want you to remember the bad things yourself, Day said simply before carrying Brick to the bedroom. Enough time had passed. Brick began to wake up, still feeling drowsy. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked around the room. His vision was blurry. The clock on the wall said 3 o'clock in the morning. Brick noticed how cold his body was and tried to move, but both of his hands were tied to the luxurious wooden headboard. He could not move his legs, but they did not appear to be tied. Hey, what is this? Brick groaned as he looked down at his body. He was completely naked. When you wake up, you're screaming. Day's voice rang out as he emerged from the bathroom with only a towel wrapped around his waist. Water droplets clung to his dazzling body. Hey, Day, what are you doing? Brick screamed as he tried to move his hands to free himself, but it was useless. I haven't done anything yet. I've been waiting for you to wake up. I don't like to take advantage of people while they're sleeping, Day said. Of course you are. Untie me, Brick said. Day smiled and slowly shook his head. I'm not stupid. If I let you go, where can I find another star to shine with me on camera? Day said. Brick started to look around the room. He spotted 2 cameras positioned at the end of the bed. Day, what are you going to do? He asked nervously. Your face is not worthy to ask what I'm going to do, Day continued. Brick's heart began to race because he had always been the one on top. I'm a top. If you let me be the top, I'll let you take pictures, Brick said. Huh? Are you dreaming? I'm a top. I won't accept anyone inside me. Better get used to it, because tonight you're going to lose your husband status. You're going to be my wife, Day said, making Brick's face grow pale. Especially now that he was naked in front of Day. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go? I'm sorry about your brother. Brick did not know what else to say. Even if you apologize to me 1,000,000 times, I don't care, Day said before sitting on the edge of the bed with his back facing Brick and taking another drag from his cigarette. Did you know that I've been taking care of my little brother since he was a child? I would do anything to make him happy. When he's happy, I'm happy. But when he's suffering, I'm suffering too, Day said in a stern tone, making Brick's heart tremble. Day took another puff of his cigarette before turning his head to look at the naked figure before him. Anyone who hurts my brother must suffer 100 times more than he hurt my brother, Day said, looking at Brick from the corner of his eye. Brick froze in fear. So, why does it have to be me? Brick asked curiously. Your friend is about to be paid back by my brother. After I discovered that it was your idea to hurt him, I chose to go after you. Brick, Day said in a deep voice before putting his cigarette out in the ashtray and reaching over to turn on the camera. Brick nervously wondered what Day was planning to do with him. Damn it. Let me go? Help. Someone help me. Brick shouted. Scream as much as you want. No one will hear you. This room is soundproof, Day said as he moved onto the bed. Brick's slender legs tried to kick the approaching man. Hey, no, don't touch me. Day, don't do anything, he said, fear filling his heart because he had never been treated this way before. I don't know how many people you've hurt, but karma has caught up to you. You're going to pay for what you've done, Day said, grabbing both of Brick's legs tightly, climbing up and sitting between them. Oh, Day, get off of me now. Brick squirmed but could not get away. Day looked at Brick smugly and felt satisfied when he saw the fear in his eyes. Day rubbed his strong hand gently up Brick's inner thigh before stroking his groin, which was still calm. Brick's eyes widened as soon as he felt the warm hand on his cock. Damn it, Day. Don't touch me there, he yelled. Day smiled wickedly before tightening his grip, causing Brick to react. The more he slowly moved his hand up and down Brick's shaft, the more Brick started reacting. He was not a monk, after all, and could not resist the sensation. Brick tried to suppress his emotions by biting his lip, but Day's hot hands were really turning him on. Almost immediately, Brick's member began to rise. Oh, yours is nice, but I'm sorry. It's smaller than mine, Day said in a mocking tone. Fuck, if I, can get out of here, Brick began to sweat as he tried to hide the moan in his throat. Why are you resisting? I'm sorry, but you're going to have a hard time getting out of bed, Day said again before removing his towel. Brick's eyes widened when he saw the size of Day's cock. It was bigger than his own and already fully erect. The feel of your skin is really nice, but it's not enough to satisfy me. It's just turning me on, Day said before leaning down to kiss Brick's lips. But Brick resisted and tried to turn away while Day's hand was still rubbing his cock. Ugh, you bastard. Umph. The voice that was about to curse Day was muffled when Day put his lips on Brick's mouth and gave him a fierce kiss. A hot tongue entered his mouth and tangled with Brick's warm tongue. Ow! Day screamed as he pulled away from Brick's lips with the taste of blood in his mouth. The tall figure touched his lip with his hand and saw blood on his fingers. Brick gave him a satisfied look. You dared to bite my lip? Do you, Brick? Day asked in a deep voice. I was trying to bite your tongue but caught your lip instead, Brick said. Smack. Brick's face turned from the force of the slap. His lip busted from the impact. Remember this. If you hurt me even a little, you'll get hurt worse than me, Day said sternly before spreading Brick's legs apart. What are you going to do? Don't do it, Day. Hey. Oh, ugh. It hurts. Brick's cries rang out. Day did not say anything. Instead, he inserted the head of his cock into Brick's entrance, which had never been trespassed before. Only the tip could fit before Brick tore. He did not care about being gentle. He wanted Brick to suffer more than his younger brother had. Day wrapped his arms underneath Brick's legs and spread them further apart. Brick tried to back away from Day's invasion with tears filling the corners of his eyes. Where do you think you're going? Day shouted in frustration. Day's needs were increasing. The more Brick's narrow passage compressed his cock, the crazier it made Day. He did not care. He braced Brick's hips and pulled himself closer before forcibly thrusting into him. Brick felt like his insides were being ripped apart. The pain surged through his spine. Both of his legs began to tremble so much that Day could feel it. Oh. Brick's tears began to fall. He felt like he was paralyzed from the pain and numbness all over. Oh, that feels good, Day said sarcastically before thrusting into Brick harder, without caring how much he was hurting him. Ugh, no. Let go of me. Day, let go of me. Stop. Don't move. Ouch. Ow. It hurts. It hurts. I'm begging you. Ow. Brick cried out. Both of his hands were still tied to the headboard. His body moved back and forth. His handsome face shook in pain as Day continued to thrust into him violently. He screamed. Scream some more. Your mouth is trying to stop me, but your ass is holding me tight, Day said out loud. Damn it. Brick felt the pain until he grew numb. He knew he could not escape, so he just accepted it. Day continued to drill violently into his body, over and over. He did not know how many times Day released inside him because he passed out from the pain. The smell of blood filled the room. Chapter 2. The next morning, Brick slowly opened his eyes with difficulty. He felt weighed down, with pain radiating throughout his body. Ow, 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 Brick groaned. The pain in his back and ass was intense. Day, who had gone out onto the balcony for a smoke, came back in immediately when he heard Brick's cries. Oh good. I thought you were going to die, Day said ironically while observing Brick's state. There were blood stains and traces of semen on the bedding. Day, your heart must be satisfied by now. Let me go for a while, Brick said with difficulty. His throat felt dry. Do you think I'm going to let you go that easily? Day asked in a calm tone. So what are you going to do with me? Brick tried to yell, but his voice came out low. He felt even more pain when he accidentally moved. Both of his hands were still tied. I'm going to do it with you again, Day said. Fuck, this isn't enough for you. Brick forced out the curse. Day smiled widely before walking over to sit next to him. He cupped Brick's chin and turned his face to look at him. It's not enough. You will have to satisfy my needs until I'm satisfied, Day said sternly. No, I give up, Brick replied, but Day gave a slight smile. If you don't agree, this clip will probably end up on the internet and be sold on DVD shelves. I sat and edited it while you were sleeping, Day said. When he finished speaking, he grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. Brick's eyes widened. It was a video of Day having sex with him playing on the screen. The images were clear, and the loud moans of pain could be heard as well. Brick's face turned pale the moment he saw it. Why yes, please don't, Brick said immediately. Why? Is the picture not clear? Day asked, pretending not to notice. No, I will agree to your terms, but I'm begging you not to show this clip to anyone, Brick said hurriedly. Now he felt like there were knots in his chest. Brick had always lived his life as a top. If anyone saw this clip where he was being topped, it would be humiliating. His friends would make fun of him. Brick did not know how he would face them. Day smiled before rubbing his hand on Brick's face, back and forth, making him feel so small. I'll put it simply. Just obey, and I will not upload your clip anywhere, Day said mockingly. So how long do I have to do this kind of thing? Brick asked hoarsely. Until I'm satisfied, Day said nonchalantly. Brick frowned immediately. I want to go home. Can you let me go home? I have classes too, Brick said. He wanted to get out of there. He was nervous. Day raised his eyebrows slightly. I won't let you go back yet, Day said. But I have classes, Brick argued. It would be okay to take a day or two off, Day said with a smile before straddling Brick's body again. And no, don't, Brick cried. That was all he could do before the sounds of moaning repeated as the days passed. Day took breaks of less than an hour and a half at a time before continuing again and again. He did this until Brick barely made a sound or fought back. All his strength was gone. He often tried to fall asleep from exhaustion, but Day did not give him a chance. Brick admitted that Day was great in bed. His moves might even be better than his own. Even so, he still could not accept the fact that he had to satisfy Day's urges like this. You're going to sleep here tonight, Day said after walking out of the bathroom. He had now untied Brick's ropes. Wait, but, Brick tried to object. Huh? Do you have the strength to walk? Day asked dismissively. Brick admitted it was difficult to move because his lower half both hurt and burned. I'm hungry, Brick said in a low voice. He felt defeated, but what could he do? Brick had not had anything but water since that morning because Day had been doing activities in bed without stopping to eat. Then go take a shower first. I'll order rice for you. Don't worry. I won't let you die that easily, Brick, Day said before walking over to scoop him up. What are you going to do? Brick asked immediately, but could not resist. Will you let me take you to the bathroom? Or do you not want me to wash the stains off the sheets? Day said in a harsh voice. I want a shower, but I don't have any clothes to change into, Brick said. Go take a shower first. Don't think I'm going to bathe you. I'm just going to take you to the bathroom. That would be a blessing for you, Day said smugly. Brick himself did not want Day to give him a bath, but he would not object because he did not want Day to hurt him again. Day picked Brick up and sat him down in the tub before turning on the hot water. This is all I'm doing. Call me when you're done, Day said before walking out of the bathroom. As soon as Day left, Brick leaned his head against the wall in pain. Brick's thought, damn it, why do I have to go through something like this? Should I have Gear steal the video from him? What if he has other copies? My pride, everything would be gone. Brick muttered before going silent. He wanted to cry, but he could not. He did not want anyone to know about it. not even his best friend. Brick thought, I'm going to have to accept my karma. Day, you bastard. Brick sat for a while before he started to wash himself. When he reached out to clean his bottom, he wanted to scream in pain. Besides wanting to erase what had happened, he could not do that. Brick thought, where do you go when you want to die? Damn, it's so hard. Brick could only complain behind Day's back while sitting in the bathtub. Are you going to sit and mumble, Brick? Day's voice called out, causing a startled Brick to flinch and look up. What do you mean? He asked back. You've been sitting in the water for half an hour. I noticed you didn't call me, so I came to see why. Do you want to dive in the water and kill yourself? Day said in a low voice. If possible, I'd rather you drown, Brick said impatiently. Day grinned. So let me help you. Tell me, what does it feel like to be held underwater? After he finished speaking, Day immediately grabbed Brick's head and shoved it under the water. Brick squirmed, but every time he struggled, his entire body ached. He tried to survive. In his heart, he was afraid he would die. Then Day pulled Brick out of the water. Cough, cough, cough. Just one. Brick choked on the water, quickly sucking air into his lungs. He turned to face Day with wide eyes. If you want to kill me, you have to try harder because if you fail, the person who will die is you. Brick, get out now. What the fuck are you doing just sitting there? Day said harshly before pulling Brick out of the water. Brick gritted his teeth in pain but did not dare say anything, knowing that Day was more terrifying than he had thought. Brick began to think that if he had known Knight had an older brother like Day, he would not have dared to let Gear do anything that night. When Brick was taken out of the bathroom, he was still naked. Day threw a towel to him. Brick stood up with trembling legs and quickly grabbed the towel to dry off. He looked at the bed and saw that the bedding had already been changed. There was a change of clothes lying on the bed. Brick immediately wrapped himself in the towel. These are your clothes. The rice is on the table over there, Day said in a calm voice. Brick looked over at the table on the balcony and saw a plate of food. What about your food? He asked, seeing that there was only one plate. I'm going back to my little brother. You sleep here. Don't even think about running away. If I come back in the morning and I don't see you here, then, Day threatened. I know. Brick responded immediately. As for your phone, I won't keep it. If you want to call someone to help you, it's up to you, but remember the consequences that will come too. Day concluded before leaving the room. Brick heard the door open and close. He walked over and sat on the wide bed. Ow, it hurts so much, Brick cried as he sat there. He sighed and looked down at his phone. He wanted to get out of there, but he was afraid that Day would do something. What had been said moments ago was enough to scare him. As for his home, there was no need to call and tell anyone. No one would suspect a thing because Brick rarely went home. He sat down to think for a moment, then decided to get dressed and eat. After he finished eating, he went back to bed. He tried to sleep, but in his mind he did not know how much longer Day would force him to be his relief. Brick had never seen himself as a wife. He was upset. He felt like he was losing his dignity. No one could ever know about this. The next morning, after thinking about the situation, Brick fell asleep from exhaustion until the next morning. While sleeping, he felt something nuzzle the crook of his neck. This startled Brick, causing him to jerk awake. What the fuck is wrong with you? Day's voice rang out. When did you get back? Brick asked. Day was now straddling him. Wait a minute. Day replied as he continued to try to bury himself in the crook of Brick's neck, but Brick held up a hand to cover himself. Day stopped and looked at Brick with unmoving eyes. Yesterday I didn't get to study. Today I want to ask. Brick wanted to ask if he could go to college, but Day grabbed Brick's phone and called a number before he finished his sentence. Tell your friend that you are sick, Day said with a calm expression on his face. Brick swallowed hard before picking up the phone to see who Day had called. He then put the phone to his ear with Day still on top of him. It's me, Brick said when his friend answered. I don't feel well. Tell the teacher for me. Take notes for me too? Thanks, Brick said before hanging up. Day took the phone from his hand and threw it to the side. Very good, Day said. I want to take a shower. I'm hungry again, Brick said, trying to get out of his current situation and causing Day to smile slightly. Brick did not like it when Day smiled like that because it seemed like he was at a disadvantage. Okay, I'll give you a shower. When he finished speaking, Day immediately pulled Brick toward the bathroom. You don't have to. I can take a shower by myself, Day, Brick said, but it was too late. Day did 2 rounds with him in the bathroom before taking him to the bed for another 3 rounds, using up the last bit of Brick's strength. Now Brick was lying face down on a pillow with the blanket covering his naked body. He turned his head to look at Day, who was sitting next to him, smoking while looking exhausted. "What the hell are you looking at?" Day asked, knowing Brick had been staring at him for a long time. "Can I go to class tomorrow?" Brick asked. "Yeah," Day replied. "All right. Then I'm going home today," Brick said cheerfully. Day turned to look at him. "Who told you that you could go back?" Day asked. "Well, you told me I could go to college tomorrow. If I don't go back, what clothes will I wear to class?" Brick asked. "What about your old clothes? I've already taken them to the laundromat. Wear them tomorrow, and I'll take you back to your place tomorrow evening to pick up more clothes," Day said. Are you going to let me stay here?" Brick asked again. "Yes," Day answered shortly. "You don't have to make excuses for being gone. I know it's normal for you to stay out. You don't usually go home to sleep." Day really knew a lot about Brick. Ring, ring. Before Brick could respond, Day's phone rang. The tall figure picked it up to see who was calling before answering. "What's up, Fu?" Day said after a pause. Brick could only lie there and listen. "What do you mean? I'll take care of it myself. Thank you very much. Talk to you soon. Bye," Day said in a stiff voice before turning to face Brick. The younger man could feel Day's fierce eyes staring at him. What's going on?" Brick asked, holding back. "You're going to call your friend Gear now," Day said in a deep voice. Why would I call him?" Brick asked, stuttering. "Your friend is bothering my brother. You must call and try to get him away from him right now. Otherwise, the one who will get hurt is you," Day said firmly. Brick immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Gear's number. "What's wrong, Brick?" Gear answered. Gear. I don't remember if, in the group work I sent to the teacher, I put my name on there. Can you go look for me?" Brick did not know what else to say to try to get his friend away from Knight. Day was still staring at him. "I'll call Nut to check it out." "Why does it have to be me?" Gear said. "You are from the group, and I am the president of the group. Besides, the teacher is fond of you," Brick said. "Damn air. Fine, I'll go see him for you," Gear said before ending the call. Brick set his phone down. "Gear is going to go check the report for me. He shouldn't bother your brother." "Very good," Day said shortly. "Get up and put your clothes on. I ordered rice just now. I don't want you to die in my condo," Day said. Brick slowly got up from the bed and went straight to the bathroom with Day's eyes watching him indifferently. After a while, Brick came out wearing the clothes Day had prepared for him, just in time for Day to bring out the tray of food. The tall figure took the food and placed it outside on the balcony table. Brick followed because he was very hungry. "Sit down. Why are you standing over me?" "I'm older than you," Day said again. Brick hurriedly sat down. When he saw that Day had already begun eating, Brick started to eat quickly. "Are you going to go back to sleep with your brother?" Brick asked, seeing that it was already late. "I'm going to sleep here," Day said. Brick's heart raced because he thought he would get attacked again that night. He was right. That's exactly what happened. Before Brick could fall asleep, they did it until almost morning, until Brick fell asleep from exhaustion. "Day, wake up." Brick tried to wake Day, who was hugging him. Brick was starting to get used to being hugged by Day like this. "Why are you trying to wake me up?" Day said in a harsh voice. "Oh, you said you'd let me go to college," Brick replied, looking at the clock on the wall. "Are you still going in this late?" Day asked. "I still have time to go to my afternoon class." "Let me go? I don't want to miss class," he said pleadingly. Day looked at Brick impatiently before sitting up. "Okay, go take a shower. Your clothes are in the closet. I'll give you a ride. I have some errands to run too," Day said. Brick immediately jumped out of bed to shower. Soon they were both ready. Day drove Brick to the university in his own car. "Who are you calling?" Day asked dryly when he saw Brick dialing a number. "Well, it's lunchtime. I want to know where my friend is," Brick said. Day did not say anything. Brick finished dialing before hitting the call button. "Gear, where are you going to eat?" Brick asked. "Oh, I'm going to study." "I'm better," Brick replied to his friend's question. "Cow Namon restaurant." Okay, I'll see you later," he said and hung up. "So where do you want me to take you?" They asked. Cow Namon restaurant," Brick replied shortly. As he approached the restaurant, Brick told Day to park. "In the evening, I will come pick you up. Don't even think about running away. Oh, if you see your friend talking to my brother, you must stop him. If anything happens to my little brother because of your friend, even if it's just a little bit, I'll deal with you first. Oh, and one more thing. Don't tell my brother anything. Day threatened. Brick was silent before opening the car door. He waited until Day drove away before walking toward the rice shop to meet Gear. As soon as he entered, Brick froze when he saw Knight sitting next to Gear, along with his and Knight's group of friends. "Hey, you look like a walking corpse. Are you seriously ill?" For said, seeing Brick. Brick's face was visibly pale. "What? Why?" Brick wanted to ask, but was speechless. "You don't have to ask anything. Knight and I are dating. It's back to how it was," Gear said, making Brick turn paler than before. "Did Day know about this? How did you get here?" Knight's voice asked. Brick turned to look at him and thought, "Did Knight see Day's car? Why did you ask, Knight?" Gear turned to ask the younger man. "I was just curious," Knight said. "Knight, you're my boyfriend, not my mother," Gear said angrily, making Brick think of Day's words. Gear, don't fight with your boyfriend. Talk to him nicely." "Oh, I came by taxi." "Why did you ask, Knight?" Brick hurriedly said to correct the situation and calm them down, remembering what Day had said. "No reason. I'm just curious," Knight replied, and no one asked about it again. Brick then went to sit next to Four, who had left a chair for him. Brick was silent. Gus and Four were arguing with some of Knight's friends. Brick ate in silence and heard Gus begging to change places. After sitting for a while, Paint dropped the rice spoon on Knight's shirt, so Knight asked Gear to send Paint away. Brick was a little stunned because he did not think Knight would be that bad. When Gear chased the girl away, everyone sat down and ate. Brick asked himself why Gear was so willing to obey Knight like that. "Brick, why are you so quiet today?" For asked, making Brick jump a little. I am recovering from a fever, so I feel tired," Brick said. "So how did you get here? Did you drive?" Gear asked. "Well, I took a taxi," Brick replied, but secretly thinking that his friends must be suspicious because they all knew Brick did not like taking taxis. "Then I'll drop you off this evening," For said, reminding Brick of what Day had said about picking him up. No need." "Well, wait, I have someone picking me up to take me home," he said hastily. "Are you sure?" Gear asked. "Well, there's no need to bother," he said with a calm expression before avoiding eye contact with Knight, who had been staring at him. Ring. Brick did not have time to say anything else before Knight's phone rang, causing Gear to turn and look. Brick sneaked a peek and then continued eating without saying anything. He saw that his friend took Knight's phone and looked to see who was calling. "Who's calling? Who's Day?" Gear asked softly. Brick, who was picking up a spoonful of rice, immediately lost control of his hand and dropped his food. Clank. Some people turned to look at Brick, a little puzzled. Brick smiled wryly before sitting and listening to Knight's conversation with his brother. When he heard what Knight said today, Brick lost his appetite. "No, I saw a car similar to yours driving past the Cow Naman restaurant, so I wanted to know if Day was at the restaurant," Knight said, because he had seen Day's car nearby. Knight chatted with his brother for a while, then hung up. Gus asked Knight about Day's call. Suddenly, ring. Brick's phone began to ring. Chapter 3. What's wrong? Why are you calling? Brick answered the call curtly. "You dare talk to me like that, Brick?" Day said from the other end of the line. "Whether you're here or somewhere else, I'm still going to talk to you like this. So what do you want? Didn't you just call your brother?" Brick asked. "How do you know I called my brother?" Day asked. "I'm having lunch with his group," Brick replied. "You're eating with my brother? Does that mean your friend Gear is there too?" Day asked loudly. "Why are you yelling?" "Well, I have something else to tell you," Brick said. "What?" Knight and Gear are back together. Brick instinctively pulled the phone away from his ear, expecting Day to explode with anger. Instead, he was met with complete silence. "Hey, Day. Hey, don't tell me you died from shock." Brick muttered. "You're the one who's going to die. I'm not picking you up today. Go back to the condo by yourself," Day replied calmly. "If you're not picking me up, can I just go home?" Brick asked immediately. "Once you get back to the condo, take a shower and get dressed. When I'm done with my business, I'll come pick you up." Day completely ignored Brick's question, and Brick knew that meant Day had no intention of letting him go home. "Then how am I supposed to get into your room? I don't have a key card. Go to the condo office. I'll arrange for a spare key card and let the concierge know in advance." "Yes," Brick answered helplessly before ending the call. "Why does my life have to get tangled up with someone like him?" Brick grumbled before sitting back down to finish eating with his friends. After lunch, Brick walked alongside Four. Four dragged him along as they followed Gus. For and Gus exchanged a few sarcastic remarks before Gus was pulled away by his friends. Why do you always provoke him like that for? Brick asked curiously. It's nothing. He just annoys me. That nosy bastard. Always acting tough, like he's not afraid of anyone. I think you tease him way too much. Don't tell me you secretly like him. Brick teased. You don't need to worry about me. But you pervert. Did you get into a fight with some woman? Your neck is covered in marks. Hearing that, Brick hurriedly adjusted his shirt collar. You don't need to know. You won't tell me your business either. So, are you going to the bathroom or not? Brick asked, quickly changing the subject. No. Let's head back. For walked away toward the group, with Brick following behind. Once classes ended, Brick hurried away before his friends could notice that no one was coming to pick him up like he'd claimed. Originally, Day had said he would come for him, but later changed his mind and told Brick to return to the condo alone. Brick hated taking taxis, and he didn't know which bus routes stopped near Day's condo. He walked over to a student waiting at the bus stop. Excuse me, can I ask something? Which bus goes to Line XX? Oh, Line XX. You can take the subway instead. Brick suddenly remembered there was another option besides the bus. The subway. He looked toward the station. On any other day, he would have walked there, but today his backside hurt so much that walking felt impossible. Sir, are you getting on? Someone asked. Thank you. Brick hurried onto the bus. The moment he stepped inside, he felt dizzy. The bus was packed shoulder to shoulder, filled with the smell of sweat and body odor. To make matters worse, there wasn't a single empty seat. When he finally reached his stop, Brick practically stumbled off the bus. He sat heavily on a bench and took several deep breaths. Why do I have to suffer like this? He groaned. Looking up, he saw Day's condo. After gathering what little strength he had left, Brick went to the condo office to collect the spare key card. As soon as he got it, he hurried upstairs. Ugh. The instant he opened the door, he rushed straight into the bathroom. He couldn't hold back the nausea anymore. His head spun terribly. He wasn't usually this weak. He just wasn't used to this. Once the nausea passed, Brick checked the time. He probably isn't back yet. I'll lie down for a little while. His exhausted body demanded rest. Before long, he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, ow! Brick cried out as someone yanked his arm painfully, dragging him awake. His body froze the moment he saw who it was. Hey, AI Day. What did I tell you, Brick? I told you to shower and get dressed. Why didn't you do it? Day shouted. I was tired. I just wanted to sleep. What are you tired from? You only went to class. Studying isn't what made me tired. I had to squeeze onto a packed bus with everyone else. It was hot, crowded, and smelled awful. Then why didn't you take a taxi? I don't like taking taxis by myself. Day smirked before flicking Brick's forehead. Bastard. He walked out of the room, picked up a bag lying on the floor, and tossed it toward Brick. Brick barely caught it before it hit him in the face. Stop making that face. Those are your things. I brought them for you. Brick opened the bag and stared in surprise. His clothes were inside. How did you get these? I stopped by your house before coming here. Brick still looked confused. I told your family you had university activities and were staying at my place tonight. I said you didn't have time to pack, so they let me get your clothes. Brick silently imagined Day glaring so fiercely that everyone in his house had been too terrified to refuse him. Go take a shower and change. You're coming out with me. Brick looked Day over. He had already showered and changed into fresh clothes. Why do I have to go? A faint smile appeared on Day's lips. Because I'm going to let you watch your friend's defeat. You mean? Here, you're smarter than you look. I'll give you 20 minutes. If you're not ready by then, I'll drag you out exactly as you are. Brick immediately rushed into the bathroom. Those weren't empty threats. If he only had a towel on, Day would drag him out wearing nothing but that towel. If he was still in the shower, Brick didn't even want to imagine it. Despite still feeling a little sick, he managed to shower and dress in less than 20 minutes. Let's go. Brick followed behind Day. He secretly wished he could find something heavy and knock Day unconscious. By the time they left the condo, it was already dark. He had slept much longer than he realized. Day drove him to a racetrack crowded with people. How do you know about this place? Brick asked. This was where his friends came to earn extra money and pick up girls. What? You think people like me don't know places like this? Day led him to a dark corner that overlooked both the track and the spectator stands. You'd make a great detective. You've got quite a mouth. One of these days I'm going to knock all your teeth out. Day raised his hand. Brick immediately flinched. Instead of hitting him, Day simply rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. Then why did you bring me here? Brick muttered. Day smiled faintly as a familiar car pulled into the parking lot. Look. Following Day's finger, Brick saw Gear, 4 Gus. And Knight. Your brother came with Gear? Of course. Gear's crazy about my brother. Brick watched from a distance. His friends were already arguing with someone. Meanwhile, Day calmly smoked beside him. Not long afterward, another convoy of cars arrived. That's the newcomer's car. Day smiled before grabbing the back of Brick's neck and pointing toward a tall man stepping out. You called him a newcomer? His name's Neil. He's been England's dirt track champion for years. Brick immediately looked at Day. Don't tell me Neil's your friend. Day blew cigarette smoke directly into Brick's face. Cough. Damn it. Cough. You bastard. You're right. Neil's my friend. I've been helping him get involved in motorsports for quite a while. Brick stared at him in disbelief. He knew how difficult it was to become friends with someone like Day. Watching Neil argue with Gear made Brick increasingly anxious, but he couldn't interfere. All he could do was watch. Buzz. Buzz. Day's phone vibrated. He checked the message, typed a reply, then put it away. Brick tried to peek, but couldn't see anything. It's time for your friend to lose, Day said. In his heart, Brick desperately cheered for Gear, but he didn't dare say it out loud. He was too afraid of making Day angry. The race quickly intensified. Neil began forcing Gear's car toward the edge of the track. Day? Your friend. Why is he doing that? At that moment, Day's phone rang. Ring. 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 Hello, Knight. Even while answering, Day kept his eyes fixed on the race. A trace of uneasiness crossed his face. This wasn't the clean victory Neil had promised. Brother Day, this isn't what we agreed on. Why is Brother Neil doing this? Knight's voice was loud enough for Brick to hear. I don't know either. Isn't this better? Let him bleed a little. He's my friend, Brick shouted. Day immediately clamped a hand over Brick's mouth and shoved his head against the car window. Ugh. Who was that? Knight asked. No one. The radio. Oh, but I don't want this, Brother Day. Why are you sympathizing with him? Then, screech. The sound of screeching brakes echoed across the racetrack. Brick whipped around just in time to see Neil's car slam into Gear's, sending it crashing into the side barriers. Gear. Brick reached for the door. Day grabbed him by the hair and yanked him backward. Ow. That hurts, idiot. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to see my friend. Brick tried to pry Day's hand away. Stop acting stupid. Stay here. I'll handle it. Brick finally stopped struggling. Let go first. It hurts. Day released his grip. I'm going to see what happened. Stay in the car. Don't even think about running. Otherwise, I'll dump your body in the Gulf of Thailand. With that threat, Day got out of the car. Although Brick desperately wanted to check on Gear, he didn't dare move. Day strode over wearing a grim expression. Gear and Neil were already shouting at each other over the collision. Damn it. You think you're so great? Dog-faced bastard. Bastard. Damn bastard. You don't treat people like they're human. Brick kicked the dashboard while cursing. He only dared complain when Day wasn't around. Eventually, Day joined the argument. After some time, Gear, Knight, 4 and Gus left. Only Day and Neil remained talking. Oh, who was just hiding over here talking so tough? A sly voice came from beside the car. Because Day had left the window open while smoking, the stranger leaned inside. Brick frowned. Whoever you are, handsome, why don't you come have some fun with me? Get lost, you creepy old man. Brick snapped. Oh, you little brat. I told you to be nice to Daddy. So what are you going to do about it? I'm minding my own business. Leave me alone. Brick opened the car door to leave, completely forgetting how badly his body still hurt. His shout reached Day. Damn it. Can't you stay still for 1 minute? Day cursed before crushing his cigarette beneath his shoe and marching toward the car. You little brat. Are you trying to seduce me? The man grabbed Brick roughly by the collar. Are you my father or something? Why should I listen to you? Just because you're older doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Brick exploded. Everything he'd been through today finally boiled over. Bastard. Pretty face, filthy mouth. The man raised his fist. Suddenly, someone caught his arm mid-punch. Brick looked up. You dare touch what's mine? Day's cold voice made the man slowly turn around. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Before asking that, Day replied calmly. Why don't you introduce yourself first? The man released Brick's collar and faced Day. You looking to get kicked? Day calmly flicked open his lighter. Brick instinctively backed away. One look at Day's expression told him tonight was about to get ugly. What's going on, Day? Neil walked over. Brother Neil, you know this guy? The man asked nervously. This is my friend. Why are you bothering him? Neil's expression darkened. Day glanced at Neil. Your friend? Yeah. He came to look at my car. My brother recommended him. He owns a garage in Thailand. I don't like his face. The man immediately broke into a cold sweat. He knew exactly how dangerous Neil was. If Neil sided with Day, he was finished. Get lost, idiot. Before I really lose my temper. Don't bother my friend. Why yes, brother. The man quickly turned to leave. Wait. Day's voice stopped him cold. Yes, brother. You tore my man's collar. You owe me compensation. Day? It's just a shirt. For the first time, Brick actually felt sorry for the guy. Day ignored him. So, what kind of compensation do you want, brother? KLA asked with a forced smile. It's hot. Day calmly pressed the burning tip of his cigarette against KLA's shirt. The ember burned through the fabric and into his skin until it finally went out. Tough luck. Neil clicked his tongue. You really picked the wrong person to mess with. Smack. Brick turned just in time to feel Day's palm strike him across the face. He stared at Day in disbelief while rubbing his burning cheek. Why did you hit me? And who's the idiot who keeps causing trouble? Can't you stay still? I wasn't causing trouble. That bastard was the one bothering me. What did I do wrong? Why did you have to slap me? Get in the car. Bang. Brick slammed the car door so hard the whole vehicle shook. He wanted to cry, but he refused to do it in front of everyone. Something inside his chest felt strangely heavy. Who is he? Neil asked. You don't need to know. I'm leaving. And next time, don't do anything other than what I told you. Stay out of Knight's business. Day climbed into the driver's seat. The drive back was silent. Brick stared out the window the entire time. Stop sulking like a woman, Day said calmly. What kind of bastard are you? Why did you have to slap me? Because I want you to remember. If I tell you to do something, you obey. If you ever go against my orders again, I'll hit you. Brick turned away. I'm a human being, not a robot that has to obey every command you give. Chapter 4. After yelling at Day the whole way, Brick turned his head to stare out the car window. He refused to look at him. Tonight, I'm going back home. You can sleep alone, Day said, breaking the silence. Brick remained silent. He did not respond. Day turned to look at him. I just said something to you. Did you hear me? Day asked softly. Brick stayed silent as usual. Screech. Day stopped the car immediately. Brick? The tall figure shouted loudly. I heard you. Brick said immediately, lowering his head. Furiously, Day grabbed his arm to make Brick look at him. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm already in a bad mood. You're so annoying, provoking me like this. Day screamed again. Brick stared back at Day. His eyes looked stranger than ever. I'm fine. You don't have to say I'm provoking you. If I sleep, you'll say I provoked you. I never did anything wrong. Even when I don't do anything, I still get accused of disobeying your orders. Brick yelled in a rush of words. So you didn't disobey my orders? They asked. You're a dictator. Where's this going? What about when you leave me alone? If someone comes up to me and harasses me like that, I must stay still and take it until you come back, right? Brick said again. They glanced at him. Who knows? When you're ganged up on like that, you might even like it, Day said. Brick turned to look at him with resentment in his heart. But as long as you're still mine, I don't want to share my things with anyone, Day added, causing Brick to freeze a little. He thought about what Day had said. Brick's thought. What does he mean? Brick did not want to assume that Day meant, as long as he was his person, that he would not allow anyone near him. But when the thought crossed his mind, Brick immediately turned his head in the other direction because he felt something strange in his heart. It suddenly started beating fast. Turn around, Day said. But Brick was lost in thought and could not hear him. I told you to turn around. Why are you ignoring me? Day yelled, pulling Brick's neck toward himself. Oh, it hurts. Can't you be gentle? Brick groaned. His eyes stared unpleasantly at Day's face. Day looked into Brick's eyes before reaching out to caress his cheek with his other hand. He could see the mark of his handprint on Brick's cheek, causing Day to smile slightly. What are you smiling at? Brick asked. Nothing. I was just thinking that your face fits my palm too, Day said before letting go of Brick's neck and face. Psychopath, Brick muttered under his breath. Don't think I can't hear you, Brick, Day said, silencing him. Day lit a cigarette and lowered his window. So you're not going back to the condo? Why are you parked here? It's dark and quiet, Brick said when he saw that Day had not started the car. Day turned to look at him briefly. I said I would go back and sleep at home. Didn't you hear me? Day repeated. Oh, I heard you, Brick said. Tonight I'm probably not going to sleep with you. So help me deal with this, Day said quietly. Brick immediately turned to look. Where? What am I going to do? Brick asked. Although in his heart he feared what he was thinking was right. Day unbuttoned his pants, and Brick's face quickly heated up. Take care of it yourself. Brick screamed when he realized what Day meant. I order you to do it. You must do it, or do you want to get hurt first? Day said in an irritated voice. Brick grunted. Brick, Day told him in a hard voice. Why do I have to do this here? Can't we just go back to the condo? Brick tried to negotiate. Although the place where Day had parked was not very crowded, there were still cars passing by. I want you to do it here. You need to do it here. Don't argue, Day said again. Brick pursed his lips. He wanted to argue back, but he knew how cruel Day was. But what if someone sees this? I've never done this for anyone, Brick said. What do you want from me? It's not a big deal, is it? You can choose to either let me fuck you here, or will you do this for me? Day asked in a stern voice. Oh, I can do it, Brick said. Day smiled slightly before adjusting the seat a little and leaning back. Okay, Day said before reaching over to turn on the radio and smoking a cigarette. Brick's thought, I'm so emotional. But you get to listen to music and smoke your cigarette while someone comes and does this for you. Brick thought angrily in his heart before unzipping Day's pants. He felt that Day's cock was already hard inside his pants. Brick's thought, when did he get turned on? Use your mouth to make me come, not your hand, Day said. Why do I have to use my mouth? Can I use my hand? It can finish you too, Brick yelled. Day looked fiercely at him. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Brick nodded, knowing full well what Day meant by that look. Day shifted slightly to allow Brick to easily remove his dick from his pants. He watched Brick's hesitant expression. What's the problem? Day asked. Brick's face turned red. I probably won't be able to take it all in, Brick said, looking a little embarrassed. Day gave him a slight smile. Do what you can for me, Day said. Brick made a gulping noise before grabbing Day's cock. He leaned over and used his tongue to lick the tip first. Brick had an unpleasant taste in his mouth, but he had to keep going. He positioned his soft lips over Day's hard cock. Only half of it could fit inside his mouth. He slid his mouth up and down while lightly sucking. His heart was now racing from having to do something like this to another man. Day moaned with satisfaction as he held a cigarette and smoked it. Brick's thought, I can't bite him, can I? Ugh. Do your best, and don't even think about biting me. Otherwise, you will die, Day said. Brick was shocked because Day had said that as soon as the thought crossed his mind. Day's strong hand grabbed the back of Brick's head, moving it up and down between his legs. His strong hand gently stroked Brick's neck and behind his ear. Day felt a tingle in his cock as the head of it was being sucked. You can go faster, Day said. Brick sped up his pace and sucked faster. His mouth felt tense. His jaw was starting to get tired, but he had to endure it. Day's strong hand moved to caress Brick's ass. Brick withdrew his lips from Day's cock. He let out a soft moan as Day's long fingers slipped into the back of his pants and between his ass cheeks. Keep going. Who told you to stop? Day said in a stern voice. Brick pressed his lips together in fear before leaning over to continue sucking on Day's cock. He started to feel like he was about to get an erection when Day teased his ass like that. His soft lips moved up and down so quickly that Day had to throw the cigarette out of the car and use his hand to move Brick's head. Damn. Your mouth is so good, Brick. Day said hoarsely. Brick's lips twitched with Day's spasms. Soon, Day released warm semen into Brick's mouth. Day held Brick's head down so that he could not move. Swallow it, Brick. Don't let it spill on my pants, Day said. Brick's tears showed that he almost choked. He inevitably swallowed Day's cum even though he wanted to throw up. Seeing that Brick had swallowed, Day allowed him to break free. As soon as he sat up, Brick quickly grabbed a napkin in the car and wiped his mouth. As he wiped, he felt his own member growing hard. The tall figure seemed to notice. Well, I'm done, Day said, getting dressed. I'll take you back to the condo. Be patient, Day said sarcastically. Without saying a word, Brick turned to look out the car window because he was also suppressing his own needs. Day started the car and quickly pulled away to head to the condo. I only brought you here to drop you off. I'll be back to see you tomorrow. Don't even think about running away, Day warned. I have classes tomorrow, Brick replied. You have class in the afternoon, Day said again. Brick was stunned. He did not think Day would know. So before I get back, I absolutely forbid you to go anywhere. You are not to leave my room, Day said as he parked in front of the condo. Brick got inside immediately, and Day waited until he entered the room before leaving. He went straight home to talk to his brother about what had happened that night. After going upstairs to the bedroom, Brick quickly took care of his arousal in the bathroom. After that, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to bed. Brick was lying in bed, thinking of a way to get Day to let him go because he did not know how long this situation was going to last. Brick's thought, is Day going to kill me himself? Why hasn't he thrown me away yet? How am I supposed to sleep? Brick could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking and went looking for a movie to watch. He could not sleep. Brick was halfway through the movie when his phone rang. A slender hand lifted it to look before scowling when he saw that it was Day's number. Why are you calling now? Do you want me to put you to sleep? Brick could only mutter to himself. I'm not going to answer the phone. If he asks, I'll tell him I fell asleep and could not hear the phone. Brick said to himself again before putting his phone on mute and letting Day keep calling. As soon as the movie ended, he turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next morning, the force hugging him from behind made Brick a little uncomfortable, but it was surprisingly warm. He turned to face the warmth from behind. Burying his face there without waking up, he snuggled into the hug. Day searched Brick's sleeping face. He had long eyelashes. His lips were wavy and thin. It made Day want to laugh when he remembered Brick saying that he was a top. Because in Day's eyes, no matter how he looked, Brick was a wife. Whether male or female. Hey, pulling Day out of his daze, Brick opened his eyes and jumped backward at the sight of Day lying down next to him. When did you get here? Brick sat up and asked immediately. Day lay on his back with his hands folded behind his head in a relaxed manner. Only for a moment, Day replied, looking at him. Why didn't you pick up my calls last night? Day asked in a low voice. Brick was a little surprised. He adjusted his face to a calm expression before answering. Did you try to call me? Brick asked innocently, pretending not to know. Well, look at your phone and see. How many times did I call you? Day said. Brick pulled out his cell phone and was surprised to see that Day had called 13 times, but he had not seen any of the calls because he had turned his phone on silent after the first one. Why did you call me so many times? I fell asleep and forgot to turn my phone off silent mode, Brick replied in a normal tone. Day's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure? Day asked again. Well, why do you assume that I deliberately ignored your calls? Brick said back, even though he knew he had not answered on purpose. No. If you had fallen asleep, it's okay, but if I find out you deliberately ignored my call then? Day said, making Brick swallow hard. Why? What would you do? Brick asked. I'll fuck you according to the number of times I called you without you answering, Day said. Brick's eyes widened. Are you crazy? So if you call me 13 times and I don't answer, you'll fuck me 13 times? You're one person, Day. Brick said. Do you want to see if I'm able to do it? Day asked. No. But if you let me top you, it will be interesting, Brick said with his head held high. You want to top me? Then let's try it, Day said. Brick looked at Day in confusion. What do you mean? It means you top me. That's why I'm lying here waiting for you, Day said as he got up to remove his clothes and lay back down. It looked suspicious. Are you really going to let me top you? Brick asked, just to be sure. Day smiled slightly. Yes, if you can do it, then do it, Day said, emphasizing the words. That was enough for Brick to know that Day really did not want to let him top him, but was challenging him to try. I don't want to do it now. When do you want it? I'll fuck you myself, Brick said. Suddenly, what are you going to do, Day? Brick shouted immediately as he was pulled onto the wide bed with Day's body straddling him. You may not want to, but I do, Day said before leaning down and kissing Brick's flat stomach where his pajamas had risen to reveal his chest. No way, Day. Don't. I won't take it. Brick quickly pushed Day's face away, acknowledging the danger he was about to face. Last time, he had almost had to crawl out of bed. Why are you struggling? You'll only hurt yourself, Day said in a harsh tone before leaning down to suck on Brick's flat stomach again. His body started to shiver. His hands were pinned. All he could do was squirm. It hurts, Day. Brick started screaming when Day bit down on his stomach. It was white and smooth until he left teeth marks. Who used to make you squirm? Day said. Brick felt his heart pounding. He needed to find a way to prevent Day from penetrating him. Though he knew that if he was with Day, he would have to give in until Day was satisfied. He started to bleed like he was on his period, but he was a man. Day? I don't want it today. I must go to classes soon. I don't want to miss too many times. You know that once you start, you won't stop easily. I'll have no energy to go to college. Brick said pleadingly, because he wanted to find a way not to do this. Day stopped and looked at Brick like he was looking at a freak. Are you talking to me? Day asked with a frown. Brick nodded, looking at Day for sympathy. Day immediately pulled away from Brick and sat down. Brick smiled when he saw Day walk away because it had worked. The fact that I don't do anything doesn't mean that you can beg to be cute. I find it very annoying. I can't do anything to you right now, Day said. Brick immediately pouted. Oh, who's going to be as cute as your brother? Brick said sarcastically. What does this have to do with my brother? Day asked in a low voice. Brick froze a bit. It doesn't matter. I forgot I can't touch your brother. I can't talk about it, Brick said, moving down from the bed to go take a shower. Before he got to the door, Day's voice rang out. Remember well, my little brother can't be touched by anyone, Day said calmly. Brick felt a strange feeling in his heart before entering the bathroom, without saying a word. Brick soaked in the warm water in the bathtub to relax his muscles, while running his hand over the bite marks left by Day. Brick's thought, you love him so much that I can't touch or talk about it. So why don't you watch over him 24 hours a day? Why hang out with me when he could be with his brother? He always sleeps with me. Brick did not want to think about the possibility that he could also be important today. Brick's thought, what am I thinking? I got goosebumps thinking about that. He won't love anyone but his brother. I'm just someone for him to vent his emotions on. Hold on, Brick. Once he gets bored, it will stop. Now I must find a way to hang in there until then. Bang, bang. There was a knock on the bathroom door, and Brick was startled because he had been lost in thought. Brick, how long are you going to shower? I'm hungry now. I'll give you another 10 minutes. If you don't come out, I'll come in and drag you out, Day said. Okay, I'm finished, Brick yelled. Brick's thought, damn it. If you're hungry, eat first. Why are you waiting for me? Brick groaned, but quickly finished his shower and ran out of the bathroom because he was afraid Day would come in and drag him out. When Brick came out of the bathroom, he did not see Day in the room. He quickly put on his uniform because it was almost 11. He needed to finish eating and go to college because he had classes in the afternoon. Brick left the room and found that Day was already waiting for him in the kitchen with food on the table. Sit down to eat before going to class, Day said. Brick sat down without hesitation because he was hungry. Brick started to eat, ignoring Day, who also sat eating. He was watching Brick until finally they were full. You're going to take me, right? Brick asked as he collected the dishes and washed them, which he usually did not do. But now he had to because Day forced him to wash the dishes. Let's wash them quickly. When you're done washing, we'll go. Don't be slow. If you're late, it's your fault, Day said. I can't wash them fast, Brick muttered. I'm learning to do it. Do you think you're an angel? You are only good at bad things, Day said as he watched Brick wash the dishes. Brick's thought, if I'm bad, you're worse than me. What did you say? Day asked, unable to hear clearly. Nothing. I'm singing a song. Brick continued to complain and curse at Day. If he were to say that he was complaining and scolding Day, he would be asking to be hit before going to school. You can always make excuses. Wash them quickly. I'll wait in the living room, Day said before leaving. Brick washed the dishes as fast as he could. Shortly after he finished, he walked over to Day, who was sleeping on the couch. Brick walked over and stood looking at him. The tall and slender figure was in good shape. It reminded Brick why he did not dare to mess with Day. Even though they had the same build, Day was scarier when he was angry. Brick's thought, when he sleeps, everything is peaceful. I should put a pillow over his nose until he dies. That way I would be free. Brick spoke softly but did not have the courage to do anything. If I die, I'll take you with me, okay? Day's voice rang out as he opened his eyes, causing Brick to immediately flinch. Weren't you sleeping? Brick asked gently. I was just resting my eyes. I don't know if you're going to try to kill me for your freedom either, Day said calmly. Who would dare to kill you? I'm not cold-hearted like you, Brick said, but Day did not answer. I'll take you to class. I have to do some errands later, Day said. It's a lot of work, sir, Brick said before walking to get his bag from the bedroom. They then walked together to get into the car in the condo parking lot. Whenever you finish, call me and I'll pick you up. Call before you're done. Don't call me after class is over, Day demanded. Are you worried about me? Are you afraid that I will have to wait a long time? Brick tried to ask. I'm afraid. I'm afraid you're going to be stupid and get robbed by someone, Day said, making Brick make an unpleasant noise all the way to the university. Stop right here. No need to go to the faculty. My friends would see you, Brick said. I know. I don't want my brother to see me either, Day said before parking in front of campus. Don't forget to call me, Day said. Oh, I know. It's an order, Brick mumbled before getting out of the car and walking straight to the university. Day drove away. Brick called Four to ask if he had arrived yet. Four, where are you and Gear? Brick asked when Four answered the call. You ditched class and didn't tell me? Well, I'm going to college with Nick later. That's all, he told him before hanging up. Brick found out that his two friends had skipped class. They had taken Knight and Gus to Banks, saying, If your brother finds out, what will happen to me, Knight? Brick muttered. He had to go to class with his other friends. Brick, let's walk the mall and check out some girls. Nick's voice rang out. I'd love to go, but I have some business to attend to, Brick said, dialing Day's number. He ended up forgetting to call earlier and called Day after school had ended. What? Now that won't include your friends. Are you sneaking around with some woman? Does Gear know about that? Nick joked. I'm not with anyone. I have a little problem, Brick said before hitting the call button. The call went on hold and rang several times until someone answered. Hi. Brick was about to speak, but was cut off. Hello. A sweet female voice rang out, making Brick freeze. Is this AI Day's number? Brick asked, afraid he had dialed the wrong number. Oh, Day is in the bathroom. Can you tell me who you are? The girl said. Brick felt a little upset in his heart. Is my number not saved? Brick asked. Not here, the woman replied. So please tell Day that he doesn't need to come get me. I can come back alone, Brick said without hearing the other person's answer. Did I tell you that you could come back alone? Day's soft voice rang out. Chapter 5. The moment Brick heard Day's voice, he froze in place. Well, you might be busy and unable to pick me up. I can go back by myself, Brick said. When did I ever say I was busy? Day asked bluntly. Well, you're busy with your girl, aren't you? Take your time. Have fun with her. I'll head back on my own. Huh? That's right. I'm busy taking care of something. Just sit there and wait for me at the university. Don't even think about going back by yourself. If it takes you forever, am I supposed to wait forever? Brick complained. I told you to wait. So wait. Or are you planning to disobey me again? Day mocked. Brick growled under his breath. So, what exactly are you doing? He asked out of curiosity. What do you think? I'm with a beautiful woman. A sharp pain stabbed through Brick's chest. Brother Day. Don't tease me like that. A woman's voice called playfully through the phone. Without realizing it, Brick tightened his grip on his phone. Fine. I get it. You're just trying to annoy me. Sleep with her as much as you want. That way, you won't have to come bother me anymore. If you want me to wait, then I'll wait. Call me when you get here. Brick hung up immediately and rubbed his temples. Damn it. I'm getting so frustrated. What the hell am I even doing? A notification chimed. He opened the message. Day's message. You hung up on me. I'll see you very soon. What the hell does that mean? Damn it. You still have the nerve to threaten me? You dictator, psychopath, sadist, idiot. Brick sat alone beneath the university's stone horse statue, muttering to himself while passers-by looked at him in confusion. Brother Day, what did I tell you? Stop playing around. Look at the mess you made. A young woman stared helplessly at the large cake in front of her. I just wanted to test something. I'll pay for it, Day replied. No need. It's already settled. This cake is for Knight. But what about the other one? Who are you giving that to? You don't even like sweets. She handed him a shopping bag containing 2 cake boxes. I'm giving it to the dog at home. The woman frowned. What kind of dog eats cake? You're crazy. Just give it to me. Take it and go already. What are you waiting for? That dog must be pretty cute. Let him wait a little longer. Day quietly sipped his coffee while glancing at the clock on the wall. What are you doing sitting here all alone? Aren't you going home? One of Brick's classmates walked over. I'm waiting for someone from home to pick me up. Really? Don't you usually drive yourself? My car got confiscated. It's still at home. Haha. If my car got confiscated, I'd never want to go home either. While you're waiting, Want to play basketball with us? Brick actually wanted to play, but his backside still hurt. He hadn't fully recovered yet. I'd better not. If someone calls, I won't hear it. Then I'll be dead for sure. Suit yourself. If you change your mind, come find us at the gym. His friends left. Brick glanced at the time again. He was bored, annoyed, and tired of waiting. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. I'll just go home. If he wants to throw another tantrum, then let him. He grabbed his bag and headed toward the university entrance. As he wondered how he should get home, honk, a car stopped beside him. He turned and smiled. Where are you going, Brick? Nick asked through the open window. Nick, please take me home. Get in. Brick climbed into the passenger seat. Didn't you say someone was coming to pick you up? It's getting late. I got tired of waiting. What about you? Weren't you going to the mall to see some girls? I forgot something in my locker, so I came back for it. Then I found you standing here. Ring, ring, ring. Brick looked down at his phone. Day. His heart immediately began pounding. Aren't you going to answer? Nick asked. Brick's thought. Damn it. Why are my hands shaking so much? Am I about to die? He answered. Before he could speak, get out of the car nicely, or I'll drag you out myself. Day's icy voice sent chills through his entire body. All the arrogance Brick had shown earlier disappeared instantly. Okay, I'll get out. The call ended immediately. Brick turned around. Day's car was parked directly behind Nick's. What's wrong? Nick asked. Nick, just drop me off at that bus stop. I suddenly remembered I have something I need to do. I can drive you there. No, it's okay. I forgot I already made plans with another friend. I'm so forgetful. Just stop over there. Huh? What's gotten into you lately? You've been avoiding everyone. Nick parked beside the bus stop. Thanks. Brick climbed out. Only after Nick drove away did Day slowly pull up beside him. Brick's hands felt ice cold. He gripped his bag tightly before opening Day's passenger door. Day didn't even look at him. Brick hurried inside. The moment the door shut, Day drove off. Neither of them spoke during the entire ride. Brick silently prepared himself for whatever punishment was coming. His throat felt dry. Day remained expressionless all the way back to the condo. After parking, Day got out first and opened the back door to retrieve several shopping bags. Brick stepped forward to help. One cold glare from Day stopped him immediately. Brick's thought, damn it, can't you just say something? This silence is terrifying. What is he going to hit me with this time? He quietly followed Day into the elevator. Ring, ring, ring. Day answered his phone. What's wrong, Knight? That was the first thing Day had said since Brick got into the car. Okay, I'll be there soon. The elevator doors opened. Every single day, there's always something. Day sounded irritated. Brick jumped slightly. He wasn't sure who Day was complaining about. Day unlocked the condo and carried the bags into the kitchen. Brick stood awkwardly in the middle of the living room. Are you leaving again to see your brother? Brick asked. Day glanced at him. Do you want me to leave again? His eyes were terrifying. And no. Brick hurriedly shook his head. He wasn't used to seeing Day this angry. For once, he silently thanked Knight for interrupting. At least it had given him a little more time to prepare himself. Without another word, Day walked out. Bang! The front door slammed so hard it made Brick jump. Seriously, what's next? He didn't even say anything. Brick flopped onto the sofa. I'm hungry. What should I eat? He wandered into the kitchen. The dining table was covered with food. I don't know if I'm allowed to eat any of this. If I touch it, and he gets mad, he'll beat me to death. I'd better just make instant noodles. Brick cooked the noodles Day had bought earlier. He didn't touch anything else on the table. After eating, he took a shower, turned on the television, and eventually fell asleep on the living room sofa. Brick lazily pushed away whatever was disturbing him and rolled over. Are you going to wake up by yourself? Or do I have to kick you off the sofa? A familiar calm voice instantly jolted him awake. Oh, when did you get back? The things I bought. I didn't eat any of them. I didn't even touch them. Brick blurted it out before Day could finish. Day sighed heavily. Then why didn't you eat? Did you think I bought all that food just to decorate the table? How was I supposed to know it was for me? You never said anything. Who would dare touch it? Even if I had eaten it, you would have gotten angry. I'm angry now. So explain something to me. What happened this afternoon? I'll give you one chance. Talk. Brick swallowed hard. I got tired of waiting. I just wanted to come back and rest. Day grabbed the back of Brick's neck. His fingers slowly tightened. What did I tell you to do? So why do you always order me around? Brick suddenly shouted back. I'm not your prisoner, Day. I'm already willing to stay here with you. Can't you just treat me nicely for once? Day sneered. His hand slid lower, until it gripped Brick's sore backside. Hard. You want me to be nice to you? The only thing you're supposed to do is obey me. And you can't even do that. So why should I treat you nicely? Damn it. You're hurting me. Can't you let go? I'll let go, after you promise you'll never disobey me again. Say it. Okay, I won't disobey you again. Brick answered immediately while trying to pry Day's hand away. Day's grip shifted to the hair at the back of his neck. Brick, tell me, where were you planning to go this afternoon? Earlier, Day had been about to approach Nick's car himself, but Brick had gotten out first. Day still couldn't understand why he'd become so furious. He kept telling himself, it was only because Brick had disobeyed him. He was taking me back to the condo. Brick deliberately hid the fact that he'd actually planned to go home. Are you sure? Yes. I'm sure. Can you let go now? It really hurts. Day slowly released him. Brick rubbed the back of his neck. At least, this was better than getting slapped. Stand up. Brick looked confused. Where are we going? Are you going to eat the food? Or should I throw it all away? Day shouted. Brick was starving. Arguing would only make things worse. He followed Day into the kitchen. Brick's thought, couldn't you just ask nicely for once? The food from the shopping bags had already been arranged neatly onto plates. Day sat down with an irritated expression. Brick quietly sat beside him. Eat. Day opened a can of beer. Brick began eating immediately. The instant noodles earlier hadn't filled him at all. Aren't you eating? Brick asked quietly. I already ate. Brick's thought. Then why are you sitting here staring at me? Anyone would lose their appetite being watched like this. Did you eat with your brother? Yes. Who else would I eat with? Brick lowered his head and continued eating. Next time, if you get into someone else's car without my permission, I'll beat up the guy who picked you up too. What? He was just giving me a ride. What are you complaining about? Don't eat too much. You'll need some energy later. We're sleeping together tonight. Brick froze. His spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. What? Who are you sleeping with? Day laughed sarcastically. You're still asking? Are you insane? You just slept with another woman. And now you want to sleep with me? Brick slammed his spoon onto the table. So, why'd you stop eating? Day asked as though he hadn't heard a word. I'm full. Did I buy something you don't like? Brick stayed silent. Everything Day had bought were his favorite foods, but he refused to admit it. Brick, what? You called me. Brick answered sulkily. Day stared at him for a long moment before sighing. I've had enough headaches today. Don't make it worse. His voice was noticeably softer. I didn't do anything. You're the one looking for reasons to get angry. Brick stopped speaking the moment he saw Day glaring again. Get me another beer. Brick stood and opened the refrigerator. He suddenly froze. What? Day looked over. Brother Day, if you've got something to say, say it. Stop standing there looking like you've seen a ghost. Brick hesitated before asking. Whose cake is that? Day paused while opening another beer. It's the dog's. You have a dog? Why haven't I ever seen it? Day rubbed his temple. If you want to see the dog, go look in a mirror. You'll see him standing right in front of me with that stupid, confused face. Damn it, I'm not a dog. Day chuckled quietly before taking another sip of beer. So, you bought it for me? Brick asked hopefully. He had loved cake ever since he was little. I hate sweets. That was all Day said. Brick understood immediately. Since Day didn't eat sweets, the cake could only be for him. Then I'll eat it. Finish your meal first. If there's even one bite left, don't even think about touching the cake. Brick reluctantly finished every grain of rice. Day watched him with a strange expression. It was hard to believe. This cheerful idiot was the same person who had once plotted against Night. After washing the dishes, Brick hurried to grab the cake. You're really not going to eat any? Day shook his head. Brick smiled brightly. He picked up a spoon and was about to dig straight into the cake. Wait. Brick froze. You're planning to eat the whole thing like that? It's an entire cake. Get a knife. Cut yourself a slice. Can't I just eat it from the box? It's mine anyway. I'll just put the leftovers back later. Day stood up. Brick immediately tensed. Instead of getting angry, Day silently picked up a knife and a plate. With a slight frown, he carefully cut a neat triangular slice. He placed it onto the plate and set it in front of Brick. That's enough. I don't feel like taking you to the hospital because of a stomachache. Day returned the rest of the cake to the refrigerator. Brick stared at the remaining cake longingly. He wanted another slice. But the moment Day looked at him, he quickly looked away. Are you going to eat it? If not, I'll take it back. Brick hurriedly scooped up a bite of cake. Day had originally planned to leave Brick alone and go into the bedroom. But after thinking about it, he changed his mind. Because he knew, the second he left, Brick would sneak back to the refrigerator and finish the rest of the cake. Chapter 6. Why are you just sitting there? What are you going to do? Brick asked when he noticed Day sitting and watching him eat the cake. This is my condo. What I do or where I am is up to me. Day replied with a straight face. Brick's thought, I want to kick you. Brick secretly cursed under his breath. Then he continued eating the cake while ignoring the eyes that were watching him. Do I have to put a lock on the fridge? They asked. Brick looked puzzled. Why would you do that? Brick asked. Just in case you secretly try to eat the cake late at night, Day said. Do you see me as such a glutton? Brick said angrily. Day shrugged slightly. After you're full, you can follow me into my room. Don't be too late, Day said before standing up. Why would I go in there? Brick immediately asked. Day smiled slightly. I'll let you in. Don't ask too much. Your job is to listen to my orders only. Day concluded before leaving the kitchen and entering the bedroom. Brick continued eating cake. His brows furrowed together in thought. When he finished eating, he washed the dishes and walked to Day's room. He found Day lying on the bed with his shirt off, playing on his phone, wearing only boxer shorts. The rippling abs looked great against his fair skin. When Brick looked at Day's face, he suddenly felt his own face heat up. Day's sharp eyes were looking right at him. What's wrong with you? Brick asked. Day smiled slightly. Come here, Day called in a smooth voice. Brick hesitated a bit as he started to realize what Day wanted. If you have something to say, just say it. I want to sleep in the living room and watch a movie, Brick said, looking for a way out. I told you to come here, Day said in a deep voice. Brick moved a little closer to the bed. Brick, I'm in a good mood. You're ruining it again. Get on the bed now, Day said. Brick walked over to Day and sat at the foot of the bed. Brick did not know what to say because he knew why Day had called him like this. Move over and sit next to me, Day said again. Brick sighed heavily but agreed to move up and sit on the bed next to Day. What is it? Brick asked curtly, accepting his fate. Day was now leaning against the headboard with his feet outstretched. He began to stroke Brick's slender arm gently. The pale figure sat up stiffly. Goosebumps covered his arm. He tried to pull his arm away from Day's grasp. It's too cold in here. Brick tried to rub the arm that Day was holding. Suddenly, the thin figure was pulled by the arm toward Day, causing Brick to fall onto Day's body immediately. What are you going to do, Day? Brick asked, startled. He was ready to move away, but Day grabbed his slim waist before he could escape. So what do you think I'm going to do? Day asked with a mischievous grin. Are you crazy? Didn't you get enough while you were out today? Now you are thinking about doing it again with me, Brick said loudly, ready to get out of Day's reach. But Day locked onto him tightly. People like me can't get enough. Don't you know? Day said before pulling Brick up and having him straddle his lap. Ow, that hurts, Day. Brick yelled out when Day grabbed both of his arms, crossing them behind his back. The more you struggle, the more this will hurt. If you like to feel the pain, then keep struggling, Day said in a flat voice. Brick stopped squirming immediately. His slender face looked up at Day, who wore a stern expression. But Brick felt strange having to straddle Day's lap like this. Why did you say you would let me top you? Brick asked as soon as he remembered. Day stared blankly at Brick before letting go of his arm. Brick was still sitting on Day's lap. Day raised both hands to interlock behind Brick's neck and pulled him close. That's it. Okay. If you want to top me, you can try. It's all right, Day said in a calm manner. Brick could not help but be surprised that Day suddenly caved so easily. Did you really say that? Brick asked just to be sure. Yeah, Day said. Brick immediately smiled. Brick's thought. Day, this time I'll make it so you can't get out of bed. Just wait and see. Please show me your skills. How good are you? Day asked mockingly. Huh? Okay. You can't compare to me, Brick said confidently. Day just smiled slyly. Okay, can we start? Day asked. Brick wasted no time leaning toward Day's neck. Wait, you don't want to take your clothes off first? Day asked, raising his eyebrows slightly. Brick agreed before taking off his shirt, but not his pants. Brick leaned his face down and licked the crook of Day's neck. Brick believed that his experiences were not inferior to Day's. He used to sleep with some young men and women. Most of them became addicted to him. They had been submissive. As a result, Brick was confident that he could weaken Day in his embrace too. Brick gently sucked Day's neck. He slid both hands up Day's chest to stir up excitement, but Day remained silent. Brick then slid his hand down Day's body over his underwear quickly until Day's body started to wake up. Brick could feel it. He smiled at the thought of turning Day on. Huh? You turned me on quickly. Day raised his head and said mockingly. Day looked at Brick and smiled slightly. So what's next? Day asked. His face was a little tense. Brick leaned over to suck on Day's nipple while Day arched his back. Haven't you taken advantage of me a little too much? I only have my boxers left on, but you're still wearing pants, Day said. Brick sat up angrily. It's not a big deal. Even if I don't take my pants off yet, I can still fuck you, Brick muttered. But he got up and took his pants off. Only boxers left, just like Day? Day smiled slightly. Come sit up like before. I'm turned on, Day said. Brick straddled Day's lap again and started snuggling up to him. Day wrapped his hands around Brick's waist. Brick started to kiss Day, beginning with his neck and slowly trailing down his firm arms. Brick felt himself grow hard. His hands began to tremble. Hadn't he been with others like this before? His heart was beating as if it was about to come out of his chest. What's wrong? Day asked when Brick paused for a moment. It's nothing, Brick quickly said and began to caress Day's body. Aren't you taking off my boxers? Day asked. So Brick slowly pulled Day's boxers down. Day lifted his hips slightly to make it easier. Brick felt his face grow hot at the sight of Day's cock expanding in size. So what's next? Day asked again. Brick was starting to feel ridiculed. Brick wrapped his hand around Day's hard cock, then slowly slid it up and down, trying to do whatever it took to get a moan out of Day. If you use your mouth, I'll definitely get more turned on, Day said. Brick immediately leaned in to lick the tip of Day's erection. He had done this before. Brick moved his mouth up and down while sucking on the head to stimulate Day more. Day moaned in satisfaction. One hand rubbed the back of Brick's head, while the other hand began to slide inside the edge of his boxers toward his backside. Brick tried to pull away, but was caught by Day's hand. He shoved the back of Brick's head lower onto his cock. Don't take it out. I want you to help get me in the mood, Day said in a raspy voice. He knew very well what Brick was suspicious of. Brick began to move his mouth up and down Day's cock. Day rubbed his hands through Brick's hair, sliding one hand down his back while slipping the other beneath his boxers. He could feel the softness of warm skin as he took his finger and rubbed it against Brick's entrance. What are you going to do? Brick asked in horror. Day then pulled Brick onto his lap again to straddle him once more. Day's hard dick pressed against the core of the very awakened Brick beneath his dark blue boxers. You've done a good job of getting me turned on, but I think this is enough foreplay. You've teased me enough, Brick, Day said in a mocking tone. He pulled Brick closer and gently kissed his collarbone before softly sucking on his neck. With one hand placed behind his head, Day slipped the other hand beneath Brick's boxers and lightly rubbed his ass. You're wrong here. Brick tried to yell but was silenced by warm lips. Day's tongue wrapped around his. Brick tried to pull away. Brick tried to push Day's chest away to break free because of the tingling in his chest. He savored the sweetness of Day's soft mouth as their tongues intertwined repeatedly. Brick hated himself for giving in to Day so easily. All it took was being touched just a little and some kissing for him to give in completely. No, I'm going to come inside of you, Brick said while panting. Day withdrew from Brick's lips for a moment, leaning back in to suck on his bottom lip repeatedly. Suddenly, Brick jumped a little when Day's long finger that was caressing him between his cheeks moved and was inserted into his ass. He was not expecting the invasion, so he could feel the discomfort as Day's fingers started to penetrate his entrance. Brick opened his mouth to protest, but was filled with excitement when Day moved his fingers in and out. Even though he felt a little discomfort at first, there was a tingling sensation that Brick could not deny. Day sucked both of Brick's nipples and began sucking all over Brick's smooth chest until he left red marks all over his body. Brick shuddered when Day added another finger to his entrance. This made Brick squeeze Day's shoulders tightly. He was still straddling Day's lap in his boxers. The more Day moved his fingers in and out, the more aroused Brick began to feel. Brick started to feel confused. He did not know if he wanted to come inside Day, or if he wanted to feel Day inside him. Ugh. You. Brick said as Day reached his sensitive spot. Day lifted Brick up a bit and removed his long finger. His face flushed with desire. Day did not take off Brick's boxer briefs. He simply moved his erection to focus on Brick's channel. Don't tense up. Day said as he thrust his cock into Brick. Ouch, ouch. Brick bit his lip as Day pushed his cock inside him, causing him to go weak at the knees. Day licked his lips as he held Brick close, preparing to thrust inside him. Hey, are you still thinking about topping me? Day said with a hoarse voice. You should know that I'm only good to serve you. Brick said before Day started thrusting his cock inside him, making Brick go crazy with excitement. Damn, Brick moaned loudly with each thrust. Move a little, otherwise it will get uncomfortable for you, Day said. Brick surrendered to the sensation. He began to rock his body back and forth, slowly at first. Day smiled as he maintained their position, leaning into the headboard with each stroke. The bed creaked loudly as they picked up their pace. Brick's ass tightly tugged Day's cock. Brick moaned loudly. Day used his hand to cup Brick's ass. Sweat poured from both of their bodies. Emma, can I be used here? Day scoffed at Brick. In the end, he had to give in to being fucked by Day. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm tired, Brick said, his face red with embarrassment. Day laid Brick down on the bed with his cock still connected to Brick's channel. As soon as Brick got adjusted, Day started pounding into his ass even harder with each thrust. AI Day, a little slower. Brick said because his body was getting slammed so quickly. The sound of their bodies connecting and moaning were all that could be heard. Brick tried to push into Day's stomach to cushion the impact, but Day did not care. Day groaned and shuddered with the impact. Brick moved violently. Brick moaned even louder in excitement. Day's strong hand rubbing over his ass caused Brick to gasp with excitement and shortness of breath. Day, I can't take it anymore. Brick shook his head and said to the tall figure rocking his body. Day sped up his pace until Brick's body was shaking. Day rubbed Brick's erection through his boxers. Day's thrusting sped up, releasing his seed inside Brick. Brick came to. Day began to slowly relax while still pumping in and out repeatedly until all of Brick's cum was running down his stomach. Hey, you're shaking, Day said while their bodies were still connected. Brick felt embarrassed. His face was all red. Stop talking to me, Brick said, embarrassed. He turned away as Day began to move slowly. I can't take it anymore, Brick said. Day's selfishness. He could not help it. The sun began to shine through the room. Brick heard the TV. He did not fall asleep until almost 4 o'clock in the morning. He woke up slowly and felt pain all over his body. He could not even move his legs or turn left and right. Brick moaned as he felt pain in his back and channel. Now the pale figure was lying face down on the bed with the blanket over his waist, groaning softly in pain. Day, who was smoking on the balcony, turned to look. He leaned against the balcony door and taunted Brick. I don't know how many times I've fucked you, and you still consider yourself a top? Day said. Brick glared at Day when he was teased. What the hell? Don't be careless. I can't even get out of bed, Brick said. You're so good at talking all the time. Even if you get up, you still won't get through to me, Day said again. Well, you lied to me, Brick said, lying on his stomach. What an idiot and weakling. Give up the idea of topping me. You know you can't do it, Day said. Brick just looked at him. Where did you go? Last night you went out with someone else before having sex with me, and you still had the strength to sleep with me again. Brick said quietly and laid his face on the pillow. Are you going to continue complaining? How do you know I had sex with someone else? Day asked and looked at Brick. Well, you said it on the phone, and then you came back here. Besides, I'm not like you. I don't sleep around, Brick said. So you were never like me? You said you used to. You must have been like that at some point, right? Day asked. I'm starving, and my mouth is dry, Brick said out loud. Day watched, but said nothing. Today is a holiday. I'm going home to my brother. Go sleep, Day said. Can I go home? Brick immediately asked. Do you think you can go? Day said quietly. Brick stopped and thought. Why did his whole body ache? Well, I'm going to sleep then, Brick said because he knew his own body, and right now he could not go anywhere. And my rice. Brick asked when he saw Day going to the bathroom. I've called and ordered you some. If you don't have the strength to get up and open the door to get the food I ordered, you can starve to death in bed, Day said before entering the bathroom. Brick glared at the tall figure with fury. Brick's thought, can't you talk nice to me? Brick mumbled before laying down on the pillow because he really could not get up. While he was lying down, he thought about how long Day would keep him like that. Thinking about the situation so much, Brick ended up dozing off. Besides being very tired from the night before, his cheeks started to feel cold. Ugh. Brick moaned in his throat, not opening his eyes. I'm leaving. Day's voice was quiet. Brick heard the bedroom door closing. He slowly opened his eyes in a daze. What will happen now? Brick said in a choked tone. He lifted his hand to his cheek and felt the cool, light wetness. Brick looked around the room. Day has already left. Great. Then I can sleep in peace. Brick muttered to himself before going back to sleep. Day left the apartment relaxed and returned to his own home to see his brother Night. He drove to the front of the house and went down to open the gate, then went inside. He parked his car in the garage. Day intended on taking his younger brother out for something to eat because he had not spent much time with Night. But when he entered the house, he froze when he saw Night's friends. Not was the person that Day had befriended last night. Hi, Day. Not immediately waved his hand to greet Day. Then he laid his head on Fu's lap. Where did Night go, Fu? Day asked quietly and started looking for his brother. Night went to the movies with a friend, Fu said, and Day frowned. In his heart, he felt a burning sensation without reason. Friend? Who? They asked. Gear, Fu decided to say because he did not want his friend to find out later. When he heard what Fu said, the relaxed mood disappeared before his eyes. What did you say? Night is with Gear. How could you let him go? Day screamed loudly, startling Not, who immediately ran to the kitchen. Calm down first. Night can take care of himself. You don't have to worry, Fu said, looking at his friend. Day immediately got back in the car. Hey Day, where are you going? Fu screamed as Day quickly got into the car. Day was so angry he almost had steam coming out of his ears. He found out that his brother was dating Gear, someone who had hurt him, but Day would not let anyone touch his little brother. He drove straight to Gear's house because he remembered the address. Beep, beep, beep. Day repeatedly pressed the car horn, causing people in the house to come out to see. Day then got out of the car with a grumpy face. Day? Gus left with his boyfriend. He was shocked to see Day. Where's Night, Gus? Day shouted in a deep voice while Gus frowned. I don't know, Gus replied. Day then barged into the house. Hey, what are you going to do? How do you barge into someone's house like that? For said in a stern tone. Gus tried to pull his boyfriend's arm away so he would not argue with him. Day turned to look at Four with angry eyes. Your friend is bad. Where did he take my brother? Did he think to take my little brother to do something bad? Day shouted as he walked to open the door of Gus's house and entered without worrying about anyone. Gear! Day screamed through the house, with Gus and Four following after him through the house. Day, Night really didn't come here. Gus told Day with a trembling voice. Give me his number. Day said, so Gus immediately gave him his brother Gear's number. Day went back to the car and dialed Gear's number, but no one answered the call. Day called several times, but no one answered anyway. Damn it, don't let me find you. Day yelled loudly in his car before pulling out of Gus's driveway. Day drove away in frustration. He was determined to go back and wait for Night at home because Gear had to go there anyway. Thinking about this whole situation, Day immediately remembered the pale figure lying in his apartment. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Oh, hello. The other party's sleepy voice answered the call. You're just going to sleep and eat? Wake up and see the world. Day shouted into the phone. Now he was angry and had to find a place to vent his emotions, and Brick was Day's choice. What the hell do you want? What's this annoying phone call about? Brick asked angrily, having been woken up only to hear Day's insults. Your horrible friend took my brother somewhere. Hurry up and tell your friend to bring him back right now, Brick. Day yelled, making Brick's eyes wide. Then he sat up in bed with a stunned face. Gear took your brother. So how is he going to bring him back? Damn, you keep going after your brother. Besides, he's dating Gear, right? There is no need to worry, Brick yelled. Day clenched his teeth because he did not like being spoken to that way when he was in a bad mood. Even more so when it came to his own brother Night. Day was even angrier than before. Besides, why don't you call your brother? Call him, and tell him you're looking for him. You can't always take it out on me. You always come here and use me to make your frustration go away. For how long? Brick said because he was starting to get annoyed too. Ah shit, Day yelled before ending the call. Calling Brick and venting his own emotions turned out to be more frustrating. So Day decided to drive straight home right away. Chapter 7. After Day ended the call, Brick's eyes slowly opened. He sat up in bed with a serious expression. Damn it. When is this ever going to end? That bastard is way too possessive. Gear isn't going to kill his little brother. Brick grumbled to himself. Even so, he couldn't help wondering whether Day would come back to check on him. I should take a shower first. Living like this doesn't make me feel safe. Brick was still completely naked. The pale young man slowly climbed out of bed. The moment his bare feet touched the cold floor, his legs trembled. Why am I shaking this much? Brick cursed under his breath. He felt like he was slowly going crazy. Being left alone all the time had gotten so bad that he had started talking to himself. He filled the bathtub with warm water and soaked in it. The heat helped relax his aching muscles. Brick reached for the phone beside the tub. He didn't dare miss one of Day's calls. After all, Day had threatened to sleep with him once for every missed call. Brick dialed Gear's number. Straight to voicemail. After trying once, he gave up, finished his bath, and got dressed. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang again. Brick quickly picked it up. Thankfully, it wasn't Day. What's up, Nick? Are you home? Nick asked. No, I'm out taking care of something. Brick lied. Oh, where are you? I'm bored. I feel like grabbing something to eat at Siam. Want to come? I'll pick you up. Are you done with your errands? Brick hesitated. Day was probably still busy dealing with Night. Whenever something happened to his younger brother, Day usually stayed with him overnight instead of returning to the condo. The bigger the problem, the closer Day stayed by Night's side. Sure, come pick me up at my friend's condo. I'll wait downstairs. Brick gave Nick the address to Day's condo. Since Nick knew Brick had plenty of friends, he wouldn't think anything of it. After hanging up, Brick slowly headed downstairs. His body still ached sharply with every step. He stood outside waiting. A few minutes later, Nick pulled up. Brick climbed into the passenger seat. What are you doing here? Nick asked. I came to visit a friend. So, what should we eat? I'm starving. Brick deliberately changed the subject. What do you feel like eating? Japanese food. He wasn't in the mood for anything spicy. Then let's eat at Paragon. I can check out the girls while we're there. Nick grinned. Then he glanced at Brick. Hey, did you get into another fight with a girl? Your neck's covered in love bites. Huh, she must have been pretty rough. Brick immediately pulled up his collar. Yeah, very rough. And very horny. Nick frowned before laughing. So that's what happened. Brick stayed silent. Brick's thought. Should I text him first? Just tell him I'm going out? No. If he's already in a bad mood, he'll just come over and ruin everything again. He wanted freedom. He wanted his old life back. Soon, they arrived at the mall. Nick parked, and the two of them walked inside together. Ow. Brick groaned after accidentally bumping into someone. A sharp pain shot through his sore body. He nearly lost his balance. Nick quickly wrapped an arm around his waist to steady him. Sorry. The tall stranger apologized. You okay, Brick? Nick asked. Brick looked up, clearly annoyed. I'm fine. I wasn't paying attention. His backside hurt too much to waste time arguing. It's all right. You look familiar. Another tall man looked closely at Brick. Don't people watch where they're going? Come on, Nick. I'm starving. Brick hurried away before they could continue talking. Seeing Brick limp strangely, Nick instinctively supported him as they walked. What's wrong, Brother Neil? A younger man walked over. Neil continued watching the two figures disappear into the crowd. Nothing. Did you buy everything I asked for before we head back to the hotel? Yes. The younger man nodded before following Neil back to the car. While Brick enjoyed dinner with Nick, Day exploded with anger the moment Knight returned home with Gear that evening. Smack. Knight's head snapped to the side. The instant Gear left, Day dragged Knight into the house. Their argument escalated, until Day lost control and slapped him. Brother Day. Fu rushed between them in shock. He had never imagined Day would actually strike Knight. Day had always treasured his younger brother. So now you're talking back to me, Knight? Day shouted. He never thought Knight would one day dare raise his voice at him. When Knight turned back around, fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Day froze. Why did you hit me? I hate you. You're the worst brother ever. Knight sobbed before running upstairs and locking himself inside his room. Knight! Knight! Day tried to chase after him. Fu grabbed his arm. Day, calm down. But Knight. Day couldn't finish. His mind had gone completely blank. Only anger and guilt remained. Calm yourself first. What were you thinking? How could you hit him? Fu said quietly. Day stared at the hand that had struck his brother. Then he slowly walked to the sofa and collapsed onto it. He buried his face in both hands. What the hell is wrong with me? Fu sat beside him without saying a word. Some time later, Knight came downstairs. Without even looking at Day, he quietly announced he wasn't hungry before returning upstairs. Day lost his appetite as well. He went into his own room. Once he was alone, his thoughts drifted to Brick. He picked up his phone. Ring. What is it? Brick answered. What are you doing? Day asked quietly. Brick hesitated. Day's mood sounded strange. I asked what you're doing. Didn't you hear me? His voice was deep, but calm. I'm watching TV. Can't you hear it? In reality, Brick had already returned to Day's condo after having dinner with Nick. He had simply told Nick he needed to visit his friend again. Nick dropped him off without asking questions. I'm just asking. I'm afraid you'll die alone in my condo. Brick silently cursed him. I already ate. Can't you ever speak nicely? Do you want to get hurt? Brick's silence. Did you order food delivery? Yes. Brick lied again. He never mentioned eating out. I'm not coming back tonight. Take care of the condo. And clean it if you can. I don't want to come back to a filthy place. Brick's thought. Damn it. I'm not your mate. What did you say? Nothing. It was the TV. It had better be. And don't think just because I'm not there, that you can sneak out and fool around. What do you mean fool around? I'm a man. And I'm not your prisoner. Who said you were? You've been my slave ever since you hurt my little brother. Oh, I'm the bad one. If I'm bad, you're even worse. If you want to insult me, try looking at yourself first. You bastard Day. You dare talk back to me? Oh, I'm definitely talking back. If you want me to speak politely, then maybe you should learn how to speak politely too. You don't have to call just to insult me. I'm going to sleep. I'm hanging up now. So don't complain that I didn't answer your call. Oh, and don't bother coming back tonight. Stay with your brother. If he runs away, don't blame me. Brick hung up immediately. Day stared silently at the disconnected call. Damn it, Brick. You'll regret this tomorrow. Grinding his teeth, he called back. Brick had already switched off his phone. Day threw himself onto the bed. He wanted nothing more than to storm back and deal with Brick. But he couldn't. Night was still here. He had to reconcile with his brother first. Day took a shower, changed clothes, and went to bed. The next morning, Day got up early to prepare breakfast. Before heading downstairs, he looked toward Night's bedroom. He assumed his brother was still asleep. So he cooked all of Night's favorite dishes. He wanted to apologize. Once breakfast was ready, he knocked on Night's door. Knock. Knock. Night. Are you awake? No answer. Night. Still nothing. Is he taking a shower? Day frowned before knocking again. Night. A bad feeling crept into his chest. He hurried to get the spare key. Click. The door opened. The bed was empty. A chill ran through him. Night. Where are you? He noticed the back door standing open. His heart sank. He searched the entire house. Nothing. Night was gone. Gear. You took him. Day's eyes burned with rage. Night had never run away before. He had never openly defied him. Now, he had run away with Gear. Day rushed to Gear's house. He pounded on the door until the housekeeper answered. Ignoring every warning, he forced his way inside. He searched every room. Even after the staff threatened to call the police, he refused to stop. Night wasn't there. That only convinced him further. Gear. Gus. They had to know something. Day immediately called Fu and Neil, asking them to help search. He drove to Four's house next. The housekeeper informed him that Four hadn't returned home since the previous night. Day's temper exploded. The first person who came to mind was Brick. Without hesitation, he sped toward the condo. Day. Any luck? Neil had just arrived. Not yet. What about you? I've asked a few friends to help search, but I came here first. What are you planning? Let's go upstairs. I don't want to talk here. They entered the condo together. You really think that bastard took Night? Neil asked angrily. He still couldn't accept that Night had run away with Gear. Yes. Otherwise, where would that dog be? If I find him, I'll crush him with my own hands. Did you ask Gear's family? I did. They claim they don't know. But I know someone who can tell me. A cold smile spread across Day's face. Neil stared at him. What's all that noise? People are trying to sleep. Brick yawned as he opened the bedroom door. Day and Neil looked over. Day's face instantly darkened. Neil narrowed his eyes. Thud. Brick cried out as Day slammed him hard against the wall. Without any restraint, Day grabbed Brick by the collar. Yesterday, you told me to watch my little brother. And today, he's gone. What do you know, Brick? Day roared. Brick looked completely confused. What are you talking about? My brother's gone. Do you hear me? Your idiot friend took him. Where did Gear take Knight? Tell me. Brick's eyes widened. What? How would I know? Neil suddenly looked closer at him. Now I remember. Day immediately turned. What do you remember? Brick's thought. I'm screwed. Yesterday, I saw this brat at Paragon. I remembered where I'd seen him before. He was with you the day of the race. Day slowly turned back toward Brick. So, he went. With who? Neil answered casually. With his husband. They were walking together. The guy even had his arm around him. But, what is he doing here? Brick's face instantly turned pale. Day's eyes looked ready to burst into flames. I can explain. His survival instincts screamed at him. Run. The moment Day loosened his grip, Brick bolted for the door. Trying to run, Day roared. He caught Brick by the hair, yanked him backward, and threw him onto the floor. Neil sighed before quietly closing the bedroom door. What were you thinking? You can't run from Day. Smack. Day slapped Brick so hard his body crashed onto the floor. Ow. It hurts. Day grabbed him by the hair again. Who do you think you're playing with? Between Knight disappearing and Brick lying to him, Day's fury had completely exploded. Yesterday, where did you say you were? In the bedroom? So who did you go out with? I just went to eat with a friend. I came straight back afterward. Blood trickled from the corner of Brick's mouth. So, you've learned to lie now? Day dragged him into the bedroom. He threw Brick onto the bed, climbed on top of him, and wrapped a hand around his throat. Brick choked immediately. My brother is missing. How are you going to take responsibility? What are you planning now? Tell me. Day roared. Please. I'll let go. Day. Stop. Brick clawed desperately at Day's wrist. Tears streamed down his face. He had never been this frightened before. Day looked like someone capable of killing. Day. Let him go. Damn it. He's going to die. If he dies, you'll go to prison. Then he'll take care of Knight. Neil finally managed to pull Day back. Those words finally reached him. Slowly, Day loosened his grip, but he remained sitting over Brick. Brick gasped desperately for air. What the hell, Day? Are you trying to kill me? Brick's trembling fists pounded weakly against Day's chest. He knew he couldn't win, but he fought anyway. You really want to die, don't you? Day snarled. He pinned both of Brick's wrists above his head. Brick glared at him through tears. You're horrible. You bastard. Were you really going to kill me? His voice shook with fear. If I'm horrible, so are you. Someone as rotten as you deserves someone as rotten as me. They shouted. So tell me, where did Gear take my brother? I don't know. I never saw him. I never even talked to Gear. Then where did you go yesterday? I ordered you not to leave. Did you forget? I only went out to eat with a friend. Brick tasted blood inside his mouth. A friend. Neil said you were with your husband. So what? Was I not enough for you? That's why you ran off to find someone else. He isn't my husband. Nick's just my friend. Day gave a cold laugh. You just had to go with him. You like it that much? You'd even let another man touch you? Brick's eyes widened. If your body wants it so badly, maybe I should let one of my friends have you. No. Day, please don't. Day suddenly stood. He grabbed Brick and shoved him toward Neil. Neil caught him easily. Mind sharing? Day asked. Neil smiled. I don't mind. He's pretty cute. Brick struggled desperately. No. Day, please. Neil wrapped his arms around Brick from behind. No matter how hard Brick struggled, he couldn't break free. A large hand reached toward the buttons of Brick's shirt. Brick burst into tears. Through blurred vision, he looked at Day pleadingly. This time, he couldn't hold back his sobs. Looking at me like that. What do you want to say? Day asked quietly. Neil's hands continued roaming over Brick's chest. Hug. Only. You. Day. Please. Only you. Please. Day smiled faintly. Neil looked over. So, you taking him back? Day nodded once. Neil released Brick and pushed him toward Day. Remember what you just said, Brick. Only. I am allowed to touch you. Day's voice was cold. He grabbed Brick by the arm and dragged him toward the bedroom. Chapter 8. When Brick was brought into the room, he was immediately thrown onto the wide bed. Brick was shocked, hurt, and afraid of the tall man standing before him. Day stood still, looking at Brick. His eyes burned with rage. Day? I only went out to eat. That's all. I really don't know about Knight's disappearance, Brick said shakily. Then you went out and did something stupid without telling me. What did I tell you, Brick? Day's loud voice echoed in the room. Didn't I tell you? I just went out to eat, Brick said again. Day moved toward him. Brick backed up until he hit the headboard. Day grabbed Brick's ankles, pulling him to the middle of the bed before straddling him. Instincts kicked in. Brick shielded himself in preparation for Day's attack. Day grabbed both of Brick's wrists and pinned them to the mattress. I'm sure you only went to eat. Are you sure you haven't slept with anyone? Day asked in a stern voice. Brick looked at him in disbelief. You alone make me feel like I'm dying. Huh? Who else would I have let sleep with me? The fact that I even had enough energy to walk to the car was already a miracle, Brick argued, although he was still afraid of Day. You can prove it yourself if you've slept with someone or not, Day said coldly. Don't. Day? Enough. I really can't take any more of this. Brick yelled as Day ripped off his shirt. The buttons flew off. Brick tried to escape, but could not move. Why are you struggling so much? Or do you want me to get Neil to come and join in? Day threatened. Brick stopped. Are you afraid? Why? Aren't you good at doing this all the time? Day said aloud. Brick looked at Day with trembling eyes. Do you remember when you tricked my brother? You guys ganged up on him, didn't you? Did you ever think about it? How bad he must have felt at that time. How scared my brother must have been with the shit that you guys pulled just for fun. Day shouted, looking at Brick with hurt eyes. Brick looked into Day's eyes and felt a tremor in his heart. I'm sorry, forgive me. I'm really in pain, Brick said weakly. Your pain is not comparable to the pain you caused my brother, Brick, Day said, making Brick feel very guilty in his heart. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the bedroom door before it opened. Brick trembled with fear because he thought Neil was going to do something to him. But Neil only took a step forward. I'm going back first. I'm going to call some friends to find Knight, Neil said, looking at the two on the bed. Day turned his head slightly to look at his friend while sitting on top of Brick. All right, I'll call you. Please help me call Fu and ask the kid what he knows. I'll take care of this one first, Day said. It's fine. Whatever it is, call me and let me know. As for you, weak-faced bastard, I think you better not make Day angry. I'm warning you with good intentions, Neil said before closing the door to Day's room. Day slowly turned to face Brick. If you and I fight, who do you think will win? Day suddenly asked, making Brick look confused. I don't know. Brick answered honestly because he really did not know. With their similar builds, who would win? Day let go of Brick's wrists before taking off his shirt. Because you don't have the confidence to beat me. That's why you're losing right now, Brick. Without confidence, you've already lost to me. Don't expect to win over me. So accept what's about to happen. If you want to blame anyone, you should blame yourself. You pushed me to do these bad things to you for him. Day finished saying before burying himself into the nape of Brick's neck. Ugh. It hurts, Brick yelled out in pain as Day sank his teeth into the crook of his neck, leaving bite marks and the faint scent of blood. Day could taste the blood seeping through his teeth. Day, Brick called out in a trembling voice to the tall figure towering over him. Remember, the only person who can fuck you is me, Day said quietly before leaning over to lick the blood oozing from Brick's neck. Brick's skin stung. He felt goosebumps as his heart raced. Unconsciously, a feeling arose in his heart. Ugh. Brick bit his lips to suppress his moans as Day softly left bite marks all over his body. Day's strong hand quickly removed Brick's pajamas. His teeth bit into the upper part of Brick's chest. His hand traveled down his body until it reached Brick's groin. Brick moaned and groaned with pleasure and pain. Day dragged his tongue along the nape of Brick's neck before nuzzling it with his nose. Day broke away to look at him. I'll ask you one more time. Where did Gear take my brother? Day asked quietly. I really don't know. I don't know anything, Brick honestly said. Day got out of bed and pulled off his pants. His sharp eyes continued to roam Brick's body. The thin figure was now lying on the bed. He could not get away. Brick turned his naked body away from Day because he was not used to it. The strong figure stood looking down at Brick, who was lying there out of breath. Spread your legs, Day said, leaving Brick stunned. He turned to look at Day. What did you say? Brick asked. I told you to spread your legs now, Day said again. Brick bit his lip in embarrassment, but he had to. With both legs shaking, he gradually opened them a little. Brick felt hurt that he could not say anything. Spread them wider. Day yelled as Brick opened just a little. Brick took a deep breath with his eyes closed before spreading his legs wider than before. Day smiled before Brick could feel the bed move as Day climbed on it. Oh! Brick screamed. His legs shook as Day's teeth bit into Brick's inner thigh. I want to know, with these marks, will you dare to go out with someone else? Day said while biting Brick's whole body. Brick moaned in his throat with pain and excitement at the same time. I want you to touch yourself, Day said. Brick was speechless, but he moved his hand slowly to his hardened member. Brick was embarrassed by Day looking at him in this state. The sharp eyes, as hot as fire, looked like they were going to burn the thin figure's body to ash. Day continued to kiss Brick's inner thigh as Brick moved his cock up and down as Day ordered. Oh, 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 Brick moaned hoarsely. Day pulled away smiling, then grabbed the tube of gel off the side table and squeezed it onto his erection. Day was surprised that he was always in such a good mood with Brick. He did not have to worry because his erection woke up easily. Ah! Brick moved his hand quickly when he was close to coming, but Day held his hand. The pale figure froze. His heart was pounding. What? Brick asked hoarsely. Are you going to finish before me? Day said as he picked up his cock and pointed it at Brick's entrance. The pale figure felt the coolness of the gel as Day squeezed into his tunnel. Brick grabbed Day's arm as the strong figure slowly inserted his hot rod all the way in. Brick bit his lip until blood flowed. Day groaned in satisfaction. Brick's hole tightened around Day's cock. Day was going crazy. Brick was in pain and arousal. The strong figure kept Brick's legs farther apart, making him feel relief in his lower abdomen. Day put both arms under Brick's back and lifted him up a little so he could slowly move his hips. Oh! Brick groaned as Day moved in and out. Though the movements were slow, they hit him so hard Brick almost gagged. What if your friends find out that you were penetrated by me? What are you going to do? They scoffed. Brick rolled onto his side with an ache in his heart, his hand gripping the sheet tightly. Day began to slam his hips so hard that the thin figure swayed on the bed under the impact. Day leaned over Brick as he moved uncontrollably. Brick groaned madly because Day hit the sensitive spot inside his body harder and harder. Day kept leaving marks on Brick's body, both on the neck and on the shoulders. There were nail marks and Day's teeth marks with force. Raise your arms and hug me. Hurry up, Day moaned softly, ordering Brick to lift his hand holding the sheet to hug him. Both of Brick's arms came up in exhaustion to hug Day. Ow. Day, don't go so fast. Brick groaned in protest as Day sped up the movements until Brick gasped. The thin figure admitted that Day had intense and passionate desires, sometimes more than Brick could withstand. Shit, don't you dare try to stop me, Day did not mind listening because the desire was building more and more. The sound of the bed moving was heard due to Day's intense thrusts. I'm almost, Brick said. You're getting close. Is that it? Day moaned again. The sound of their skin slapping was so loud that Brick felt his face heat up, but it intensified the mood. Day was still biting Brick's neck. The lean figure felt that Day was thrusting his hips harder than before, making Brick feel like he was close to coming without even touching his body. I'm going to come. Brick groaned as he approached his point of release. Brick's channel tightened around Day's cock, who was close to coming. The strong figure used his hands to lean on the pale figure's slim waist. Brick used his hand to move his cock to the same rhythm as Day. They were both moving quickly. So impatient. Why are you in such a hurry to go? Day moaned before bucking his hips a few more times. Brick then released his seed on his stomach, along with a warm feeling in his abdomen due to Day's release. Both panting, Day looked at the teeth and nail marks on Brick's body with satisfaction. The thin figure sighed tiredly, feeling pain and burning immediately. Can you leave now? I'm in pain, Brick said quietly. Day smiled slightly. What pain? You were moaning just now. You should know I never stop with one round, Day said, letting Brick know that the next round was about to take place. After going through so much rough sex in bed, Brick passed out during the third round. Day carefully cleaned him up and covered him with a blanket. Then he left to go find Neil at the hotel he had been staying at to discuss his brother night. Brick slept until the sky was dark. He slowly opened his eyes. He felt pain all over his body. He felt dizzy and weighed down. Brick looked around but could not find the tall figure that had left him in this state. Brick felt his throat dry. He turned to the side and saw a bottle of water and a glass on the bedside table. He tried to turn in that direction. Brick clenched his teeth in pain from his channel. His slender arms tried to reach for the glass of water that was sitting on the table as he trembled. Brick extended his arm and tried to pick up the glass with one hand while he used the other to push himself forward. "What are you doing?" Day's voice rang out as he opened the door, scaring Brick. Brick cried out, jerking his hand back in fear. The glass fell to the floor and shattered. Brick lost his balance and fell toward the shards of glass. Damn it! Brick's heart was pounding with fear because he thought he was going to fall onto the broken glass. Just before he reached the pieces, Day caught him and pulled him back onto the bed. "What the hell are you doing?" Day yelled in a panicked voice. I'm thirsty. I just wanted a drink of water," Brick said. His voice was shaky and hoarse. "Then why don't you get up out of bed to get it?" Day said again. The strong figure admitted he was shocked to see Brick almost fall face first off the bed. "I can't get up," Brick said in a low voice, avoiding Day's gaze. "Wonderful. Just lie down and wait," Day said before getting up and leaving the room. After a while, he came back with a plastic cup. "Drink," Day said, handing him a glass of water. The thin figure picked up the glass and held it immediately before putting the cup to his lips and slowly taking a sip. Day went to sweep up the broken glass beside the bed. By the time he was done, Brick had drunk all of the water. Day took the glass and set it on the table before going out onto the balcony to light a cigarette without saying anything. Brick sighed on the bed as the pain spread through his entire body. He started to realize that his lower body still had a sticky trail of Day's cum. He wanted to clean himself, but he did not want to call Day. So Brick slowly propped his body up and sat on the bed. "Ugh." Brick tried to keep his voice from crying out. Day turned to look, but did not say anything. Brick sat up, but stayed still for a while before lowering his legs off the bed. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he tried to get up. Brick fell to the ground immediately. Day was a little shocked before clenching his teeth in anger. "Stupid. You're so good at showing off. Where are you going in that condition?" Day said, but did not go look at Brick, who was lying on the floor next to the bed. The thin figure was hurt, but could not say anything. I just want to wash up," Brick replied. Day finished smoking and threw the cigarette in the ashtray. He went into the bathroom, but Brick did not care. No matter what Day did, he just wanted to get up and shower. After a while, Day came out of the bathroom and walked over to Brick. The thin figure immediately raised a hand in front of him because he thought Day would do something. The strong figure cursed softly in his throat and then scooped Brick up in his arms. The lean figure gripped Day's neck in shock. "Where are you going?" Brick asked in a shaky voice. "Didn't the dog say he wanted to wash up?" Day said before leading Brick to the bathroom. Brick looked at Day in disbelief. "You're so heavy," Day grumbled before placing Brick in the tub filled with water. Brick was startled as his body hit the warm water. The bite wounds exposed to warm water were very painful. After soaking for a while, the pain subsided. Brick glanced at Day. The strong figure was looking at Brick motionless beside the tub. "What's wrong?" Brick asked quietly again. "If you want to wash yourself, then wash yourself. What are you doing just sitting there?" Day said. Brick started to wash himself, but moaned softly in pain as he cleaned the bites. The slim figure slid his hand to clean around his channel. The thin figure winced in pain. That made him not dare to wash inside. Brick's face turned red with embarrassment as Day washed with a sigh. "Spread your legs," Day said. Brick looked up in shock because he thought Day was going to do something to him. That's enough. I really can't take it anymore," Brick pleaded, and Day frowned. "You think I'm going to do that again to you? I'm going to wash it for you," Day said. Brick immediately shook his head. "It's okay. I can wash it myself," Brick said hurriedly because he felt ashamed. "I told you to spread your legs," Day said calmly. "Are you going to open them yourself, or do I have to open them for you?" Day threatened harshly. This made Brick slowly spread his legs apart. Day rolled up his sleeves before stepping into the water, his other arm gripping the edge of the tub. "Ugh!" Brick winced and grabbed Day's arm, burying his face into his arm in pain. Day inserted a finger into Brick's channel to draw out the remaining fluid inside. The strong figure looked at Brick, who was resting on his arm. After a moment, he withdrew his finger. Done. Now you can bathe alone. When you're done, call me. Don't try to show off again by trying to get out on your own. You know what happens if you disobey my orders, Day said before leaving the bathroom. When Day came out of the bathroom, he called to order food. The strong figure took off his shirt, leaving only his jeans. He looked toward the bathroom door with a sigh. The strong hand extended to his head in stress. Not just about night, but there were other things as well. Day realized that he only smoked when he was stressed. The strong figure stood and smoked outside on the balcony because he did not want the room to smell like cigarettes. He looked at the sky of Bangkok at night. The sight of tall buildings made him think about his younger brother. Day, AI Day, a faint voice called from the bathroom, causing him to immediately put out his cigarette. He walked into the bathroom. Brick's face warmed a little when he saw Day walk in with his shirt off. Have you finished? Day asked, and Brick nodded. Day then bent down, picked Brick up, and sat him on the edge of the sink, handing over a towel. Brick's naked body began to adjust to Day. Day went to get Brick's clothes. The thin figure dried off and put on the clothes. I can walk myself, Brick said hurriedly as Day tried to hold him. Then Day stopped. Okay, was all Day said before leaving. Brick looked at Day in disbelief. Brick slowly forced his body out of the bathroom and did not see Day in the room. He stopped in front of the mirror. There were scars all over his body. Brick's thought, how does a sick person do that? Brick muttered to himself under his breath. He turned his head from side to see what Day had done. Brick sighed. Brick's thought, where am I going like this? Brick groaned again before being startled by the sound of the door opening. Finish and go to the living room, Day ordered before leaving. Brick had to leave the room to find Day. He thought he could walk due to the hot shower. When he left the room, he saw that there was rice on the glass table in front of the TV. Day was sitting on the couch. Come sit and eat, Day said. Brick could not stand the hunger, so he sat down to eat with Day. Both men did not say a word. When he was full, Day gave Brick some water and painkillers. Brick hurriedly drank it without hesitation. The thin figure looked away from Day, who continued to stare at him. Why don't you try thinking about where your friend went with my brother? Day said. Must be at Four's house or his condo. Brick said quietly because he could not think of anything now. I went over there. They're not where you said, Day replied. Day? If you see Gear, what are you going to do? Brick asked, worried about his friend. Day smiled from the corner of his mouth. I'm going to kill him, Day said quietly, and Brick swallowed dryly. But did you hear his motive? Brick asked. Why should I listen to you? Are you my father? Day yelled, making Brick jump. Day started to get irritated when talking about Gear. You don't think Gear really loves Night by now? Brick asked, and Day gritted his teeth when he heard it. Don't ever talk to me about love again if you don't want to get hurt, Brick. I won't believe someone like AI Gear could really love my brother, Day said in a deep voice. Brick listened and could not explain. Ring, ring, ring. Brick's phone rang in the bedroom. He turned to look, but Day had already walked into the room. He took Brick's phone. The strong figure frowned and looked at the caller's name. Who's Nick? Day asked as the phone kept ringing. Oh, it's my friend. The person who picked me up for lunch, Brick said because he did not want to lie again. Day handed the phone to Brick. Answer the call and put the speaker on so I can listen, Day ordered. Brick obeyed. What's up, Nick? Brick said, looking at Day. Brick, you left your wallet in my car yesterday. I just saw it. I'll bring it to you. Nick's voice rang out. Brick did not know how to tell his friend. Tell him to bring it to you here, Day said softly. Why? Brick quickly asked quietly. Because I said so, Day said. Asshole. I'm not home. Can you bring it to the same condo as yesterday? Brick had to tell his friend. Don't tell me you didn't come home. Nick asked him. Brick replied shortly. Oh, I'll give it to you later. Nick replied. Okay. Thanks a lot, Brick said. Okay, but your voice sounds like someone who isn't feeling well. What is wrong? Should I take you to the doctor? Nick asked again. Brick's phone was taken by Day and closed. Click. Brick could not answer his friend. Oh, he's so worried about you, Day said in an annoyed tone. Chapter 9. He's my friend. It's only natural for him to worry about me, Brick said quietly, afraid that Day would accuse him of arguing back. Friends? Huh, Day said in a mocking tone. Brick did not understand. They got up to take the dishes into the kitchen. Brick wanted to call Nick back, but he was afraid of how Day would react. Brick could only hope and pray that Day would not do anything to his friend. Brick. Day called loudly, causing Brick to be startled. What? What? Brick yelled back before Day stomped out of the kitchen. Have you eaten the entire cake? Day asked in an angry voice. Brick's face immediately became gloomy. Well, I ate it all, Brick conceded, but reluctantly. Day let out a heavy sigh. If your stomach hurts, don't come crying to me. I'll only make it feel worse, Day complained. Brick's thought. Damn it. Didn't you heard it before? Ring, ring, ring. Brick's phone rang, causing him to flinch a little. Day stood in front of him and asked quietly, Who is it? AI Nick, Brick replied in a low voice. Just tell him someone will go down and fetch it. It would be inconvenient for you to go down and get it. Ask him to park by the sign in front of the condo and wait, Day said. Day, Nick has nothing to do with this matter. Brick hurriedly said. What do you think I'm going to do with your friend? Answer the phone. Day yelled again. Brick had no choice but to answer Nick's call. Nick, have you arrived? Park in front of the condo. I'll have someone come down and get the wallet. It's not convenient for me to come down and get it myself. No, nothing. Thank you very much, Brick said before hanging up the call and looking at Day. I told him, Brick replied. Oh, wait in the room. I'll go down and get it myself, Day said before taking Brick's phone with him and walking out of the door. Brick could only give him a worried look. Day left the condo and walked outside to find the car parked in front of the condo sign. When he spotted Nick's car, he headed over and knocked on the driver's side window. As the window was lowered, Day took a step back. Are you Brick's friend named Nick? Day asked in a low voice, scrutinizing Nick. Oh, where's Brick? Why didn't he come down and get it himself? Nick asked. He's busy. Don't ask too much. He can't come down. Give me his wallet. I'll take it with me back up to my room, Day said. Can I go up to see Brick? Nick asked again. No, it's already late. Why do you want to go up? Day said in a harsh voice. A dissatisfied look was written all over his face. No, it's not. Here's his wallet, Nick said before handing the wallet to Day. Day grabbed the wallet and immediately walked back to his condo. He was not interested in hearing what Nick had to say. How did Neil look at Nick and think he would be the husband of Brick? It would be more convincing if it was the other way around. Day grumbled in the elevator after having seen Nick's face. When Day went back to the room, Brick immediately turned to look his way. Day threw him his wallet, and he caught it. What about Nick? Brick said. Why do you ask? Day asked quietly. You didn't do anything, did you? Brick asked. What kind of person do you take me for? Brick, that makes you afraid of what I'm going to do to your friend. Day said aloud. I'm afraid you'll do the same things with him that you're doing with me. Brick argued. Day froze when he heard Brick's words before smiling and walking toward Brick, who sat on the living room sofa. Day leaned over the figure from behind, placing one hand on the backrest of the sofa and the other on Brick's chest, slowly gliding his hand over the slender body. Brick tried to pull away, but a strong hand prevented him from getting away. His body was pressed into the back of the sofa. You're afraid I'll do to him what I do to you? What exactly do I do to you, Brick? Day whispered in a seductive tone. Brick was not expecting it. His cheeks immediately turned bright red. Everything you do, Brick said. Everything. Be more specific. Tell me. Please. Day tried to look Brick in the eyes, but he averted his gaze. The thin figure tried to pull away. Turning to escape, he stopped again. Day cupped his face and turned it to look at him, causing Brick's face to turn a bright shade of red. His heart was beating fast. Why are you putting so much pressure on me? Step back, Brick said, trying to push Day's chest away. Day managed to grab both of his wrists. You are acting like you're jealous. So what if I do something with your friend? Day snorted. Brick froze. Why would I care about you? You're making me nervous. It's hot. Get away from me, Brick said. Are you crazy? The air conditioning is on high. How are you still hot? Day moved to stand in front, pushing Brick's head lightly. Ring, ring, ring. Brick's phone rang again. It was Day who grabbed it to see who was calling. Brick, what's wrong with your friend? He's calling again. Day grumbled when he saw it was Nick calling. Give it here. Let me answer the phone, Brick said, but Day answered the phone first. Hello, Day said, causing Nick to go silent for a moment. Who is it? Let me talk to Brick, please, Nick said. What do you want to talk about with that bastard? If you have something to say, tell me so that you don't have to call back again, Day replied. Day, give me the phone, Brick shouted, getting up to follow Day, but was stopped by the pain shooting up his channel. Are you the one who came down to get the wallet? Why can't I talk to my friend? What does it have to do with you? Nick's voice rang out. I know all about Brick. What are you going to do? They asked. Suddenly, ow. Brick screamed as he forced himself to walk toward Day to snatch his phone, but Day dodged. This caused Brick to lose his balance and land flat on his back, which caused more pain in his bottom. You idiot, Day said when he saw Brick, not lifting a finger to help the pitiful figure up. Hey, was that my friend? Was that Brick? You. Hand the phone to Brick right now. Nick screamed. You be quiet. Stop calling my man. Don't say I didn't warn you. Day yelled into the phone, causing Nick to go silent. What the fuck are you talking about? Brick yelled as he tried to stand up, but his legs were weak. He instantly fell back onto the floor. What the hell are you doing to Brick? Nick weighed in, but Brick could not hear him because the phone was not on speaker. Huh, what do you have in mind? It's just what you were thinking. Bye. I need to take your friend to rest, Day said before ending the call. Day looked at Brick, who was lying on the floor in pain. He could not move. How long are you going to sit there? Day asked Brick. I'm hurting here, Brick said in a hard voice. This made Day's anger spike. If you don't have the wisdom to get up, then just sit there. I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow I must look for your friend and my brother again, Day said dryly before entering the room and taking Brick's phone with him. The thin figure was sitting on the ground, glaring at Day angrily. He felt strange in his heart because Day acted like he did not care. Brick slowly rose to his feet and made his way to the sofa. Where are you going? Day asked loudly, startling Brick. He immediately turned to see the tall figure standing at the bedroom door, watching him. Well, Brick did not dare say he was going to sleep on the couch because he did not want to sleep with Day in the bedroom. Come in the room now, Day said with fierce eyes. Brick sighed tiredly before agreeing to return to the bedroom and climbing onto his side of the bed. Day lay next to him, pulling him into a warm embrace. Brick could not move. There was no point in trying, so he agreed to let Day hold him like that through the night as they fell asleep. The light body was sleeping comfortably. He slowly opened his eyes when he heard voices talking. Turning to look at the person who slept with him last night, he found the bed was empty. Slowly getting out of bed, he walked toward the bedroom door. Opening the door slowly, he peeked into the living room. He found a group of people sitting with Day. This stressed Brick out. Where are you going to look for them? Neil asked, frowning. I've had some acquaintances come with me to investigate, but it's going to take several days. Time I do not have, Day said stiffly. Brick could easily see that Day was in a bad mood. What do you know about that baby face lying in your room? Neil asked again, causing Day to grit his teeth in frustration before his sharp eyes met the figure lurking at the door. Day got up and stepped toward the bedroom door. Brick fell backward in shock. Day grabbed Brick's wrist and pulled him out of the room. Neil looked at Brick, stunned when he saw his condition. It was completely different from yesterday. There were red marks all over his body. Teeth marks were all over his arms and neck. Day? I'm hurt, Brick said. If you don't want to get hurt, tell me at once. Do your friends have any places where they gather to collect their thoughts? Day said angrily. I really don't know, Brick replied with a trembling voice. He was afraid of the people sitting in the living room. Hey, can I get a secret from him? Said a young man, licking his lips while looking at Brick. Neil hurriedly kicked his junior when he saw Day's gaze turn to the person speaking before Day let out a devious smile. Go ahead, Day said aloud. Brick immediately clung to Day's arm in fear. No, I don't want a Day. I really don't know. Brick started pleading with Day because he was afraid of the person sitting there staring at him. He feared what Day might let this friend do to him. You should think carefully about if your friend has a vacation home, or if there is somewhere else he might go. Otherwise, I might as well let these bastards squeeze it from you, Day said flatly. Brick hugged Day's arm even tighter than before. I think he might have a vacation home. Are there vacation homes on Samet Island? It's at AO Cho, Brick said because he had just remembered when Day mentioned vacation homes. Landmarks, Day asked again. Yes, there's a private pier near the XXX resort at AO Cho, Brick said. Day gave Brick a devilish smile. Damn it. You can take care of yourself. We're going to Samet together, Day said. All right then. Let's meet downstairs. If you're ready, then let's go down, Neil said excitedly, knowing where to look for night before taking his junior out of Day's room. Day turned toward a trembling Brick. Why didn't you tell me this yesterday? Day asked in a deep voice. I didn't think about it, Brick said honestly. Day, if you really meet them, what are you going to do? Brick asked curiously. I'm going to use his blood to wash my feet, Day said in a stern voice. Brick felt concerned for his friend if Day really found him there. Well, then will you let me go, if you get your brother back? Brick was reluctant to ask. Brick cried out when Day turned and squeezed Brick's chin with one hand while pushing him backward into the wall. You really want to get out of my life, right? I'll let you out, but only your soul can get out. Remember that. Day yelled in Brick's face. I'm going to look for my brother. You stay here. Don't go out anymore. You know what will happen if you disobey my orders, Day said before walking away. Brick collapsed to the floor. He never felt as weak as he did now. What Day said made Brick feel like he could only escape from Day if he were dead. Brick got up and walked weakly into the bedroom. He lay down and thought to himself, is it so wrong to be imprisoned like this? Brick could escape from Day, but Brick was afraid of him. Brick knew that Day could do more than he realized. When thinking about this, Brick immediately called Gear and Four. He could not get through to either of their phones. Gear, I hope you didn't take Night there, Brick said to himself in a low voice before slowly falling asleep. Ring, ring, ring. Brick's phone rang. Brick woke up and picked it up before answering the call. Brick, why didn't you come to class? Gear and Four are missing too. Nick's rant rang out, causing Brick to pull the phone away from his ear. Well, I'm not feeling well, Brick said back. Where are you? Nick asked. It's I, Brick answered, embarrassed. Are you at that condo? Don't lie to me, Nick said. Brick replied. Damn, what are you doing? And that bastard who answered my call yesterday? What the hell is going on that I don't know about? What floor are you on? Which room are you in? I'm going to find you right now. Nick did a series of questions. Then why didn't you study? Brick asked immediately. I didn't study. If you don't come, I don't study. Tell me now, Brick. Otherwise, I'll stop seeing you. Nick used a deadly weapon to threaten his friend. Brick thought hard about it before realizing that Day forbade him from going out. But this would be Nick coming to the room. This probably would not get him into trouble because it was not what Day had forbidden him to do. Besides, Brick could not think of anything else. Brick wanted to let go of what was weighing on his heart. Okay, I'm on the 8th floor, room 802, Brick decided to say before Nick hung up. As Brick waited for his friend, he thought that if Day knew, he would not run away from the mess like he always did. Brick was starting to get used to Day's rampages. It did not take long for the doorbell to ring. Brick went to the door and opened it. He saw Nick standing there pouting. Nick looked at Brick from head to toe. Come in, Brick told his friend. Do you have a fever? Why are you like this? Nick yelled, seeing the condition Brick was in. Brick noticed the traces Day had left behind yesterday. When he decided to let his best friend come, he forgot to think about it. At that time, he just wanted to have his friend by his side. Well, Brick was speechless. And where's the guy from yesterday? Nick asked again. What Day said last night on the phone. What did he mean by it? He is not here, Brick replied. Nick looked straight at Brick with an expectant gaze. Brick, if you still see me as a friend, tell me what happened. Even though I know you're bi, you've always been on the offense. The condition you are in now, I can't accept that you were dominated by that bastard, Nick asked. Brick knew how smart Nick was. None of their friends could ever lie to Nick because he was so observant. Damn it. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Brick sobbed unashamedly to his friend. Nick was now holding Brick and taking him to sit on the sofa. What the hell is that bastard doing? Nick asked again. Do you remember Gus's friends, Night and Gear? Brick asked. Nick nodded in agreement. And do you remember about half a year ago when I challenged Gear to get Night? Brick said. I remember. Gear was able to do that, but now he's dating Night, isn't he? Nick said. The day Gear slept with Night, Nick was not there because he did not agree with what his friends were doing. But he did not think of stopping them from doing anything because he knew that even if he did, his friends would not give up on things that were easy to do. Yes, what we have done is over, but for Night's brother, it's not over, Brick said. Nick was stunned before his eyes widened. Don't tell me that guy from yesterday, Nick said in shock. Yes, the person who answered your call and came down to get your wallet. His name is Day. Night's brother, Brick said, surprising Nick. So, then why did you come to live with him? Does Gear know about this? Nick asked. He felt completely numb when he heard this. Brick shook his head slowly. Nobody knows but you, Brick said quietly. Then why did you sit with a stupid face and let him take revenge? Get out of here. Get out of here. Nick tried to pull Brick out of Day's condo, but Brick pulled Nick's arm to stop him. I really can't go, Nick. I can't get away from Day. He is unlike any of the others we've met before. I can't really escape from him, Brick said in a trembling voice. He had never been so weak in front of his friends before. Nick gave Brick an understanding look because he knew how bad Day's group of friends were. But the person who made Brick like this was probably 1,000 times worse. Actually, I don't want to pull you into this matter at all, but I'm uncomfortable. It seems my chest is about to explode. I'm afraid he will hurt you too, Brick said. Huh. It's too late. I'm fully aware of this now, Nick said sarcastically before thinking. I need to find a way to help you so you don't have to worry, Nick said confidently. How can you help me? Nobody can help me, Brick said again. I need to check with Gear first, Nick said, but Brick's face fell upon hearing this. No way. Now Gear took Night away from AI Day. I don't know where they are, and Day is looking for Gear and 4, Brick said softly. Damn. You guys are here only giving me headaches. Have you thought about checking in with your friends? Wow. I'm going to go crazy, Nick yelled when he heard it. I'll have to be patient. Someday he will get tired of taking revenge on me. Then he will let me go, Brick said bluntly. Nick glanced slightly at Brick. I'm afraid the day he releases you, you're going to be the one who doesn't want to get away from him, Nick said, causing Brick to sob. Ring, ring, ring. Before Brick could say anything further, his phone rang. When Brick saw who was calling, he immediately answered the phone. Gear, where are you? Brick asked frantically. Hey, calm down. What's wrong with you? Gear asked. I asked where you are. Tell me you are not in the villa of Koh Samet. Are you? Brick asked again with a hoarse voice. Nick was looking at him puzzled. I'm in Koh Samet. I'll be back tomorrow. What's wrong with you, Brick? Gear asked. Did you take no Night? You took AI Day's brother, right, Gear? Brick asked again. Oh, I brought Night with me. What the hell do you want? Tell me. You can ask me. Gear became agitated when he heard his friend's trembling voice. Gear, I'm sorry. I didn't know you'd be there. You better run away now. Go anywhere. They're going to find you. I think Day will be there soon. Gear, you better hurry. Day's going to kill you. Gear, too. Believe me. Run away, Brick said, causing the other to remain silent for a bit. Day's coming here. Great. Gear replied. Gear, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Brick said with guilt. I'm not angry with you. I'll call you back. Bye, Gear said before ending the call. Brick's hands were weak as he slowly put the phone down. What's going on here? Nick asked. Night's older brother is looking for Gear at his house on Koh Samet. I really didn't know he was taking Night there. If I had known, I wouldn't have told AI Day. I really didn't know, Brick said in a shaky voice. Brick felt very worried about his friend. Nick immediately hugged his friend's shoulders to comfort him. Chapter 10. So, are you going to class tomorrow? With marks all over your body like this? Nick asked. Brick looked down at himself. I'll have to skip class for a day or two. There aren't any exams right now. I'll need you to help me keep up with the coursework, Brick said. What are you going to eat? Nick asked. Brick shook his head. Nick let out a sigh of relief. I figured as much. I'll order something for us. When will that guy be back? Nick asked. I don't know. If he finds his younger brother, I don't think Day will come back. He'll probably have to stay home and take care of Night, Brick replied. That's good then. Let me stay with you until he gets back, okay? Nick said. But if he comes back and sees you here, I'm afraid he'll go on a rampage, Brick said. What the hell? He can't keep doing this. I'm sorry, but I think you're way too scared of him, Nick said angrily. You're not me. You don't know anything, Nick, Brick replied in a dull voice. Nick looked at his friend's face before letting out another quiet sigh. I'm sorry. Let's find something to eat first so you'll have the strength to deal with that bastard, Nick said. He ordered a pizza, and while they waited, the two friends chatted. When it arrived, they sat down to eat together. What the hell is wrong with you? Nick suddenly asked. Why? Brick asked, looking at him. I've seen you pick up your phone several times. Who are you trying to call? Nick asked curiously. I just wanted to know if Dave found Gear yet, Brick admitted. You want to call that bastard? Nick asked. Brick nodded. If you want to call him, then just call him. I'll clean up, Nick said before carrying the plates and glasses into the kitchen. Brick picked up his phone hesitantly before calling Day. What's wrong? Day answered after a short moment. Brick didn't know how to begin. Say something. Day shouted into the phone. He already sounded irritated. Click. Brick ended the call, resentment welling up inside him. What's wrong? Nick asked as he came out of the kitchen. I didn't call him, Brick lied. Then why are you frowning? Nick asked. Nothing. Are you heading home now? Brick asked. What the fuck? Are you kicking me out? Nick shouted. I'm not kicking you out. I want to sleep. If you don't want to leave yet, you can watch a movie first. No. If you're asleep and that bastard comes back and finds me here, he'll take it out on you. I'd better go. If I figure out a way to help you, I'll call, Nick said. Okay. Thanks. If you hadn't come today, I would have been completely heartbroken, Brick said. He walked Nick to the front door before returning to the bedroom to rest. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Brick was about to climb into bed, his phone rang. He looked at the screen. Day. Brick frowned before answering. He remained silent, waiting for the yelling he knew was coming. Why did you hang up on me, Brick? Day shouted exactly as Brick had expected. I dialed the wrong number, Brick replied shortly. Who were you trying to call? Don't bother me right now. I wasted time going back to the parking lot just to call you, only to find out you dialed the wrong number. Are you coming back? Brick asked immediately. No. Did you find gear? The question slipped out before Brick remembered how much Day hated hearing it. Oh, now I see. You don't have to worry about your precious friend. He's not dead, so stop acting like you're mourning him. Brick was stunned. What about your brother? I brought Knight home. Did you think I stopped at the gas station just to call you for no reason? It was obvious Day didn't want Knight to know he had called Brick. What about when I called you the first time? Brick asked. I was driving. My brother was sleeping beside me, so I couldn't talk. So, you parked somewhere just to call me? Brick's heart began beating strangely. Yeah. Now are you going to tell me who you were trying to call? Day continued scolding him, but Brick could barely hear it. His heart was pounding. No one. I called you, but you started yelling the moment you answered. I thought you were in a bad mood and didn't want to talk, so I hung up. Even Brick didn't know what had possessed him to say that. Day fell silent. If I didn't want to talk, I wouldn't have answered the phone. Use your brain. Weren't you supposed to be smart? Why can't you ever speak to me nicely? Do we have to yell at each other every single time we talk? Brick had tried countless times to have a normal conversation, but Day always seemed angry. What have you ever done to deserve me speaking nicely to you? Brick had no answer. Did Day really see him as nothing more than a prisoner? I don't have anything else to say. I want to sleep, Brick murmured. What the fuck? Don't start acting stupid, Brick. I'm already in a bad mood. You're always in a bad mood. You're never in a good mood like everyone else. Is there anything else you want to insult me about? Go ahead. Keep yelling at me. You're really good at talking. I'll deal with you when I get back. Bye. They hung up immediately. Brick stared at the phone before lying back on the bed. You're heartless. You bastard. 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 Art. He screamed into the empty room before eventually falling asleep. Not long afterward, the doorbell woke him. Brick dragged himself to the front door and opened it. A delivery driver from a nearby restaurant stood outside. What is this? Brick muttered as he glanced at the clock. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Someone ordered food to be delivered here. Here's the receipt, the delivery driver said. But I didn't order anything. The customer signed the name Day and paid in advance. I just need your signature. Brick looked at the receipt. It really was Day's name. He signed for it and accepted the food. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang again. Brick placed the food in the kitchen before answering. What's up? His voice was still hoarse with sleep. I called to tell you I won't be coming back to the condo tonight. Has the food arrived yet? Brick couldn't help being surprised by Day's unusually calm voice. They just delivered it. He opened the bag and noticed a cute little cake box inside. Curious, he opened it. There was a large slice of mixed fruit cake. Brick froze. Did you order cake? He asked excitedly. I won't call again. Don't let me find out you ate the whole thing tonight. Okay. Eat your dinner first. If you can't finish your meal, then you don't deserve the cake. Brick smiled. Cake was his favorite dessert. I know. Anything else you want to scold me about? Brick teased. They didn't answer. Something stirred inside Brick's chest. AI Day. What? What's wrong with you? Brick's voice trembled. Normally, Day never sounded this calm. He always yelled. Brick heard a soft sigh and immediately wondered if something had happened tonight. I want you. Day's serious voice made Brick freeze. You bastard. Pervert. What do you want with me every single day? Bye. I'm going to eat. Brick shouted with a bright red face before hanging up. Is he worried about me? He said he wanted me. Did he mean me? Brick muttered before stopping himself. Am I worried about him? Why would I think something like that? Brick, just eat. It's time to eat. He scolded himself before digging into the meal Day had ordered. After Brick ended the call, Day lay on the couch with one hand covering his forehead. It wasn't that he wanted to act that way. He simply didn't know how to express himself. His mind was completely occupied with worry overnight. He had no idea what he should do anymore. After ordering food for Brick the previous night, Day never called again. He also didn't return to the condo. That left Brick feeling strangely uneasy. Won't I get bored staying here all alone? Brick grumbled. He had slept, watched movies, and checked his phone countless times throughout the night. But Day never called. I want to go home. I want to go outside. Day just leaves me here alone. Brick rolled around on the sofa before finally deciding to call Day. After a while, what is it? Day answered in a hoarse voice. Brick immediately forgot everything he had wanted to say. He wanted to slap himself. What is it? Day repeated impatiently. Well, can I go home? Brick asked hesitantly. With the condition you're in? Won't your parents get suspicious? Won't they ask what happened to their son? I know that, but I'm bored. I want some fresh air. You keep leaving me alone in your room. Why are you so desperate to go outside? Are you going to die if you stay inside? Day shouted. Brick frowned. I just don't want to be alone. He finally yelled back. Sigh. You give me a headache every single day. Brick remained silent. Tonight, at 10 o'clock, take a taxi to my house if you don't want to be alone. Stay with me. Brick was stunned. What about your brother? He'll already be asleep. Then at 5 in the morning, you can go back. Brick fell silent. What do you take me for? A prostitute? Once your time's up, you just send me home. His voice was filled with hurt. What's the difference? Day replied. Brick felt like someone had stabbed him. If that's what you think I am, then maybe I should find more clients. Wouldn't that make you happy? Go ahead and try. Your next client will be waiting for you in the afterlife. Day's threat made Brick lean back with a frown. Then I'm not going. Why? Didn't you say you didn't want to be alone? I don't like taking taxis by myself. I want to drive my own car, but I can't. Are you an elementary school student? Why are you scared of taking a taxi? I don't know, but I'm not going. I can stay alone. You stay with your brother. But, Brick shouted before hanging up. He didn't understand why being left alone by Day hurt him so much. Normally, he would have been happy. You're so annoying. Day shouted before ending the call. Brick sat there blankly. You're the annoying one, you bastard. Why do you always have to hurt me? Damn it. Give me back my manhood. Damn it. Why do I keep feeling hurt like some lovesick woman? Brick cursed himself before putting on another movie. Wake up. Are you planning to sleep all night? A deep voice startled him awake. Brick slowly opened his eyes before jumping upright in shock. AI Day. Day stood beside the sofa. If someone broke into this room while you were sleeping, you wouldn't even notice. A thief could slit your throat before you woke up. No thief would dare break into your place. You're too scary, Brick muttered. So what are you doing here? Go take a shower and get changed. You have 20 minutes. Day ordered. Brick looked at the clock. It was already past 10. Where are we going? Who was it that said he couldn't take a taxi alone? You or me out. I came to pick you up. Hurry. I don't want to leave my brother home alone for too long. Brick blinked in surprise. You came to pick me up? Day glared at him. I just wanted to know. You said I was annoying. Are you really a man? You sound like you're pouting. Go take a shower. What if I don't? Day raised his hand. Brick immediately threw up both arms to protect himself and stumbled backward. But Day didn't hit him. I'm not going to hit you. Now go take a shower. Stop talking. Brick hurried into the bedroom. He was secretly happy that Day had come to pick him up. He really hated taking taxis alone. After showering and changing clothes, they headed downstairs. Day drove toward his brother's house. Have you eaten? Day asked quietly. Not yet. Day pulled over in front of a 7-Eleven. Go buy something. I'll wait here. Brick hesitated. Only then did he remember the bruises and bite marks covering his body. Still, he got out and walked into the convenience store. Several people turned to stare at the bite marks on his neck and arms. Brick. A young woman's voice called out. Brick turned around. He was slightly surprised. It was Jang. He hadn't seen her since the day he met Day. Nong Jang. What a coincidence. Brick waved awkwardly while nervously glancing toward the car. Day was still waiting outside. Why do you look like this? Did you cheat on me? Where did all those marks come from? Were they made by another woman? Jang grabbed his arm angrily. Nong Jang. Let go first. Brick gently pulled his arm free. I'm not letting you go. Did another woman come here with you? Where is she? Jang looked around. Brick quickly guided her toward the freezer section so Day wouldn't be able to see them from outside. There aren't any women here. I have to go. Aren't you embarrassed making a scene like this? I'm not embarrassed. You never contacted me to explain anything, and now you're seeing someone else. I'm not giving up on you, P. Brick. Brick sighed wearily. Then he froze, standing silently behind Jang. Was Day? There's so much food here. Still can't decide what to buy. Day said coldly. Chapter 11. I ran into a friend, so I stopped to say hello, Brick replied. The girl turned to look directly at Day. She froze. The tall man was strikingly handsome, completely different from Brick. She quickly let go of Brick's arm and gave Day a sweet smile. Brick stared at her in disbelief. Yes, I was just telling him I'm P. Brick's friend. Are you P. Brick's friend too? She asked sweetly. Day looked at her before shifting his gaze to Brick. A faint smile appeared on his lips when he noticed Brick's eyes widen. Just moments ago, she'd been clinging to Brick's arm. My name's Day. Nice to meet you. Known Jang. Day said with a small smile. Brick immediately looked at him, annoyed. The tall man secretly smirked to himself. Nice to meet you too, P. Day. Where do you study? Jang asked. She seemed to have completely lost interest in Brick. For some reason, that made Brick feel uncomfortable. I already work, Day replied. Brick felt even more uneasy. So, aren't you buying anything? Brick interrupted. Jang glanced at him briefly. I'm not in a hurry, P. Brick. P. Day, would you be interested in going to a pub with me sometime? Brick froze. The first time she'd met him, she'd invited him too. He was 100% certain she was interested in Day now. Sounds interesting, Day replied. Brick stared at him. Have you lost your mind? Weren't you just saying you were worried about your brother? He asked coldly. He must be asleep by now, Day answered casually, acting as though he really intended to go with her. Brick's chest tightened. Fine. If you want to go, then go. Just take me home first. He stormed away toward the car without buying anything. P. Day, what's wrong with P. Brick? Jang asked. Day gave her a cold smile. AI Jang. Brick walked over to the passenger side and leaned against the locked car door. Since the doors were locked, he had no choice but to wait for Day. As he waited, he kicked at the ground in frustration. Damn it. What kind of woman is she? She was flirting with me one minute and another guy the next. Damn shameless woman. She acts like that even though she already has a husband. Brick growled to himself. And that bastard Day, saying he was worried about his brother. What a two-faced liar. The thought of Day smiling at Jang only made him angrier. What took you so long? Brick grumbled. What are you complaining about now, Brick? Day asked flatly. My own business. Unlock the door. I'm tired and sleepy. Brick answered irritably. He noticed Jang leaving the store, her face bright red. P. Brick. She hurried over. What is it? Brick asked, confused. Smack. His head snapped to the side as her palm landed squarely across his cheek. What was that for? Brick demanded, clutching his burning face. You're an idiot, P. Brick. You tricked me into believing you were a real man. With that, Jang stormed away without another glance. What? Brick stood there completely bewildered. Heh. Day chuckled softly. Brick slowly turned to look at him. He finally understood. Day had definitely said something. The tall man simply opened the car. Brick climbed inside immediately. Day? What did you tell Jang? Brick demanded angrily. Nothing much. What do you mean, nothing much? Didn't you see she slapped me? You don't like being slapped? Then why do you keep acting like you're begging me to slap you several times a day? Brick immediately pouted. When did I ever ask to be slapped? If you don't want it, then why do you keep provoking me? They glanced at him. A chill ran down Brick's spine. I'm not provoking you. You're just addicted to slapping people. Besides, whenever you're angry now, I stay quiet and keep my feelings to myself because I know you'll hit me if I argue. Come on. I just want to go to bed. He muttered the last part. You're really in a position to complain? They asked quietly. Brick had no answer. Oh, I forgot. I don't have the right to say anything. I don't have the right to demand anything. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Day remained silent as he pulled the car back onto the road. Seriously, Day, what exactly did you tell Jang? Even though he was angry, Brick couldn't stop wondering what had made her slap him. Day smiled faintly before answering. Flashback. Known Jang. Day called after Brick walked away. Yes, she replied sweetly. Do you want to know who left those bite marks on Brick? She blinked. Who? I did. Day looked straight into her eyes. Brick and I enjoy playing rough. I like being intense with him, which is why he's covered in bite marks. He paused. Actually, Brick prefers being the bottom instead of the top. He said it as casually as if he were discussing the weather. Jang's face immediately turned crimson. She stood there speechless. P. Day, are you saying that you and P. Brick are? She couldn't even finish the sentence. Day gently placed a hand on her shoulder. A cold smile spread across his face. It's exactly what you're thinking. He leaned in slightly. So you should stop trying to mess with what's mine. I don't like sharing what's mine with anyone. He held her gaze until goosebumps spread across her skin. I'll be going now. Day picked up the shopping basket Brick had abandoned and walked away. In flashback. What the hell, Day? Brick exploded. Who told you to say something like that? My reputation is ruined. If Jang tells everyone at the university, what am I supposed to say? Why are you worried about your reputation? You've had a terrible reputation your whole life. Day reached behind his seat, grabbed a shopping bag, and dropped it onto Brick's lap. Stop whining and eat something. Brick looked inside. It contained everything he'd picked up in the store, along with several extra snacks. He glanced at Day, who kept his eyes on the road. I don't want it, Brick said, deliberately acting spoiled. He wanted to see Day's reaction. Day glanced at him before adjusting the side mirror. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. He grabbed the bag and moved to toss it out the window. Brick nearly screamed. He snatched it back immediately. Are you trying to die? You're driving. Day glared at him. Why would you throw away perfectly good food? There are cars behind us. The police will arrest you for littering. Brick hugged the bag tightly. I thought you said you didn't want it. I'm just not hungry right now. You're really something. Day continued driving. Brick secretly wrinkled his nose at him before turning to look out the window. Wait, where are you taking me? My house. Day glanced at him. Did Alzheimer's get you already? I'll just go back to the condo. Day frowned. You really have a death wish, don't you? Do you think I enjoy driving all the way to the condo to pick you up, bringing you here to buy snacks, and then driving you right back? Are you saying all this just to pick a fight? He asked. I never asked you to come get me. Day shot him another look. Well, if I stay at your house and you send me back at 5 in the morning, I'd still have to take a taxi anyway. So I'd rather not go. Brick spoke quietly. He knew Day was getting angry. I'll wake up and drive you back to the condo myself. Damn, you're such a pain. Day grumbled before falling silent. Brick secretly smiled. The resentment he'd felt earlier disappeared completely. Warmth spread through his chest. He refused to believe that something was changing between them. It wasn't long before they reached Day's house. Brick got out to open the gate. As the car rolled inside, he nervously looked toward the house. He had no idea whether Knight was already asleep. Brick's thought, I feel like a mistress sneaking into a married man's house. Day parked in the garage. You can get out. Brick slowly climbed out, remembering to grab the bag of snacks before quietly following Day inside. Brick suddenly bumped into Day's back. The taller man had stopped without warning. Brick's thought, why did you stop? Brick instinctively grabbed Day's arm. Day frowned. Are you crazy? Why are you whispering? Brick's thought, you're the crazy one. Your brother will hear us. You really are hopeless. Why are you sneaking around? Are you a thief? Day draped an arm around Brick's neck and dragged him inside. Ow. Slow down. Brick complained as they climbed the stairs. So you stopped whispering? This is my little brother's room. Day pointed toward a closed bedroom door. Brick immediately covered his mouth. He hadn't realized he'd spoken aloud. Day simply shook his head. Where's your room? Brick whispered. Day pointed toward another door. Brick quickly removed Day's arm from around his neck and hurried inside. He let out a sigh of relief. How many houses do you own? Brick asked as Day set his car keys on a shelf. A few, plus the condo. Where are the others? Out in the provinces. Which province? Day turned to him. Why do you want to know? I'm just asking. Brick sat on the sofa, took a sandwich from the shopping bag, and started eating. Turn on the TV. I'm going to shower. Day disappeared into the bathroom. Brick wandered over to the DVD shelf. Brick's thought, does he actually enjoy these movies? Every single one looks violent. They're all horrifying. Why is he like this? He sighed. Brick's thought, doesn't he own anything funny? Then he noticed a plain white DVD with no label. Brick's thought, oh, maybe it's porn. He's horny enough. I'd better check. If it's good, I can secretly borrow it later. He glanced toward the bathroom. No sign of Day. Brick quickly inserted the disc into the player and turned the volume almost all the way down. A moment later, the picture appeared. Brick's entire body went rigid. It was him. And Day? The recording of the very first time Day had forced himself on him. Day had recorded everything. Brick's heart pounded violently. Brick's thought, what should I do? I found the disc. Should I take it? If I have it, maybe Day won't be able to threaten me with it anymore. He was still thinking when the bathroom door opened. Brick nearly fainted. Day stepped out wearing only a towel around his waist. He immediately noticed the television. I thought it was a movie. Brick stammered nervously. Day simply stared at him before walking to the closet. Do you want it? Day asked. What? That DVD. Brick blinked. You're really going to give it to me? Day smiled. Brick hated that smile. Whenever Day smiled like that, it always meant he was already several steps ahead. I don't think I'll need the DVD anymore. Day spoke casually. I can still make you come to me without it. Brick frowned. What do you mean? Aren't you usually the clever one? Figure it out. Day dropped the towel. Brick instantly turned around. His face burned bright red. Even though he'd seen Day's body many times before, his heart still raced. Day smiled knowingly. Why can't you change in the bathroom? Brick shouted. Because this is my room. Day shrugged. My house. I can walk around naked if I want. Shameless. By then, Day had put on his underwear and pajama pants. Brick finally dared to look back. You get embarrassed like a girl. Day looked amused. I thought you said you were a man. I am a manly man. Day raised an eyebrow. Brick had a slim face, big round eyes, soft pink lips, and he was hugging a bag of candy while saying it. Day couldn't help finding the sight ridiculous. Fine. If you want that DVD, you can have it. I've got another copy stored away. What good is giving it to me if you already have another copy? Brick asked while munching on snacks. What am I supposed to do with it? Use it as a study guide. Day sat on the sofa. So you can improve before the next time we sleep together. Brick nearly choked. Are you insane? No way. His face turned scarlet. He hurriedly stopped the video and removed the disc. So what are we watching? They asked. He returned the DVD to the shelf. Brick sat on the floor with his back against the sofa, eating his sandwich. Every movie you own is horrible. They're all violent or terrifying. What about Saw 7? Brick immediately looked horrified. Why would we watch that? Pick something else. I want to watch it. No. What about the cheater's death story? Brick shook his head. No. Scream? Wreck? No. No. They sighed. Fine. What do you want to watch, you irritating brat? Everything you own is about murderers, psychopaths, ghosts, or crazy people. None of it is funny. If I watch that before bed, how am I supposed to sleep? So what do you want? I don't own any romance or comedy movies. Do you have Jurassic Park? They looked at him. How old are you? Are you a little kid? Do you have it or not? If you don't, I'll just watch TV. What about Alien vs. Predator? Brick considered it. I've never seen that one. Fine. At least it wasn't as frightening as Day's other choices. Day inserted the disc. The two quietly watched the movie together. Every now and then, Day glanced at Brick. Even during scenes that weren't scary, Brick kept raising his hands to cover his eyes. Eventually, Day stepped out onto the balcony to smoke. Where are you going? Brick asked. To smoke. Day walked outside and lit a cigarette. A moment later, he sensed someone beside him. Brick had followed him onto the balcony. His eyes, however, remained fixed on the television inside. What are you doing here? They asked. You're out here smoking. I know I'm smoking. They frowned. So what are you doing? Well, Brick couldn't answer. They stared at him. Don't tell me you can't sit in there and watch the movie alone. Brick gave a tiny nod. Day rubbed his own face in disbelief. Go back inside before I kick you. Brick pouted but returned to the sofa. He paused the movie. Why did you stop it? I'll wait for you. What? I said. I'll wait until you're back so we can watch together. Day raised a hand and slowly shook his head. Wow, you're really going to drive me crazy. He returned to the sofa beside Brick. Give me the remote. He took it. Press play. I'll watch it with you. Brick immediately started the movie again. Chapter 12. How is your younger brother? Brick asked while watching the movie. Day turned to look at the thin figure sitting on the living room floor. Why do you want to know? Day asked in a stern voice. Can I want to know? Brick argued back. Why? Do you want to find a way to do something to my brother again? Day said. Brick pouted as soon as he heard the accusation. Do you think I'm going to be bad all the time? I don't care about your brother. I'm worried about my friend, Brick said because he was upset that Day always saw him as a bad person. Oh, someone like you cares about people, Day replied, causing Brick to fall silent in frustration. Day glanced over at the sulky face of Brick. I'm going to let my brother drop out of college and go to our home in the provinces, Day said casually, causing Brick to turn his way. Are you crazy? Your brother just got back, Brick said. I'm going to give him a year off from college, and then he can go back to school, Day said as he wondered in his heart why he felt the need to share this story with Brick. Don't you think it's a waste of time? Brick said. I let my brother play as long as he's not around people like you. Day said to get Brick to stop immediately. I'm always bad. You always say I'm a bad person, but you're just as bad as me, Day. I'm just thinking here that you've done worse, right? You're even worse than me. There, Brick said before crying out in pain as Day grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the couch. Then I think it's a good match, you and me. Bad and bad meat. It's fun, isn't it? Day asked in a calm tone, increasing the force of compression on Brick's arm. What the hell is fun? You are the only one having fun, you psychopath, Brick said back. Day glared at Brick. I thought I wouldn't do anything to you tonight, but you keep running your mouth, you bastard, Day said in a harsh voice. Brick's eyes widened when he heard that. He was so used to arguing back with Day that he forgot to hold anything back. What are you going to do? Brick asked in a shaky voice, but in his heart, he already knew the answer. You have told me that I always drag you to bed, right? Well, I won't do it this time, Day said calmly. Brick was relieved. But I'm going to drag you to the couch instead, Day said, causing Brick to freeze before starting to push Day and try to pull out of his grip. No, Day. I still haven't healed, Brick yelled out. You're hurt, but I'm not hurt, Day said before sitting the thin figure in his lap. Brick's back was pressed against Day's firm chest. A strong hand slips around Brick's waist. The small figure squirmed, trying to get away. Day, you're going to have to drop me off at 5 in the morning, right? You should know how long it takes. Let's skip one night. Just tonight. Brick does not know how to find one way to survive. So he tried this new method on Day, but the strong figure just smiled. Don't worry. I'm only doing one round tonight, Day said before leaning in to inhale the scent of Brick's skin. Ugh. Stop it, Day. Brick felt a tingling sensation in his neck. He tries to squirm away from Day. He feels a sharp pain in his neck as Day's teeth connect with his bare skin. Day starts to unbutton Brick's pants and slips his hands inside. The lean figure grips Day's hand. Day lets out a growl as he pulls Brick's hand away and squeezes his wrist as a warning. Sliding his other hand into Brick's underwear, he holds his cock. Oh, no, Brick moaned softly. Aren't you tired of that word? You can keep saying it. I won't stop. You can't stop me, Day said, and Brick bit his bottom lip in disbelief, feeling a tingling sensation. Day's hand ran up and down Brick's cock slowly. His warm tongue runs behind Brick's ear as he murmured softly. Give up nicely, and you won't get hurt. Stop resisting me now because you should know that you can't resist me, Day said hoarsely. His erection grew rapidly, pressing against the tight buttock of Brick until he could feel his member expanding in size. Take off your shirt, ordered Day. Brick slowly reached up and removed his shirt. He decided not to resist, like Day said. It doesn't matter how much it hurts or how tired he is. If Day wants to do this, Brick can't deny him any time. No, don't bite, Day. I'm already full of marks, said the thin figure, letting out a muffled voice. I know. Day said quietly as he continued to enjoy snuggling into Brick's soft back, gently sucking him. Brick moaned. His voice cracked as Day stroked his hard core. Hey, Day. It hurts, Brick said because he was still wearing his underwear and pants. Get up and take it off, Day said before releasing Brick from his lap to remove his pants and boxers. Day pulled his pajamas down to his knees. Brick's soft ass is in full view as it's pressing against him. Seeing this, Day tilts his face and bites the white area of his hip until Brick flinches. It hurts. Brick yelled and quickly hit Day's shoulder hard. The strong figure glared at Brick. Brick flinched, fearing that Day would get mad. Do you dare to hit me? Day asked quietly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Brick said with a shaky voice. He does not want Day to hit him again. Day smirked, seeing Brick's panic. The strong figure began to think he was a complete sadist because he liked it when Brick acts scared like that. Then I'm going to punish you. Get up and sit in the same place now, but facing me, Day said, seeing Brick's naked body. Brick's face flushed with embarrassment. He did as Day had commanded. He slowly moved to straddle Day's lap as he had been ordered. His body was shaking. Your mouth says no, cries and forbids me, but your body turns on easily, Day said when he saw Brick's erection wide awake. I'm a person with feelings, not a dead person, Brick said. Day smiled slightly before pulling Brick's slim waist closer to him. Brick's erection touched Day's stomach. The strong figure bent down quickly to taste Brick's nipple, sucking and nibbling it lightly. It made him feel a slight tingling and pain, but Brick is getting used to being bitten like this often. Brick moaned as he wrapped his arms around Day's neck. Day used his tongue to lick the top of Brick's chest. His strong hand slowly glided over the rounded hole of Brick's buttock. He stroked up and down very lightly. Ow! Brick was shocked when Day suddenly inserted his finger into his entrance. Brick did not know if Day had inserted his finger to tease him or not, because his brain went into ecstasy just from being petted by Day. Even though the foreplay seems gross, Brick felt a tingling sensation. What's wrong? Day tried to ask. Brick was biting his bottom lip, not daring to say he was nervous. Even if he doesn't tell, he knows because Brick's channel clamped down hard on Day's finger. Brick rocked his hips forward and back excitedly. Day moved his fingers in and out alternately, teasing Brick's hole, alternating on both sides. Brick moves his hips back and forth, making it unbearable for Day because his soft buttock is crushing and squeezing Day's cock. Lift yourself up, Day said in a husky voice. Brick slowly got to his feet on shaky legs. Day took his finger out and held his erection in the straight position. The slim figure sits on Day's staff as Day slowly seeps into his tunnel. Ow! Day moans uncontrollably as Brick presses into his lap until his entrance is devouring Day's penis. Ugh! Brick swallowed his groan. Day looked at Brick, whose brows creased in embarrassment. Day sliding a hand up to caress the back of Brick's head and tilted him towards himself. Warm lips landed on Brick's lips, inserting his tongue and intertwining with Brick's tongue. A low groan from his throat had Day moving both hands to squeeze his hips and lift them up and down. Move over and help me, Day said in a shaky voice. Brick then grabbed Day's strong shoulder and began to move up and down as Day ordered. His face distorted from the tingling sensation. Day also helped support Brick's buttocks. Day's two legs are spread apart to support Brick and cushion his body. Damn. Day groaned softly until Brick's face turned red. He was not used to Day's moans. Brick moaned as Day slammed his hips down on his channel, allowing Day's cock to go deeper. Yeah, don't be rough, Brick said as Day smiled. But I like it, Day replied and started moving his hips fast back and forth until Brick had to match the pace. The sound of skin slapping echoed with moaning from both sides. Day moved his other hand to grip Brick's erection and rocked up and down. Brick's husky voice moaned nonstop. When Day quickened the movements with his hand, Brick fell onto Day's shoulder. Both men were sweating. Hey, Day. Ow. I can't take it. Brick moaned when he realized he was about to come. You squeezed too hard again. Damn it. Are you going to keep tensing up? Day said in a soft tone because he too was close to releasing. Brick accelerated his pace, and Day also accelerated his hand movements faster than before. Brick tensed as he covered Day's stomach with his warm liquid, a warm feeling in his abdomen. Day also freed himself inside Brick's body. The lean figure leans against Day's shoulders, exhausted. Do I need to shower again? Day said. Brick frowned and lifted his head to look at Day. So what would you like to do? Brick said before falling silent. Day just looked at him. Good mouth. I'll do it again soon, Day said. You said it would be just one round. That's enough for today, Brick said. Day took Brick from his lap and took the thin body to wash in the bathroom too. After taking another shower, Brick was lying weakly on the wide bed. He looked at the clock and realized it was after 2 o'clock. What are you doing? Brick asked when he saw Day open the balcony door. I'm going to smoke, Day replied. I want one, Brick said because he thought the nicotine might at least help cure some of his pain. You're a little boy. You don't need to smoke, Day said before closing the balcony door to keep the smoke out of the room. Brick wrinkled his nose in annoyance. Brick's thought. Idiot, what a stupid man. Damn you. Acts like I never smoked. Brick muttered to himself before losing interest in Day. Brick was very tired and started to fall asleep slowly. After a while, He could feel someone sleeping next to him. The figure pulled his body into a hug, but Brick was too sleepy to open his eyes. He knew that the person he was hugging was Day. Before Brick went to sleep, he felt the softness and warmth on his smooth forehead. It was soft, but he does not know what it is. Brick! Brick! Wake up! Day shook Brick's body hard. This made the thin figure widen his eyes in disgust. Ugh! Brick replied in his throat, trying to back away from the person calling him, but Day grabbed him first. It's 5 in the morning. You need to get up, Day shouted. Brick slowly opened his eyes again. Is it 5 already? Brick muttered before slowly leaning over to sit up. His eyes were still not open, and his hair was disheveled. Go back and sleep at the condo. I'll be there soon, Day said again. Brick slowly got out of bed and followed Day, but when he reached the stairs, oh! A scolding voice sounded from the back. Day immediately turned to look. Brick had fallen down the stairs in the dark. Luckily, he was only 2 steps from the ground. Stupid, Day said immediately. Well, I can't see the stairs, and you don't turn on the lights either, Brick said bluntly, covering his mouth with his hand because he accidentally made a loud noise. Why do I have to turn on a light? They asked. I'm not used to the stairs at your house. I'm going to break my neck like this. What am I supposed to do? Brick said, lowering his voice a bit. Then why do I have to do this for you? You say that as if you're coming to stay with me here. They scoffed. The thin figure paused. Oh, I forgot. This is your and your brother's house, Brick said with a strange feeling in his heart. Day glared at Brick before turning away. Wait, you're not going to help me? Brick immediately asked. Stupid, get up, Day replied before walking away. Brick grumbles a bit before slowly getting up and following Day outside. Then he gets in his car. Day drives off and drops Brick in front of the condo. Walk in alone. I'll go back and take care of my brother. Oh, don't forget if you're going somewhere. Call me first, Day said. Then I'm going to class. I don't want to go without studying for a long time, Brick said. So, you're not ashamed of the marks, are you? They asked. I can't feel embarrassed about this anymore. I spent a lot of time with you. My face and body are full of the marks you have left. Brick spoke quickly and hurriedly got out of the car because he was afraid that Day would do something before bringing him home. The next day, Brick woke up and took a quick shower before calling Nick to have him pick him up to take him to class. Why did you decide to go today? Nick asked when Brick got into his car. You haven't changed your mind, have you? Brick said before dialing another friend's number. Hello, what are you doing? Gear's voice answered the phone. How are you? Brick asked. I'm at the hospital. For is sleeping in the next room. Gear replied. Did something happen? Brick asked again. My body is fine, but my heart hurts a little. How are you? What have you done tonight? You didn't sound very good when you warned me on the phone. Gear asked back, feeling the same concern for his friend. I'm fine. I'm going to class now. I'll call to check on you and for later, Brick said in a normal tone. The thin figure does not want Gear and For to know. Okay, I'll let you go then. Gear replied. If I'm free, I'll come visit you, Brick said, thinking about the word free because he still does not know if he can visit Gear. What would Day say? Okay, that's all for now. I must eat and take medicine, Gear told his friend and hung up. How is he? Nick asked his friend. He's going to sleep at the hospital, Brick said, looking stressed. So, when morning class is over, shall we go visit him? Nick offered. I'd like to call and ask Day first to see if he will let me go, Brick said. What the hell? Why do you have to call and ask him first? Didn't you say he had to look after his brother? He won't know if you're gone, Nick said. But if he finds out later, I'm the unlucky one, Brick said. What the fuck? You act like a wife who's afraid of her husband catching her running around. You must call and ask permission all the time. Does he even know you're going to class? Nick said to his friend. I told him last night. What the hell are you talking about? Who's the husband? Who's the wife? Who's being stupid? Brick told Nick, pretending to be ignorant. Tell me, what position do you think you hold? The husband or the wife? Nick pretended to come back. Shoo, you talk a lot. I'm not in any position at all. I'm just waiting for the day he lets me go, Brick said quietly finally. But I think you're getting used to living with that bastard now. You're enduring everything, Nick said, not getting mad at his friend. Stop talking about it. I'm hungry. It's not time for class yet. So take me to a restaurant first, Brick said. Didn't your husband prepare a meal for you? Nick asked. Damn it, Nick. What fucking husband? Nobody is my husband or my wife. If you keep saying this, then I won't go with you, Brick said as though he would win. Nick smiled before raising one of his hands as if he was surrendering to Brick. The two went to look for a rice shop near the university. He parked the car, then they went down to have breakfast. They both sat down and waited a while for the food. Brick took out his phone, deciding whether to call or text to tell Day. He chose to text. "Hey, Day, I'm going to visit Gear at the hospital around noon." Brick. The thin figure hit send on the message. Less than 5 minutes later, his phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. Brick answered the call when he saw it was Day. "Hell," Brick answered the call. "Don't be stubborn." Day's voice interrupted Brick loud enough for Nick to hear across the table. "I'm just going to visit my friend," Brick said. "Why do you have to go and visit him?" "Let him sit and rot for a day," Day said. "Why do you have to curse my friend?" Brick replied. "So why can't I curse him?" "You're not my wife," Day said. Nick nudged Brick and asked quietly, "Day won't let you go?" And Brick nodded without saying a word. "And where are you now? And with whom?" Day asked. Brick got ready to speak because he knows exactly what Day is thinking. "In the rice shop near the campus," Brick answered shortly. "With whom?" Day asked in a stern voice. "Friend," Brick replied. "Who is the friend? Tell me his name," Day yelled again. Brick wonders why Day gets so annoyed that he yells at him every time, even though Brick is not doing anything wrong. "That bastard is an angry dog," Nick said, hearing Day screaming. He said it loud and with annoyance. "Whose voice is that? Who are you with, Brick?" Day screamed so loud that Brick had to take the phone away from his ear just as their meal is brought out. He's here," Brick was about to say. "Enough. Let's stop talking and eat," Nick said before picking up Brick's phone and ending the call. "Damn it, Nick, what are you doing to me?" Brick almost screamed when Nick hung up on Day. "The rice has arrived. Why are you complaining? It's a waste of time. He won't let you go. The end. Now eat," Nick said nonchalantly, giving Brick a spoonful of rice. But Brick wanted to bite his tongue because he knew Day would be very angry. Ring, ring, ring. Brick's phone suddenly rang. He took a deep breath before answering the call. Nick looked at him with pity. "Hey, Day." "Hey," Brick said. How dare he end the call? "Who are you with? Who dares to hang up on me?" Day yelled. "Why are you screaming?" "My hand slipped and hit the button by mistake," Brick said, complaining. "You think I'm stupid, Brick?" Before the call ended, I heard what your friend said. Day said. Brick's thought. "What an idiot. I don't believe you," Brick said, looking annoyed. "Who are you with?" Day asked again. "AI Nick," Brick said. "You're done, bastard." Day cursed. "Why do you have to curse me?" "That's it. If you don't want me to visit AI Gear, then I won't go." "I will eat and go to class soon," Brick said. Please tell your friend that he annoys me a lot. I'll arrange something nice for you," Day concluded before hanging up. Brick sighed wearily. He did not want to tell Nick what Day said because his friend would get mad. "He's fucking jealous," Nick said after Brick had hung up. "Who's acting like he's jealous? Let's go. Let's go. Are you done trying to get me hurt?" Brick said. "I'm guessing you're an M type," Nick said as he ate. Brick frowned slightly. "What is type M?" Brick asked incredulously. "The masochists? The ones who are happy when they are in pain." "It's the opposite of a sadist," Nick said. Brick paused and started to think about whether he's a masochist or not. Even though he doesn't want to admit it, sometimes it feels so good when Day hurts him while they are having sex. You're talking nonsense." Brick immediately shook his head to get the matter out of his head. Nick could only chuckle at Brick's expression. Brick continues eating while looking out of the store until he sees a familiar person walking on the opposite side of the store. "That's Day's friend Neil," Brick said hoarsely. Nick turned to follow Brick's eyes. "Who?" Nick asked. "Day's friend Neil. He went shopping at 7-Eleven. He's coming out." "He's that tall guy with the tattoo on his arm," Brick said because Neil was wearing a black and white shirt and looked nervous. Nick glanced across the street. He did not look for very long because they were standing on the sidewalk and were about to cross the road. "Damn, he looks so cool. That's my favorite type," Nick said immediately after seeing the tall figure. Neil did not see either of them. "You can stop being a rhino. Are you willing to have a man eat you like you are food?" Brick told his friend because he knows Nick can be a husband or wife. If he has sex with a man, Nick will gladly admit that he is the wife, and his friends won't say anything. "If it's for him, I can be with that type of man," Nick replied. "I beg you, don't mess with this person. He's just as bad as Day. If you don't want to die, don't mess with him." Brick warned his friend but did not mention what Neil had done. "Don't you know, Brick, that your friend likes bad boys?" Nick said sarcastically before looking at Neil. Brick shook his head at his friend's stupidity. Chapter 13. After they finished eating, they returned to campus and spent the rest of the day in class. Brick didn't call Day at all. He had missed several classes, so he had a lot of work to catch up on. On top of that, Gear and Four had dumped their chores on him. They didn't call Brick either. Not until classes ended that afternoon. Brick and Nick walked out of the university together. Want to grab something to eat? I can drive you home afterward, Nick offered. Brick hesitated. You should call your husband first, Nick teased when he noticed Brick's expression. My husband? If you're going to keep saying things like that, then forget it. We don't have to go together. I'm kidding. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Nick grinned. Brick sighed before pulling out his phone. He walked a few steps away so Nick couldn't overhear the conversation. The phone rang for a while. What's up? They answered. I'm done with class, Brick said. So? They asked flatly. Brick paused. Nothing. I just wanted to let you know. Nick and I are going to grab something to eat before I head back to the condo. I'm too lazy to order delivery. Day's indifferent reply made Brick frown. You're not going to say anything? What do you want me to say? I don't feel like talking. Go eat, then hurry back to your room. They hung up immediately. Brick stared at his phone with a deep frown. Oh, damn you. I'll come back really late tonight. Just wait. He muttered angrily before returning to Nick. Well, Nick asked. I can go wherever I want and come back whenever I want. Let's go eat. Brick paused. Actually, let's find a bar. I want a drink. Nick frowned. Aren't you afraid that bastard will lose his mind? I'm not worried about him anymore. Brick shrugged. I want a drink. I want to go out and have some fun. Got it. So, are you coming or not? Sure. The two got into Nick's car. As Nick started driving, he glanced sideways at his friend. Why do I get the feeling you're deliberately trying to provoke that idiot? Brick hiccuped in surprise. Who's provoking him? Why would I provoke him? What do I have to be sarcastic about? How should I know? I'm just guessing. Nick shrugged while secretly watching Brick's reaction. Brick only frowned and stared out the window. The two wandered around the mall after eating. They shopped for a while until the evening slipped away. Later, Nick drove Brick back to the condo so he could shower and change. While Brick was in the shower, Nick quietly picked up Brick's phone. He turned the volume all the way down. Then he put it back exactly where he'd found it. After Brick got dressed, they headed to a bar near the university. That same evening, Knight suddenly collapsed in the kitchen. Day rushed him to the hospital. Knight had developed a high fever. Day called his friend, Fu, to stay with Knight while he went home to gather clothes and other necessities for an overnight stay. Give me a little while. I'll go home, grab some things, and come right back. They looked serious. Don't worry. Just don't drive too fast, Fu reminded him. He knew better than anyone how much Day cared about his younger brother. Day nodded. He walked over to Knight's hospital bed and gently stroked his hair. After letting out a quiet sigh, he left the room. He glanced at the clock. It was already after 11. As he walked toward the parking lot, he pulled out his phone and dialed Brick's number. Ring, ring, ring. No answer. Day frowned. He called again. Still nothing. Brick, you're really testing my patience. He clenched his teeth. The exhaustion from worrying about Knight mixed with growing frustration. All the way home, he kept calling. Brick never answered. After arriving home, Day took a deep breath to calm himself. He quickly packed Knight's belongings into a bag before calling Fu. What's up? Fu answered. I might be a little late getting back. Please stay with my brother. No problem. Fu agreed without hesitation. Day hung up and drove straight to the condo. He walked down the hallway, gripping his phone tightly. The moment he opened the bedroom door, the room was empty. Day nearly threw his phone against the wall. Instead, he sat alone in the dark room, waiting. If Brick still didn't come back soon, he'd have no choice but to return to the hospital. Click. The bedroom door finally opened. Brick stepped inside without realizing anyone was there. He reached for the light switch. The room lit up. He turned and froze. Day was sitting on the sofa. His eyes burned with fury. Brick's legs refused to move. Day stood and walked toward him. Smack. The slap sent Brick crashing against the wall. What did I tell you? Day roared. You want to get hurt, don't you, Brick? What the hell did I do? Brick shouted back while holding his burning cheek. Ow. He cried out again as Day grabbed a fistful of his hair and forced his head upward. How many times have I told you to answer your phone? Day yelled. I told you to tell me wherever you go. So you ignored me and went drinking instead? Brick smelled strongly of alcohol. What are you talking about? My phone never rang. Did you even call me? Day ground his teeth. Take out your phone and look. He yanked it from Brick's pocket before shoving it into his hands. There. Brick's eyes widened. 23 missed calls. And his phone was on silent. Brick's thought, damn it, Nick. You were still messing with me. He immediately realized what had happened. Well, Day shouted. Got any excuses now? It hurts. Can you let go first? Brick asked as calmly as he could. Answer me. Day tightened his grip on Brick's hair. I muted my phone during class and forgot to turn the sound back on. I didn't know you'd called. Brick lied. He refused to drag Nick into it. So where did you go? I told you to eat and come straight back. I met up with some friends. We had a few things to talk about. Brick tried pushing Day's hand away. Then I came back. I didn't want to stay alone. I was bored. Besides, I got back before midnight. Day took a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down. Night came first. He released Brick and shoved him onto the sofa. I'll be back. He pointed a finger directly at Brick. We're settling this later. Where are you going? My brother's in the hospital. I have to get back. I know you don't have class tomorrow. So don't leave this room again. I won't be sleeping here tonight. Day grabbed his bag and left. Brick sat there rubbing his aching cheek. So, he came all the way back just to hit me. Then left. He laughed bitterly. It hurts. He gently touched his face. Have you ever stopped to think that I get hurt too? Narcissist. He never cares about anyone else's feelings. Brick lay on the sofa for a long time before finally taking a shower and going to bed. The room felt strangely empty. Sleeping alone suddenly didn't feel the same anymore. What happened? Fu asked after Day returned to the hospital. You've been frowning ever since you got back. Nothing. Day looked at Night sleeping peacefully. I'm just irritated. What else is bothering you? Fu asked. Day quietly tucked the blanket around Night before standing up. Day. Fu looked at him carefully. Are you hiding something from me? Why would you think that? You've been disappearing a lot lately. You always say you're busy. So I'm curious. Day looked at his friend without showing any emotion. I've just been dealing with my brother's problems. Oh. Fu scratched his head. I thought maybe you'd secretly found yourself a wife and were hiding her from us. Day was momentarily speechless. Only Neil knew about Brick. He had no intention of letting anyone else find out. Fu was too kind, too soft-hearted. Unlike him. Or Neil. Don't be ridiculous. How could I think about finding someone when my brother's like this? I don't want to love anyone. My brother hasn't found happiness yet. As long as I can take care of him, that's enough. Day walked onto the balcony and lit a cigarette. Fu followed him. I still think you should find someone. You've made your heart too cold. Find someone who can warm it up. Day slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Who could stay with someone like me? My personality only hurts people. Eventually they'd get tired of me and leave. My life is for my brother. That's enough. Fu leaned against the railing. You don't have to change who you are. Just change a little at a time. Be a little less impatient. You don't have to become perfect, but you could at least try. Day remained silent. He had expected that answer. This wasn't something another person could teach. Everyone had to figure it out for themselves. You should go home. I'll stay with him tonight. Day looked at his friend. I'll come back in the morning. If you need anything, call me. Day nodded. Fu gathered his belongings and left. Day remained alone beside Night's hospital bed. The next morning, Brick woke up early. He showered, got dressed, and ordered breakfast just as Day had instructed. He wanted to call and ask about Night, but he didn't want to be yelled at again. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang. Brick answered immediately. Huh? Still rotting away in the condo. Nick laughed. Nick, you bastard. Brick shouted. Terrible friend. You muted my phone, didn't you? Ha ha. So you figured it out. Nick laughed even harder. How are you? How am I? Brick nearly exploded. If he kills me, are you going to explain it to my parents? Do you know he called me 23 times? Seriously? Nick laughed again. Wow. That bastard really tried. You're still laughing? When I got back, he was sitting in the dark waiting for me. The moment I turned on the light and saw him, my soul nearly left my body. What? Nick gasped. Did he hit you? He slapped me. I'm lucky my mouth didn't split open. Damn. Nick whistled. That's brutal. So, did he fuck you afterward? Brick froze. Where did you even learn words like that? He groaned. Shut up. That's such a dirty question. Nick burst into laughter. Brick, I don't even know exactly what that phrase means. But if you're calling it dirty, that means your mind went there too. So, how many times did he do you? Nothing happened, Brick protested. He had to rush back to the hospital to see his brother. He came here just to slap me, then left. What a shame. Nick sighed dramatically. You sound disappointed. Nick, Brick shouted. You only think about dirty things. Just then, the front door opened. Brick turned. They had returned. The taller man looked straight at him. Nick, I'll call you later. Brick lowered his voice. He's back. He hung up immediately. Bedroom. They spoke quietly. Brick's eyes widened. What are you going to do to me now? What the hell are you thinking? They frowned. Do you think I'm always in the mood for you? I said go to the bedroom. Someone with a personality like his watches documentaries? They glanced at him. Why are you still sitting? Brick lay down. He stayed facing away. Suddenly, strong arms wrapped around him from behind. His back pressed firmly against Day's warm chest. Brick silently admitted. He liked being held like this. It felt warm. Safe. Before he could think any further, Day grabbed his chin. Ow. It hurts. Who were you talking to on the phone? Day asked quietly. He lifted Brick's face. Day? Let me go. Brick tried pulling his hand away. Day released his chin. Instead, he buried his face beside Brick's ear. It was Nick. Brick lied again. We were talking about classes. Ow. Brick cried out. Day suddenly bit his ear before letting go. That hurt. Why did you bite me? I bite to hurt. Day answered calmly. Not to make you happy. Or, do you enjoy it when I bite you? Brick immediately fell silent. Do you know you still owe me a debt? Day murmured against his ear. Brick was surprised. Day wasn't angry anymore. Maybe. He had finally calmed down. I forgot to turn the sound back on. And who gave you permission to drink? You're not my father. Brick argued softly. I'm an adult. I don't see anything wrong with drinking a little. I'm more than your guardian. Day's quiet reply left Brick speechless. How's your brother? Brick quickly changed the subject. He's still not well. The doctor wants him to stay in the hospital longer. Who's taking care of him now? A friend is with him. I'm just resting for a while. Then I'll head back. Is your brother seriously hurt? Day frowned. Why are you asking so much about him? Can't I ask? Brick snapped. If you don't want to answer, then don't. Silence filled the room. Have you ever met Gear's parents? They suddenly asked. Brick frowned. Yeah. I've been to his house plenty of times. What kind of person is his mother? They asked. Brick looked even more confused. Why are you asking about her? Gear's parents came to see me. They wanted to talk about Gear. So I want to know. And then, Brick asked. She asked me some questions. I answered them. Why are you acting so suspicious? Day replied stiffly. Gear's mother is a very kind woman. She's calm too. What else do you want to know? Brick answered impatiently. Day quietly fell into thought. Chapter 14. Day stayed silent and didn't say anything else, but he continued lying behind Brick. Brick tensed, unsure of what Day was going to do. Day pulled him closer and nuzzled his face against Brick's back, catching him off guard. Day, what's wrong with you? Brick asked. Day's silence. Day, what are you planning to do, you bastard? Brick asked again, his voice edged with irritation. Day's arms tightened around him even more. It's nothing. I just have something on my mind. Day replied quietly. His answer only made Brick more uneasy. He tried to turn around to face him, but Day hugged him even tighter. Stay still. I'm just hugging you. Where are you trying to go? Do you want me to stop, or do you want me to do more? Day said sternly. Brick stopped struggling and let out a heavy sigh. Damn it, Day. I'm just trying to turn around and face you. You don't want me to? Cannot. Brick said in frustration. Without another word, Day finally loosened his embrace. Brick turned around to face him. Ow. Why did you slap me on the mouth? Brick complained. The moment he turned around, Day had lightly smacked him across the mouth. It didn't hurt, but it caught him by surprise. You dare raise your voice at me? Day said softly before lying on his back and resting a hand across his forehead. Brick's thought. Damn it. The moment I turn around, the tiger attacks. Day glanced at him. I'm tired, idiot. Do you want me to hit you? Should I do it right now? Day asked. Brick flinched, realizing Day had heard him muttering under his breath. I'm joking, Brick replied. He knew Day didn't believe him. Silence filled the room. Brick could tell Day had a lot on his mind. Otherwise, someone as strong as him wouldn't be this quiet. Are you thinking about your brother? Brick finally asked. Day narrowed his eyes. Who else would I be thinking about? He answered calmly. The pain in Brick's chest returned, but he forced himself to ignore it. Then why did you ask about Gear's parents? What do they have to do with him? Brick asked curiously. Day turned to answer, but before he could, ring, ring, ring. His phone rang. Day reached over to the bedside table and picked it up. The moment he saw the caller ID, he frowned. What's wrong, Fu? He answered immediately since Fu was looking after Knight. Fu's voice. Day? Knight disappeared from his hospital room. I searched everywhere, but I can't find him. The moment Day heard those words, he shot upright on the bed. Brick, startled, sat up as well. What do you mean my brother is gone? Weren't you watching him, Fu? Day shouted. Fu's voice. I went downstairs to get something from my car. He was asleep before I left. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Was it that bastard Gear? Hasn't he given up yet? Day roared. At that moment, Gear was the only person he could think of. His heart burned with rage and fear. Knight was still sick, yet he had disappeared. Fu's voice. Day, maybe it wasn't Gear. I'm going to find him. Maybe Knight's at the hospital where Gear is. Ignoring any attempt to reason with him, Day ended the call and jumped out of bed. Where are you going? Brick asked as he hurried after him. Day turned around, his eyes cold. It has to be your friend who took my brother again. How far will he go to destroy me and Knight? Day shouted in Brick's face. Your brother disappeared? Brick asked in shock. Yes. My brother is sick. If anything happens to him, I'll kill your friend, and you too. Be ready. Breathing heavily with rage, Day stormed out of the room. Brick remained frozen. Even so, he was certain it wasn't Gear this time. He didn't dare argue with Day while he was furious. Instead, he paced back and forth anxiously before pulling out his phone and calling Gear. No answer. Brick grew increasingly impatient, but all he could do was wait for news. The sound of the front door opening finally broke the silence. About 3 hours later, Day returned with a grim expression. Brick hurried over. Hey, Day. What's wrong? Day's silence. Ignoring him, Day walked to the closet and started searching for something. Day, stop ignoring me. It wasn't Gear who took Knight, was it? Brick asked again. Seriously? Why are you asking about Knight? It wasn't your friend. It was my friend. Day screamed. Brick flinched. Your friend? Who? So you're sure it wasn't Gear? He asked. Day spun around, grabbed both of Brick's shoulders, and shook him violently. Why? Are you relieved it wasn't your friend? You didn't even ask how my brother was doing. Day shouted. Overwhelmed with emotion, he shoved Brick so hard that the thinner man staggered backward. Suddenly, Brick lost his balance and fell. He immediately shoved both hands against Day's chest, forcing him back. Can you learn to listen for once? Brick shouted. You're yelling at me like I'm not even a person. Just because you think I'm a terrible person doesn't mean I'm not worried about your brother too. You always assume I'm trying to hurt him. You always think I'll do something bad to him again. Just listen to me for once. Day stared at him without speaking. After grabbing what he needed, he headed for the door. Before he could leave, Brick rushed in front of him and blocked the way. What the fuck are you doing? Day snapped. I asked you something. Tell me where you're going. He would rather get hit than be left wondering where Day was going or how angry he really was. I'm going to beat the shit out of my friend Neil. Day growled. He tried to push past him, but Brick grabbed his arm. So it was Neil who took Knight. Then why are you going alone? Call the police, Brick urged. I don't need the police or anyone else's help. This is between me and Neil. Day shouted. But what if you get hurt? What if you get yourself killed? Brick blurted out. Day stopped and looked at him. Then you'd be happy because you'd finally be free of me. Let me go? I'm going to get my brother. I'll be back. He shook Brick's hand off and hurried out. Brick watched the bedroom door slam shut behind him. Stupid Day. Bastard. Ugh. If you're so determined to die, then go. If you think you're so strong, then go. He shouted into the empty room, trying to suppress his emotions. His eyes turned red as tears gathered. I'm not worried about you. I'm not worried about you. I'm just. His voice trailed off. Ding. Dong. The doorbell rang. Brick got up and opened the door. He already knew who it was. What's wrong? Nick asked as soon as the door opened. Brick dropped onto the sofa with a defeated look. Nothing. I just didn't want to be alone. After Day left, Brick had called Nick, asking him to come over. It hadn't taken long for him to arrive. Brick, what's going on? Nick asked, looking him over. It's Knight. Day said one of his friends took him from the hospital. Really? Does Gear know? Nick asked in shock. I think so. Day went on a rampage at Gear before finding out it was actually his own friend. Brick didn't mention Neil's name. Where did Day go? He went to get his brother back. He's probably fighting with his friend right now. Nick studied Brick carefully. Brick, are you worried about Day? Brick immediately looked at him. Who cares about him? I'm not worried. Nick sighed quietly. Then I must have misunderstood after seeing the look on your face. Brick remained silent. I'm not worried about him, he repeated stubbornly. Nick chose not to argue. Judging by Brick's expression, it was obvious he was deeply conflicted. So, when are you going to let me be your friend? Nick asked. Brick looked up. Did you need something? Did I bother you by calling? No. I'm just asking. Can you take me back to my house? I want to pick up some clothes and a few things. Are you moving in with Day permanently? Why do you need your belongings? No. You know that as long as he refuses to let me go, I have to stay with him. I just want to get some of my things. He avoided Nick's gaze. Nick smiled awkwardly before nodding. All right, let's go. The two of them left the condo. After dealing with Neil, Day went to the hospital where Knight and Gear had been taken. Doctors and nurses immediately treated the wound on his head. At first, he insisted on seeing Knight immediately, but they forced him to receive treatment first. As soon as they finished, Day arranged for Neil, who was still unconscious at the house where Knight had been found, to be brought to the hospital. Day, are you all right? Gear's mother hurried over with Gear's father and Gus. As soon as everything happened, Day had called Gus to tell him that both Knight and Gear had been stabbed. Gear's safe. He's in the recovery room, Day said calmly as he sat outside Knight's room. What about Knight? Gus asked. He's in here. Day pointed toward Knight's room. Day, Gear's father said. I'm going to transfer both Knight and Gear to the same hospital where Gear was originally admitted. Do you have any objections? Day remained silent. Gear's mother gently squeezed his shoulder. Day, did you hear what father said? He looked at her blankly. What was it? He wants to move both Gear and Knight to the same hospital so they'll be closer to us and receive better care. Okay, Day answered quietly. He didn't have the energy to object. After the transfer, Day stayed beside Knight's bed the entire way until they arrived. Later, after learning Gear had regained consciousness, Day spoke to his parents. I'd like to talk to your son. Come on, Gear's father said to his wife. Let's give them some privacy. The couple walked away. Gear looked at Day. How's Knight? He has a slight fever. He's sleeping in the room next door. Day pulled over a chair and sat a short distance from the bed. Did you want to talk to me about something? Gear asked. Since when have you loved him? Be honest. Gear stared at the ceiling for a long moment before answering. I think, maybe I loved him from the first moment I saw him. But my twisted thoughts blinded me, and I foolishly hurt Knight. When he disappeared from my life for half a year, I thought about him every single day. I never told anyone how much I missed him. At first, I thought it was just guilt. But when I saw him again, I realized it wasn't only guilt. I truly loved him. If you don't believe me, then don't. I'm not saying this so you'll accept me. I'm saying it because it's the truth. I know you won't forgive me. I regret how stupid I was. But I'll do everything I can to earn your acceptance. Day snorted. Honestly, you should have been stabbed in the mouth. Then the doctor could have stitched it shut. Damn, you talk too much. Gear chuckled. He knew Day was only being sarcastic. After a brief silence, will you always love him and take care of him? Day asked. I can't promise the future, but judge me by my actions. What if you make him cry? Then you can kill me. If I kill you, I'll end up in prison. Then who'll take care of him? Gear smiled. He understood what Day meant. Day was finally beginning to open his heart. If you're certain you really love him, then I'll give you the chance to prove it. You have to take better care of him than I ever could. And you have to love him even more than I do. Can you? I can, Gear answered confidently. Day stood and headed for the door. AI Day. Day stopped with his back still facing him. I'm sorry for everything I did tonight. And thank you for giving me a chance. Day smiled faintly. You don't have to apologize to me. You probably don't know this, but I'm just as bad as you are. With that, he left the room. Gear frowned in confusion, wondering what Day had meant. As Day walked back toward Knight's room, he glanced at the clock. It was already after 5 in the morning. He stepped onto the balcony, lit a cigarette, and pulled out his phone. Brick's voice. Hello? How are you? Day frowned. What were you doing? Why does your voice sound like that? Were you sleeping? Or did you just wake up? Brick's voice. Well, I woke up a while ago. I just couldn't sleep. Huh? You can't sleep? Why? You're all alone now. Brick's voice. No. I can sleep by myself. Brick's voice. What about you? Did you find your brother? I found him. He's been brought back. He's in the same hospital as your friend. Brick's voice. Can I come see you? I want to visit your brother, and my friend too. How are you going to get here? Aren't you afraid to take a taxi by yourself? Brick's voice. Can I ask Nick to bring me? Day was quiet for a moment. There's no need. He's probably asleep. You don't have to come. Brick frowned. Brick's voice. Are you coming back to the condo? I don't know. I have to stay and take care of my brother. I have to go. The doctor just came in. Day hung up as the doctor and nurse entered Knight's room. Brick sat silently on the sofa. He hadn't slept at all. He only wanted to know whether Day was safe. After hesitating for a while, he got up, showered, got dressed, and headed downstairs. I'll just take the bus, he muttered. He didn't want to bother Nick. Brick asked the security guard which bus went to the hospital where his friend had been admitted. After finding out, he walked to the bus stop and waited. It took a long time to reach the hospital. After asking for directions, Brick finally found Four's room. He stepped inside. Four was lying there alone. Oh, where the hell have you been, you bastard? I was starting to think you were dead. I'm not in such a hurry to die before you. Brick replied irritably. What the hell are you wearing? It's hot outside, and you're dressed in a long-sleeved turtleneck. Do you think you're in Korea? Brick casually adjusted the collar, making sure Four couldn't see the marks Day had left. It's hot, so I don't want the sun. But what about you? How are you? How's Gear? I'm fine, as you can see. As for Gear, he's sleeping in the next room. He got stomped on by Knight's brother. Apparently that wasn't enough, because he still ran off looking for Knight and ended up getting stabbed. What do you mean he got stabbed? Brick asked in shock. Why hadn't Day told him? Why are you so surprised? He's not dead. He went to save Knight. He tried to protect him and got stabbed. I don't know why he'd protect Knight like that, Four grumbled. Really? What the hell? Brick nearly stumbled. What's wrong with you? Four asked. Nothing. I'm going to see Gear. Brick hurried toward the door before Four could ask any more questions. Oh, by the way, how's Knight? Brick asked. He's sleeping in the room next to Gear. Brick left Four's room at once. He walked past Gear's room without going inside. Instead, he stopped in front of the room beside it. After hesitating for a moment, he knocked softly, then slowly opened the door. Chapter 15. As soon as the door to Knight's room opened, Day immediately looked over. The moment he saw Brick walk in, he frowned. Without a word, he grabbed Brick by the wrist and pulled him into the bathroom. Why did you come? I told you not to. Day whispered harshly. Brick ignored the question completely. He was too shocked by the bruises and cuts covering Day's face and body. Did you hurt your head too? Brick asked as he reached toward the stitched wound. Before his fingers could touch it, Day caught his wrist. I asked why you're here, Day repeated calmly. Well, I came to visit Gear and Four. But first, I wanted to make sure you weren't dead, Brick replied, carefully looking him over from head to toe. Huh, it's going to take a lot more than this to kill someone like me. So, have you eaten anything? Did you take your medicine? Brick asked, barely paying attention to Day's answer. No. Then why aren't you eating? Your wounds won't heal if you don't. Stop acting like you're my mother. Go home. Day grabbed Brick by the arm and tried to drag him out of Knight's room. He still didn't want anyone to know about the relationship between him and Brick. You're always like this. Damn it. I can't say anything, and I can't do anything, can I? Brick shouted angrily. Keep your voice down. My brother's sleeping. Go back to the condo. I'll go home. As for you, if you want to die, then do whatever you want, Brick snapped. Try it. If I come back and you're not at the condo, I'll drag you back myself and kick your ass all the way home. Day glared at him. Brick fell silent. It hurt being chased away like this. He left without another word. Fortunately, Knight hadn't heard any of the argument. After leaving the hospital, Brick called his parents. A short while later, his father arrived to pick him up. When he got home, he walked inside with a gloomy expression. Brick, have you eaten yet? His mother asked. I'm not hungry. I'm going to sleep. Without waiting for another question, Brick went to his room. He switched off his phone, lay down on the bed, and thought about Day until he eventually drifted off. Knock. Knock. Brick. Brick. Open the door. It's Mom. Brick slowly got out of bed and opened the door. What is it? I haven't slept much. Your father wants you to come say hello to Uncle Subhot. He's his old friend. He came to visit, and he asked about both of us. Why do I have to go? Can't you do it? Do you want your father to come and drag you out himself? Brick sighed quietly. Fine. He followed his mother to his father's office, located inside their family business. Their company specialized in importing all kinds of automotive accessories, including parts, sound systems, and other car equipment. This is Brick, his mother said. Come on. Say hello to your uncle first, his father said. Brick stepped inside. A middle-aged man sat there with a young man beside him. He's as handsome as his father was when he was young, the older man teased. Dad, Brick, this is my friend, Uncle Subhot. Brick respectfully greeted him. And this is my son, Chow P. He drives the same model car as ours. Brick nodded politely. The young man hadn't taken his eyes off him since he'd entered. Dad, do you need anything else? I'm sleepy. You spend all your time outside, never sleep properly, and rarely help at the shop. So today you're helping. He brought his car in for a new sound system. Go give him some recommendations, then you can sleep. Can't one of the mechanics do it? Brick asked. His father's stare made it clear that wasn't an option. Fine. Let's go. P smiled before following Brick out of the office. What kind of sound system are you looking for? Brick asked. Have you looked at anything yet? Which university do you go to? P asked instead. You don't need to know that. Just talk normally. I don't mind. Good. I think we'd look good together. Brick glanced at him, but said nothing. So, what exactly do you want? He asked again. A face like yours shouldn't be talking about car stereos. Brick sighed. Again with my face? What's your problem? Are we fixing your stereo or not? You're cute, but you're pretty cold. Brick shot him an icy glare. Who are you calling cute? You. Seriously, do you have a boyfriend? Why do you want to know? Brick asked, clearly annoyed. He didn't like his father's friend's son. It wasn't because of the tattoos. Brick had tattoos himself. So did Day. But P's tattoos reminded him of Neil, and of the day Day had allowed Neil to touch him. That memory alone made him dislike P. So that's why you're angry with me. P laughed. Come on. Don't be upset. I'll show you my car. Your dad said you're really good with this stuff. He led Brick over to the car. Brick climbed into the driver's seat to inspect the stereo. P stood outside with one hand resting on the roof. Is this still the original stereo, or has it already been replaced? Brick asked. Which one? P replied as he leaned into the car. Brick immediately shifted away. Why are you climbing in here? Don't you remember what's in your own car? He tried to push P back out. Instead, P resisted. Inside the cramped vehicle, their faces ended up only inches apart. Knock. Knock. Someone tapped on the driver's side window. Brick looked over. His eyes widened. Day. He stood outside the window with an unreadable expression. His eyes were cold. He didn't say a word. Brick immediately shoved P away and climbed out of the car. His heart pounded. Not because of P, because of Day. Day slowly shifted his gaze between Brick and P. P looked equally surprised. How did you get here? Brick asked awkwardly. He hurried toward Day. Day leaned casually against P's car with a cigarette between his fingers. That calm expression frightened Brick more than anger ever could. It reminded him of the calm sea before a storm. So, Day said quietly, what exactly is this? Brick swallowed hard. Moments ago, he'd still been upset with Day. Now, all of that anger had vanished. Not because he'd forgiven him, but because he didn't want to make him any angrier. His mind went completely blank. And who is this guy? Day asked flatly. P heard every word. He's my father's friend's son. He wanted to replace his car stereo. My father asked me to give him some advice. Brick avoided P's suspicious gaze. What exactly were you recommending? Day asked. He pulled Brick possessively against him, wrapping an arm around his neck. Brick could feel the strength in that embrace. He already knew exactly what kind of mood Day was in. It was nothing, Day. Get in the car. We're going back to the condo. Brick, P interrupted. We were still talking about my stereo. Day slowly turned toward him. I'll have one of the mechanics help you. I've got something urgent to do. Brick immediately shouted toward the workshop. Hey, someone come help this customer pick out a sound system. I'm heading out. One of the employees walked over. Huh? You just brought him here yourself. What if your dad asks? Just tell him I had something urgent. Brick had no intention of staying. Huh? Brick, are you really dumping me that easily? P asked. I already asked someone else to help you. Day, let's go. Brick grabbed Day's arm and hurried him toward the car. Brick, I'll call you, P shouted after him. Day instantly turned to look at Brick. Without answering, Brick hurriedly pulled Day into the car. Unlock it. Day silently pressed the remote. Brick climbed inside immediately. Day glanced at P one last time before getting into the driver's seat. Hey, AI Day, can you drive a little slower? Brick's voice trembled. It was already dark outside. Day was flying past every car on the road. Are you afraid of dying? Day asked quietly, eyes fixed on the road. Of course I am. Day smiled coldly. You disobeyed me, so you must not be that afraid. I only went home to help my dad. I haven't helped at the shop in a long time. So today you suddenly decided to become a good son? His tone remained calm. That somehow made it even more unsettling. Brick became even more confused. So, if you're here, who's taking care of your brother? They didn't answer. Brick quietly turned to stare out the window, gripping his seat belt tightly. Eventually, they arrived at the condo. Brick quickly climbed out. He didn't want to make Day any angrier. He silently followed him upstairs. Standing outside the apartment door, he hesitated. What are you standing there for? Day asked softly. Brick slowly walked inside. Day crossed the room and collapsed onto the long sofa. Brick stood awkwardly in the middle of the room. After a moment, he walked over and sat beside him. Closing his eyes, he rubbed his temples. Hey, Day, how long have you known that bastard? Day asked quietly. Brick blinked. Who? Your father's friend's son. I only met him today. And did he ask for your number? Brick was surprised. Day wasn't yelling like usual. No, we only talked for about half an hour. Then why did he say he'd call you? I don't know. He doesn't even have my number. Besides, I don't even like him. Why? Day asked shortly. Brick suddenly noticed something strange. He crouched beside the sofa and placed both hands on Day's forehead and cheeks. Day, you're burning up. Only now did he realize how hot Day's body was. I'm fine. Go away. Day gently pushed him aside and lay back down. Damn it, you dragged me all the way here just to chase me away again. Seriously, did you even take any medicine? Huh. I don't have any. And I haven't eaten. Why? Brick could feel the heat in Day's breath. Are you crazy? You've been fighting until you're covered in injuries. Your head's been stitched. You need painkillers and anti-inflammatory medicine. You've been so busy taking care of your brother that you even forgot to eat. Day opened one eye. You're talking too much. It's annoying. I'm going to sleep. Brick frowned before walking into the bedroom. Day remained silent. He didn't want Brick to know the real reason he kept pushing him away. A few minutes later, he felt something cool against his face. What? He slowly opened his eyes. Brick was wiping his face with a damp towel. What are you doing? Do you think I'm washing clothes? Stay still. Don't bother. I'm fine. No, you're not. Stop acting tough for once. If you're sick, admit you're sick. You don't have to pretend in front of me. When are you finally going to stop lying? If you collapse like this, who's going to take care of your brother? Day frowned. I want a cigarette. You're not smoking. Brick reached into Day's pocket and took out his cigarette pack. I'll clean you up. Then you'll eat, take your medicine, and go to sleep. Day watched him. Let me recover first. You really do have a smart mouth. Then get better soon. Brick carefully wiped him down. Are you wearing boxers? Yeah. Brick swallowed. He unbuttoned Day's jeans and pulled them off, leaving him in only his boxers. Carefully, he cleaned the rest of Day's body, avoiding only the one place he couldn't bring himself to touch. So, are you sleeping here or in the bedroom? Here. Brick spread a blanket over him before heading into the kitchen. He searched through the cupboards before opening the medicine cabinet in the bedroom. Brick's voice. Mom, if someone has a fever because of inflammation, what medicine should they take? His mother's voice complained about him running off instead of entertaining his father's guests. Brick's voice. Mom, don't complain. My friend's sick, so I came to look after him. What should I feed him? Okay. Wait. How do you cook instant rice porridge? I've never done it before. He hurried back into the living room, checked that Day was asleep, then returned to the kitchen. Hold on. I need the pot. Where is it? Ah, found it. Still talking to his mother on the phone, Brick followed every instruction until the porridge was ready. After hanging up, he poured it into a bowl and placed it on the coffee table. AI Day, wake up. Eat some porridge first. Then you can take your medicine. I'm not hungry. Even if you're not hungry, you still have to eat. Come on. I made it myself. Day looked at the bowl. I don't really want to eat it. Can I not? Brick's thought. He's sick, and now he can't even argue properly. If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away. And then I'll go home. A moment later, Day slowly pushed himself upright. His face looked exhausted. Even so, his brows remained tightly knitted. What are you staring at? Where's the porridge? Brick quickly placed the bowl in front of him. Do you want me to feed you? I'm not crippled. Brick wrinkled his nose. Day picked up the spoon and began eating. After a few bites, did you make this? Why? You don't think I can cook? Huh. I thought you had someone else make it. I heard a lot of noise. Brick froze for a split second. You must have been dreaming. Finish eating so you can take your medicine. Day ate half the bowl before putting the spoon down. Why aren't you eating anymore? If I eat another bite, I'll probably throw up all over you. Brick immediately handed him the medicine. Day swallowed the pills with water and lay back down. Brick quietly carried the empty bowl into the kitchen. Don't go anywhere while I'm asleep. If you leave, I'll come after you. If you don't believe me, try it. Day closed his eyes. Brick sighed with relief. Brick's thought, damn, even half asleep, he's still threatening people. He finished washing the bowl before returning to the bedroom. Grabbing a pillow and a blanket, he spread them out on the floor beside the sofa. Day, are you asleep? I can't sleep if you keep talking. You've been sleeping for a while. Can I put on a movie? Brick turned on a movie before lying down beside the sofa. Day appeared to be asleep. Yet every so often, he quietly opened his eyes to check whether Brick was still there. Brick's thought, sigh, why am I taking care of someone like this? Wouldn't it be easier to just let him die? Even so, he kept getting up to wring out the damp cloth and gently wiped Day's face. It was the first time in his life he had ever taken care of anyone like this. Chapter 16. Brick watched a movie and tried to get some sleep. Periodically, he would get up to check on Day and wipe him down. After taking his medicine, Day fell asleep. No matter how many times Brick wiped him down, he did not complain or get angry. It did not even wake him up. This made Brick realize just how exhausted and sick Day must have been feeling. Ring, ring, ring. It was Day's phone ringing. The sound startled Brick. He instantly picked up the phone to see who was calling. The caller ID read Fu. Brick frowned to himself in confusion because he did not know Fu. He only knew Day's friend Neil. He remembered hearing Day talk to this person. It was probably the person who had been taking care of Night for him. Brick decided to answer the call. P. Day, a voice spoke before Brick could say anything. He froze when he heard the voice. P. Day, can you hear me? Brick's heart ached when he realized the person calling was Day's brother, Night. Is this? Brick did not know where to start, but the other person seemed to figure out that the person who answered the call was not his brother. Who is this? You're not P. Day, right? Night asked in a low voice. No, Night. I'm a friend of Day's. He's asleep, so I answered the phone for him. Brick pretended to be friends with the tall figure because he did not think Night would recognize his voice either way. Oh, you are his friend. Has he been asleep for a while? Night asked again. Suddenly, before Brick could answer, the phone was snatched out of his hand. Day placed a hand on his forehead and held the phone up to his ear. What's wrong, Night? Day asks his brother while trying to make his voice sound normal. Brick sat up and looked at Day with a pout on his face. Even when he was wiping Day down, he did not wake up. However, as soon as he realized his brother was calling, he instantly woke up to take the call. Brick's thought, I'm not jealous of him. I'm just annoyed with him. P. Day, where are you? Why don't you come stay with me? The young boy's voice asked. Day knew Night probably thought he did not care about him because Day paved the way for Gear. Well, I came back to the condo to get some sleep, Day replied, watching Brick out of the corner of his eye. Which friend are you with? Does he know me? The voice of your friend sounds familiar, but I don't remember where I've heard it before, Night asked. You don't know each other. Anyway, do you want something or not? I'll go get it for you, Day said, sitting up. Where are you going? Brick asked when he saw Day sit up. I'm going to see my brother, Day replied, turning to Brick. Are you crazy? You're not feeling well. Here, give me the phone. Brick snatched the phone from Day's hand and ran to the balcony to talk. He knew that Day would not be able to get up before he finished talking. No, Night. Brick called out to the person on the other end of the line. Night was confused by the person speaking on his brother's phone. Yes, Night responded. Well, your brother is sick. I want him to sleep a little longer. You can be alone, right? Brick asked as he looked back at Day, who was now walking toward him. P. Day, are you sick? What's wrong? Knight asked back, worried about his brother. Suddenly, Day quickly reaches Brick. He grabs the phone out of his hand and shoves him into the glass door of the balcony. Brick felt heat radiating from Day's body as he pinned him against the door. Knight, Day called his brother again. Day, you are sick. Why didn't you tell me? Knight's voice asked restlessly because he was not feeling well either. It's nothing. I'll come to you soon, Day told his younger brother while glaring at Brick. Don't come. I won't let you come. Day must lie down and rest. If you come, I will be angry. I will run away to Gear's house and won't see you anymore, Knight threatened his brother. Day was gasping for air due to his high body temperature. You would dare to leave me alone? Day asked his brother in a low voice. Brick stood still and listened, thinking in his heart, why does not Day speak to him in that tone? He could not think too much about it, so he pushed his thoughts away. I don't want to, Day, but I don't want you to come here until you are better. Don't worry about me. Fu and Gear's parents are here to take care of me. I will stay with them tonight. Day, please, Knight pleaded with his brother. Day let out a sigh. Okay, get a lot of rest. If something important comes up, call me immediately. That's all, Day said to his brother before hanging up and turning to look at Brick with a tense expression on his face. What the hell are you doing? Who told you that you could tell my brother that I was not feeling well? Day asked, no longer having to disguise his now hoarse voice. You're really sick. How can you go out and take care of your brother? If you walk out into the parking lot, you'll fall for sure, Brick said. It does not matter, Day said before disappearing into the bedroom. Oh, you can't be too busy or even bother to take care of yourself, Brick said in annoyance before going to sit on the sofa while fuming. Someone who cannot even wipe himself or find his own food and medicine cannot even utter a word of gratitude. You're worrying about your brother, but when will you have time to find yourself a wife? Brick complained before freezing at his own words. Does he have a wife yet? I do not know anything about him, Brick muttered to himself. Oh, Brick frowned as he heard a noise. Brick. A voice sounded like it was trying to shout out louder. What? Brick replied in a harsh voice, sitting still on the sofa, because he was still angry with Day. Come into the bedroom, Day shouted again. Brick was silent and did not answer. Day was silent for a moment. I told you to come into the room. Do you want to test my patience? Day made another noise. Brick let out an exhausted sigh before getting up and walking to the bedroom, but stopping at the bedroom door. What's wrong? Brick asked in a hushed tone, seeing Day spread out on the wide bed with a tired expression. He looks like he's already dead, but he's still acting like he's fierce. Brick secretly thought about Day in his heart. The tall figure raised his head toward Brick and looked at him. Come here, Day said flatly. Brick walked to the foot of the bed, but Day still did not say anything. Why don't you go out and find your brother? You want to leave, don't you? Brick snorted. Well, which dog told my brother that I was sick? Day asked. It's my fault that you're sick. It's my fault for telling your brother. It's my fault you can't go out to see your brother. It's my fault. Everything I do is always wrong. Brick yelled out in frustration. Day opened his eyes to see Brick standing at the foot of the bed. Yes, it's your fault, so take responsibility, Day said. Take responsibility for what? Brick asked. You have to reduce my fever, Day said back. Brick frowned. I'm not a magician who can snap my fingers and make your fever go away. Aside from that, you must take your medicine on time and get plenty of rest to get rid of your fever, Brick said. Day let out a heavy sigh before giving Brick an evil smile. Brick saw this and instantly felt like he was no longer safe. Why can't you do it? Come closer to me, Day said. Brick looked at Day hesitantly and with a strange premonition. Do you want me to get up and drag you here myself? Day asked in a deep voice. What's wrong? Brick asked in a murky voice. Please take my fever away, Day said. Brick made a confused expression. Take your fever? How? Brick said, confused. Suddenly, sitting in confusion for less than a minute, Brick's body was pulled onto the bed to lie on his back, while Day straddled him from above. What the hell are you doing? Brick pushes against Day's strong chest, but the tall figure pins him down. Take the fever away. I do not feel well, Day said hoarsely before burying his face inside Brick's warm neck. His strong hands locked both of Brick's hands against the mattress. Ugh, you're hot, Brick called out, turning his head in the other direction when he felt Day's hot tongue lick behind his ear. Moving his lips to the nape of Brick's neck, he began sucking on his soft skin, replacing the marks that had begun to fade with new ones. Oh, Day, you're not feeling well, Brick said, becoming aroused from the sensation of Day's hot breath and lips on his skin. Feeling the heat from the fever, goosebumps cover his body. "I'm chasing my fever away," Day said, muttering the words into Brick's neck. More goosebumps erupt from the tingling sensation. Releasing one of Brick's hands, he slips his free hand under Brick's shirt. It was like the heat was teasing him all over his body as Day glided his hand and used his tongue to rub and kiss all over Brick's stomach and chest. Brick shuddered as his long fingers squeezed his small peck. The heat makes Brick wake up quickly. He was shocked that just the feeling of Day's touch alone could get him this excited. Brick was usually able to resist longer. Besides, Day is feeling sick. It should be easier for him to struggle or resist if he does not want Day to do anything to him. Ugh. Brick was startled when Day placed his lips on his own, causing Brick to forget his previous thoughts. Hot tongues intertwined, wrapping around each other. Day was more dominant of the two, but not as much as he usually is. The violent kisses were intense, giving Brick a thrill inside his chest. Day moaned in satisfaction as Brick's tongue circled his own, responding to Day's hot tongue. Day sucked Brick's tongue until he began to tremble. Without realizing it, Brick wrapped his arms around Day's neck, pulling him closer. Day smiled slightly before slipping both hands under the back of Brick's shirt. Day pulls Brick into a sitting position on his lap. Parting his lips, he then uses his mouth to lift Brick's shirt and takes it off before removing his own shirt. Brick presses his lips together, and Day's expression fills with desire. Day pulls Brick into a tight hug. The heat from Day's body immediately spreads to Brick. "Are you planning on running away from me?" Day asks. "Did I squirm or try to get you to let me go?" Brick asked back. "No," Day replied. "That's my answer," Brick said back with a nod. Day smiled lightly. His eyes were glossed over from being sick. Who knew that the sicker he was, the more demanding Day would be? It was the reason why he did not want to get close to Brick. He also was afraid Brick would catch a fever from him because he would not be able to resist, but those thoughts have disappeared now. When he could not go anywhere, Day asked him to do as he pleased. Brick was shocked when Day bent down and bit the butt of his nipple and licked it until Brick was trembling all over. A strong hand caresses Brick's back and begins to slide down into the back of his pants. Ow! Brick lifted his head when he felt a tingling sensation near his buttocks. Day's long fingers trail along the crevices of Brick's round buttocks. Day gently tastes Brick's nipples. Brick's cock was so stiff that it pushed against the fabric of his boxers. Day, who was wearing only boxers, was just as noticeably turned on. This was especially noticeable when Brick rocked his body back and forth, crushing their erections against each other. Day bit and sucked all over Brick's body until he left marks. Day lifted Brick off his lap and pushed him to lie flat on his back in the bed. Sliding his pants off, he reveals his hardened cock. Brick trembled and quickly raised one hand to cover his core and the other to hide his embarrassed face. Although he was embarrassed, Day managed to remove his boxers. "Why are you ashamed of?" Day took Brick's hand from his face. It made Brick blush harder. The more he sees Day's thirsty eyes, the more helpless he becomes. Day tried to catch his breath from the fever, but he's still strong enough to do something like this. "Lie down on your stomach," Day said. Brick surrendered to lying on his stomach. His face blushed red. He hid behind a big pillow to hide his embarrassment. Brick has no desire to struggle because he knows very well he would not be able to escape Day anyway. "Bend your knees up," Day said again. Brick obediently obeyed, making his hips smooth and elevated. "Ow!" Brick cried out as Day bent over and bit his ass as hard as he could. Brick felt more of Day's heavy breathing. Day picked up the gel from the headboard, squeezed it in his hand, and then Day applied the gel to Brick's entrance. The coolness of the gel startled Brick a little. Day took his stiff cock and rubbed it around Brick's entrance and slowly pushed it in. Ugh! Brick immediately bit into the pillow. He could feel the sudden pain and tightness in his ass. Day moans with satisfaction as his stiff cock fully emerges into Brick's channel. "Ugh, you're hot," Brick said to Day because the heat from his body could now be felt on the inside of his ass. Absorbs heat very well. Day moaned softly before starting to move, gripping Brick's soft hips with both hands. Brick's hips stick out, but the upper half of his body is still laying on the bed. Day had to wrap his arms around Brick's abdomen so that he used his elbows to prop himself in a crawling position. The sound of their skin slapping was slow, slow, but intense until the bed creaked with each movement. Day started moving his hips faster. Brick held onto the sheets to brace himself. Day leaned down to kiss and bite the back of Brick's neck and smooth back. Oh, Brick moaned to Day's rhythm. One strong hand slid onto Brick's core while the other hand held onto his smooth chest. The heat from Day's chest spread down his back and into Brick's channel, causing Brick to almost melt. Day sucked all over Brick's body, as if to let Brick know that his body had one owner. Day? Suddenly. Ring. 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 Brick's phone rang, interrupting the two. Oh. Duh. Day? Oh. My phone. Brick said as his phone continued to ring. Day leans over to pick it up while continuing to move his hips. When he saw the caller ID, he smiled. Your friend. Nick, Day said. Brick was panting. Ah, then let go. Brick said as Day continued to push his hips in and out. It's okay. I'm polite enough to let you talk. Day finished before turning Brick to lie on his back with his staff still connected to Brick's channel. Ah. No. Brick yelled out, but Day answered the call and held the phone to Brick's ear. What the fuck are you doing that took you so long to answer your phone? Nick asked when hearing concerning sounds coming from the other end of the phone. Brick pressed his lips together because he could not speak. Day slammed his hips slowly but very hard until Brick's body trembled all over. Oh, nothing. Brick tried to force his voice to sound normal and suppress his moans. What's wrong with you? Nick asked curiously because he heard someone gasping for breath. Ow, so good. Day moaned when Brick's channel squeezed him tighter. Damn. Hold on. Can we talk? Brick said with difficulty, trying to move away from the phone, but Day kept the phone held by his ear for him to talk to Nick. The strong figure moved slowly, making Brick go crazy because he was close to his release. Why do you sound like that? You sound like someone who's getting fucked. Ha ha ha, Nick said with a laugh hoarse. Damn. That's right. I'm not talking anymore. Day? Oh. Brick yelled at his friend on the phone and shouted impatiently at Day. The desire to release has already overshadowed his shyness. Day smiled before picking up the phone to speak. Understand. Your friend is almost there, Day said to Nick, who was stunned on the other end of the line, and ended the call. What do you want me to do? Day asked the figure lying in bed with red marks from traces of bites and sucking all over. Help me, Brick said in a raspy voice. His eyes looked at Day with desire. Day continued to move his hips in and out slowly. What kind of help do you want? Tell me what kind you want. Hell, I don't know what kind you want, Day said. Brick could not believe the person rocking his body was sick. Damn Day. Ugh. Hurry up. Ugh. Brick screamed as Day separated both of Brick's legs and then slammed his hips in and out harder. Ow. Brick moaned loudly. He was very sensitive. Damn. Day moaned happily as the love channel clenched down on him. Brick reached out and moved his own core as well. Brick's feet curled as he dug his hands into the bed. Milky white liquid covers Brick's belly, but Day still has not come yet. Day pounded into him nonstop from the impact of the force. Day? Day? Oh. It's been a long time. Brick tried to push Day's stomach away, but Day still would not stop. Brick knows how stubborn Day can be when he is not feeling well. Day still has not reached his release, but was able to get Brick to release a second time. The next morning, the morning sun shines through the gaps in the curtains, causing Brick to turn his face before slowly opening his eyes. Pain instantly radiates through his body. He looked for the person who hugged him last night, but did not see any evidence of what happened yesterday, making Brick feel a little scared. He will not get close to Day when he is sick again because Day will be rougher and will go more rounds. Last night, they went through 5 rounds of Day trying to give Brick a fever. Those 5 rounds were for Day, not Brick. Brick has never met anyone like Day before. At most, his friends would only talk about going 3 rounds, but Day is beyond normal. Brick examined himself. At least Day put pajamas on him. Creak. The door opens. Brick was lying down when he saw Day coming into the room holding a cup of coffee in one hand and a cigarette in the other. You're up early, Day said in a normal tone. Are you feeling better now? Brick asked with a hoarse voice. Well, I left my fever with you, Day answered calmly. Brick began to realize it might be true because Brick felt like he was going to have a fever. Sad. After I'm sick, you can take care of yourself, Brick said angrily. Day shrugged and said nothing. Brick tried to prop himself up and slowly put his foot down on the floor with Day leaning against the bedroom door, just watching him. Suddenly, Brick collapses onto the ground because his legs were weak. Haha. Day laughed softly. What the hell are you laughing at? Have you ever thought of helping me? It's because of you that I'm exhausted like this, Brick said out loud. I don't see anything, Day said back. Brick pouted when he heard this. Well, you did not come to be treated like me. Would you like me to do it to you? Brick said. Do you still remember how to do it? How did you use to top other people? I think you've absorbed 100% of being the bottom, you know? Day said. Brick sat grunting on the bedroom floor. Here, go on, Day said, setting the sweet-smelling cup of coffee on the table in the corner of the room. Are you giving it to me? Brick asked. I'm giving it to the dog, Day said. Then go and get it for me. I do not want to get up and walk. I'll wait here, Brick said. Ding. Dong. The doorbell rang. I'll go out to see who it is. As for you, if you want to eat, go and eat by yourself, Day said before walking out of the room. Is he human? Yesterday he was still sick. Why is he walking and acting like a normal human being? Brick complained softly before trying to get up to get the cup of coffee that Day had brewed and sat on the table in the corner of the room. Day walked over to open the door before raising his eyebrows slightly when he saw his friend standing there. You're not dead yet? Day joked, moving back to make room for his friend to come inside the room. I've wondered that myself. Why did not you just toy with me and beat me to death? Neil asked, sounding equally calm before going to sit on the sofa. Day closed the door and walked toward his friend. I wanted to kill you, but what could I do? The word friend was saving your ass, Day said back. Give me a cigarette, Neil said. Day handed Neil a cigarette. Neil got up and went out onto the balcony to smoke. So where's your wife? Neil asked. In the room, Day replied before pausing when he saw Neil staring at him with a smile on his lips. Did you just admit that he is your wife? Neil picked on his friend. The two talked as if they had never fought before. You just said it, but what the hell are you doing? Day asked his friend to change the subject. Nothing. I was so bored, so I came to see you. At first, I intended to return to England, but I wanted to stay here and apologize tonight, Neil said in a low voice at the end. Suddenly, the sound of glass breaking echoed in the room. Neil raised his eyebrows slightly. Day immediately extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Damn, what are you doing in there, Brick? Day grumbled before getting up and walking into the bedroom to see. What the hell are you doing, Brick? Day asked when the door opened, startling Brick. Wah. Well, my glass slipped out of my hand, Brick said. He tried to walk over to pick up the cup of coffee, but he did not have enough strength to pick up the cup, so his coffee cup immediately fell to the floor. Day threw his hands up in frustration. Go ahead and take a shower or do whatever you want. I'll just clean it up, Day said in a harsh voice. Brick raised his eyebrows in surprise. Day said he would get the broken glass himself. Normally, Brick would have to do this himself. Okay, but, Brick protested. Or are you going to get it yourself? Day asked in a sharp voice. I'd better go take a shower. Brick immediately changed his mind and walked slowly toward the bathroom. Who's here? Brick asked curiously. Neil. Day replied shortly before giving him a fierce look that prompted Brick to take a shower. He quickly ran into the bathroom. Day cleaned up the broken glass, then went back to sit with his friend. What did he do? Neil asked. Broke a glass, Day replied. So, where are you going to stay? Day asked his friend. At first, I was going to come back and stay here with you, Neil said. Okay, there's a small room, Day replied. But I remembered your wife was with you. That's why I rented a condo downstairs for myself, Neil said again. Day frowned. Stop saying he's my wife, Day said back. Why? I've never seen you with anyone as long as you have been together with this brat, Neil said. Ding. Dong. Before Day could say anything else, the doorbell in the front room rang again. Why am I getting so many visitors today? Day grumbled before walking toward the door. Where's my friend? The voice rang out. And how did you know he was in this room? Day asked. The two were talking at the door because Day was blocking him from entering the room. I've come to sleep in your room. Before you ask anything else, yesterday, you deliberately answered my call, right? You were trying to tease me by making me listen to your voice and my friend's voice, right? Nick asked. Neil, who was sitting on the sofa, wanted to know who was there. So he got up and went to find Day. Who's here? He's so loud, Neil asked, stunning Nick, who was standing in front of the room. He froze. Why are you like this? Nick suddenly asked, pointing to Neil in surprise. This caused Day and Neil to turn and look at each other in confusion. Who are you, short bastard? You say hello to me as if you have known me before, Neil asked back. Chapter 17. Neil looked at Nick suspiciously when the shorter man greeted him as though they had met before. Nick walked past Day and into the room before looking directly at Neil. You don't know me, but I've seen you before. We've actually met once, Nick said with a smile. Day looked at Nick in confusion. When? Where? Neil asked. We crossed paths once at Paragon. Brick pointed you out to me. You were in much better shape back then, Nick replied. Day looked at Nick thoughtfully before smiling faintly, though Nick didn't notice because he was focused on Neil. What are you doing here? Day asked. I came to see my friend. Where is he? You didn't do anything to him, did you? Nick shot back immediately. Huh? You came to see your friend? Wait here. I'll go get him. Day walked back toward the bedroom. Nick tried to follow. Where are you going, shorty? Neil asked. I'm going to see my friend. Neil grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back to the sofa. Sit here and wait. He'll be out in a minute. Nick looked at him. What about you? I'm staying right here. I'm not rude enough to walk into another couple's bedroom. Nick tilted his head. Who's the husband and who's the wife? My friend is your friend's husband. Your friend is my friend's wife. Nick laughed. So, are you interested in making your friend's wife's friend your wife too? Neil blinked. Hold on. My friend's wife's friend. He rubbed his forehead, trying to untangle the sentence. Nick burst out laughing. Neil looked up at him blankly. You're funny, shorty. Are you flirting with me? Don't get too close. You'll get hit. I've never imagined having a dwarf as a friend. Nick wrinkled his nose. So you don't want to be my friend? Then why are you talking to me? Damn it, you talk too much. Neil crossed his arms and refused to say another word. Oh, weren't you going outside to talk with your friend? Brick asked as he walked out of the bathroom. He found Day sitting silently at the foot of the bed. Have you ever brought anyone into my room? Day asked quietly. Brick froze. Avoiding Day's eyes, he slowly walked toward the closet. No, I've never brought anyone up here. His heart pounded. Did Day somehow know Nick had been here? Why was he suddenly asking? Suddenly, Day stood up. He walked over and lightly wrapped a hand around Brick's neck. With his other hand, he pushed the closet door shut, trapping Brick where he stood. Brick wore nothing but the towel wrapped around his waist. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the truth. Have you ever brought anyone into my room? Day's voice remained calm. Brick struggled to swallow. I. Have you or haven't you? Day repeated. Yes. I have. Who? Nick. Brick answered honestly. There was no point lying anymore. Otherwise, Day wouldn't have asked. You dared to bring another man into my room? Brick shivered slightly. Whether from fear or cold, he couldn't tell. He only came because he's my friend. He stayed in the living room. He never came into the bedroom. Then why didn't you tell me? You were busy taking care of your brother, so I didn't think it mattered. Day, I'm cold. Can I put some clothes on first? Day released his neck and returned to the foot of the bed. Brick quietly let out a breath of relief. At least Day hadn't exploded. How long are you planning to stand there half naked? Are you trying to seduce me? Or have you decided you don't want to wear clothes anymore? Brick hurriedly opened the closet and got dressed. Once he finished, he turned back toward Day. Your friend's here. Brick looked confused. My friend, Nick. He's waiting in the living room. Day stood up and walked out. Brick's eyes widened. Brick's thought. Damn it, Nick. I knew it. He hurried outside. Brick. Nick immediately rushed over. What's wrong? He grabbed Brick and spun him around, checking him from every angle. Hey, take it easy. Damn it, that hurts. Nick frowned. Day, did you leave him another mark? The last time I saw him, there wasn't one here. Nick poked the bright red hickey behind Brick's ear. Damn it, Nick. What are you talking about? Brick immediately noticed Day and Neil exchanging glances. It's true. I know he did it on purpose last night. He made sure I could hear the two of you. I heard everything. Nick said it without the slightest embarrassment. Brick's face instantly turned bright red. Brick's thought. Damn it, why are you saying that out loud? He elbowed Nick, trying to make him stop. I wonder where the rest of them are. Nick reached for Brick's shirt. Hey, hey. Brick shrieked as Nick tried to lift it. Suddenly, Day stood up. He grabbed Brick and pulled him firmly behind himself. That's enough. Go back wherever you came from. I'm not leaving. I came to invite my friend out for dinner. Nick rolled his eyes. Day turned toward Neil. You're my friend, right? Neil blinked. Why? Then help me. I don't want to kill someone. Day spoke stiffly. Nick, however, looked completely unfazed. Day grew even more irritated. Brick, I don't think you really want to stay with Day. If he accidentally beats you to death one day, your whole life would have been a waste. Nick teased. Brick's face turned pale. Now he was worried about both himself and Nick. Will you shut up already, Shorty? Looking for someone to eat with? Neil stood up and casually threw an arm around Nick's shoulders. Nick immediately turned toward him. Really? You'll be my friend? You'll go eat with me? Great. I'm leaving now, Brick. I'll come invite you another time. Neil froze. He hadn't expected Nick to agree so easily. Please, take him away. I'm leaving him to you. Day looked at Neil pleadingly. Neil's face twisted with stress. Damn it, you just dumped all your problems on me. He dragged Nick toward the door. Damn it, Day. That hurts. Brick rubbed his arm after Day accidentally squeezed it too hard. Day released him before sitting back down on the sofa. Your friend has a death wish. Day. Neil isn't going to hurt Nick, is he? Day smirked. I think your friend is the one who's going to do something to Neil. Can't you tell? He's obviously interested in him. Just look at those sparkling eyes and those red ears. Brick immediately remembered Nick admitting he liked Neil. Ring. Ring. Day's phone rang. He glanced at the screen before answering. Brick listened curiously. What's up, Beam? Brick had never heard that name before. His ears immediately perked up. So that's how it is. Sorry I've been away so long. Knight's sick right now. Day's voice sounded unexpectedly gentle. Brick frowned. Give me 2 more days. Let Knight get discharged first. I'll come back as soon as I can. Leave everything to me. Day glanced toward Brick. He noticed Brick sitting there, openly listening to the conversation. A faint smile crossed his lips. Beam, don't hang up yet. Don't you miss me too? Brick froze. Do you want me to bring you anything? I can stop and buy it on my way back. Brick stared at him. He couldn't hear the other person's voice. He didn't even know whether Beam was a man or a woman. All he knew was that Day's tone was completely different from the way he usually spoke to him. It sounded warm, gentle, caring. Brick slowly sat up straighter. All right. That's it. Get back to work. I'll see you in 2 days. I miss you. Day ended the call before looking at Brick. What are you sitting there for? Brick flinched. I'm hungry. I was waiting to ask whether you've eaten. Day ignored the question. What do you want to eat? Anything. Do you want to go out? Or do you want to eat here? Brick remained silent. His thoughts were still stuck on the phone call. I asked you a question. Why aren't you answering me? Day said sharply. Brick looked up. Anywhere. Why are you yelling? Can't you just talk to me nicely? I always do exactly what you tell me. Would it kill you to speak nicely to me for once? Day smirked. I only speak nicely to people I want to. You don't need to ask for it. It's annoying. If I'm so annoying, then why don't you let me go? Why do you keep me here? You accepted Gear. You even let him stay with your brother. Even though you hated him. You should be at the hospital. Wouldn't you be worried about your brother getting too close to Gear? Day's jaw tightened. He grabbed Brick's chin and forced him to look up. Ow. Brick winced. The grip hurt so much he didn't dare struggle. So what? I accepted Gear. What does that have to do with letting you go? Haven't I already told you? If you ever leave me, only your soul is allowed to leave. Day roared before throwing Brick's face aside. Brick's chin throbbed. So did the left side of his chest. He suddenly felt exhausted. Get up. I'm taking you out to eat. Day's voice had become slightly unsteady. Brick took a slow breath, trying to calm himself. You don't have to. I'll just cook instant noodles here. He quietly turned toward the kitchen. His legs still hurt with every step. His chest felt even worse. It hurt so much. He wanted to cry, but no tears came. Suddenly, Day caught his arm and pulled him back. Brick said nothing. We're going out. Wait here. I'll change clothes. I'll only be a minute. Day let go and walked into the bedroom. Brick stared after him in confusion. What should we eat? Nick chirped happily. After pestering Neil nonstop, he'd finally managed to drag him to a high-end restaurant in the middle of the city. Can you stop hanging on my arm, Shorty? Move. Neil tried pushing Nick away. Nick ignored him. You don't have to pretend you hate me. I do hate you. What a nice thing to say. If you really hated me, you wouldn't be out eating with me. Damn short brat. Do you seriously think I'm in love with you? I only came so you'd stop bothering my friend. Nick simply shrugged. Let's eat sushi. He dragged Neil into a Japanese restaurant. The staff looked slightly surprised by Neil's bruises, but politely welcomed them inside. Once seated, Nick stared at Neil without blinking. Neil grew uncomfortable. What are you staring at, Shorty? My name is Nick. Not Shorty. Hey, did you fight a dog? Why do you look like this? Nick reached over and poked one of Neil's bruises. You little brat. That hurts. Don't poke me. Nick rested his chin in both hands, grinning. Neil sighed. I fought Day. Happy now. That makes sense. AI Day has bruises too. But judging from your face, you definitely lost. You've got way more bruises than he does. Hee hee. Nick laughed. He never even asked why they had fought. Are you stupid, Shorty? Before Nick could answer, their food arrived. Come on. Let's eat. You're paying. Neil stared at him. Why am I paying? You're the one who dragged me here. Nick frowned. What the hell? You got into my car. So you're paying. Neil ran a hand through his hair. The longer I talk to you, the more my head hurts. Fine. I'll pay. Nick smiled. He pulled out his phone and made a call while Neil ignored him and started eating. Nick's voice. Brick, I'm at Fuji in Paragon right now. Come eat with us. What? Damn it. Day. Wait. The call suddenly disconnected. Nick quietly laughed to himself. You only called to mess with Day, didn't you? Neil asked. Nick shrugged innocently and continued eating. Neil simply shook his head. One of these days, I'm throwing your friend into the sea. Day said calmly as he ended the call while driving. Brick remained silent. He had no idea why Nick had called. Day still had Brick's phone. What do you want to eat? They asked. Anything. Brick quietly stared out the window. His throat had started to hurt. He felt like he was coming down with something. They glanced at him. Then let's have sukiyaki. Something hot should help your throat. Brick looked at him in surprise. He hadn't mentioned feeling sick. Soon, Day parked outside the restaurant. Do you want the all-you-can-eat buffet? Or would you rather order individual dishes? They asked. Brick stayed quiet. Don't be stubborn. Answer me. The buffet is fine. He slowly walked toward the entrance. His lower body still ached, so he didn't want to walk very far. The staff greeted them. They sat down. Brick quietly looked through the menu. What do you want to eat? They asked. I want golden needle mushrooms. But the line's too long. He'd been watching the buffet station for quite a while. Every time the line became shorter, someone else joined it. I'll have them bring some to the table. We can order them. Day called a waiter over and requested a plate of golden needle mushrooms. Brick smiled slightly. Do you have exams this Monday and Tuesday? They asked. I don't know yet. Why? Go check. Then tell me. Why do you want me to check? Just do it. Why are you asking so many questions? Brick quietly nodded and said nothing else. Oh, I see a mean person. A cheerful male voice echoed through the restaurant. Brick looked up. P had arrived with a group of friends. Breaking away from them, P walked straight over. Without asking permission, he sat down beside Brick. Brick, you're so mean. You just left me yesterday. He leaned in close. Day slowly set down his chopsticks. His eyes settled on P. I didn't leave anyone. Go sit with your friends. Brick desperately tried to send him away. Judging from Day's expression, he was terrified a fight would break out in the middle of the restaurant. You can either go back to your friends now, or I'll escort you there myself. Day spoke calmly. Chapter 18. P turned to look at Day when he heard what Day had said. I'm talking to Brick. Why are you being so nosy? P asked in an annoyed tone. Brick immediately looked at P in shock. You talk too much, P. Go back. Your friends are waiting for you. Brick said angrily because he knew Day would not be happy with P's words. Brick turned to look at Day. He was staring calmly at P, but that calm expression sent chills down Brick's spine. Good-looking people really are mean, P said, completely ignoring Day's presence. Resting his chin on his hands, he sat there looking at Brick. Screech. D-Day? You need to calm down, Brick said quickly as he stood up and grabbed Day's shoulder. The look on Day's face told him something was about to happen. Everyone in the restaurant turned to look at Day in shock. P's friends also stood up and looked over, but none of them stepped in. You're telling me to calm down, Brick? Wouldn't it be easier if you told this bastard to get out of my face? Day said harshly, glaring at P. Brick could only stare at Day. Excuse me. What's going on here? The restaurant manager asked as he walked over. It's nothing. Just a little misunderstanding. Sorry about that, Brick reassured him. He stood between Day and P, afraid they would cause a scene and disturb the other customers. Damn it, P. I'm begging you, for your own sake. If you don't want me to suffer, then please help me. Go back to your friends, Brick pleaded. P stood up and slipped both hands into his pockets. Okay, I get it, Brick. We'll meet again, P said, seeing how stressed Brick had become. Let's meet in hell instead. Day growled through gritted teeth, the veins on his neck bulging. P simply shrugged and walked away. The manager took another look at Day before quietly leaving. Day watched P with an emotionless expression before turning back to Brick. I'm asking you to sit down and eat, Brick said. Day sat down without hesitation. Where does he go to college? Day asked. You mean P? Brick asked. Who else would I mean? Day replied sharply, though not loudly. I don't know. Brick answered honestly. What's his full name? Day asked again. Brick frowned. Why do you want to know? I ask. You answer, Day said in a low voice. I really don't know. I only met him for the first time yesterday. Are you going to tell me what's going on? Brick asked tiredly as he set down his chopsticks. His headache was getting worse. Day sat silently across from him while glancing toward P, who was also looking in their direction. That kid still smells like milk. Is he trying to provoke me? Day muttered through clenched teeth. Day, why are you picking a fight? You're not even in good condition. Is your fever back? Besides, you're alone. They have 4 people. If it really came to a fight, do you honestly think you could take all of them? Face reality, Brick said. Brick hated fighting. He wasn't like his best friends, Gear and 4. Those 2 were always the ones protecting him. So, you want to know if I can beat them? Should I go over there and prove it right now? They asked. He knew Brick had no idea what he had been like back in college. Seriously, you're acting like a child. What's wrong with you? Is this really such a big deal? Should I be proud that 2 men are ready to fight because of me? Brick said sarcastically. When it comes to what's mine, I don't like anyone touching it, Day replied. Brick froze. My things, Brick whispered with a bitter smile. Brick's thought. I can only be one of his things, right? He spoke so quietly, but Day still heard him. Are you going to eat? I still have to go see my brother, Day said hoarsely. I don't want to eat anymore. I can't, Brick replied. His throat was sore and itchy, and this whole situation had exhausted him. Fine. Then don't eat, Day said. He stood up to pay the bill before grabbing Brick's hand and pulling him to his feet. Brick followed him to the cashier. Brick, are you leaving already? P shouted shamelessly. Brick didn't dare look at him. Once Day paid, he dragged Brick straight out of the restaurant. Day? Slow down, Brick said. His lower body was still aching badly. Day didn't answer. He dragged Brick all the way to the parking lot before finally letting go. Day's face remained frighteningly expressionless. Brick followed him toward the car before suddenly stopping. Not far away, he spotted a familiar vehicle. What are you looking at? Day asked. Nothing. I was just wondering if that's P's car. I remember the license plate, Brick replied without thinking. Day walked over and looked at the white car. He recognized it too. After studying it for a moment, he turned back to Brick. Get in the car. I have something to do. Brick got into the passenger seat. Instead of getting in himself, Day took out his phone and made a call. Damn it, it's me. I need you to investigate someone. The owner of a white Toyota Vios with license plate XXXX. Find out everything you can about him. No reason. I just don't like his face, and I want to do something about it. I want the details by this evening. As soon as you find anything, call me. I'm going to see Knight. You head back first. Gear's mother is still there. She won't leave her future daughter-in-law alone. Thanks. They hung up, opened the car door, and sat down. He noticed Brick leaning against the window, staring outside. What is it? They asked. So, where are we going now? Brick asked instead of answering. I'm going to see my brother. You'll wait in the car. You don't need to come upstairs. Day started the engine and drove toward the hospital where Knight was recovering. Aren't you going to visit your friend? Day asked flatly. No. I'd rather lie down and wait in the car. I don't feel very well, Brick replied. Day didn't say anything. He only glanced at Brick every so often during the drive. When they arrived at the hospital, Day rolled the windows down slightly and turned off the engine. Lie down and rest. I'll be back. Brick leaned his seat back. Day looked at him for a moment before getting out and heading inside. Once Day left, Brick slowly closed his eyes. He was exhausted. Before long, he fell asleep. Day, Knight called happily when he saw Day enter his hospital room. Gear, who had been standing beside the bed, stepped aside. Don't you have your own room? Why are you hanging around my brother's room? Day asked casually. I'm here as his boyfriend. His own brother abandoned him, so I have to take care of him, Gear replied. I never abandoned my brother, Day answered. He walked over and hugged Knight. The younger man immediately wrapped his arms around him. Day gently stroked Knight's back. Sure, Gear grumbled. Even though Day had allowed him to date Knight, the two of them still argued constantly. Enough, Gear. Why are you arguing with P. Day? Knight scolded. Day smirked at Gear. Oh, I forgot. You're my wife's brother. That's why I let it slide. Gear muttered before flopping onto the sofa to let the brothers talk. He knew Knight cared about Day just as much as Day cared about Knight. Weren't you sick? Knight asked. I'm feeling better now. I slept and the fever went down. Day remembered how he had passed his fever on to Brick. Who took care of you? P. Day never takes medicine or takes care of himself. I was worried. Was it the senior who answered my phone call? Knight asked. Day smiled and nodded. Really? Then why didn't you bring him with you? I wanted to thank him for taking care of you. No need. It was his job, Day replied. Huh? You make it sound like you have a wife taking care of you, Gear said casually. Knight immediately glared at him. Are you crazy? If P. Day had a wife, he would have told me. He turned back to his brother with a smile. Knight, if you ever had someone you loved, I'd be the first person you'd tell. I'd definitely tell you first, Day answered smoothly. Oh, Knight. In a couple of days, I'm going back to the shop. I haven't been there in a while. P. Day, didn't you just go there recently? Knight asked, confused. Day paused. He remembered that he had lied before, pretending to go to the shop while secretly carrying out his revenge against Brick. That's right. I can't stay away from the shop for too long, Day replied calmly. If you're going back, who's staying with Knight? Gear asked. I'll have Fu come. Why him? Why not me? You already agreed to let me date Knight. I can stay here and take care of him. We'll see, Day replied. He stayed a little longer talking with Knight before leaving. Knight didn't question him any further. When Day returned to the car, he found Brick fast asleep. The moment he sat down, he noticed Brick curled into himself because the inside of the car had become cold. Day reached into the back seat, grabbed his coat, covered Brick with it, and reclined the seat a little farther. On the way back to the condo, he stopped at a convenience store to buy a few things before driving home. As soon as he turned off the engine, his phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. What's up, Fu? Really? Good. You can go stay with Knight for me. I'm not planning to interfere much. I just want to teach someone a lesson. Okay. Bye. After hanging up, Day looked over at the sleeping Brick before dialing another number. Damn, Neil. Are you free tonight? Can you do me a favor? I need you to arrange a race. I'll send you the details. So are you in? Good. See you tonight. I'll text you the location. It's a deal. He ended the call. Where are you going? Brick asked sleepily as he lifted his head. We're back at the condo. You slept like the dead. Get out. They opened the car door. Brick looked down at the coat covering him. He got out while hugging it tightly. Walk faster, Day muttered. Brick hurried after him toward the elevator. He leaned his head against the elevator wall. At 8 tonight, take a shower and get dressed. I'm taking you somewhere, Day said calmly while watching Brick's reflection in the mirrored wall. Can't I stay home? I want to sleep. I still don't feel very well. You have to come. It's still several hours away. Take your medicine, sleep for a while, and when it's time, I'll wake you up myself. But Brick wanted to protest. The moment he saw Day's cold stare, he immediately fell silent. Back at the condo, Brick walked straight into the bedroom, still carrying Day's coat. Day followed him inside. Brick climbed onto the bed, put on the coat, curled up beneath the blanket, and closed his eyes. Day walked over and reached for the coat. Hey, don't. Brick opened his eyes and clutched it tighter. That's my coat, Day said. Brick nodded with his eyes closed. I'm just borrowing it. He hugged the coat tightly beneath the blanket. Brick, you can't sleep yet. Get up and take your medicine first. I'll take it when I wake up. If you don't get up, I'll take my coat back. Brick frowned. Reluctantly, he sat up, his hair a complete mess. Day brought over the medicine and water he had bought. Brick swallowed the fever medicine and the sore throat medicine before drinking the water. Then he lay back down, still hugging Day's coat. Watching from the foot of the bed, Day shook his head. Is he a child? Sleeping with my clothes like this? He muttered before leaving the room. Brick, wake up. Day gently shook the sleeping man. Brick slowly opened his eyes. What is it? Get up and take a shower. We're going out. Brick stretched lazily before sitting up. After taking the medicine and sleeping for several hours, he felt much better. Looking at Day, he noticed the taller man had already showered and changed clothes. Can you at least tell me where we're going? Even if I told you, you wouldn't know the place. I'll give you half an hour. If you're slow, you already know what'll happen. Brick went to shower. Not long afterward, he came out dressed. Seriously, what do you like so much about my coat? It wasn't enough to sleep in it? Now you're wearing it too. Day asked in surprise. It's cold. Can I borrow it? Brick asked. Day looked at him for a moment before nodding. Brick secretly smiled. He didn't want to admit that he liked wearing it because it smelled like Day. That scent gave him an inexplicable feeling of warmth and comfort. Come on. Tonight, I'm taking you somewhere fun. As soon as they stepped outside, Brick stopped walking. They turned back. Huh? I'm not taking you somewhere to beat you up. Why are you acting so scared? Neil's coming too. Brick reluctantly followed. Why did you bring me to a racetrack? Brick asked when Day drove into the racing circuit. It was different from the one where Gear used to race Neil. Don't tell me one of my friends is racing again? Brick asked as he looked around anxiously from inside the car. Day parked openly instead of hiding like last time. You'll see, Day replied. Just then, Neil walked over. Everyone nearby immediately turned to look. Brick stayed close to Day, feeling the eyes of the crowd on him. Although he was familiar with racetracks because of Gear, he rarely came here. You should be used to places like this, baby face, Neil teased after noticing Brick's tense expression. Not one this wild, Brick admitted. Both men and women kept staring at Day's group. Day led Brick through the crowd and had him sit with Neil's people. Most of them raised their hands respectfully toward Day. Only then did Brick realize just how respected Day was here. P. Day, is this your wife? One of the younger men asked. Brick immediately looked at Day. Day ignored the question, calmly lighting a cigarette. There are some things you shouldn't have to ask, Neil said hoarsely. Use your eyes. Want to get beaten up again? Day asked calmly. Brick quietly looked around. He hoped he wouldn't run into any of his friends. If they saw him with Day, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Day? Why are we here? Car racing. Who's racing? I am. Brick stared at him in disbelief. Wait. You? Not Neil. Look at the condition I'm in, you idiot, Neil complained. Do you expect me to race like this? Brick looked back at Day. Brick's thought. Day isn't in much better shape. His head is still stitched up. He's just asking for trouble. He kept the thought to himself. So, who are you racing tonight? Brick asked curiously. I'm annoyed with someone. Day looked toward Neil. Is the other side here yet? You arranged everything, right? Everything's set. They have no idea you're the one racing. The bet is 200,000 if you win. And do they know what happens if I lose? They asked. Neil laughed. I told them to ask you themselves. They can still back out if they want. Day smiled wickedly. Brick's anxiety grew. He still had no idea why Day had come here or who he intended to race. P. Neil, they're here. Someone called out. Neil turned toward the three cars entering from the opposite side. Brick focused on one familiar car. Before he could get a better look, Day wrapped an arm tightly around his neck. Trying to see who I'm racing? Day asked calmly. Brick's eyes widened. He immediately turned toward him. Why are you doing this? What does he have to do with anything? Brick asked in shock. Day tightened his grip. His jaw clenched. Why are you so worried about him? You only met him yesterday. Are you really that concerned about him? I'm not worried about him. I just don't understand. Yeonim, what is all this? Tell me the truth, Day. The truth, Day said, staring directly into Brick's eyes. I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson. Chapter 19. He didn't do anything to you. Why are you trying to teach him a lesson? Brick asked. He didn't want P to get hurt because of him. And back at the restaurant, he wasn't bothering me at all. Was he? Day asked sternly. Brick fell silent. He already knew what Day was like. So what are you going to do? Brick asked. Wait. You'll find out soon, Day replied bluntly. Brick looked toward P anxiously. After a while, P and his friends walked over to Day's group. It seemed P hadn't noticed Day or Brick yet because Neil's friends were standing around them, and the seating area was dimly lit. Neil stood up and walked over to greet P. So, you're the one challenging me? P asked. I wanted to race against a kid who still smells like milk, but I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself by losing to someone who's injured, Neil replied mockingly. He wasn't surprised that Day had been irritated by P. P looked at Neil with obvious displeasure, but said nothing. So, who's racing me? P asked with a faint smile. Neil pointed behind him. P followed his finger. Brick, he called out in surprise. His eyes widened when he spotted both Brick and Day together. He clearly hadn't expected to see either of them here. My friend Day will be racing you, Neil said. Him? P asked in disbelief. I'm your senior. You'd better watch your mouth, Day said flatly, his cold eyes fixed on P. Brick, how did you end up here? P asked, turning toward him. He came with me. Why would I let someone else bring him? Day answered before Brick could speak. Brick could only sit there with a troubled expression. So how do you want to do this? P asked. The bet is 200,000, right? If I lose, I'll pay you. But if I win, what do I get? You were the one who asked me to come. Day stood up and walked toward him. If I win, Day said while glancing at Neil, I get to beat you up in the middle of the track for 1 minute. The crowd erupted in cheers at the unexpected condition. Brick stared at Day in disbelief. You turned down 200,000 just to fight me for 1 minute? P laughed. Are you crazy? If you wanted to fight, you could have just said so. Day smiled slightly. Doesn't this sound more fun? I don't want you at a disadvantage. Defend yourself if you can. I think 200,000 is a fair price for getting beaten in front of everyone. P smiled. If that's what you want, then I'd like to change one thing. If I win, I don't want the money. I want someone else. Brick felt a chill run down his spine. What do you want? Day asked. I want Brick. The words echoed across the track. Day's jaw tightened. Damn it. I'm not some prize for you two to win. Brick shouted as he stood up. If you two want to settle things, then settle them yourselves. Why drag me into this? Well, this all started because of you, Neil replied casually. My fault. What did I even do? Damn it. What terrible sins did I commit in my past life? Why does life keep screwing me over like this? Brick sighed in frustration. Stop yelling. Go sit down and stay quiet, Day said calmly as he pushed him aside. Then he looked back at P. You seem pretty confident. I am. I've been racing here for years. I've always been the champion. If you think you can beat me, then try. Fine. Day nodded. I accept. If I win, I'll beat you for 1 minute. But if you win, you can take Brick. Brick stared at Day with hurt written all over his face. P smiled brightly. Good. Then get ready to lose. See you later, Brick. He smiled at Brick before walking away with his friends. Day turned to speak. Suddenly, crack. Everyone around them froze. Brick had punched Day square in the face. Day slowly raised a hand to the corner of his mouth. Brick looked at him with tear-filled eyes before turning away without another word. Where are you going, Brick? Day shouted as he hurried after him. Suddenly, Day grabbed Brick's arm and spun him around. Brick lowered his head. I asked where you're going. Day roared. Brick swallowed hard before slowly looking up. Day's expression flickered the moment he saw Brick desperately holding back his tears. I'll go anywhere. Anywhere people don't treat me like an object. Brick shouted. Who said you were an object? Day demanded as he pulled Brick closer. What do you think you just did? You used me as a bet. Isn't that treating me like an object? Brick yelled. Day merely smiled. And when you gambled with my brother, what do you think my brother was? Brick froze. You're always clinging to the past. Have you ever looked at the present? Isn't everything that's happened since then enough? Why do you keep dragging us back there? Brick shouted. The people nearby looked at them in confusion. Only Neil understood what they were talking about. Neil, check the car for me. I'm going to settle this with Brick first. Tell them I'll be there soon. Day dragged Brick toward the car. Let go of me. I'm not going with you. Brick shouted. P watched, but couldn't interfere. Neil's men had already surrounded them. No one was getting past them. Day dragged Brick to the car, opened the back door, and shoved him inside before he could escape again. Stop. Do you want me to slap you? Day shouted when Brick reached for the opposite door. Day pulled him back and wrapped both arms tightly around him. Stop acting like a child. Who gave you permission to be offended? Day snapped. Brick instantly stopped struggling. It's because of you. Damn it, Day. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't feel like this. Brick shouted, breathing heavily. Are you going to stay still now? Day asked quietly. Brick was exhausted. He only shifted weakly, still trying to get away. I always end up finding you hurting yourself. Let me go. Day continued holding him around the waist. Stop talking so much. Why are you so offended? Brick remained silent. Deep down, he knew he really was hurt. Damn it. Do you really think I'd lose to him? Do you think I'd actually let him win? Brick said nothing. He thought about Day's words. You're overthinking like a child. Has anyone ever actually called you an object? Don't get hurt over something so stupid. Brick glared at him. It may be meaningless to you, but it isn't meaningless to me. You wanted me to suffer. You wanted me to understand how it feels when someone's life is treated like a prize. You wanted me to experience that pain. Fine. I understand now. It hurts. Are you satisfied? The more you talk, the worse my headache gets. Stop talking about this. It's distracting me. Dave finally released him. He rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. Don't even think about running away again. You know perfectly well you can't escape me. Brick leaned back against the seat and looked out the opposite window. He couldn't deny it. Dave was right. He couldn't escape. What will you do if you lose? Brick asked quietly. I'll kill that bastard, Dave replied calmly. Brick immediately turned toward him. Are you insane? People don't just kill each other like that. That's all. And do you really think P can beat me that easily? You're awfully confident. Dave continued looking at him. If I lose, wouldn't you be happy? You'd finally get away from me. Even if it's only for a little while. I'd still get my things back afterward. Brick stared at him. I already told you. I don't like looking at his face. And you like looking at mine? Dave chuckled softly. Have you completely lost your mind? I'm not crazy. You're the crazy one. That bastard is crazy too. They didn't answer. Finished complaining? I need to check the car one more time. I'm not used to driving Neil's car. If I lose, I'll blame him. Brick immediately shoved his shoulder. Damn it. Why are you sitting here smoking instead of checking the car? Dave looked at him before smiling faintly. He reached over and ruffled Brick's hair. Then he got out. Brick touched the top of his head and secretly smiled. What the hell are you still sitting there for? Come on, Dave called. Brick quickly climbed out on the same side. As soon as he stepped down, Dave grabbed his wrist. Brick immediately noticed the amused looks from Dave's younger friends. Neil laughed. What are you doing? Let my friend go. Dave glanced at him. Who's reconciling with anyone? Say something useful for once, Neil. Then he turned to Brick. You. Go sit back where you were. I'm checking the car. Brick obediently returned to his seat. He quietly watched Dave and Neil inspect the engine. Brick's thought. What kind of person are you? I really don't understand you anymore. Sometimes your words hurt me. Yet a few sentences from you are enough to make me give in. You've never once said anything sweet to me. But somehow, even your harsh words seem to hide feelings I can't understand. It was almost time for the race. Dave drove to the starting line. P pulled up beside him. Dave rolled down the window and smoked casually. He looked completely relaxed. Very few people knew that Dave had once been a racer. Back then, he had raced to earn money for school. He studied in several different fields before finally saving enough to open his salon and support Knight's education on his own. Hey, ugly. Dave wants you over there, Neil said as he nudged Brick. Me? Yes. You. Brick stood and walked over to Dave's car. Pete quietly watched him. Brick didn't notice. What is it? Brick asked as he stood beside the driver's window. He frowned. I think you're going to die of lung cancer. How many cigarettes are you planning to smoke? Without waiting for permission, Brick pulled the cigarette from Dave's mouth, threw it onto the ground, and crushed it beneath his foot. Dave stared at him. You don't want me smoking that much? Dave asked quietly. Brick nodded. Then come closer. Dave crooked a finger. Brick leaned down. Suddenly, Dave grabbed the back of his neck and kissed him. Whoa! The crowd exploded with cheers. Brick's entire body froze. Dave kissed him deeply for a brief moment before Brick quickly pulled away. Brick covered his mouth with both hands. His face had turned bright red. The crowd only grew louder. Brick glanced toward P. P's expression had gone completely rigid. What the hell are you doing? Brick stammered. If you don't want me smoking, then kiss me more often. I'll quit on my own. Dave answered calmly. Damn you. If you keep kissing me like that, my lips are going to fall off. You called me over here just for that? Brick wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Everyone around the track was staring. Go. I'm about to race. Brick hurried away, deliberately avoiding Neil's teasing grin. How many laps? Brick asked. 3. There aren't many rules. First one across the finish line wins. Brick became even more nervous. Aren't you worried about your friend? He asked. Neil smiled. You're worried about Day? Who said I was worried? I was just asking if you cared about your friend. Neil laughed. Don't worry. Day can do a lot more than you think. What you've seen isn't even half of who he really is. Brick fell silent. He watched Day's car move into position. A beautiful woman stepped onto the track, holding the starting flag. The flag dropped. The engines roared. Tires screamed across the asphalt. The crowd rushed toward the barriers. Brick hurried over as well. Both cars fought fiercely for first place. Screech. Damn it, Brick blurted out. P slammed into the side of Day's car. Day briefly lost control, but quickly recovered. Neither driver backed off. Day didn't retaliate the way P had. Brick's thought. Damn it, can't you race fairly? P finished the first lap in front. He tried to widen the gap. Day immediately closed in behind him. Brick's heart pounded. He had never watched a race like this before. He didn't even know who he wanted to win. If Day won, P would get hurt. But if P won, Brick would have to leave with him, even if it was only for a short while. A faint smile appeared on Brick's face. He was completely confused. As he struggled with his feelings, Day suddenly overtook P in the second corner. P immediately accelerated and rammed the rear of Day's car several times. Brick's anxiety spiked. He was terrified Day would lose control and crash into the concrete wall. The final lap began. Rain started pouring onto the track. Water quickly covered the asphalt. The engines continued roaring through the storm. Most of the spectators ran beneath the covered stands. Brick stayed where he was, standing alone in the rain. He refused to look away. Brick's thought. What did you do to Day's car? Day suddenly slowed. P pulled ahead once more. People began wondering whether Day's car had been damaged. Then, the engine roared again. Day accelerated violently. P's friends cried out. Day's car slammed into the rear of P's. P's car spun wildly across the track before crashing into the tire barrier beside the concrete wall. The tires absorbed most of the impact. Even so, the side of the car was badly damaged. Day crossed the finish line with ease. His friends erupted into cheers. As soon as Day parked, people rushed toward P's wrecked car. Others surrounded Day. Brick stood motionless. Rain soaked him from head to toe. He felt relieved and guilty. The moment Day stepped out of the car, he walked straight toward P. Brick immediately ran after him. P's friends were helping him out of the car. Thankfully, he wasn't seriously injured. Unlike Day, he had never relied on anything more than a seatbelt either. Day shoved P's friends aside. Timer. Day shouted over the rain. Brick's eyes widened. Without another word, Day punched P square across the face. P fell to the ground before he could react. His friends rushed forward. Neil's men immediately blocked them. Neither side interfered. Brick ignored everything around him. Day kicked P hard in the chest. Again and again. P collapsed. Remember this. Don't let me catch you anywhere near Brick again. Brick froze. Day kicked him again. P didn't fight back. Whether he couldn't, or simply didn't dare, Brick couldn't tell. P gasped painfully. Day grabbed his collar, punched him again, and sent him crashing back to the ground. Blood poured from P's split lip and broken nose. Day, time's up, Neil shouted after checking his watch. The rain continued pouring. Day stopped just before delivering another kick. He grabbed P by the collar. Rain washed the blood from P's face. If you're going to play dirty with me, learn how to do it properly. Because if you fail, you'll be the one who dies. Day threw him back onto the ground. P's friends rushed over. Day turned around and walked toward Brick. Neil, thanks. We're leaving. Day grabbed Brick's hand. Brick, P shouted. Day and Brick both turned. Supported by one of his friends, P looked straight at Brick. I love you. Day immediately ground his teeth and turned back toward him. Day, don't. Let's go home. Please. Brick grabbed Day's arm tightly. Without another word, Day let Brick pull him away. Neil stepped in to block Day's path. Go home. I'll handle things here. It looks like Brick's getting sick too. Day said nothing. He pulled Brick toward the car. His grip around Brick's wrist hurt. Brick knew exactly why. Day was furious. Inside the car, both of them sat in silence. They were completely soaked. Day started the engine and drove away. Brick didn't dare say a word. The cold air conditioner chilled his wet clothes. He hugged Day's coat closer around himself. Soon they arrived at the condo. They rode the elevator together. Suddenly, Brick gasped. Before he could react, Day pulled him close and kissed him again. Brick instinctively pushed against Day's chest. Day pinned him against the elevator wall. Their lips met. Their kiss deepened. Brick felt his knees weaken. Day didn't care whether the elevator had security cameras or not. Ding. The elevator doors opened. The people waiting outside froze in surprise. Brick quickly shoved Day away. He caught sight of a man and a woman staring at them. Completely embarrassed, he lowered his head. Day simply grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the condo. He unlocked the door and dragged Brick inside. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut, still soaked from the rain. Day pulled Brick into another kiss. Chapter 20. Ugh! Brick moaned as Day kissed him again while he pushed against Day's strong chest. Day frowns. Why? Day asked in a deep voice, trying to lean his face back toward Brick to continue kissing him. But Brick turned away in the other direction. You and I are both wet. We're going to get sick. Go take a shower and change clothes, Brick tells Day, trying to avoid being pounced on. Day smiles lightly. You're right. I'm going to go take a shower, Day said. Brick was quickly relieved. Wait, where are you taking me? Brick yelled and held himself up when Day pulled his arm toward the bathroom. How about taking a bath? Day replied. You're going to bathe first, Brick said immediately. You're wet too. Let's bathe together. You don't have to be embarrassed. I've seen you naked. After he finished talking, Day quickly pulled Brick into the bathroom. No, Day. I can take a bath later. Brick started struggling because he did not feel comfortable with this. Also, his fever from this morning was starting to reappear because he was wet from the cold rain. Don't be too hard on yourself, Day said before finally pulling Brick into the bathroom. The tall figure dragged him to stand together in the tub. Take off your clothes, Day said in a deep, stern voice. AI Day, it's better to take a bath one at a time. The tub is too narrow for two people, Brick said. It's just a bath. What are you afraid of? Day asked in an annoyed tone. Brick hesitated to say anything. Are you going to take it off or not? Day asked in a deep voice. Brick flinched a bit before slowly turning his back to Day and starting to take off his clothes. His torso shivered from the cold, and he turned to look at Day, who was also taking off his clothes. Is he just going to wash himself? Brick can only ask this question to himself. Then, slowly, he takes off his pants. When all Brick's clothes were removed, the tub was full of warm water. He quickly climbed into the tub to avoid Day's eyes. He sat down, feeling the warm water that had filled the tub. Brick sat with his back turned toward Day. Fearing Day might try to kiss him again, Brick kept some distance between them. Brick's body was pulled backward. His bare back, touching Day's bare chest, caused Brick to sit stiffly. A prominent nose began to snuggle around his shoulders, smoothly running over his skin. Ugh! Ow! Day? Hey, don't! Brick called out. Brick cries out as Day's strong hands touch his smooth skin. Hugging his slim waist was not enough. Day moves his hand down to caress the length of Brick, causing Brick to grab Day's hand. Huh! Day growled angrily as Brick removed his hand because he felt Day's cock grow stiff against his buttocks. Sitting behind Brick, Day rubbed his hands over his smooth skin as he places kisses new bite marks on his white shoulders. Brick felt a sharp pain from Day's bites. His heart fluttered, causing him to feel hot and dizzy. Oh no. You did this last night, Brick said with a trembling voice. When Day moved his free hand to touch Brick's hard cock again, Brick reached for Day's hand again. Only, this time, he could not move it because Day's strong arm slid around him, locking his slim waist in place. Stay still, Day said, letting out a growl, but Brick felt nervous. Even though soaking in the warm water made him feel a little more comfortable after being exposed to rain for a long time, Brick was starting to really feel sick. Your hands are really messing me up, Day said in a muffled voice before getting up from the bathtub. Brick was relieved, thinking that Day had changed his mind. But the tall figure walked to the bathroom cabinet and opened it. He took out an unused shower curtain. He ripped it and turned it into a long ribbon. Brick's eyes quickly widened when he turned to see this. What are you going to do, Day? No, Brick yelled, trying to run from Day in the bathroom. Day grabbed Brick's slim waist before Brick could leave the bathroom naked. Let me go. What are you going to do to me again? Oh, no, I can't take this anymore, Brick shouted in the bathroom. Day eyed Brick out of lust before dragging his body back into the bathtub. Just let me go? Brick choked on a little water because Day threw him into the tub quite hard, causing Brick to lose his balance and choke on the water in the tub. Day quickly followed him down and grabbed both of Brick's hands. Day? Hey, don't. Brick squirmed, trying to move his hands to keep Day from tying him up. Bathtub water splashed out of the tub due to Brick's thrashing around and Day's movements. The longer you fight, the more force I will use, Day said hoarsely, starting to hug him tighter. The strong figure pulled Brick into a sitting position with his back to Day. Then Day wrapped both legs around him. He held and hugged Brick from behind, locking him from moving, so that Brick cannot get away. Brick began to gasp for breath until Day was able to bind both of Brick's hands together. He tied them together, and then he tied them to the curtain rod above the bathtub. The bind was long enough that Brick could sit at the bottom of the tub. He was exhausted because of all the struggling to get away from Day moments ago. Day, I can listen to you. Untie me. I don't like this, Brick said softly, making Day smile slightly. But I like it. It has a different vibe, and you like it too. Why wouldn't you now? Day said in a low voice before moving and sitting down behind Brick again. Now, there's no more hands to get in the way, Day said before moving his hand to embrace Brick's cock. Ugh. Brick flinched as the strong hand gently stroked his hard member. If you don't want to have your legs tied up as well, spread your legs and open them wide, Day said, hissing behind Brick's ear, causing his body to have hot flashes, but he agreed to do as Day said because he did not want to be tied up again. He slowly lifted himself up and spread his legs apart, with a trembling expression. Day? I'm cold, Brick said. His voice trembled because he was starting to get cold. Hold on. Come on. Listen to me, and it'll be over. If you're stubborn, you'll have to endure the cold like this, Day said before grabbing Brick's cock and gently stroking it back and forth under the water. Brick moaned as Day started to rub his cock faster. The faster Day moves, the more exhausted Brick begins to feel. He leans his body against Day's chest. Day then uses his free hand to cup Brick's smooth chest. Using his fingers, he starts to tease Brick's nipples until they got hard. Brick moaned as he bit his lip and lowered his head. He felt a tingling sensation all over his cock from how good it felt to be stroked so quickly. His body began to tremble. Chills and tingling sensations spread over the rest of his body from the pleasure he was feeling on his chest and groin. Day snuggled up to Brick's neck. Lightly nibbling on the nape of his shoulder, he trails behind Brick's ear. Gently, he bites into the soft skin on Brick's shoulder. Damn. Ow. Ai, Day. Ow. Brick moaned as Day started to pump him even faster, bringing Brick almost to his limit. Brick's legs were now trembling. He tried to close them multiple times. The hand Day was using to tease Brick's nipples was slid in between his legs. Brick could feel Day's strength pushing his legs to keep them apart. Ow. Day, faster. Again. Oh. Brick's face pleaded from the sensation he felt taking over his body. Day quickly gave Brick what he asked before Brick's body began to twitch. Creamy white liquid filled the water. Day did not let Brick rest for long because he was unable to endure waiting any longer. He sat Brick comfortably on the edge of the bathtub. The curtain, tied around his wrists, was long enough for this. Day, untie me, Brick said in a low voice. No, Day said shortly before spreading Brick's legs apart. Day? Brick said hoarsely, as Day pointed his hard cock at Brick's rear entrance. What else do you want? Day said in frustration because he was starting to not be able to control his emotions. Please use some lube to help. I'm afraid it's going to hurt, Brick said. Day grunted in anger before turning to grab the gel from the basket beside the tub, applying it to his cock before slowly inserting it into Brick's ass. Ow. Brick bit his lip numbly as Day's cock slowly entered his entrance. Ow. Day groaned in satisfaction before using both arms to wrap under Brick's legs to separate them. Facing Day, Brick's smooth back was pressed against the bathroom wall while his smooth hips floated to the surface of the tub. Brick quickly brought his hands, that were tied, around Day's neck to support himself. His strong hips started to move in and out, forcing water to splash out of the tub with each thrust. Day moaned. Brick's ass was tight and narrow for Day despite having gone through this kind of thing many times with Day. His ass was soft and tight, which drove Day crazy. All the parts of Brick were making Day easily addicted even without Brick doing much of anything. Ow. Oops. Day, softly, ow. Brick called out before Day kissed him again. His hot tongue clings to the smaller tongue, and this time Brick kissed him back. He felt trembling all over his body. The more Day drives his cock deep inside him, the more excited Brick got. He almost felt like he was floating on air. Their thrusting was echoing in the bathroom. Brick was a little embarrassed when he heard the sound, but he could not do anything other than let it happen naturally. Ow, damn it, Day said hoarsely while pumping his hips, in and out, again and again, until Brick shuddered under the impact from his entire body. Ow! Day! Ow! Ow! Ah! Brick could not hold back his moans because he was unable to endure the pumps from Day. Damn! Day's hips sped up as he approached his limit. Brick felt like he was about to release another round, although Day did not touch his cock this time. Hurry up! Ugh! Aw! Brick moaned as he released himself, feeling warm liquid on his stomach. Day also released in Brick's ass. He let out a small sigh of relief before sinking himself into the bathtub. He grabbed Brick and pulled him down to sit on top of his lap. Day still did not pull out of Brick. Brick felt like he did not have the strength to move anything. Ow! Day? Brick moaned as he felt the stiffness inside his body. Day turned Brick around to where his back was to him. Their bodies were still connected. Day stretched his legs out as Brick was pressed against his chest. Move for me, Day said. I can't, Brick said quietly. Try a little bit. If you do this, I'll finish with just this round faster. If you don't, I'll continue this on the bed again, Day said in a calm voice. Brick bit his lip before agreeing to move up and down in an embarrassed manner. Both their asses were under the water. Day also cradled Brick's hips. Brick's hands were still bound, but he was able to hold on to the edge of the tub with them to balance himself. Brick agreed to rock his hips for Day. Day placed his kisses all over his back, nonstop. Ow. Yes. That's it. You know how to do the job too, right? Day said in a raspy voice. Brick blushed with embarrassment. Luckily, he was sitting with his back to Day, otherwise Brick would put his head down. Day? Are you going to add more gel? Brick asked in an embarrassed voice because what else did they have in the water? I can only use a little bit, but don't stop, Day said as Brick kept moving. Brick was not strong and did not move as fast as Day wanted him to. Day moved his legs to kneel, causing Brick to quickly grab the edge of the tub with his bound hands. Brick's knee hit the bottom of the tub lightly. His body was now kneeling with his back to Day. He did not delay before slamming his hips into Brick. The warm sensation made him tingle. Ah, 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 Brick cried out in rhythm, unable to contain his moans. Day moaned. The two voices rang out in the bathroom until Day released into Brick's ass again. Brick also released himself because he could not resist. Day quickly supported his body into an embrace while kissing him, leaving love marks on his back. Brick, Day said, called out as the slim body threw his face toward the edge of the tub. Ugh, Brick moaned softly. His round eyes began to blink before closing in exhaustion. Day grabbed Brick's face to turn to him and found the slim figure had already fallen asleep. How did you fall asleep? Day muttered under his breath before pulling himself out of Brick. He managed to shower and wash Brick's hair while he was unconscious, but did so without complaining. After he finished bathing himself and washing Brick's hair, Day carried Brick to dry him by the bed. Day noticed Brick's skin was hot. Since he had already fallen asleep, Day did not want him up to take any medicine. He knew if he tried to wake Brick up that he would not be able to. Day put some clothes on Brick and towel dried his hair. Am I raising a baby? Day muttered to himself. When he was finished, Day laid Brick down and covered him with a blanket before falling asleep next to him. Brick cuddled toward Day's warm body. Day looked at Brick's sleeping face before letting out a sigh. He pulls Brick into an embrace before leaning over to turn out the light at the head of his bed. Brick, Day called out, causing the slim figure, who was sleeping soundly, regained his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids were heavy, but he was able to resist and open his eyes. The bright light made him feel dizzy. He was not feeling well, and his whole body hurt. He had a fever, and his throat was very sore. Oh, Brick responded with a low voice. Can you get up? Do you want me to take you to the hospital or a good temple? Day asked in a flat tone. Brick frowned but said nothing. Get up, go eat, and take medicine first. Then go back to sleep, Day said again. Brick tried to fall back asleep because he had no strength. Brick heard Day let out a sigh. Then, he was pulled to a sitting position. Brick opened his eyes again. I'm sleepy, Brick said hoarsely. But you haven't eaten anything. It's afternoon. Eat first, and then go to bed. I'll have to leave soon, Day said. Where are you going? Brick immediately asked, but there was almost no sound that came out. I'm going to pick up my brother from the hospital. The doctor discharged him, Day said, and Brick nodded. Day brought Brick a bowl of porridge. Can you eat by yourself? They asked. Brick nodded. He picked up a napkin and placed it on his lap before setting the bowl of porridge on top. Brick sat up to eat rice. Day got up, picked him up, and went across the room. He was surprised that Day did not complain. Day? I'm full, Brick said to Day. The tall figure walked over to him before frowning. Are you going to eat? Or are you sick? Day grumbled in a deep voice. I can't swallow, Brick said because his throat hurt so much that he did not want to swallow anything. Then drink a little more milk so you can take some medicine. Damn, you'll die in my room, Day said. Brick was getting used to Day's words. The tall figure left the room, holding the bowl of porridge. After a while, he returned with a glass of warm milk. Drink the whole glass. If you don't drink it all, I'll put it in your mouth myself, Day threatened. Brick picked up the glass and held it before taking a slow sip. He really could not drink the whole glass. Day brought some medicine and water to Brick. After taking the medicine, Brick lay on the bed. He was exhausted. Laying down, he watched Day across the room. In a little while, your friend Nick will come over and stay with you, Day said. Damn it. Why? Brick asked because he was puzzled. Why was Day allowing Nick to stay with him? Well, I won't be here. If you die, no one will see, Day said. Why are you letting Nick stay with me? You can take me home. There are people at my house who can take care of me, Brick said. Do you want to go home? Or do you want to wait for that bastard P to visit you? Day turned and spoke in a stern voice. Brick was silent because his throat hurts, and he does not want to argue with Day. Don't worry. I already have Neil coming too, Day said. Brick wanted to bite his tongue off. Nick and Neil together. He does not know whether he's going to sleep well or not. What about you? Brick asked. I'm not coming back tonight. I'm going to sleep with my brother. Take your medicine and go to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll come to pick you up. Oh, I've already called the college for you. You don't have to go to class until you've recovered. Your friend said there were no exams, Day said again. Brick felt a funny feeling in his heart when he heard that Day would not be coming back to the condo tonight. Are you not coming back? Brick asked again. Well, my brother has just recovered from being sick. How can I leave him alone? I'll be back in the morning, Day said. Ding. Dong. The doorbell rang. Day went in the front room to open the door. After a moment, Nick walked idly into Day's bedroom. What the hell? You used my friend to the point of leaving him exhausted like this, idiot Day? Nick yelled when he saw the state Brick was in. Stop talking so much. I'm letting you be with your friend. I did not say you could mess with him, Day said as he left his room. He called Neil on his cell and reached for his wallet and keys. Are you leaving? Brick suddenly asked in a low voice. Yeah, I'll wait for Neil. When he comes up, I'll leave, Day said. Brick's face quickly turned dark. Nick looked at his friend's face. Ding. Dong. The doorbell rang, and Day walked away. You act like a dog who got abandoned by his owner, Nick said nonchalantly. Brick turned to look at him with his brows furrowed together. You're the dog. Go find Neil. I'm going to sleep, Brick said, moving the blanket to cover himself weakly. Nick sat at the foot of the bed and looked at his friend. You love Day already, Nick said. Brick looked at his friend for a moment. Nonsense. Can you not bother me? I'm asking you. I want to lie down and rest. I have a headache, Brick said to his friend because he did not want to talk about it. Brick, himself, does not know why he agreed to stay with Day. What are you doing in here to annoy your friend? Come sit out here and let him rest. Neil's voice rang out from the bedroom door. Nick turned and smiled when he saw Neil. Did Day already leave? Brick asked in a hoarse voice. Neil said before walking over and dragging Nick out of Day's bedroom by his collar. Don't pull me. The collar of my shirt will get wrinkled, Nick yelled at Neil as he walked out of the bedroom. Neil closed the door. When the two of them had left, Brick lay down to rest, feeling a strange headache and heartache. He is his brother. Brick mutters to himself softly before falling asleep. I'm okay, Day. I can walk, Knight said after Day brought him back from the hospital to his home. When he got out of the car, Day immediately came to support his brother. If I'm gone, what are you going to do? Day said harshly, but Knight did not take him too seriously. Knight smiled at him before sitting on the couch. As for Day, he went to pour water for his brother to drink and sat down next to him. I'm going to stay with you tonight. Tomorrow, I'm let Fu stay here, or we can have that boy named Not stay with you because I'm going back to the shop for a few days. Or should I come back to stay with you? Day suggested. Knight immediately shook his head. I want to take care of Gear. Is that okay, Day? Knight asked his brother. Day was still reluctant for a moment before letting out a sigh. Okay, fine, but don't take care of him until you remember to take care of yourself first. If anything happens to you, I'll kill that bastard, Day said in a flat tone. Knight quickly pulled his brother into a hug. I won't make Day worry again. You have always been taking care of me and worrying about me all the time. I don't want P-Day to get tired because of me again, Knight said in a serious tone, knowing he had been troubling his brother for a long time. I can't stop worrying about you, you know? Day said as he hugged his brother back. P-Day, Knight called in a low voice. Day replied. P-Day, have you ever thought about having a family? Isn't there anyone P-Day loves, or anyone who loves P-Day? Someone who also takes care of and worries about P-Day? Knight asks because he has never seen his brother bring someone to his house, or see him serious about anyone. The person I love is sitting here, hugging me, Day said, smiling softly. Knight shook his head. Not like this at all. I mean boyfriend. I mean love, Knight said. Day's mind began to wonder and think about someone. People like me are not suitable to have a lover, Knight, because someone who comes to love me probably would only be troubled. I'm sorry. Not everyone loves Day, for sure, Day said in a calm voice. Knight looked at his brother. Why are you so sad? Knight asked in a worried tone. Because I'm a bad person, Day answered softly before smiling at his brother. You've asked too many questions. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Day changed the subject. I want to eat shrimp porridge, Knight said with a smile. Okay, I'll cook. You can lie down on the couch. I'll call you when I'm done, Day said before getting up and going to the kitchen. The strong figure took the phone out of his pocket and called his friend. What's up? Neil picked up the phone. Little bastard. Why are you sitting here? Get away from my ear, Neil's voice rang out to the person next to him so loud. Day shook his head, wondering if he was right or wrong to have left the two of them together in one room. What the fuck are you guys going to do with each other? How is Brick? Day asked. Worried about your wife? Neil asked. Sad. If I were there, I could kick your mouth, Day cursed at his friend. Who are you talking to? Nick's voice came through the phone. I did not come for you to be nosy. Let's move, shall we? Annoying, Neil's voice scolded the other party. Damn. I'll ask Shorty. He's the one who's been looking after Brick for you. I'm not smart enough to take care of anyone. Short boy, you two talk. Don't you want to know? Who I'm talking to? Neil yelled at Nick. After a while, Nick picked up the phone. What's up, Day? Nick said. Damn. You know it was me. And just now, you tried to ask my friend. Day could not help but to ask Nick a little. Why? Don't you know my tricks? Nick replied. I heard that you caught Brick and filled him with your germs. Nick immediately yelled. How is he? Day asked nervously. Are you worried about my friend? Nick asked teasingly. Damn it. If you don't answer, I'm going to have Neil kill you and throw you out of the condo, Day said, leaving it like that. He still has a fever. He won't let me wipe him myself. I don't know what he's embarrassed about. I could only put a fever-reducing patch on his head, Nick said when he noticed Day had gone silent. If he doesn't wipe himself, the fever won't go away, right? Day muttered in a deep voice. How would I know? He won't let me wipe him. At first, he did not even want to eat. But I let your friend Neil threaten him. That's why he was willing to eat, Nick said again. Day frowned. Stubborn, Day said, sounding irritated. Well, let's watch him first. If his fever does not go away, I'll take him to the hospital, Day replied. He's probably okay. Brick hates hospitals, Nick said because he was friends with Brick for a long time. Suddenly, who's sick, P-Day? Knight's voice rang out, causing Day to freeze a little. That's all. I'll call you later, Day told Nick before ending the call and turning to Knight. Nothing. My friend called and said he was sick, Day said. P-Day's friend. Who is he? So what's wrong with him? Or is it Neil? Knight asked immediately. Damn it, Neil. It's not a big deal. He said he wanted to apologize to you, but was afraid you would not forgive him. Day changed the subject. Why would not I forgive him? Neil was really good to me. I know Neil did it out of the love he has for me. If P-Day sees Neil again, please tell him that I want to see him and that I'm not angry with him anymore, Knight said. Day looked at his brother for a moment and smiled slightly. Even though Day had changed his brother to be more violent, Knight always had a pure heart. But what are you doing in the kitchen, Knight? What did you come to tell me? Day asked his brother. I came to help. Sitting around is boring, said the young man. Okay, peel the shrimp, Day told his brother before taking the shrimp out of the bag and handing it to Knight. The two brothers help each other cook porridge. It had been a long time since the two had moments like this together. Why are you making so much? Are you going to eat it all? Knight asked while looking at the porridge in the pot. They had cooked a lot. The tall figure froze. While cooking, he accidentally thought of another person. No, you can heat it up for your next meal. Fu will come tomorrow. Let him have some porridge, Day said in a calm voice. Knight frowned at his brother before wrapping his arms around his brother's waist. If anyone gets Day to be their boyfriend, he'll be lucky. My brother is good at cooking. You can do whatever you want, Knight said with a smile. Day did not say anything. After eating porridge for dinner with his brother, the sky was dark. Day and Knight watched television together until 10 p.m. Day then put his brother to bed. At first, Day would sleep with him, but Knight said he wanted to sleep alone. The strong figure did not let his brother close the door for fear that the fever would return. Knight happily accepted his brother's concern. Day went to his room to take a shower and sleep. The strong figure picked up the phone and sent a message to Fu, asking him to take care of his brother while he went to see Salon in the province. Then Day turned to look at his watch and saw that it was after 11 p.m., so he decided to call his other friend. What's up, Day? Neil answered the phone. Are you and Nick still at the condo? Day asked. Where are you? Shorty left hours ago. His sister rear-ended another car. He did not know who, so he had to hurry and see. As for me, how bad can he look? Your kid wakes up and chases me out. Even though I'm here, I can't do anything. You know. So, I ordered some soup and put it on the bedside table with medicine, and I locked the door on my way out for you, Neil said. Day's face immediately tensed. Then why did not you call me and tell me? Will he die alone in my room? Day said irritably. Well, I knew you'd call and ask. I'm worried that you won't come back, and he won't take care of himself. Looking at his condition, I don't know if it's fever or something else, Neil said. Okay, that's all, Day said, ending the call and immediately dialing Brick's number. The phone rang for a while, but no one answered the other line. Why did not you answer the phone? Did he die of shock? Day growled in annoyance before heading to his brother's room. When he opened the door, he found that Knight was not sleeping. He was laying in the bed and talking on the phone. The small figure flinched before smiling slightly. It's late. Why are not you sleeping? They asked. I was talking on the phone with AI Gear, Knight said quietly before telling Gear he had to go and would call him back. I don't mind, but don't stay up too late. You just got better, Day said. Yes, and P. Day, why are not you sleeping? You do not have to worry about me, the young man said with a smile. Yeah, that's it, Day said quietly. Chapter 21. What's wrong? Knight asked, raising an eyebrow. Nothing. I'm going to bed. Day patted his younger brother's head and stood up to leave. However, he stopped in front of the bedroom door. What's wrong, P. Day? Knight asked again, confused. Knight, can you stay here by yourself? I'm going to see Neil, Day finally said. P. Neil? What's wrong with him? Knight asked curiously. He's not feeling well. You know he came to Thailand alone. I'm worried something might happen to him late at night, so I'm going to check on him for a while, Day lied. Meanwhile, Neil was comfortably lying in his room watching movies, completely unaware that he had suddenly become sick. P. Day, then go see him. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself, Knight replied. Day looked at his brother with guilt in his eyes. He walked over and kissed Knight's forehead. I'm sorry for leaving you here alone. It's okay. You're just too attached to me, Knight joked, trying to keep Day from worrying. All right, I'm leaving. I probably won't be back tomorrow because I need to return to the salon. You don't have to come downstairs. I'll lock up before I go. Knight smiled and nodded. Day left Knight's room, returned to his own room to change clothes and gather a few things, then headed downstairs. As soon as he got into the car, he cursed under his breath. Brick's phone was lying on the passenger seat. No wonder Brick hadn't answered any of his calls. Day immediately drove back to the condo. When he entered the apartment, he went straight to the bedroom. He quietly opened the door. The small lamp above the headboard was still on. Brick was curled up beneath a thick blanket. A bowl of soup Neil had ordered sat untouched on the bedside table. The medicine and the cup of water beside it hadn't been touched either. Day's expression darkened. Brick hadn't eaten. He hadn't even taken his medicine. Day sat beside him and gently removed the cooling patch from Brick's forehead. Day's thought, "You're still burning up." He placed a hand against Brick's forehead. The fever was still high. Day got up, soaked a towel in cold water, then returned to the bed. He carefully wiped Brick's body to help cool him down. When he turned Brick over to wipe his back, Brick slowly opened his eyes. No. Brick weakly pushed the towel away and tried to turn over. Stay still, Day ordered. Brick blinked, squinting sleepily before finally recognizing him. Day. His voice was barely audible. His heavy eyelids threatened to close again. Yeah, it's me. Why didn't you get up to eat and take your medicine? Day continued wiping him down. Brick shook his head weakly. So stubborn. Sit up. Day helped him sit upright. Brick's eyes remained closed. Day carefully removed his shirt. His smooth skin was covered with red marks and bite marks. Day quietly wiped his chest and back. Afterward, he took out a clean shirt and pulled it over Brick's head. Brick's body was burning with fever. Day could feel the heat radiating against his own skin. He gently slapped Brick's cheek. Brick slowly opened his eyes and rubbed the spot Day had slapped. Damn it. You really deserve a harder slap, Day muttered. Day, what? I'm hungry. Hungry? Then why didn't you eat the food Neil ordered? I should have just let you starve. Day was still irritated that Brick had ignored both the food and the medicine. Hug me. Day frowned. Brick's eyes filled with tears. His body trembled. What the hell is wrong with you? Ugh. I couldn't get up. Brick's voice cracked as he started crying again. Day sighed tiredly and rubbed his hair. Stop crying. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to get up or not? His raised voice only made Brick cry harder. With another exhausted sigh, Day pulled Brick into his arms. Brick buried his face against Day's chest. Even though Day felt completely overwhelmed, he continued holding him. Don't be so stupid. If you stop crying, I'll get you something to eat. Brick quietly sobbed against his chest for a while before finally calming down. Day gently helped him lean back against the headboard. Wait here. I'll get you some porridge. Day went to the kitchen. He took out the porridge he had cooked earlier, heated it in the microwave, then carried it back to the bedroom. He shook his head. Brick had already fallen asleep again, sitting with his head drooping forward. Brick, wake up. Eat first so you can take your medicine. Brick's eyes and nose were still red from crying. Feed me. This idiot has completely lost his mind. Day muttered. Brick immediately looked ready to cry again. Fine. Don't cry. I hate seeing tears. Damn it. Open your mouth. Brick obediently opened his mouth a little. Day blew gently on each spoonful before feeding him. Brick slowly chewed and swallowed. He only managed to eat a little before shaking his head. He couldn't eat anymore. Day didn't force him. At least there was something in his stomach. Day placed the bowl on the table before bringing over the medicine and water. Brick swallowed the medicine. Then he slowly lay back down and closed his eyes. Day stood at the foot of the bed, looking at him. Brick, why do I have to take care of you? Day muttered. He climbed onto the bed beside him. Brick immediately snuggled against Day's chest. This time, Day didn't push him away. Instead, he wrapped an arm around him, pulled him closer, reached over, and turned off the light. They fell asleep together. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains. Brick stirred slightly before slowly opening his eyes. There was a strange warmth beside him. Even the pillow felt different. He turned his head, then froze. Brick's thought. Day? When did he come back? Day's arm was wrapped securely around Brick's waist. Brick realized he had been sleeping on Day's arm. His face rested only inches from Day's chest. He could even feel Day's warm breath brushing through his hair. Brick's thought. Damn it. Last night, did I dream that he cleaned me, fed me, and took care of me? After sleeping, he felt much better. But now he couldn't tell whether last night had really happened. Brick's thought. It couldn't be real. It had to be a dream. But if it wasn't? He kept shaking his head until Day stirred. Do you have lice or something? Day mumbled sleepily before rolling onto his back. Brick was still lying on his arm. Day placed his free hand against Brick's forehead. The fever's finally coming down. Good. You won't be causing me trouble anymore. What kind of man cries when he's sick? Brick's face instantly turned bright red. I didn't. Day immediately turned to look at him. Oh really? You cried like an idiot last night. Day gently slid Brick's head off his arm before sitting up and stretching his numb shoulder. Who are you calling an idiot? You're the idiot. You're making things up. Even though, Brick vaguely remembered crying after Day scolded him. Damn brat. Day muttered before climbing out of bed. When did you come back? Brick asked. Last night. Day walked into the bathroom. Brick remained alone on the bed, his face burning. Brick's thought. Damn it. Was it really a dream? Or was it real? Did Day actually feed me himself? Can someone like him really do something that gentle? Brick pulled the blanket over his face in embarrassment. Although he felt much better, he still didn't want to get out of bed. A while later, Day finished showering and came out wearing only a towel. Wake up. Take a shower. Change your clothes. We're leaving. Where are we going? Brick asked. You don't need to know. I'll take you wherever I want. Now get moving. Brick slowly sat up. He was still slightly dizzy. He shuffled into the bathroom. After showering, he came out to find Day had already prepared a bag of clothes. "Am I staying with you?" Brick asked. "Yeah." Day answered flatly while Brick got dressed. "When you're done, come to the kitchen." Brick quickly changed and walked out. Day had already prepared porridge. Brick quietly sat across from him. "Eat." Brick tasted the porridge. Then he paused. The flavor felt strangely familiar. "Who made this?" "I did." "Why didn't you eat it yesterday?" "No. It just tastes familiar. I feel like I've eaten this before." Day looked at him briefly. "You did. You ate it last night." Brick froze. Brick's thought. So, it was all real. His face slowly turned red. Day simply continued eating without looking at him. "When you're finished, take your medicine." After finishing the porridge, Brick swallowed his medicine with water. Day stood up and washed Brick's bowl. Brick stared at him. Normally, Day always made him wash the dishes. "I'm ready." "Did you forget anything?" Day asked. Brick shook his head. They left together. After driving away from the condo, Day stopped at a store to buy some supplies. Brick dozed off several times during the trip. Ring, ring, ring. Day's phone rang. Since Day was still inside the beauty supply store, Brick picked it up. The caller ID read, "Beam." Brick froze. Through the window, he saw Day was still shopping. After hesitating, he answered the call. "P. Day, where are you?" A cheerful young man's voice came through the speaker. Brick felt something tighten painfully inside his chest. Day went into a store to buy something. He left his phone in the car. "Oh, you're not P. Day?" He said he'd be back today. The young voice continued. Brick suddenly realized. Day was taking him to the salon. "You're P. Day's friend, right? Could you please tell him Beam called?" At that moment, Brick saw Day walking back toward the car. "Wait a moment. He's almost here." Day opened the driver's door and looked at Brick in confusion as the phone was handed to him. "What is it?" Beam called. Brick answered quietly. Day looked from the phone to Brick. Then he smiled faintly. He answered the call. Brick reclined his seat and closed his eyes. He pretended to sleep, but every word reached his ears. "What's up, Beam?" "I'm on my way back." "What? You already miss me?" Brick instinctively pressed a hand against his chest. It hurt. "You want oranges from Nakhon Pathom?" "Heh. All right. I'll buy some for you. Do you want anything else?" "Tell me now. I'll be back at the salon soon. I don't want to come back out shopping again later." As he spoke, Day glanced toward Brick. Brick appeared to be asleep. "Okay. I'll be there in about 2 hours. Bye." Day hung up. "You can sleep. I'll wake you when we get there." Brick didn't answer. Brick's thought. What's going on between Day and that kid named Beam? Day drove out of Bangkok toward his hometown, where his beauty salon was located. Brick still had a slight fever. He slept almost the entire journey. When Day stopped to buy oranges for Beam, Brick never even woke up. Not long afterward, the car stopped outside a famous beauty salon. Voices from outside gradually woke Brick. "Kid, get someone to help carry the things from the back of the car." Day shouted. "Hello, P. Day. I thought you'd forgotten about the salon. Did you bring a friend?" Brick slowly sat up. He looked outside. They were in the middle of a busy commercial district. Shops lined both sides of the street. Brick climbed out of the car. Several employees were unloading supplies from the trunk. He looked up at the salon in shock. He never imagined Day owned such a luxurious beauty salon. It didn't match Day's rough appearance at all. "P. Day, where's my souvenir?" A youthful-looking boy wearing a black rubber apron came running out. The moment Brick heard his voice, he turned. He froze. So, this was Beam. The boy had fair skin, delicate features, and an incredibly sweet face. He was beautiful enough to be mistaken for a girl. "Why did you come out dressed like that?" Day asked quietly. "I already finished dyeing the customer's hair. I just haven't taken off my apron or gloves yet." Beam smiled brightly. Day glanced toward Brick. Brick was staring at Beam with a gloomy expression. A faint smile appeared on Day's face. "Turn around. I'll untie it for you." Brick immediately looked at Day. Day stepped behind Beam and untied the apron strings for him. Beam and the employees all looked at Day in confusion. Thank you. Are you sick, P. Day?" Beam asked. "Don't ask so many questions. Go back inside." Day gently pushed Beam toward the salon. Then he turned back to Brick. "Come on." Brick quietly followed him. Inside, Brick looked around in astonishment. Every employee was either a handsome man or a ladyboy. Nearly all of the male employees appeared to be gay. Where have you been? I've come here so many times, but I've never seen you. One middle-aged female customer said. I've been busy because of night. I haven't had much time to come back. How are you today? Day greeted her politely. Then he turned to Beam. Beam, take Brick to my office. Beam smiled warmly. Come on. We'll wait in Day's office. My name's Beam. My name is Brick. Brick replied quietly. You're the one who answered P. Day's phone earlier? Brick sat down on the sofa. The office had a large glass wall overlooking the salon. Curtains could be drawn for privacy, but they were currently open. Wait here. I'll get you some water. Beam left. Brick quietly looked around. The salon was luxurious. Everything inside was high-end. Even the equipment came from famous brands. The customers all looked wealthy and well-dressed. A short while later, Day entered with Beam carrying a glass of water. Thank you, Brick said. Beam, the grapefruit is in that bag. I bought it for everyone. Beam grinned happily before running back outside. Now alone, Brick looked at Day. Is this really your salon? Day answered while sorting through a pile of bills on his desk. Knock. Knock. Beam knocked before opening the glass door. P. Day, what would you like to drink? I'll make it. You should already know what I like. What do I always drink? Brick froze. In the afternoon, you always drink lemon tea. Beam smiled. Day nodded. Then wait a moment. I'll make it. Oh, Beam. Tell Pa to come see me. Beam nodded before leaving again. What is it? They asked. You've been staring. It's nothing, Brick answered quietly. If you're sleepy, go upstairs. The room on the left. Here's the key. Day handed him the key. Brick accepted it and quietly walked away. Where are you going? Beam asked as Brick reached the stairs. I'm going upstairs. Oh, Brick likes grapefruit too, right? I'll bring some up. Brick tried to refuse. Wait. I'll take P. Day's tea first. Then I'll bring yours. Beam hurried away before Brick could answer. Brick continued upstairs. The second floor also had a small living room. He unlocked the room on the left. Inside was a spacious bedroom with a large bed. Brick left the door unlocked since Beam would be coming shortly. He sat quietly on the bed. His expression gradually darkened. After coming here, he realized he knew almost nothing about Day. He suddenly felt like an outsider. An overwhelming loneliness quietly settled inside him. Knock. Knock. The door opened. Beam walked in carrying a plate of peeled grapefruit. I thought P. Brick would be sleeping in the guest room. When I checked there just now, I couldn't find you. Brick looked at him in surprise. There's a guest room? Yeah. When Day's friends stay over, they usually sleep there. But today, P. Day told you to sleep in this room. Brick lowered his eyes awkwardly. Here's your grapefruit. Beam handed him the plate. But Day bought it for you. He bought enough for everyone. I just happened to be craving it. Beam laughed. His smile was incredibly cute. Under normal circumstances, Brick would have wanted to flirt with someone like him immediately. But now, he couldn't. How old are you? Brick asked gently. 17. Why? Shouldn't you be in school? I should. But this week our teachers went away for training. So the school's closed. Brick pressed his lips together. There were many things he wanted to ask, but he didn't dare. Chapter 22. What's wrong, P. Brick? Beam asked when he saw Brick looking down. No, it's nothing. Thank you for the grapefruit, Brick replied. He didn't dare ask what was going on between Beam and Day. The only thing he knew was that Beam worked at the salon. Was their relationship only that of employer and employee, or was there something more? Brick had no idea. Knock. 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 The doorknob turned, and a tall figure opened the door and walked in. What are you doing here, Beam? Day asked when he saw Beam in his bedroom. I brought some grapefruit for P. Brick. P. Day, do you want some? It's really sweet. I tasted it while I was peeling it, Beam said with a smile. Day looked at Brick. Brick turned his head away. Day watched Brick's reaction and smiled faintly. Is it really that sweet, Beam? Day asked. Beam nodded. Then feed it to me. Beam blinked in confusion and silently pointed at himself. Brick didn't even need to see the gesture. Just hearing those words made a sharp pain shoot through his chest. Me? Beam asked. Well, can't you feed me? Day replied. Why, yes. Beam picked up a piece of grapefruit from the plate. Before he could bring it to Day's mouth, Brick stood up and walked out onto the bedroom balcony. Beam looked after him in confusion, then glanced back at Day. Day looked from Beam to Brick before fixing his gaze on Brick. Ahem. Beam cleared his throat. What are you doing? Day asked. Day, you're really bad at this. I'm leaving. The young man hurried out of the room, leaving Day standing there, completely bewildered. Aren't you going to eat the grapefruit? Day asked quietly. No. Brick answered without turning around as he stared out from the balcony. Beam is cute, Brick said aloud. He's very cute, Day replied. Brick bit his lip before forcing a small smile. He talks to me nicely. He's cute. I like him. Brick turned to face Day. Day stared at him silently for a moment before walking over and grabbing his chin. Do you still want to sleep with someone else? Day asked coldly. Why can't I? Or is Beam your precious little darling? Brick shot back, wanting to hear Day's answer. Day was silent for a moment before releasing Brick's chin. Beam is my son. Don't you dare touch him. Not even with the tip of your finger. Otherwise, I'll kill you, Brick. Brick felt his eyes burn as tears threatened to spill over. The ache in his chest became unbearable. He forced the tears back, refusing to let them fall. You're really jealous, aren't you? I can't even touch him a little. Brick asked again. Don't even think about it, Day replied. Brick pressed his lips tightly together. He said nothing. He simply looked at Day with eyes full of pain that he could no longer hide. Ring, ring, ring. Brick's phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket. He remembered getting it back after leaving it in Day's car. Day snatched the phone from his hand, checked the caller ID, then handed it back after seeing that it was Nick. What's up, Nick? Brick answered. Brick, are you dead? I've been shouting outside your room forever. If you don't open the door, I'm breaking into Day's room. Nick yelled. Day slipped something into his pocket and walked away, leaving Brick to finish the conversation. How am I supposed to open the door? I'm not even there. Brick replied quietly. Oh, then where are you? What about Day? He brought me to his salon in another province. We'll be back in a couple of days. Then I'm just stuck here. I still haven't seen Neil. But why did he take you there? Did he bring you to show you off? Ha ha. Nick laughed. Brick remained silent. Hey, what's wrong, Brick? Why are you so quiet? Brick walked back out onto the balcony. Please, don't say things like that. I'm not someone important enough for him to show off. What the hell is wrong with you? You're talking like you're hurt. What did that bastard do? I'm not hurt. Brick instinctively turned around to see whether Day had heard him. Day was putting something away in the bathroom and didn't seem to have noticed. Really? My friend Brick always has a sharp mouth and never backs down. Why are you getting so worked up over something like this? Brick fell silent. I don't know what you're talking about. Bye. I need to go. Good luck with your classes. He ended the call because the longer he talked, the more Nick seemed determined to drag out the feelings Brick had been desperately trying to hide. Brick didn't want anyone to know what was in his heart. Even he was confused by his own feelings. What was Nick yelling about this time? Day asked after Brick hung up. He went looking for me in your room and couldn't find me, so he called to complain. Oh, come downstairs. I'll take you to lunch. You need to take another pill. You don't have to. It doesn't matter whether I eat or not. Day frowned. Why? Whether my fever goes away or not, it's my life. If I die, it's still my life, Brick answered sarcastically. Day's expression became unreadable. He walked toward Brick. Brick lowered his head, preparing himself. He was certain Day was about to slap him. Instead, Day simply said, The only person who decides whether you live or die is me. His voice remained calm as he walked past Brick and closed the balcony door. Brick stood there in stunned silence. Day hadn't done what he expected at all. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. Day headed for the door. Brick let out a weary sigh before following him downstairs. The employees immediately turned to look at them. What is it? Day asked quietly. A tall, beautiful transgender employee walked over, grabbed Brick's arm, and pulled him toward the reception counter. Several customers were still getting their hair done, but the reception area belonged to the staff. The employee held Brick by the shoulders and turned him this way and that, examining him. I'm getting dizzy, Brick mumbled nervously. He wasn't used to this kind of attention. He's sick. What are you doing? Day asked in a low voice as he approached. Beam, who was standing nearby, pouted at Day. It's nothing, known Day. I just wanted to get a better look at known Brick. He's handsome, and his features are beautiful. How do you know my name? Brick asked, instinctively stepping behind Day. I told everyone. Beam replied cheerfully with a bright smile. What's wrong, boy? Day asked. The employee frowned dramatically. Oh, known Day. That's rude. I've changed my name. It's Bell now. Please call me by my proper name. Most of the employees were older than Day. They joked around with him because he treated them like family. Even so, they respected him deeply whenever he became serious. You've seen Brick now. Anything else? We're going out to eat. Ah, don't leave yet. Sit and chat with me for a while, known Brick. Come here and give me a hug and a kiss. Belle teased him playfully. Have a seat and order whatever you like. I'm heading over to the salon. It's about time I got my hair cut. Day smiled and led Brick to a table beside the window overlooking the river. Day, what would you like today? A waitress eagerly asked. Several others stood nearby whispering and smiling at him. What do you want to eat, Brick? They asked. Brick frowned as he noticed one of the young waitresses constantly staring at them. Can we eat somewhere else? He asked. The waitress froze. Why? They asked. Brick glanced at the employees nearby. They're making me uncomfortable. Don't think too much. Just order. Brick silently closed the menu and stubbornly refused. Then we'll have a spaghetti carbonara and a lemon tea. Day ordered without waiting. Brick turned to stare out the window, his stomach growling despite his irritation. After a while, Day stood up and walked away. Brick wondered where he had gone. When Day returned, the food arrived. I didn't order this, Brick said when a plate of American fried rice was placed in front of him. I did. Once the waitress left, Brick noticed something strange. None of the female employees were looking at Day anymore. I didn't eat. Day's voice was calm, but his eyes left no room for argument. I'll eat. Brick quietly began eating. While he ate, he kept glancing at Day's spaghetti. What are you looking at? They asked. Brick immediately lowered his head. Nothing. Day handed him the menu. What else do you want? If you keep being stubborn and refuse to order, I won't ask again. I like what you're eating. Without another word, Day ordered another plate of spaghetti. Brick finished the fried rice before happily eating the spaghetti as well. When he was finally full, Day handed him his medicine. Brick blinked in surprise. Day had remembered to bring it. He quietly took the pills. After paying the bill, Day led him back to the car. You sat there sulking because people were looking at you and refused to eat. You don't eat fish either. You're becoming more and more like a woman. Who are you talking about? Maybe a dog. I'm talking about you. I just don't like people staring at me while I eat. Day shook his head and drove away. How does he even eat in public? Day wondered. A short while later, he parked in front of a famous bakery. Brick's eyes lit up. Before Day could even say anything, Brick had already jumped out of the car and rushed inside. Day followed behind him. Day? Is this the bakery that's famous for its FOI thong cake? Brick asked excitedly. I don't dare ask. You asked for me. Day sighed and led him straight to the display case filled with cakes. It's right here. Next time, try reading the signs. Brick ignored him completely and pressed himself against the display. Day, do you have any samples? He asked one of the employees. Day almost smacked his own forehead. Just moments ago, Brick claimed he was too embarrassed to ask about the cake. Now he was asking for free samples. Certainly. Please wait a moment. The employee returned with a small plate of FOI thong cake and a dessert fork. Brick's face lit up. It's delicious. Really delicious. He happily took another bite. Day, try this. It's really good. I already told you. I don't like sweets. Brick ignored him and held out a forkful toward Day's mouth. Just try it. Maybe you'll end up liking it. Day turned away. No. Brick stubbornly held the fork there. I said I'm not eating it. Brick paused. Forget it. I'll ask Beam to feed you instead. Maybe then you'll eat it. He turned the fork back toward the plate. Suddenly, Day grabbed Brick's wrist. Without another word, he leaned forward and ate the cake from the fork. Brick stared at him in astonishment. Happy now? It wasn't a big deal. Day walked away. Pick whatever you want. I'm getting an iced coffee. Brick smiled to himself before turning back to the display. I'll take 1 pound of FOI thong cake and 1 pound of French vanilla cake. Day, can I borrow some money? I forgot my wallet. It's in my backpack. Day handed him the money. Brick quickly paid and returned carrying 2 cake boxes. What did you buy? 1 pound of FOI thong cake and 1 pound of French vanilla cake. Brick, are you trying to kill yourself? You're going to eat all that. I'm not eating it all at once. Why won't you let me buy it? You're the one who brought me here. I'll pay you back. Fine. Let's go back to the salon. Brick smiled and carefully carried the cakes to the car. When they returned to the salon, both of them stopped in surprise. All of the employees had gathered together. Beam stood among them with his head lowered. What happened? They demanded. The customers were quietly ushered out, leaving only Poor, Belle, and Beam. What happened to Beam? Day asked again. Beam slowly raised his head. His lip was split. Dried blood stained the corner of his mouth. Tear tracks remained on his face. It's nothing, Beam whispered with a trembling voice before lowering his head again. Day walked over and gripped Beam's shoulder. Tell me. His deep voice made Beam flinch. Day, don't force him, Porce said. But I told Beam to tell Nong Day. Maybe Nong Day can help, Bell added. Beam quickly shook his head. No, please. Beam, Day shouted. Several remaining customers jumped in fright. Many of them knew what Day was like. Others had never seen this side of him. Day, stop shouting. Can't you see you're scaring him? Brick stepped forward and shoved the bag containing the cakes into Day's hands. I'll take care of Beam. This has nothing to do with you. Stop interfering, Brick, Day shouted. His grip tightened around the cake boxes. They slipped from his hand and crashed onto the floor. Brick froze. The entire salon fell silent. Even Beam stared in shock. I was only trying to help. Why are you yelling at me? Oh, I forgot. I can't even touch your precious Beam. Brick shouted back. He bent down, picked up the crushed cake boxes, and walked upstairs without another word. Day dragged a hand through his hair in frustration before turning back to Beam. Go wait in my office. Bell, you too. I need to ask both of you something. Then he turned to apologize to the startled customers. He couldn't run after Brick yet. First, he had to deal with what had happened in his salon. After returning to Day's bedroom, Brick opened the cake boxes. The cakes had been completely crushed. Bastard, bad person, you're horrible. Would it kill you to speak nicely to me just once? Brick muttered to himself. He set the ruined cakes on the table before lying down on the bed. All the resentment he thought had faded came flooding back. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang. The number on the screen was unfamiliar. Brick answered. Hello. Why do you sound so miserable? A deep male voice replied. Brick frowned. Who is this? What? You don't recognize this sweet voice. The man chuckled. If you don't tell me who you are, I'm hanging up. My dear stranger, Brick snapped. Don't hang up, Brick. It's me. Brick froze. It was P. Where did you get my number? My father and your father are friends. I asked your dad for it. So why are you calling? Brick's voice became cold. If Day came upstairs and found him talking to P, something terrible would definitely happen. Can't I call? I missed you. Or are you scared Day will find out? P teased knowingly. Don't mess with me. What do you think I am to him? You're giving me goosebumps. Oh, you didn't seem to get goosebumps when you were with P Day. Brick froze. What the hell are you talking about? Don't get mad. I just wanted to talk to you. Brick sat down on the edge of the bed. Brick, you and P Day aren't just friends, are you? We're just friends, Brick immediately denied. Don't lie to me. Just listening to the way he talked, I already knew. How important are you to him? I'm not important to him. Then, can you become someone important to me? P asked eagerly. Chapter 23. Don't joke around like that, idiot. I'm not laughing, Brick replied, even though, deep down, he felt that P wasn't joking. It's not a joke, P replied. I'm not gay, Brick said. If you're not gay, then I don't think Day is either, P answered. I'm not feeling well right now. I want to lie down and rest, Brick interrupted stubbornly. I understand. You don't have to answer me now. Take some time to think about it. If it feels too soon, we can just start by dating. But I can promise you one thing. I won't treat you the way Day has. He hasn't done anything to me. Brick couldn't help arguing. Let's just say I know enough. I won't bother you anymore. I just hope you'll answer when I call again. P hung up, leaving Brick sitting motionless. His mind was filled with questions and doubts. He sat there thinking for a long time. Knock, knock, knock. The knock startled Brick. For a moment, he thought it was Day. But then he remembered. Day would never knock. He would simply open the door. P. Brick. It's Beam. Can I come in? The young man called from outside. Come in. The door isn't locked, Brick replied, still staring up at the ceiling. What's wrong, Beam? Brick asked without looking at him. Seeing Beam's cute face made his chest ache for some strange reason. I asked P. Day if I could come up. I wanted to apologize to you, Beam said nervously. Brick sat up when he noticed the bruises on Beam's arms and his split lip. What are you apologizing for? Brick asked. I'm sorry for making you and P. Day argue because of me. Brick smiled. You don't need to apologize. That's normal. There isn't a day when Day and I don't argue. Don't think too much about it. But I still feel bad. Brick studied Beam for a moment. Sit down. Why are you standing? He said. Beam sat on the chair beside the dresser. So who hit you? Brick asked curiously. Beam shook his head. If you don't want to tell me, that's okay, Brick said, realizing it was probably something personal. Brick, have you ever loved someone without being loved back? Loved someone even though you knew they would never love you, but you still couldn't stop? Brick looked at Beam in surprise. I love him even though he hurts me. He hits me, but I still choose to love him. Brick frowned. Who do you love? It doesn't sound like you're talking about Day. Beam looked up at him. What? No, I don't think of Day that way. I love him like he's my older brother. But Day loves you, Brick insisted. Beam looked genuinely confused. Yes, Day loves me, but he loves me the same way he loves Knight, as a younger brother. How can you be so sure he doesn't love you as more than that? He gets angry whenever anyone touches you. You misunderstood everything. Beam smiled awkwardly. Oh, I guess it's because of what Day did. Honestly, I was confused too. Day has a terrible habit of teasing people. When he suddenly acted all sweet and begged me to feed him, I got goosebumps. I didn't know what he was doing either. I was so annoyed. When I held out another piece of grapefruit, he kept staring at you the whole time. Beam sighed. Day can be really mean without realizing it. And it's not just me. Whenever any employee here gets hurt or has serious problems, he'll always step in to help. Like Bell. Her boyfriend kept tricking her into giving him money and using her. When Day found out, that guy ended up in the hospital eating soup for weeks. Brick stared at him in surprise. For some reason, he felt relieved. So, are you going to tell Day who did this to you? Brick asked. Beam shook his head. I won't. He'd kill him. I won't tell him. This happened because of a mistake I made. I deserve it. Even though they'd only met today, Beam somehow felt comfortable talking to Brick about these things. Knock. 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 Another knock came before the door opened. Brick nearly jumped when Belle walked in carrying a shopping bag. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost, little Brick? Belle laughed. And no, I've never been inside Known Day's bedroom before. If it weren't for you, I probably never would have. Brick raised an eyebrow but stayed quiet. What's up, Belle? Beam asked. Oh, here, Known Brick. Known Day asked me to buy these for you. Belle handed over 2 bakery bags. Brick frowned before opening them. Inside was 1 pound of FOI thong cake and 1 pound of French vanilla cake. Exactly the same cakes Day had crushed earlier. Why did he ask you to buy these? Brick asked. I don't know. He just told me to buy them and give them to you. Brick felt warmth spread through his chest. What can you do? He's completely wrapped around your finger, Belle teased. Belle, who are you talking about? You and Known Day. Aren't you two dating? What? No. You're crazy, Belle. I'm not his boyfriend. Belle smiled knowingly. Sure, keep saying that. Some things don't need words. Anyone with eyes can see it. The bedroom door suddenly opened without a knock. Only one person ever did that. Since when did my bedroom become everyone's meeting room? Boy. They asked. Belle glared at him. Belle. Fine, we're leaving. Beam, let's go. This is a private room. Beam immediately stood. Beam, you're really not going to tell me who did this? Day asked before Beam left. Beam quickly avoided his eyes. It's really nothing, Day. Fine, don't tell me. But don't make me find out on my own. Then Day looked at Belle. Belle, help me find out. Oh my. Let's go, Beam. Hurry before he blows his top. Belle quickly dragged Beam away. Only Day and Brick remained. Day looked toward the broken cake boxes. The garbage truck will be here soon. Why haven't you thrown these away? He asked as he opened one of the crushed boxes. It's only smashed. It didn't spill out. Day turned to him. Don't tell me you were still going to eat it. Brick nodded. Brick, you idiot. I can buy another one. I'm not greedy. I was just disappointed. How was I supposed to know you'd buy me another one? What about the ones Belle brought? Didn't I already replace them? Brick looked down at the bags. How was I supposed to know they were for me? Day let out a long sigh. Without another word, he grabbed a towel from the closet and went into the bathroom. Brick stood there for a while, still holding the cake bags, before heading downstairs. What are you doing? Beam asked. I'm going to eat cake. Here, let me help. I'm free. Beam took the bags and led him into the kitchen. I'll get a knife. Which flavor do you want first? Can I have both? I want to try both flavors. Beam laughed softly. Brick really is like a kid. I'll cut you a slice of each. He placed both slices onto a plate. Brick happily sat down and started eating. Beam watched him with a smile. Do you want some too? I'll share. I'll pass. There won't be enough left for you. Hee hee. I never knew you liked cake this much. Is that strange? Brick asked between bites. No. The strange one is P. Day. He hates sweets more than anything. P. Knight used to beg him to try them, and he'd act like he was swallowing poison. Did Knight have to force him? Beam laughed. No one can force P. Day to do anything. But he still ate it because he cared so much about P. Knight. He didn't want him to feel hurt. Brick became quiet. Did he eat the cake because he cared about me? The thought stayed inside his heart. He didn't dare say it aloud. P. Brick. P. Day used to wash my hair. Has he ever washed yours? Brick thought for a moment. Never. He didn't know Day had washed his hair before while he was asleep. Did you know P. Day is the most famous hairstylist around here? Really? He's young, handsome, and incredibly skilled. Most customers specifically request him. But anyone who wants P. Day has to book months in advance and pay a very high fee because he only accepts VIP clients. Brick silently absorbed every word. So who takes care of regular customers? We have 4 main hairstylists. Beam and 2 others are assistants. Sometimes P. Day steps in as the lead stylist and directs everyone. Someone called Beam's name. A customer just arrived. I'll go help Belle. Beam hurried off. Brick continued eating his cake. Absent-mindedly, he touched his hair. Brick's thought, has my hair gotten too long? After finishing his cake, he washed the plate and walked into Day's office. Standing before the mirror, he ran his fingers through his hair. What are you doing? Day asked from behind him. After showering and changing clothes, he'd come downstairs to find Brick staring at himself in the mirror. Nothing. I was just wondering when I last got a haircut. Day watched him. Go lie down at the shampoo chair. Brick turned around in shock. What are you going to do? I'm still sick. Day stared at him before wrapping an arm around his neck. Are you stupid? What do you think I'm going to do? Go over there. I'm going to wash your hair. Brick immediately relaxed. Then why did you say lie down? I'm going to perform surgery on you, idiot. Go lie down. Brick quickly obeyed. What are you doing, little one? Belle asked. There are still customers here. Day told me to lie down so he could wash my hair. The staff and even a customer all turned to look at him in disbelief. P. Brick. P. Day is washing your hair himself. Beam asked with wide eyes. I guess so. Brick walked to the shampoo chair. Day returned wearing a black leather apron. Brick secretly smiled. Seeing Day dressed like that looked strangely funny. He couldn't get used to it. Lie down. Brick obediently lay back. What are you staring at? Get to work. Day pulled the privacy curtain closed before placing a towel beneath Brick's head. Brick quietly watched him. Day carefully washed his hair. As Day's fingers gently massaged his scalp, Brick slowly closed his eyes. The feeling was incredibly relaxing. This feels familiar. Like someone washed my hair like this before, but I can't remember. Day remained silent. When he finished, he wrapped a towel around Brick's head. Done. Go sit in one of the styling chairs. P. Brick, over here, Beam called. Brick sat down while Poor reached for the hairdryer. No need. I'll do it. Go help with the customer's nails. Everyone in the salon exchanged confused looks. Even VIP customers had never seen Day dry someone's hair himself. Usually, an assistant handled that part before Day stepped in for the finishing touches. Day picked up the hairdryer himself. Snap. Snap. Brick looked toward the front. Belle, what are you doing? Belle was happily taking pictures. I'm documenting this once-in-a-lifetime event. Day simply shook his head. Brick still had no idea why everyone was making such a fuss. We might as well cut your hair too, Day said. Can you cut it short? It's gotten pretty long. It took a long time to grow out. Why cut it short? I just want it short. Brick's thought. If he's just going to argue with me, I might as well cut it myself. Day picked up the scissors. With practiced hands, he trimmed Brick's hair little by little. When he finished, Brick stared at himself in the mirror. He didn't look dramatically different, but he loved it. Gnome Day, can you cut my hair too? Belle teased. Day didn't even look up. Half your monthly salary. Belle immediately frowned. You're so mean, Day. Brick couldn't stop smiling at his reflection. Have you lost your mind? They asked. Instead of getting scared, Brick grinned even wider. Normally, whenever he stayed with Day in Bangkok, he was hardly allowed to go anywhere. So who's going to watch the salon if all of you leave? They asked. The entire salon went silent. Poor. Go collect the towels from the rooftop. It looks like it's about to rain, or maybe snow. Belle muttered dramatically. Wait. P. Day is actually going to the flea market? Beam asked. You're not planning to stay in the car and sleep like when you brought P night, are you? If you are, don't bother coming. I have a motorcycle, Day replied. Brick blinked. He had no idea Day even owned one. Then he remembered. He had seen a motorcycle in the garage back at the Bangkok house. So you're really coming? Belle asked again. Day turned to Brick. What about you? Do you want to go? I do. Then close the shop early. Belle, reschedule the remaining appointments. Belle and Beam exchanged excited smiles. Belle immediately began calling customers. I'm going into the office to finish the accounts, Day said. Can I help? I don't really have anything to do, Brick asked softly. Have you finished your cake? Yes. Then help me with the accounting. I'm sick of looking at numbers. Day walked into his office. Brick smiled and hurried after him. Day had Brick organize the income and expense records from the time he'd been away. Eventually, the sky grew dark. Day glanced outside, checked his watch, then left the office. Brick continued working until Day returned. Go take a shower. The staff will close the shop. We're going to the flea market. Brick immediately dropped his pen and rushed upstairs. After showering and changing clothes, he came back down. The salon was already closed. Several employees were waiting near the side entrance, smiling because they got to leave work early. I'm ready. Who's coming? Brick asked. Beam and Belle. Beam went home to shower and change. He'll be back soon. Day, we're heading home now, one of the employees said. All right. Thanks for your hard work today, everyone. See you tomorrow. Everyone smiled before leaving. Day, how are we getting there? Brick asked. There, Belle said, pointing toward the front of the salon. Several motorcycles were parked outside. Brick looked from the motorcycles to Day, then burst out laughing. He simply couldn't imagine Day riding a motorcycle. Chapter 24. All three of them waited for Beam for a while before the small figure walked in. We can go, he said with a gloomy expression, forcing a smile. Are you inviting anyone else? Day asked softly. Beam shook his head. No. Come on, let's go. We need to hurry before it gets crowded, he said, quickly changing the subject so Day wouldn't ask any more questions. The four of them walked out of the salon. Belle locked the door behind them. Wait, Beam. You'll ride with me. Known Brick can ride with known Day, Belle said. Day walked over to his motorcycle with Brick following behind him. The tall man climbed onto the bike and started the engine. Come on. What are you standing there staring at? Day asked gruffly. I've never ridden on a motorcycle before. What if I fall? Brick asked quietly, afraid of getting scolded again. It's not hard at all, known Brick. Just hold on to Day's waist tightly when you sit behind him. I guarantee you won't fall, Belle said with a smile. Well, are you getting on or not? If you're scared, we don't have to go, Day said as if he were about to get off the motorcycle. Brick hurriedly climbed onto the back, afraid Day would cancel the trip. Day shook his head slightly before driving off, with Belle and Beam following behind. They rode through the busy part of town. Although there was traffic, it wasn't nearly as bad as Bangkok. Brick wasn't frightened. The cool breeze brushed against his face, and the air was much cleaner than in the city. Belle rode alongside them. Brick, you have to sit like this, Beam shouted. Brick turned to look and saw Beam wrapping both arms around Belle's waist as an example. Brick's face immediately turned red. Day stopped at a red light with Belle beside him. Many young women waiting at the light recognized Day. They smiled brightly as they looked his way. Hee. Belle's laugh made Brick turn toward him. What's wrong, Belle? Brick asked. Look at known Day's face. He's already frowning, Belle teased. Brick leaned around Day to look at his face. Was he really frowning? Sit properly. You'll fall, Day scolded, wrapping an arm around Brick's waist to pull him back upright. Brick's face flushed a deeper shade of pink. Belle said you were frowning, he mumbled. Sit still, Day said again. Brick obediently stayed still until the light turned green and Day drove off. There were motorcycles everywhere. Soon they arrived at a lively night market. Day and Belle parked in the designated motorcycle area. Brick and Beam got off and waited while the other two finished parking. Day, maybe you should just wait back at the salon, Brick said quietly. Day looked at him with a fierce expression. Why? I came here with you, didn't I? Does my being here make you uncomfortable? He asked in a low voice. No, but everyone else will be uncomfortable. Could you at least look a little friendlier? Right now you look like you're about to bite everyone's heads off, Brick said carefully, afraid of upsetting him. Fine, let's go, Day replied, relaxing his expression a little. He simply hated crowded places. The market was divided into sections selling clothes, decorations, pet supplies, and food. The aisles were wide, but the large crowd still made it difficult to walk. Belle led the way, followed by Beam, Brick, and Day. As they walked, many young men and women recognized Day. Being the owner of the province's famous hair salon made him well known among local teenagers. Belle stopped to browse a jewelry stall while Brick and Day waited outside. People continued passing by. Brick glanced at Day and noticed sweat running down the tall man's temples. He's really hot. Brick looked around until a stall across the aisle caught his attention. Where are you going? Day asked as Brick started walking away. A strong hand caught his wrist. I just want to look at that shop for a minute. You can see me from here. I'm not going to run away, Brick said. I'll come with you. Brick pouted. I want to buy something. You'll still be able to see me. Day stared at him silently. Belle, I'll be right back, he called before pulling Brick toward the shop. Brick could only sigh in frustration. You can pick whatever you want, Day said after they entered. The shop sold all kinds of small items. Brick stopped arguing and immediately began searching for what he wanted. After asking one of the employees for help, he finally found it. Day waited outside. A few minutes later, Brick walked out carrying a small paper bag. Did you pet? They asked. Brick nodded, and they walked back toward Belle and Beam. What did you buy, Brick? Beam asked. Brick didn't answer. Instead, he reached into the bag. The sound of spinning plastic blades caught Day's attention. A cool breeze suddenly hit his face. A battery-powered fan. They asked. Brick stood in front of him, holding up the small handheld fan and pointing it toward him. I saw you sweating, so I went to buy it for you, Brick said softly. Day froze for a moment. Beam smiled faintly at the expression on Day's face. Several nearby shoppers turned to look at them curiously. Give it here. I'll hold it myself, Day said, taking the fan from Brick's hand. Brick said nothing. Just then Belle walked out, and they continued shopping. Belle and Beam wandered from stall to stall, while Brick and Day followed behind. Brick didn't buy anything else. He had only wanted to enjoy the atmosphere, eat some food, and walk around. Day rested one hand lightly on Brick's shoulder as they walked. Brick smiled quietly. Suddenly, someone bumped into him, knocking him backward into Day's solid chest. I'm sorry, the stranger quickly apologized after seeing the fierce look on Day's face. It's okay, Brick replied. Brick couldn't help thinking that since meeting Day, he had become much calmer. Otherwise, with his old temper, Day probably would have killed him by now. A moment later, Brick's face turned bright red. Day's hand slid down from his shoulder and wrapped loosely around his waist to keep him from being knocked around by the crowd. Belle and Beam exchanged amused smiles, but wisely kept quiet. They knew that if they teased Day, he would immediately let go. Watch where you're walking instead of staring at the ground. Haven't you found anything you want yet? They asked. Not yet, but I want to find something to eat. Let's go down the next aisle. There are a lot of food stalls there. There are too many damn people, Day muttered. Day, let's stop here for a minute, Beam called as he noticed a shop selling men's polo shirts. Day and Brick waited outside, while Beam and Belle went in. Can I hold it for you? Brick asked, looking at the handheld fan in Day's hand. Oh, I'm surprised. Day handed him the fan. Brick stood in front of Day with his back against him, holding the fan up so the cool air blew toward Day. Day stood quietly behind him, both hands still resting around Brick's waist. Brick had completely forgotten about them and unconsciously leaned back against Day's broad chest while fanning him. As they waited for Beam to finish shopping, Brick suddenly became aware of how intimate their position looked. Beam, who are you buying that shirt for? It's way too big for you, Day asked. I'm buying it for a friend. It's a birthday present. My friend is pretty big, Beam answered awkwardly. Day narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but said nothing. Why are you smiling at Belle? Has the heat finally driven you crazy? They asked. Belle only smiled wider. Nothing. I just think the atmosphere is lovely. Really lovely. She made a big heart shape with her hands while grinning. Brick pressed his lips together, secretly smiling. Brick, still haven't found anything you want? Beam asked after leaving the shop. He's only interested in the food section, Day replied. The four of them headed toward the food stalls. This time, Brick practically left Day behind the moment he saw all the food. Day didn't complain. He simply followed after him. Day. Beam leaned over and whispered. Day glanced at him. Can I walk arm in arm with Brick? Otherwise he'll wander off. Seeing Brick's excited expression, Day silently nodded. Beam beamed and immediately linked arms with Brick. Brick didn't react at all as they wandered through the food stalls together. Day? Come here. Brick called excitedly. Day walked over. What? Taste this. It's only a little spicy. Brick held a bite-sized piece of northern Thai sausage up to Day's mouth. Without hesitation, Day leaned down and ate it. Several nearby people watched with envy. Is it good? Brick asked immediately. Yeah, it's good. Then let's buy some. I'll eat it too, so let's get extra. Fine, but don't buy too much. If you can't finish it, I'll kill you. Day pulled some money from his pocket and handed it to Brick. Brick blinked. Take it. Use it to pay. I'll pay for it myself. Just take it. Brick accepted the money and paid for the food. When he tried to return the change, keep it. Buy whatever else you want to eat, Day said. Take it. Day won't go bald over a little money, Belle joked. Brick smiled faintly before continuing to browse. Suddenly, he noticed Beam hiding behind him. What is it, Beam? Beam was using Brick's taller frame to shield himself from someone. Day noticed too. Oh, P. Day? Hello? Beam, why didn't you tell me you were coming? We could have come together. A cheerful young woman's voice approached them. Beside her stood a tall man. Did you come shopping? Day greeted them. Yes. P. Kim brought me here to buy clothes. Hey, Beam, what are you doing? The young woman asked. And no, I didn't know PB was coming. When I got home, Mom and Dad told me you had already gone out with P. Kansas. Then let's go home together, Kim said calmly. It's okay. I'll take Beam home, Day replied. Kim was only a year older than Day and owned the largest construction supply store in the province. The two knew each other well. Is that what you want, Beam? Kim asked. Beam avoided his eyes. I'll go back with P. Day or P. Bell. All right then. I'll leave him with you, P. Day. Bye, P. Bell. Bye, Beam. B smiled before walking away arm in arm with Can. Beam watched them leave with sad eyes. When he looked up, he found Day staring at him. Who were they? Brick asked, confused by what had just happened. B is Beam's older sister. And the man with her is her boyfriend, Kansas. Right, Beam? Beam nodded without meeting Day's eyes. I think we'd better go find something to eat. Come on, P. Brick. Day looked toward Belle. Belle simply shrugged, pretending she knew nothing before following after Beam and Brick. After wandering around a little longer, they finally headed home. Beam got off the motorcycle in front of his housing estate. Thank you very much, P. Day, P. Bell, and P. Brick. He pressed his palms together respectfully. Are you going to the salon by yourself tomorrow, or should I pick you up? Belle asked. I'll be fine. See you tomorrow. Beam smiled before heading inside. Day and Belle rode away. All right, Known Day, I'm heading home too. See you tomorrow. Belle turned toward Brick. Bye, Known Brick. Give me a kiss. She teased him as usual. Brick was already getting used to it. After Belle left, Day drove Brick back to the salon. Brick quietly stared at Day's back. Slowly, he rested his forehead against it. Hey, did you fall asleep? You're going to fall off, Day called. No, just let me lean on you for a little while. Day said nothing. Brick wrapped both arms around Day's waist. What the hell are you doing? Day asked flatly. Brick didn't answer. Day remained silent and allowed him to keep holding on until they reached the salon. Day parked the motorcycle and unlocked the front door. Brick followed him inside and carried the food into the kitchen. If you're going to eat, hurry up. Then take your medicine and go to bed, Day said calmly. Brick quickly put the food onto a plate and sat down to eat with him. Can you keep talking to me like this? Brick asked hesitantly. Day looked at him for a moment. You're asking for too much. Brick lowered his head and quietly continued eating. If you don't make me angry, I won't lose my temper. But if you do something that pisses me off, I'll definitely hit you. Brick looked up slightly. Was that Day's version of being kind? He didn't dare ask. He simply nodded and kept eating. After finishing his meal, Brick reached for the cake. No. Day stopped him. Brick sighed and went upstairs to shower. Day showered first. When Brick came back into the bedroom, Day was already asleep. Brick took off his pajamas because he still felt warm. Brick's thought, you must be exhausted. You drove all day today? Day had driven out to buy supplies that morning, returned to the salon, taken Brick out for lunch, then spent the evening taking him to the night market. Most importantly, Day never took naps. It wasn't surprising that he had fallen asleep so quickly. Brick lay down in the empty space beside him and switched off the bedside lamp. The faint light from outside illuminated the room. Day's steady breathing showed how deeply asleep he was. Brick slowly moved closer. Day was lying on his side facing him. Brick turned so his back faced Day, then gently lifted Day's arm and tucked himself into his embrace. He pressed his lips together before shifting backward until he rested against Day's chest. As Brick slowly closed his eyes, Day unconsciously tightened his embrace. The next morning, Brick stirred and sleepily rolled over. The space beside him was empty. He opened his eyes but didn't see Day anywhere. Looking at the clock, he realized it was already past 9. He got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and went downstairs. He could already hear the employees talking. The salon had customers. Most were students getting their hair done before school. "You're awake, little Brick. Did you sleep well?" Belle greeted. "I slept well." "Has Gnome Beam arrived yet, P. Belle?" Brick asked when he didn't see him. He called Gnome Day. He said he'd be a little late. Brick had been about to ask where Day was. "Your breakfast is in the kitchen. Go eat first, then shower." A deep voice came from behind him. Brick turned and saw Day already dressed for work. "Why didn't you wake me? You were sleeping peacefully." "I didn't know if I should, so I let you sleep." "Have you already eaten?" "Yeah." "Why?" Brick pouted slightly. Brick's thought. "Seriously? You couldn't even wait to eat with me." Grumbling to himself, he stomped into the kitchen. Day stared after him blankly. Brick finished his porridge in a bad mood before showering and changing clothes. When he returned downstairs, Beam had arrived. Brick headed into Day's office. The moment he entered, he noticed Beam's swollen, red eyes. The bruises on his wrists were even more obvious than yesterday. Day was pressing him for answers. "Are you trying to make me lose my temper, Beam?" Day shouted while remaining seated behind his desk. It's really nothing," Beam cried. Day glared at him. "Day, stop yelling at him. Calm down," Brick said as he stepped in. "Look at him, Brick. Yesterday, he didn't look like this. How am I supposed to calm down?" Even though the office was soundproof, the curtains were open. Anyone outside could tell from Day's expression that he was shouting. "You have to understand. Beam isn't Knight. He has his own reasons for staying silent. If he could tell you, he would have done it a long time ago. I understand how he feels. Can't you?" Brick argued. "What do you understand, Brick? What could you possibly understand? You've never experienced something like this." "Why wouldn't I understand?" "Because I met you. I understand exactly how he feels." Brick stared straight into Day's eyes. Beam looked back and forth between them in confusion. Day grunted and stood. "I'm going outside for a smoke. If he doesn't want to tell me, then fine. He can keep getting himself beaten until he dies." Day stormed out. Brick sighed in relief. At least Day hadn't exploded at him. Right now, he was more worried about Beam. Brick, have you ever gone through something like this?" Beam asked quietly. "I don't know, Beam. If you don't want to tell anyone, then don't. Go wash your face and dry your tears. You still have work to do." Beam nodded and left. Brick remained seated on the sofa, sighing. His own experiences wouldn't help Beam. He had no idea how to help him. But from what he had seen, Beam hadn't only been beaten. His wrists had clearly been tied up. Since Brick was taller, he had also noticed bruises on Beam's chest. He deliberately hadn't mentioned them. Asking would only make Day even angrier. "So now you've learned to argue with me?" Day's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Brick jumped. He hadn't even noticed Day return. Day walked over, locked the glass office door, and drew the curtains shut. Brick swallowed nervously. "Why did you close the door?" he asked from the sofa. He tried to stand, but Day trapped him by placing both hands on either side of his waist. "Where are you going?" Day asked softly. I'm thirsty. I was just going to the kitchen." "Wait. Come here." Day sat down calmly. Blushing furiously, Brick slowly settled onto Day's lap. "Day, this is the office." His voice trembled with embarrassment. Even though the curtains were closed, people were still outside. "I'm not planning to do much." Day pulled Brick's head down and kissed him. Brick parted his lips without resisting. Day's warm tongue slipped gently into his mouth, teasing Brick's tongue. Chapter 25. Brick moaned softly as Day's hot tongue passionately sucked on his little tongue. Day's strong hand gripped his hips tightly, while his other hand slipped beneath the back of Brick's shirt. "Oh, Day. That's enough." Brick cried when Day pulled away from his lips and buried his face in the crook of Brick's pale neck. Brick let out another soft moan, tilting his head back as a pleasant shiver spread through his chest. Day unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of Brick's shirt, revealing his smooth chest. He lowered his head and gently sucked at Brick's skin. Without realizing it, Brick wrapped his arms around Day's neck. Knock, knock, knock. A light knock sounded on the office door. Nong Day, the customer who booked an appointment with you is here. Nong Day, why is the office door locked? Bell called from outside. D-Day, you have a customer, Brick said quickly, pushing against Day's chest to stop him. Day buried his face against Brick's chest and let out a heavy sigh. He lifted Brick off his lap, stood up, and opened the door with an irritated expression. Who's here, P. Bell? Day asked in a low, rough voice. Bell leaned into the room and caught sight of Brick hurriedly buttoning his shirt, his face flushed bright red. Oh, I really interrupted you too, Bell said casually. Brick couldn't bring himself to look Bell in the eye. Enough. Don't say anything. I'll go see the customer, Day said sternly before pushing Bell aside and walking away. Brick remained in the office for a while, too embarrassed to move. Eventually, he stepped outside and found Day already working on a customer's hair. As soon as he walked out, he noticed Bell staring at Day with wide eyes. Bell glanced at Brick before returning to her work. What are you looking at, P. Bell? Brick asked quietly, pretending nothing had happened. Bell casually scratched her neck. Brick immediately froze and hurried to check his own neck in the mirror. Afraid Day had left a mark, he searched carefully but found nothing. When he turned back, Bell was giggling to herself. Day looked over at Bell in confusion. Brick blushed and hurried over. P. Bell is teasing me, Brick mumbled. Teasing you? My neck was itchy, so I scratched it. You're the one slandering me, Bell replied innocently. Brick became even more embarrassed and walked over to sit on the sofa, quietly watching Day work. Day worked quickly, chatting with customers whenever they asked him questions. Brick found himself falling more and more in love with the way Day held the scissors while cutting hair. Soon, more customers entered the salon. Bell became busy with her own clients, leaving no one at the checkout counter. Brick walked over to Day, who was brushing a customer's hair. Day, I'll handle the register. There's no one at the counter. Day glanced toward the front desk and nodded. I'll tell you the prices. Just collect the money and give the customers their change. Brick sat behind the register. Whenever someone finished with a customer, they would call out the total, and Brick would collect the payment and return the change. He had been doing this for quite a while when the salon door opened. P. Day, when did you get back? A well-dressed, beautiful young woman hurried inside and immediately wrapped herself around Day's arm. Brick stopped what he was doing and stared. Day looked down at her calmly. Let go of my arm first, Gnome Oil. I'm working. Although his tone was flat, his expression was as cold as ever. The woman reluctantly released him but stayed glued to his side. Today I finally get to have my hair done by P. Day. I've been waiting forever because you haven't been at the salon. The employees all exchanged silent looks. Even Belle paused, a comb hanging from her mouth. Belle, do I have another appointment today? They asked. Belle set down the hairdryer and walked over. Brick, open the green appointment book for me. Because her hands were stained with hair dye, Brick opened the book instead. No, your next appointment isn't until this evening. They nodded. Then sit down and wait, Gnome Oil. I'll finish here soon. Oil smiled brightly and went to sit on the sofa near the counter. Brick tried not to think much about it, but a small feeling of jealousy crept into his heart. Hey, mister. Brick looked up. Oil was looking directly at him. What is it? Are you the new employee? Go get me a glass of water. You don't have to, P. Brick. I'll get it, Beam quickly offered. No, it's fine. You're busy. I'll do it. Brick headed to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. Brick's thought, she really is arrogant. If this were the old me, I'd have eaten her alive. He froze. Brick's thought, wow, am I really thinking like that now? I'm losing it. He carried the water back. Thank you, Oil said casually without even looking up from her magazine. Brick returned to his seat. Belle had just finished applying hair dye to a customer, so while waiting for it to process, she walked over to Brick. Belle's whisper. No, Brick, don't do things like that for Miss Oil again. Don't bring her water. Brick's whisper. Why? Belle's whisper. You're too innocent. Can't you tell? Oil likes Gnome Day. She's from a wealthy family. She calls almost every other day asking whether Day is available. Whenever he's here, she comes running over and clings to him in front of everyone. She wants people to know she likes him. Brick's whisper. And Day doesn't mind? Belle's whisper. He's said something before, but what can he do? He can't exactly punch a woman. Brick nodded slowly while glancing between Oil and Day. A little later, Day finished with his customer and went to wash his hands. Oil immediately hurried over. Day, once you're done with my hair, let's have lunch together. I'll reserve our usual table. She hugged his arm again. Brick watched unhappily. The longer Day allowed her to hold him, the more irritated Brick became. I still have work. But your next appointment isn't until tonight. I heard your staff talking. Day sat on the sofa. Oil immediately sat beside him. I've been away from the salon for a long time. I have a lot of work to catch up on. I can't go out. Then I'll order food from the restaurant. We can eat here together. Brick quietly turned to Belle. Brick's whisper. Have those two gone out together before? Belle's whisper. Whether they have or not, she treats this salon like her second home. She usually comes when Day isn't around. Someone must have told her he came back today. Brick, are you hungry? Day suddenly asked. Brick turned toward him blankly. Why are you asking your employee? Oil interrupted. I only want to eat with Day. I'm not hungry, Brick answered. See? Then the two of us can eat together. But he'll eat with us, Day replied without hesitation, glaring at Brick. You're eating with her, Brick answered flatly. Is this your new employee, Day? Why does he think he can interrupt us? No, he's not an employee. Day looked directly at Brick. He's Brick, my friend. The words stabbed straight through Brick's heart. His face flushed hot. Belle immediately understood why Brick's mood darkened. Oh, I thought he worked here. I'll order lunch. Oil walked away to make the call. Day came over to Brick. Come eat with me. You only had a little porridge this morning. It's lunchtime now, and you still have to take your medicine. Brick kept looking outside without meeting his eyes. I'm not hungry. Even if you're not, you still have to eat. You go ahead. It looks like she doesn't want me there. Just then Oil returned and wrapped herself around Day's arm again. Brick glared at her hand. I've already ordered everything. It'll arrive within half an hour. Day ignored her and looked at Brick. Will Day's friend be joining us? Oil asked sweetly. No, Brick answered. Yes, Day interrupted. Day, eat with us, Day ordered. Brick sighed heavily but didn't argue anymore. Oil happily dragged Day back to the sofa. Brick ignored them, chatting with Belle and Beam instead. Soon the food arrived. Belle carried it into the kitchen. Where should we eat? In the kitchen. There's too much hair in the office. Come on, Day. Oil grabbed his arm again. Day gently removed her hand. You go ahead. I'll call Brick first. He walked over. It's time to eat. Brick remained seated. Brick. Day gritted his teeth. Only then did Brick reluctantly stand and head for the kitchen without waiting for him. Belle, can I help? No need. Everything's ready. Sit down. Belle smiled until she saw Oil walking in beside Day. Day, sit beside me. She pulled him into the seat next to her. Brick quietly sat opposite them. Belle served the rice before leaving the three of them alone. Day, try this fish with chili. It's delicious. Oil placed food onto Day's plate. Brick watched, scoffing quietly. Thank you. Even while answering her, Day kept looking at Brick. Brick forced himself to eat. The food tasted good, but every bite seemed to catch in his throat as he watched Oil fuss over Day. Brick's thought. He probably likes her too. Otherwise, he would have denied it. Clank. Brick set his spoon down harder than necessary and picked up his glass. Day looked over. Are you full? You barely ate. Eat some more. I can't. I'll just have some cake. Brick stood and went to the refrigerator. Put it back. Day's voice stopped him. Come finish your meal first. Then you can eat cake. Don't worry, Day. He's probably not hungry, Oil said. That cake looks delicious. Come here first, Day ordered. How about cutting some cake for Gnome Oil too? Brick froze. His chest tightened. So, Day asked. Her family is rich, isn't it? She can buy her own cake. Why should she eat mine? Brick, watch your manners. I have money too. I can buy you another one. No. Why are you arguing with me over my cake? Brick shouted. Then why are you making such a fuss over a cake? They shot back. Oh, then let your Gnome Oil eat the whole thing. I don't want it anymore. Brick slammed the cake box onto the table and stormed out of the kitchen. Everyone in the salon turned to stare. He hurried upstairs. Day immediately followed. Come downstairs and eat. Brick ignored him, sitting on the bed and furiously changing television channels. Click. Day switched the television off. Brick glared at him. I'm not eating. Just leave me alone. Don't worry. I'm not running away. Huh? Where did all your courage go? What are you talking about? Look at you. sulking like a little girl over a piece of cake. Whether I act like a man or a woman is my business. And that cake, didn't you buy it for me? Why should I have to share something that's mine? If she wants cake, she can buy her own. Oh, right, she's a woman. Of course you'll take care of her. Day stood at the foot of the bed. Are you upset? Or are you jealous? I'm not jealous. Day smiled. I'm just your friend. Why would I be jealous of you? Day couldn't help laughing. He could read Brick far too easily. Fine. Since you're not jealous, I'll go eat with my gnome. If you don't want to eat, that's your choice. Day turned to leave. Brick buried himself beneath the blanket. He was furious. He swallowed every bitter word because he wasn't brave enough to say them aloud. The resentment stayed trapped inside, hurting only himself. Suddenly, the bed shifted. Someone climbed onto it. Strong hands settled over him beneath the blanket. Do you think you're a child? You got upset, so you hid under the covers. Day's voice came from above. Brick's silence. I'm in a good mood today. I'm even speaking nicely to you. Or would you rather I go back to being mean? You call this nice? His voice was muffled beneath the blanket. Stick your head out. Day tugged gently on the blanket. I said, come out. Brick finally peeked out with a frown. He lay on his side. Day sat beside him, one leg on either side of Brick. You always order me around. What kind of nonsense is this? Is this why you're acting like a jealous little wife? It's nothing. Click. The bedroom door suddenly opened. Both of them turned. Oil stood frozen in the doorway. Why did you leave me sitting alone in the kitchen, P. Day? She acted as though she hadn't noticed their position. Who told you that you could come in here? Day asked calmly. I just came in. You're not allowed in here. Who gave you permission? She visibly flinched. Who do you think you are, Oil? You've crossed the line. Even Belle and Beam don't enter my room without asking first. Who do you think you are? His voice rose sharply. Brick stared in shock. Why are you talking to me like this, P. Day? Do you really not know what's wrong? Yes, you're a customer. I treat customers well. But if a customer crosses my boundaries, I can refuse that customer. Oil looked between Day and Brick. P. Day, you're so mean. I'll tell my mother. P. Day. Brick tugged gently on his shirt. He didn't want Day causing trouble for himself. Go ahead. Day ignored Brick completely. Tell your mother everything I said. Better yet, bring her here. Then I'll tell her exactly how her daughter behaves behind her back and how she keeps crossing my boundaries. P. Day, you're horrible. Oil burst into tears and ran from the room. Brick immediately pushed against Day's chest and sat up. Day, you idiot. How could you talk to her like that? You were about ready to throw that cake at her head in the kitchen a little while ago, Day replied calmly. Chapter 26. I didn't try to throw it. I just dropped it on the table. Maybe I used too much force, Brick argued. Huh? Is that so? Day replied, clearing his throat. Brick sat cross-legged on the bed with an annoyed expression. You didn't go after your gnome when she left like that. Isn't that going to be a problem? Brick asked in disbelief. There isn't anything else to say. Besides, I'm close with Oil's mother. I know very well that she's not the type to blindly take her daughter's side, Day said confidently. So you're saying she won't let Oil do whatever she wants? Brick asked again. That's what I'm saying. But why do you want to know? You're worried about me, aren't you? Day asked. Brick froze before forcing a straight face. Who said I was worried about you? I'm not worried. Then fine. Are you hungry? Day asked calmly. I'm hungry, Brick replied immediately. The truth was, he was starving. But because Oil had come in, he hadn't wanted to eat, even though he was hungry. Day heard that and let out a mocking smile. Then you were just putting on a show. Come downstairs and eat. She ordered a lot of food. Let's call everyone else to eat with us. They stood up. Brick quickly climbed down from the bed and followed him downstairs. When they reached the first floor, Belle almost bumped into them. Gnome Day, what happened just now? I saw Gnome Oil run out of the shop with red eyes. Belle asked curiously. Nothing. Oh, how rude. Then I'll ask Gnome Brick instead. Gnome Brick, what happened? I admit it. I'm being nosy, Belle said frankly, making Brick laugh. It's nothing. Day was just a little too aggressive, Brick replied. Belle raised an eyebrow in confusion, but didn't ask any further. Oh, Belle, have you eaten yet? Come eat with us in the kitchen. Oil ordered so much food. Day and I definitely can't finish it all, Brick invited. Oh, Beam hasn't eaten yet. He's waiting for someone to take over for him. Once the others finish eating, they'll switch so everyone gets a chance. Then when they come back, let them eat in the kitchen, Day said before walking inside. You go eat first, Belle, Brick said. Belle grabbed his arm before he could leave. Belle's whisper. Wait, what happened just now, Gnome Brick? I heard you yelling in the kitchen. Then I saw Gnome Day follow you upstairs. Did he go up to make up with you? Brick froze. His cheeks immediately turned pink with embarrassment. He had forgotten they were in the salon. Even though they had been in the kitchen, if they raised their voices, everyone working outside could still hear them. Brick's whisper. Nothing happened. I just spoke a little loudly. Belle's whisper. You don't have to lie to me. I just want to know whether Gnome Day went upstairs to make up with you. Brick lowered his head slightly. Brick's whisper. There was nothing to make up over. We were just talking. Why would he have to make up with me? Oh, really? You say he didn't make up with you, but I'll trust my eyes and my instincts. I'm sure he went upstairs to make things right with you. Yep, that confirms it. Belle teased him, making Brick's heart pound. He realized he wasn't the only one who thought Day had gone upstairs to reconcile with him. Brick, are you coming to eat or not? Day shouted. Hee hee. Let's go. Your daddy's calling you. He must be lonely without you. How sweet. Belle laughed before walking away. Brick could only follow her into the kitchen. Sit down. What are you standing there for? Day said curtly. Brick sat back in his original seat. Someone had already replaced his rice with a fresh serving. He quietly resumed eating with Day. Buzz. 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 Brick jumped when he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. The phone made no sound because it was set to vibrate. What is it? Day asked. Nothing. I think a mosquito bit me. Brick lied as he shifted his leg. Day simply continued eating. Brick carefully slipped his phone from his pocket without letting Day notice. The moment he saw the screen, his heart nearly stopped. It was P. Brick had never saved P's number, but he had memorized it. If Day ever saw it, things would end badly. Day glanced at him briefly. Brick looked perfectly calm on the outside, but his palms were soaked with sweat. Even knowing the risk, Brick still believed he should return people's calls. He simply wanted to avoid getting hurt. He knew better than to tell Day. If Day found out P had called, Brick immediately rejected the call, sent it to voicemail, and switched off his phone so P couldn't call again until they finished eating. After lunch, Day returned to work. Brick excused himself and went upstairs to the bathroom to call P back. What's wrong? Why did you call? Brick asked coldly when P answered. P's voice. Oh, why are you treating me like this? You sent my call to voicemail and even turned your phone off. I was eating. You interrupted my meal. So, why did you call? Brick asked again. P's voice. Was I interrupting your meal? Or were you with Day and afraid he'd find out I called? Brick fell silent. If you have something to say, hurry up, Brick replied sharply. He hated being called out like that. P's voice. Nothing. I was just thinking about you. I even made sure not to call at night, because I know Day sleeps beside you. Hee hee. Calling you like this makes me feel like I'm secretly having an affair with another man's wife. Damn it. Wife? If you called just to annoy me, I'm hanging up. P's voice. Fine, fine. I won't tease you anymore. Are you free this evening? Why? P's voice. I wanted to invite you out to eat. I can't. I'm in another province. P's voice. Which province? Did you go there with Day? Yeah. He came back to check on his salon, so he brought me with him. P's voice. Did he bring you just to show you off? What the hell are you talking about? Brick snapped. P's voice. I was kidding. I only called because I wanted to hear your voice. Brick remained silent. P's voice. I'm happy you're the kind of person who calls back. At least now I know you care about me. Care? What nonsense. If there's nothing important, I'm hanging up. P's voice. Okay. Just hearing your voice makes me happy. I'll call you again. Bye, darling. The call ended. Brick stared at his phone. Darling? Why is he calling me while I'm staying at Day's salon? Damn it. That idiot is getting on my nerves. He immediately deleted P's number from the call history so Day wouldn't see it. Brick stood in front of the bathroom mirror for a while before opening the door. Suddenly, he nearly turned pale. Day was leaning against the wall outside the bathroom, smoking a cigarette. You're here? Why were you standing there so quietly? You scared me. Brick forced himself to sound normal and tried to walk past him. His heart nearly stopped. Stop. Day's flat voice froze him in place. Brick felt exactly like someone who had just been caught doing something wrong. His hands became cold and sweaty. What's wrong? I'm going downstairs to eat some cake. Let's talk downstairs. Day stepped in front of him, blocking the way. Who were you talking to? His cold eyes locked onto Brick's. Brick swallowed nervously. What are you talking about? Who did you just talk to in the bathroom? Day slowly approached him. Brick instinctively stepped backward. I called Nick. I wanted to ask how his studies were going. He raised both hands between them, trying to stop Day from coming any closer. Give me your phone, Day ordered while exhaling cigarette smoke. Why? I just talked to my friend. Is that not allowed? I said, give me your phone. Day's voice dropped even lower. Brick pushed lightly against Day's chest. Damn it. You're going too far. I just talked to my friend. What the hell are you doing? I'm going downstairs. Let me go. Brick tried to leave. Before he reached the door, Day grabbed him. One hand slipped into Brick's pocket. Day? Let me go? What are you doing with my phone? Day? What the hell are you trying to do? Brick struggled desperately. If you've got nothing to hide, then hand it over. I only want to look at it. The way you're acting makes you look suspicious, Brick. Day shoved him onto the bed. He climbed on top of him, pinning him down so he couldn't move. Brick didn't even notice when Day threw away his cigarette. In the next moment, he was face down on the mattress. Day sat on his back while searching through his phone. Day, you're heavy. Get off. Why did you tell me you called Nick? I don't see any outgoing calls. You deleted it, didn't you? Day held the phone in front of Brick's face. I don't know. Maybe I accidentally deleted it. Brick sounded exhausted from struggling. Day searched the phone again. Then he found the number that had called yesterday. His brows furrowed. He had never seen Brick talk on the phone yesterday, except when Nick called. Brick had forgotten to delete the number from the redial list. Day immediately pressed redial. Brick couldn't see what he was doing because he was still pinned beneath him. P's voice. Why are you calling back? You just called me a minute ago, idiot. Did you already miss me? Day immediately hung up. He recognized the voice. His expression darkened. Why did you tell me you were talking to Nick? Brick's whole body stiffened. Damn it. P called you. Why didn't you tell me? Brick hesitated. So you called him back. You miss him that much, do you, Brick? No. Then why did you call him? Don't lie to me. Day flipped Brick over onto his back. He pinned him to the mattress again. One hand trapped both of Brick's wrists above his head. Brick stared up at him with trembling eyes. The old Day had returned. Oh, he called while we were eating. I didn't dare answer because I was afraid you'd get angry. I turned off my phone and called him back in the bathroom because I just wanted to know what he wanted. Our families know each other. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd react like this. You're heavy. Please get off. I can't breathe. Buzz. Buzz. Brick's phone vibrated again. Day glanced at it. Then he smiled. He answered the call. P's voice. Why did you call me, and then hang up? I'm the one who hung up. Why shouldn't I? There was a brief silence. P's voice. Heh. Brick, you're so weak. You got caught so easily. You're not afraid of getting beaten again, are you, P? Do I need to remind you what happened that day? P's voice. I remember. But why should I listen to you? I like Brick. Why shouldn't I? Is he yours? I don't know. You keep saying he's your man, but does he want to be? Day turned to look at Brick. Brick stared silently at the wall. He couldn't hear what P was saying because the call wasn't on speaker. Whether he wants to be or not, I don't care. I know one thing. He'll never get away from me. I'll never let him go. Damn it. What are you two talking about? Day, let me go? I can't breathe, Brick cried. P's voice. Let me guess. You're forcing him again. How long do you think Brick can tolerate someone like you? You always use force. One day he won't take it anymore. He'll run away. Don't say I didn't warn you. Day laughed coldly. How do you know he doesn't like it when I force him? He looked straight into Brick's trembling eyes. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't moan and beg me for more. Want me to let you listen? Brick's face burned crimson with humiliation. I'm warning you one last time. If you come near him again, not only will you get hurt, Brick will suffer even more. I told you he likes it. Unless you want him to get hurt because of you. Day hung up. He turned the phone off. Then he leaned down to look at Brick. Day, my chest hurts, Brick whispered. What am I supposed to do with you, Brick? Tell me, what am I supposed to do when you keep lying to me? Day shouted. Why do I always catch you trying to get yourself hurt? His fierce eyes bore into Brick's until Brick turned pale. He had already prepared himself for whatever punishment came next. Suddenly, Day climbed off him. Without another word, he grabbed his jacket and car keys and strode out of the bedroom. Day? Day, where are you going? Brick scrambled off the bed and ran downstairs. By the time he reached the salon, all the employees looked confused. Day's car had already disappeared. Belle, where did Day go? Brick asked anxiously. I don't know. He came downstairs looking furious, told me to cancel his evening appointment, and then drove away. I was confused too, Belle replied. Brick's face tightened. He would rather Day hit him than suddenly leave him like this. He slowly sat down on the sofa beside Belle. Brick, did you and Day argue? Beam asked quietly. Not really. But Nong Day looked really angry. I've never seen him like that before, Belle admitted. That only made Brick worry even more. Belle, don't say that. Brick is already thinking too much, Beam said. I'm fine. Day probably isn't that angry. He'll come back soon, Brick said, even though he knew it wasn't true. Okay, I'll call him and ask where he went. Belle picked up the salon phone. Belle, please call him. Belle dialed Day's number. It rang for a long time. He isn't answering. She tried again. Brick watched anxiously. Oh, now it's turned off. Maybe his battery died. Brick's expression immediately darkened. No, it's okay. I'll go upstairs and lie down. Belle and Beam watched him leave with sympathetic eyes. Knock. Knock. A knock on the door startled Brick awake. He opened it and found Belle standing outside. No, Brick, it's after 6. Aren't you hungry? Brick looked outside. The sky was already dark. What about Day? He still hasn't come back. I'm closing the salon in half an hour. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy something for you. Belle, do you know where Day went? Instead of answering, Belle sighed. I don't know, but I can guess. There are only a few places he ever goes. Belle, can you take me to find him? But if you don't want to, I'll take you. Honestly, I'd like to drag him back here by the neck. What kind of person behaves like this? Belle smiled. But you'll have to wait until I finish closing the salon. Brick nodded immediately. Then I'll wait downstairs. While Belle closed the salon, Brick took a shower and changed his clothes. When he came back down, he sat quietly and waited. Beam, how are you getting home? Brick asked. I'll take a taxi. I can give you a ride later, Belle offered. No, it's okay. I was planning to buy dinner first. Please take Brick to find Day. I'm done. Belle locked the salon. Everyone, get home safely. See you tomorrow. Beam, be careful on your way home. Beam nodded with a smile. As for us, let's go find Nong Day. Where do you think he went, Belle? Brick asked. My guess? I don't think he'd go to the pool hall first. He probably stopped at his friend Off's restaurant. Belle started her motorcycle. She took Brick to the restaurant first. Brick waited outside while Belle went in to ask around. She came back a moment later. What is it, Belle? Brick asked immediately. He was here earlier for a drink. They said he went to the pool hall afterward. Belle drove straight there. Brick's eyes widened when he saw Day's car parked outside. He's really here, Belle. Belle parked the motorcycle. They walked inside. The pool hall was crowded with men, along with a few women. Many people turned to stare curiously at Brick. Oh, Belle? Looking for a man to take home? A young man called out teasingly. I'm looking to eat you. How about that? Belle shot back with a grin. Oh, no, Belle. I was only joking. So what brings you here? And who's this? Your new husband. You idiot, Bank. Do you want a wife who's transgender? Hey, I was kidding. Who are you looking for? Where's Day? Belle asked. Oh, you're looking for Day? He's in VIP room 2. Bank burst into laughter. I'm making fun of him. Ha ha. What's going on? Brick asked. Bank looked at him in confusion. Chapter 27. What the hell is he doing, Bank? Belle asked again, looking at Brick with concern. Hee. Go in and see for yourself, Bank replied with a grin. Belle, where's VIP room 2? Brick asked, feeling the heat rising in his chest. Follow me, Belle said before leading him down the hallway. They soon arrived at VIP room 2. Brick quickly pushed the door open. Everyone inside turned to look at them in confusion. His eyes immediately searched for the tall figure. Day was sitting down. From where Brick was standing, it looked as though Day was making out with someone. Kiss. 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 A little girl with long braided hair and a cute pink hair clip was sitting on Day's lap, kissing both of his cheeks while giggling. Gnome Brick, go see Gnome Day first. I'm going to stomp on that idiot Bank's mouth, Belle muttered. Brick immediately relaxed when he realized the one kissing Day was only a little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old. Day looked over the little girl's head and spotted Brick. He paused for a moment. No one else in the room questioned Brick as he walked toward Day. Gnome ing fa. Go see your father first, Day said gently. Okay, I'll come see Uncle Day again. The little girl replied sweetly before climbing off his lap and running out of the room. Day looked at Brick with a blank expression. What are you doing here? He asked quietly. Day, it's your turn, one of the young men called out. Day stood up and picked up the pool cue while Brick quietly followed behind him. I didn't know where you went, so I asked P. Bell to bring me here, Brick admitted softly. Day kept his expression calm as he lined up his shot. Brick followed him around the pool table. You came looking for me? Why? I would have gone back soon. Day replied flatly without looking at him. The others glanced at Brick in confusion, but no one dared interrupt. How was I supposed to know when you'd come back? Brick answered. Day missed the shot. He handed the cue to someone else and walked over to lean against the wall. Lighting a cigarette, he quietly smoked. Brick followed him and stood beside him. When did you get here, and why did you come? Day asked curtly. Can you come back with me? I don't want to trouble P. Bell anymore, Brick said. But you already made her bring you here. Wasn't that troubling her? Day replied. Brick's expression fell slightly. Day, are you angry with me? He asked quietly. Day ignored the question and continued watching the pool game. Go back to the shop. You're in the way, he muttered. I'm going back with you, Brick insisted. Why can't you go without me? Will you die? Why don't you ever think before doing something stupid? How many times have I told you? Have you ever listened, Brick? You always find a way to get yourself into trouble, Day snapped. Everyone in the room froze, but no one dared interfere. I just talked to him normally. It wasn't any different from talking to Nick. Why are you so angry? Brick asked. Day immediately turned toward him. If you came here just to make me angry again, then leave. Go away, Brick. But why should I go back alone? You're the one who brought me here, and then you left me by myself. If you were going to do that, why bring me here in the first place? Brick shot back. Day closed his eyes briefly, trying to suppress his emotions. I'll be back soon. Go back first. I won't. I'll only go back with you. But I'm playing pool. Can't you see that? Then I'll sit here and wait. Brick sat down in a nearby chair. Day let out a frustrated growl. Damn it. Fine. Let's go back. I'm done playing. Damn. Why are you leaving so soon, P. Day? One of the younger guys complained. I'm annoyed with my own person. You guys can keep playing until midnight. After that, go home. I'll pay for the table, Day replied. The younger men were all college students. Get up. Aren't you coming? Day called loudly. Brick immediately stood and followed him. When they reached the front lobby, Bell was standing near the counter, holding little ing fa. Going back already, Nong Day? Nong Brick, Bell asked. Why did you bring him here, Bell? Day asked while pulling out money to pay bank for the remaining table time. How could I leave Nong Brick alone at the shop? I'm not as heartless as you. You brought him here and abandoned him without even telling him where you went. I would have come back. I know, but Nong Brick hasn't even had dinner yet. Day looked at Brick. If you don't gain some common sense, you're going to starve yourself one day. What's wrong, Day? You agreed to go back with him. Don't tell me this guy isn't P. Bell's new husband. Bank teased. Day immediately glared at him. Interested in becoming P. Bell's new husband instead? Oh, no thanks. Nong ing fa doesn't want a new mother, right? Bank looked at his daughter. Uncle Day is leaving? Ing fa asked. Day picked her up. Yeah, Uncle Day has to go now. Tell your father to bring you to Uncle's salon for a haircut sometime. Okay. Day smiled gently before handing her back. Bank, take your daughter home. It's late. This isn't a place for children. There wasn't anyone to watch her. I already called my mother to pick her up. Day nodded before returning ing fa to Bank. Brick walked over to Bell. Thank you for bringing me here, P. Bell. It's nothing. I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. Brick smiled warmly. He had changed. The way he treated people, the way he spoke. He felt calmer than before, despite everything that had happened with Day. Let's go. Day walked out of the pool hall. Brick hurried after him. As soon as he got into the car, Day drove away. The ride back was completely silent. Neither of them spoke. Brick sat quietly, unsure what mood Day was in. Still, he felt relieved. At least Day had agreed to come back with him. After driving for a while, Day suddenly pulled over. Why did you stop? Brick asked. Go inside and buy yourself something to eat. Brick looked outside. They were parked in front of a 7-Eleven. You don't have to stop. I won't eat. Get out and buy something. What if you leave me? Day turned to stare at him. Don't push my patience, Brick. I'll go. Brick got out and entered the convenience store. A little while later, he returned carrying a bag of food. Once he got back into the car, Day drove straight to the salon. They went inside. Day locked the front door before heading upstairs without another word. Aren't you going to eat? I bought food for you too, Brick called after him. I'm not eating. Day disappeared upstairs. Brick frowned before taking his food into the kitchen. He sat alone and quietly finished eating. Afterward, he didn't dare go upstairs to face Day. Instead, he sat alone on the sofa downstairs without turning on the lights. He took out his phone and called his best friend. Nick answered. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Brick stayed silent. Brick, are you okay? It's nothing. I'm just tired. Tired from what? Or did Day wear you out in bed? No energy left to even stand? Huh. Brick remained silent. Hey, don't be like that. I was just joking. Is something wrong? You've never sounded like this before. I don't know, Nick. I don't know how I feel anymore. I'm confused. Confused about what? Don't tell me you're confused about Day. Brick stayed silent. Brick, do you love Day? I don't know. I really don't know. I've never felt like this about anyone. You're my friend. You know how awful I used to be. I hurt people, then just left them behind. So now you're afraid he'll hurt you and leave you, just like you did to everyone else. Brick couldn't find the words. I don't know, Nick. If I knew, I wouldn't be so stressed. I hated him because of everything he did to me. He hurt me so much. Can I really trust him? I wanted to leave, but I wasn't brave enough. So I thought I'd just endure everything until he let me go. But now, you're the one who doesn't want to leave. Brick's heart pounded. Nick had spoken exactly what he was afraid to admit. Nick, what should I do? I don't know what Day is thinking anymore. Sometimes it feels like he wants to keep me, but other times it feels like he wants to let me go. So you love him, don't you? I don't know. I really don't know. There are too many things I'm unsure about. We started off terribly. Everything between us was wrong from the beginning. I don't even understand my own feelings anymore. Nick sighed. The more I listen to you, the more my head hurts. You don't know whether you love him. You already know what kind of person Day is, and you still don't know how you feel about him. Yeah. Then stop thinking so much. Just live with him. Do whatever feels right. Maybe by the time Day finally lets you go, you won't feel anything anymore. I hope so. I'm scared of getting hurt. Haven't you already been hurt plenty of times? Shouldn't you be used to it by now? Shut up. Your brain only thinks about stuff like that. Where are you? Going after that stubborn guy again. Hee. Yep. I'm going out with stubborn Neil. I'm not worried. I didn't even tell him. Bye, my dear friend. Nick hung up. Brick sighed. He couldn't help envying Nick. Nick always did whatever he wanted without worrying or overthinking. Brick sat quietly for a while. Then he noticed Day coming downstairs after taking a shower and changing into clean clothes. Day walked into the kitchen. Brick stayed quietly in the dark. A moment later, Day came back out, apparently searching for something. He walked toward the front of the shop before suddenly stopping. There was a dark figure sitting on the sofa. He sighed softly. What are you looking for, Day? Brick asked. What the hell are you doing sitting alone in the dark? Day snapped. I was talking to Nick. Day turned and stared at him. Even in the darkness, Brick could feel the sharpness of his gaze. This time I really was talking to Nick. You can call and ask him. You can check my phone. You can talk to whoever you want, Day replied coldly. But remember, all you're allowed to do is talk. Got it, asshole. Brick stayed silent. Day cursed under his breath before heading upstairs. Where are you going? Brick asked. To sleep. As for you, sit there if you want. Day disappeared upstairs. Brick followed him. When he entered the bedroom, Day was already lying on the bed watching a movie. Brick grabbed some clothes and changed in the bathroom. When he came back out, he quietly sat on his side of the bed. He kept sneaking glances at Day. Day never looked away from the television. Brick suddenly smiled to himself. Day, when we go back to Bangkok, I'm going back to my own house. Day immediately turned toward him with a fierce expression. You dare? If you go back, I'll drag you home by the neck. Brick pressed his lips together to hide his smile. But I should visit my parents sometimes. Then tell me. I'll take you there. What if they don't let me come back and stay at your condo? Don't make problems where there aren't any. I'll talk to your parents. Brick secretly smiled to himself. He only wanted to hear Day say something. He wanted to know whether Day still wanted him beside him. Day hadn't said anything sweet. But somehow, it made Brick incredibly happy. Don't tell me you want to go home just to meet that bastard P. Brick froze. And no. Give me your phone. Brick obediently handed it over. Day checked the call history and saw Nick's number. He looked at Brick before pressing the call button. Nick answered. What now? I'm getting dressed to go out. Did this idiot call you just now? They asked. Oh, who else would he call? You're seriously checking your wife's phone? Haha. Shut up. Go bite Neil instead. Tell me, did this idiot call you? He did. He called to complain because you kidnapped my friend. Take good care of him. Don't let him get too attached. When he finally leaves you, don't come crying. Click. Day ended the call. Your friend talks too much. Someone should sew his mouth shut. So, do you believe me now? Brick asked quietly. Day tossed the phone back. I want you to be honest with me. I want you to behave. But you never do. Shouldn't you say what's on your mind instead of hiding everything? I'm afraid you'll get angry. And don't you think I'll be even angrier if I find out later? They looked at him. Or do you think you're smart enough to keep fooling me forever? No. Brick couldn't argue. Everything Day said was true. I caught you because you're careless, Brick. You never think things through. I know almost everything. Yet you still choose not to tell me. Yeah, I know you're good. Day looked at him seriously. So why did you come looking for me? You knew I'd come back eventually. Brick smiled faintly. If you already know almost everything, then why ask me? Day stared at him before nearly laughing. Well, you've never run away from me before. Day raised an eyebrow. And what do I usually do when I'm angry? Brick immediately blushed. He couldn't answer. Normally, Day never ran away. He always stayed and dealt with him directly. So you followed me just because of that? And no. Really? No. Brick met Day's piercing gaze and instantly lost his confidence. But I'm still angry. Brick's face immediately fell. What? You're talking to me now. How can you still be angry? I am. Day leaned back against the headboard and continued watching the movie. So you'll have to figure out how to make up with me. What? We already made up, did we? Day never looked away from the television. Brick lay down with his back toward him, pretending not to care. Day ignored him completely. Minutes passed. Brick slowly turned around. Day continued watching the movie as if nothing had happened. Brick felt increasingly restless. Damn it. How am I this stupid? Back then, he never hesitated. He always came after me. Brick's thoughts tangled together. He edged a little closer. Day still ignored him. Are you really going to make me cry? Brick whispered. Day stayed silent, though he secretly glanced at him from time to time. Brick took a deep breath. He thought about it for a long time. Finally, he decided to follow his heart. He slowly looked at Day's handsome face. Day. Day. Still no response. Brick bit his lip. Come on. Come on. Damn it. I've never done something this embarrassing for anyone before. He'll probably laugh at me. Gathering his courage, Brick moved closer. He wrapped an arm around Day's waist and buried his burning face in the pillow, too embarrassed to look at him. Day, I'm sorry. His voice trembled. Day turned to look at the head tucked against his side. He quickly raised the back of his hand to cover his mouth, trying to stop himself from laughing. Chapter 28. Brick lifted his head to look up, but Day's face was as blank as ever. Were you laughing at me just now? Brick asked suspiciously, because it felt like Day was laughing to himself. Who's laughing at what? Day asked in a quiet voice. So this is what you call a fool? The tall man asked again, causing Brick to blush when he realized he had been trying to sleep while holding Day. Brick got up and sat next to Day again. Damn, then what do I have to do? Truthfully, I don't have to beg him, Brick said. His voice sounded agitated to cover up his embarrassment. You don't need to be confused. I didn't beg you to come to me, Day said in a calm voice. Brick pressed his lips together thoughtfully. What kind of thing do you want me to do for you to reconcile with me? You really won't reconcile with me? Brick said softly. Well, what kind of thing do you think will make me feel the most satisfied and happy? Day asked in a low voice. Brick sat and thought to himself before he started blushing again, because he understood exactly what Day was getting at. Dream on if you think you're going to get me to reconcile with you like that, Brick quickly said. Well, have I told you yet? What was I asking you to do? Day retorted. This caused Brick to stop and realize the truth. Brick did not have to do anything to reconcile with Day, but he felt uncomfortable when Day acted like he didn't care about him. Is there anything else you want? I'm going to watch a movie, Day said before continuing to watch his movie. Brick slowly lay back down. His mind was clouded, and he felt so confused. Day really didn't care about Brick. He sat and watched the movie until it ended. Day glanced back at Brick a little. His body looked like he was sleeping, but Day could tell by his eyes that he was awake. Day got up, turned the TV off, and then turned off the lights in the room, leaving it dimly lit, before he returned to the bed. Brick's heart sank when Day covered himself with a blanket and turned his back to him. Tonight, Day acted like a different person when he was going to sleep. Day, you are not truly angry with me, are you? Brick asked softly. Day stayed silent and didn't say anything back. By the way, you're as touchy as a woman. You are the same way, Brick said, but Day was silent as usual. Did you fall asleep? Brick said softly to himself before slowly sitting up with embarrassment and feeling sleepy. Day was still lying with his back turned to him. You bastard. You're bad. You're heartless. You bastard. Such a bastard. Brick sat and muttered to himself, cursing Day. Damn it. One more word, and I'll slap you off the bed. Day's voice rang out, but he was still lying with his back to Brick. This caused Brick to jump a little before frowning to himself in the dimly lit room. What the fuck is wrong with you? Just go to sleep, Day said again before ignoring him. Brick sat down and bit his lower lip. He hesitated before reaching out and gently shaking Day's arm. Day? Day? Turn this way, Brick said. What's wrong with you, Brick? Day turned himself over and asked in a fierce voice. Kiss. Day was a little stunned when Brick suddenly lowered his face and placed his soft lips on Day's warm lips. Brick quickly pulled away without saying anything. Brick was glad that Day had turned off the lights. Otherwise, he would have known for sure that Brick was blushing and almost dying of embarrassment right now. What the fuck are you doing? Day asked, making Brick frustrated. I'm begging you to forgive me. Are you satisfied? Brick said in a low voice. What kind of thing did you just do? You don't know anything about that, Day asked back. Brick frowned. Oh well, I kissed you. Isn't that what you call it, stupid? Brick was irritated now. That is what you call a kiss? It's so soft. Why do you say you are a top? That you have broken other people before, but now you look like a naive person, Day said back, making Brick angry. You don't have to insult me like this, Day, Brick yelled. Oh, I'm right. I'm not wrong at all. You're very weak, Day said again. Brick was angry. He climbed up to straddle Day's lap, while Day lay on his back. He bent down to kiss Day again. The tall figure froze a bit, but was delighted in his heart. A small tongue tried to slip into Day's warm mouth, but was startled when Day's strong hand reached behind Brick's neck to pull him closer and deepen the kiss. Ugh! Brick tried to push himself away, but Day already had Brick's body locked in place. The hot tongue immediately intertwined with the small one. Day's strong hand pressed on the back of Brick's neck while his other hand wrapped around his waist. This caused Brick to lose control and lie on Day's body. Oh! Brick let out a moan when Day's hot tongue continued to kiss him passionately and intensely. He did this until Brick started to feel like he was going to suffocate. He pinched Day's arm to get him to release him. Day broke away from Brick's lips, but continued to hug him and hold him close. You dare to pinch me, Brick? Day asked stiffly. Oh, I can't breathe, Brick said softly. Let go of me now, Brick said, pushing himself up from Day's body. Why? Are you confused? I haven't lost my anger yet, Day said. I'm not confused. You want to be upset and angry. Do as you wish, Brick said when he realized he was starting to feel insecure. It's too late. I'll teach you what to do when you're begging someone like me, Day said before sliding a hand behind Brick and slipping it under his pajama pants to squeeze his ass tightly. Day. Don't. Brick wiggled around, causing their groins to rub back and forth against each other. Instead of struggling to escape, Brick became more demanding of Day. The tall figure flipped Brick over and straddled his smaller body. Hot hands began to slide all over Brick's body, even though he was still wearing clothes. Day. Brick began to feel aroused when Day's hot hands rubbed all over him. Day snuggled up to the crook of Brick's white neck. His hand began to slip into Brick's shirt, rubbing over his smooth chest before teasing Brick's nipples. Brick was startled when a thumb rubbed against his nipples until he felt his entire body tremble. That's all it takes to get you this emotional. You're so weak, Day said as he pulled up Brick's shirt. You, got turned on before me again, Brick said with a trembling voice because of the tingling in his chest. Oh, it hurts, Brick cried out as Day bit into his smooth chest until he left teeth marks. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as blood oozed out. You have a smart mouth, Day said before beginning to strip Brick of his shirt. Aren't you going to struggle or try to escape? Day asked to tease Brick when he saw Brick agree to lie down and let him take his shirt off. If I struggle, will you let me go? If I forbid you from doing this, will you listen to me? Brick asked with a shaky voice. No, Day replied shortly. That's right. You never listen to me at all. So what the hell am I going to do? Brick said. Brick was startled again when Day touched the middle of his body and squeezed his cock until Brick was trembling with excitement as it started to wake up. Day bent down to kiss, suck, and bite Brick's smooth stomach. Although Brick protested and cried out when Day bit him, Day didn't pay much attention. His hot tongue swirled around his belly button until Brick's whole body trembled. Goosebumps spread over his smooth white body from the excitement. Brick started to turn pink all over from the emotions he was feeling inside. Day took off Brick's pants and underwear until his body was bare. Brick raised his hand to cover his erection because he felt embarrassed. Day did not remove Brick's hand, but he lifted both of Brick's legs up. Day began to leave a trail of kisses along Brick's inner thigh and created love marks along the way. Day kissed him almost everywhere except the middle of his body. Even though Brick had now removed his hand, Day did not touch the core of his body. This made Brick squirm with internal need. Day? Help me, Brick moaned out in a soft voice. He dared to ask Day for help, causing Day to smile slightly before using his fingers to rub along Brick's entrance, but not penetrating it. Brick could feel Day's teasing, and his thin body felt like a time bomb waiting to explode. Why? Do you like to tease me so much? Brick said in a choked voice. Don't you know that teasing you is one of my pleasures? Day said after removing his shirt and pants. You're a psychopath, Brick said before his voice trailed away when Day bent down to kiss his thin lips again. He started biting Brick's lower lip to intensify his mood, which worked. The slender figure almost squirmed across the bed with desire when Brick used his own hand to stroke his cock to release some of his discomfort. Day stopped him every time he tried. Haha, crazy Day. What do you want? Brick said impatiently. His cock was twitching. Pre-cum was covering his tip, indicating his need for release very much. If you want to release, you just have to do it for yourself, Day said before holding his body up and pulling Brick on top of him again. You're telling me to get on top? Brick asked softly. Yes. This time, I want you to take control of the game. Are you interested? But don't be shy. I'm going to let you push me inside of you, Day said. You bastard, no? Brick said with a blushing face. If you don't try to take control of the game yourself, I'll continue to play with your body like this. I can endure it, Day said, running his fingers through the slit of Brick's ass. This caused Brick's desire to skyrocket. Okay, I'll agree, Brick said in a trembling voice. Day smiled with satisfaction before allowing Brick to sit up. Don't try to make fun of me because it will cause you trouble, Day threatened, making Brick's face turn red from embarrassment. Well, then what do I have to do? Brick asked in a low voice. Well, put it in yourself. I still must tell you something, Day said, making Brick's face turn even more embarrassed. The slender figure straddled Day's stomach, knowing that he was struggling with something behind his back. I've never done it myself, Brick said again. Lift yourself up, then grab my cock and put it inside your entrance, Day said in a normal tone, placing his hands behind his head while he lay and waited to see Brick do it. Brick propped himself up on both of his knees in a trembling manner. Reaching behind him, he wrapped his hand around Day's fully erect cock. Day watched his every move while licking his dry lips. Brick held his cock and aimed it at his hole. Now, you'll push yourself down slowly, but if you're afraid of getting hurt, then you can use the lotion on the nightstand. Brick leaned over to pick up the bottle of lotion and applied it to Day's member until it was soaked before slowly pressing down on Day's cock. He bit his lip with fear of being hurt when the head of Day's cock penetrated his ass, little by little. Day reached out and grabbed Brick's waist to support him, and then, Brick moaned out of pain and excitement. Day bounced his hips upwards while Brick was pressing slowly down until his ass swallowed Day's cock hole. Day lightly chuckled. Smack. Brick smashed his hand into Day's chest. What the hell are you laughing at? This is not funny, Brick said angrily as his channel devoured Day's cock. But it's exciting, isn't it? Day said. Brick couldn't argue. Come on and move. If you want to finish, you must move it yourself, Day said again. Brick placed both hands on Day's chest for support and began to slowly move up and down. That's it, Day said in a hoarse voice. It's uncomfortable, Brick said in a raspy voice. Slow down. You go ahead, Day said, trying to teach Brick. He did as Day said until it became easier to move. He moved his body up and down, quickening his pace while Day's hands supported his hips. Brick moaned. The way Brick bounced his body on top of Day made his cock go even deeper inside his channel because of the weight of his body pressing down. The sound of their bodies hitting each other and the rocking of their bodies made them feel more sensitive. Brick could only move faster. You're doing so well. Day moaned in satisfaction as he moved his hand to stroke Brick's cock faster. Day, hurry up, again, Brick called out in a sweet voice until Day couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his cock up and down and jerked Brick's cock off with one hand while using the other to hold onto Brick's hip as he pounded into him nonstop. I'm coming. Day, Brick moaned and tensed as he released his white liquid that spread over Day's body. He bounced his hips up and down 2 more times as Day's juice filled him inside. The slender figure was panting with exhaustion before he was shocked when Day turned him around to lie on his back. He managed to move immediately into the second round without giving Brick a chance to rest for long. Brick closed his eyes in exhaustion as Day kissed his soft back while making red marks all over. No more, Day. I'm tired, Brick said. You can take it. 3 rounds are more than enough, Day said back. You bastard. You tricked me. You're teasing me so I would bend over for you. Is that right, Day? Brick said as he continued to lie on his stomach feeling exhausted due to what his body had gone through. Day smiled slightly before moving to get out of bed. You've grown a bit smarter, Day said before immediately leaving the room. He let Brick look indignant. After the two took a shower, Day and Brick changed the sheets on the bed before falling asleep together because they both felt sleepy and exhausted. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the phone ringing early in the morning made Brick, who was sleeping comfortably, fully come to his senses. His hand reached for the phone to accept the call with his eyes closed. Hello, who's calling this early? People are trying to sleep, Brick said slowly in a sleepy voice. Is this Day's friend, right? A clear, familiar voice sounded, making Brick's eyes widen. He immediately looked at the phone. Brick's thought, is this Day's phone? I thought it was my phone. Just a moment, Brick said quickly with an impatient look before shaking the person next to him while covering the microphone part of the phone with his hand. Day? Wake up. Your brother is calling you. Brick called Day hurriedly. What's wrong with you? Making a ruckus early in the morning, Day said in a harsh but equally sleepy voice. He's calling you. I thought my phone was ringing, so I answered it, but it's yours that rang, Brick said. Day frowned before picking up the phone from Brick to talk to his brother. Brick lay back down. What's up, Knight? Day said after a moment. Day, did you take that friend to the shop too? Knight asked. He asked to come with me, so I brought him, Day said with Brick lying next to him, feeling a little anxious. He told his brother that Brick asked to come with him, but it was Day who brought Brick himself, even though Knight was not aware that it was Brick he had spoken with. And Day let him sleep in your room? Why didn't you let him sleep in the guest room? So you could get some sleep? Knight asked with good intentions. He can't sleep alone, so he asked to sleep with me, Day replied. Brick's thought. Not true. Brick whispered under his breath, but Day heard him. He didn't say anything, but he looked at Brick with fierce eyes. By the way, what's wrong with you? Why are you calling so early in the morning? Which friend is staying with you? Day asked. Fu brought me back to stay with him. I called you because Day has already been at the shop for 2 days, but you didn't call me at all. I was worried, so that's why I called you, the young man said, making Day realize that he hadn't called his brother. He had completely forgotten about him for a moment. He didn't think that was possible. I'm sorry. When I got to the shop, I was a little busy with income and expenses. How about you? Regarding studying, I asked Fu to tutor you so that you could go back to class. When are you going back? Day asked his younger brother in a soft voice. I'm going tomorrow. So today, I plan to clean the house a little. I haven't done that for many days, Knight replied. Don't do too much. You haven't recovered yet, Day said. Brick's thought. I still haven't recovered yet, but you still use me so much. Oh, Knight, you don't have to clean my room, Day thoughtfully told his younger brother. Why? Knight asked in surprise. It's messy. Besides, I left some documents behind. I'll come back and I won't be able to find them. Only do your room and the living room. My room. I'll come back and take care of that myself, Day said back. Okay, say hello to everyone for me. Gnome Beam, Bell, Peer, and all the others too, Knight said again. Well, I'll tell them. Is there anything else? Day asked his brother. There's nothing else. Day, please go back to sleep. I'm sorry to call you so early in the morning, the young man said in a soft voice. It's okay. Stay at home. I love you, Night, Day said, making the person lying next to him stay silent for a moment. Brick's thought. Love. This word is only available to known Night. What the fuck? Are you just going to lie there and frown? Day asked Brick. No. Brick quickly denied. Ring. 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 The phone rang. This time, it was Brick's phone. Day grabbed it and looked at it before handing it back to Brick to answer the call. When he saw that the caller was Gear, Brick immediately answered the phone. What's up, Gear? Brick greeted his friend in a normal tone. Fucking Brick. You're a bad friend. I'm going to die in the hospital. Have you ever popped in to visit me? Gear shouted and scolded. I'm sorry, but I'm not free to do so, Brick replied, feeling really guilty for not visiting Gear. He had gone to C4 when he went to see Day at the hospital last time. You always say you're addicted to women. Damn, I see women are better than friends, Gear said again. I still see that your wife is better than me. Don't try to insult me, Brick said. Day turned to look because he knew that Brick was referring to his younger brother before moving down from the bed. I'm going to take a shower first, Day interrupted, causing Brick's heart to drop. He turned to look at Day's face. He saw a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. He did that to tease Brick. Brick wanted to shout, but he didn't dare because he was still on the phone with his friend. Is that a male voice? Who are you with? Nick? His voice sounds familiar. Gear asked. Oh, my friend, you don't know him, Brick said, brushing him off. I want to visit you, but I'm really busy. I came out to the province to run some errands for my father. I haven't been to class either, Brick said. Oh, you went to help your father with work. Well, I'm just calling to tease you. You've been quiet. Now that I think about it, you've been quiet since the first night you came back. You act like a ninja, hiding around. You don't hang out with our group of friends much anymore, Gear said. Oh, don't complain too much. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Damn it. I'm sleepy. Brick pretended to yawn to cut his friend off. Why? Was the night a little heavy? How many rounds did you fuck? Gear asked jokingly. Brick's thought. Damn, I got fucked. No, I didn't fuck anyone. Bye. I'm going to sleep. Brick cut Gear off before hanging up his phone. He sat and sighed to himself. He lay down to wait for Day to finish showering so he could take a shower. Soon, they both showered and got dressed before walking downstairs. You kids are awake already? Hee hee. I thought you'd sleep longer, Belle's voice called out. The shop was now open. There were already some customers. Did you buy anything to eat, Belle? They asked. Yes, I bought some. It's in the kitchen, Belle said with a chuckle. Brick looked confused but didn't say anything because Belle was usually like this. Let's eat first, Day turned to tell Brick. Brick followed Day into the kitchen before they were stopped. Belle. Day's voice screamed as Brick stood with his face red. Belle ran into the kitchen. What's wrong? Belle asked. What did you buy for me? Are you kidding? Porridge, I can understand, but 10 hard-boiled eggs. Did you bring me this to eat, or did you give it to me to hatch? Day shouted immediately. Oh, Known Day. I'm afraid Known Day and Known Brick won't have strength, so I looked for something you could eat that would fill you with energy, Belle said, causing Brick's face to turn red because he knew exactly what Belle meant by that. Don't look at me like that, Known Day. Just eat. You didn't spend any money. I bought it for you. I'll go see the customer first. After saying that, Belle quickly ran away. Brick glanced at Day, who was standing with a frown on his face. Would you like to eat? Brick asked softly. Eat. She bought this, Day said before sitting down to eat the porridge and eggs Belle had bought for breakfast. Hee hee. Known Day must be jealous, Belle said to Brick as the phone went silent before starting to ring loudly again. You don't have to answer it, Belle. I'll just block the number for him, Brick said because he didn't want to cause any problems. Take the call, Belle. Day's voice interjected as he stared fiercely at Brick's face. Belle then answered the call. Hello, Belle said after a moment. Where did Brick go? Isn't this Brick's number? P asked in surprise. Who is Brick? No, my dear. You called the wrong number. This is the number of Bomer Lam, an escort agency. Are you interested in calling younger ones to provide services? Whether it's temporary for the day or overnight, you can tell me. If you decide to use this service within 5 minutes, you'll get free unlimited condoms. You can choose the size and style as needed. We give you 1 tube of lubricating lotion to ensure our lotion does not irritate after use. It has a mild rose scent. If you use the product and are satisfied, we also have them available for sale separately, Belle said. He hung up already, Belle said in a bewildered tone. Did he turn you down? Brick asked. What? Ah, it wasn't much fun at all. After saying that, Belle returned the phone back to Brick and continued to do her client's hair, making the other employees laugh at Belle's words. Brick didn't find it funny. He didn't know what would happen when he went back. Would P come to mess with him again? Brick sat and waited for Day to finish doing his customer's hair. A short time later, Day took Brick and Beam to his car and drove them to eat somewhere for lunch in the province. What do you want to eat? They asked. Beam, what do you want to eat? Brick asked, turning to the small figure next to him. It's up to Brick. Beam can eat anything, Beam said with a smile. Day looked blankly at Brick, waiting for an answer. Can I eat MK? Brick asked softly. Okay, let's go, Day said, leading the way. Brick smiled with satisfaction. The three walked into the restaurant before finding somewhere to sit. Brick and Beam sat on the same side. Day sat across from them, alone. Day asked Beam and Brick to order food. The two helped each other order what they wanted to eat, and then sat and waited. Hee. The three of us are like parents with a child. Day is the father, Brick is the mother, and Beam is the child, Beam said jokingly because he was smaller than Day and Brick. Why do you say that you are the child? Don't you want to be my wife? Day tried to ask like he acted before. In the past, this would have bothered Brick, but now Brick didn't care because he already knew the truth from Beam. Day, you don't have to talk like that to Beam. Do you know how to tease Brick? Day has a bad habit, Beam said back. Day paused a moment before looking at Brick's face. He tried to look outside the restaurant even though he wanted to laugh. Nick and Neil, Special Chapter 1. Nick, a handsome young man with a small frame, belonged to the same group of friends as Gear, Four, and Brick. He had a cheerful personality. Whenever Gear did something reckless or cruel, Nick was always the one looking out for him, even though Gear could be difficult to handle. Now, Nick was deeply worried about his friend, Brick. After learning about the problems Brick was facing, Nick did everything he could to find a way to help him. While trying to understand Brick's situation, Nick met someone. Day's friend, Neil. The moment Nick saw Neil from a distance, he was instantly attracted to him. Even though Brick warned him that Neil was a dangerous person, Nick believed he could make Neil fall for him. Nick wasn't afraid of bad boys. His past relationships had never been serious. Most of them only lasted a short time. Nick admitted that he had always been the one in control, so it wasn't surprising that plenty of young men tried to flirt with him. Right now, Nick was at home, but thoughts of Brick wouldn't leave his mind. He picked up his phone and called his friend. The phone rang for quite a while before Brick finally answered. What the hell are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer? Nick asked after hearing some suspicious sounds coming from the other end. Brick said in a shaky voice, Nothing. What's wrong with you? Nick asked curiously after hearing someone breathing heavily. A voice moaned from the other end. So good. Nick became a little nervous. Brick said in a hoarse voice, Damn. They'll be wait. Hold on. Can I talk? His voice sounded so raspy that Nick couldn't resist teasing him. Why do you sound like that? You sound like someone who's getting laid. Ha ha. Brick suddenly shouted. Damn it. That's right. I'm not talking anymore. Day. Nick froze in place. Day's voice came over the phone. I think your friend is almost there. Then the call ended. Nick slowly sat upright, his face twisting in disbelief. He had never expected to hear his friend having sex over the phone. Oh yeah, Day? You're teasing me, huh? Just wait. Tomorrow I'm definitely getting back at you. With that thought, Nick went to bed, already planning the chaos he would cause the next day. The next day? That afternoon, Nick drove straight to Day's condo. Standing outside the apartment, he rang the doorbell several times before Day finally opened the door. Where's my friend? Nick demanded immediately. Day frowned. And how do you know he's here? The two stood in the doorway because Day made no move to let him in. Huh? I came to stay over. Besides, before you ask anything else, yesterday you answered Brick's phone on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately made me listen to both of you. Who's making so much noise? A familiar voice echoed from inside. Nick's eyes widened when he saw Neil walking over. It was the man he'd fallen for at first sight. This time, however, Neil looked a little rough around the edges. Why do you look like that? Nick asked in surprise, pointing at him. Day and Neil exchanged puzzled glances. Who are you, Shorty? Neil asked. You're talking like we've met before. Nick grinned and walked closer until he was standing right beside Neil. You don't know me, but I've seen you before. Day looked between them, still confused. When? Neil asked. We crossed paths once at Paragon. Brick pointed you out to me. You looked a lot better back then. Day interrupted. What are you doing here? That reminded Nick why he'd come. I came to see my friend. Where is he? Did you bully him again? Huh? You want to see him? Wait here. I'll go get him. Day turned toward the bedroom. Nick immediately tried to follow him. Where do you think you're going, Shorty? Neil asked. I'm going to see my friend. Neil grabbed the back of Nick's collar and dragged him toward the sofa. Sit here and wait. He'll be out soon. Nick looked up at him. What about you? I'm staying here. I'm not rude enough to walk into another couple's bedroom. Who's the husband and who's the wife? Nick asked curiously. My friend is your friend's husband, and your friend is my friend's wife. Nick smiled mischievously. So, are you interested in making your friend's wife's friend your wife? Neil stared blankly. Hold on, my friend's wife's friend. He tried to process the sentence and eventually gave up. Nick burst into laughter. Neil looked at him in disbelief. You're funny, Shorty. Are you flirting with me? Don't get too close, or you'll get hit. I've never thought about having a dwarf as a friend. Nick wrinkled his nose. If you don't want to be my friend, then why are you talking to me? Damn, you talk too much. Neil refused to say another word. A moment later, Day and Brick walked out of the bedroom. Nick immediately rushed over. Brick, what's wrong with you? He grabbed Brick's shoulders and turned him from side to side, inspecting him carefully. Hey, easy, Nick. Damn, that hurts, Brick complained. Nick examined him from head to toe. Damn it, Day. You gave him another mark? Last time I saw him, there wasn't one here. He poked the bright red hickey near Brick's hairline. Nick, what the hell are you talking about? Brick cried. Day and Neil exchanged another glance. It's true. Last night, he deliberately made me listen to you moaning. Brick's thought. Damn it. Why do you have such a big mouth? Embarrassed, Brick nudged his friend. I wonder where the rest of the marks are. Nick reached for the hem of Brick's shirt. Hey, hey, Brick squealed as Nick tried to lift it. Suddenly, Day stepped forward, pulled Brick into his arms, and moved him away from Nick. That's enough. Go back to wherever you came from. I'm not leaving. I'm taking my friend out to dinner. Day rolled his eyes before turning toward Neil. Neil, you're my friend, right? Yeah, why? Help me. I don't want to kill anyone. Nick looked completely unfazed, making Day even more irritated. Brick, I don't think it's safe for you to stay with Day. If he accidentally beats you to death someday, what a waste of your life. Brick's face turned pale. Shut your mouth, Shorty, Neil said as he stood up and casually draped an arm around Nick's shoulders. Looking for someone to eat with. Nick's eyes sparkled. Really? You'll eat with me? Great. Let's go? Brick, hang in there. I'll invite you out another day. Neil froze. He had expected Nick to argue. Instead, Nick happily accepted. Please take him away, Day said. Neil looked utterly miserable. Damn it, why dump this on me? Still, he dragged Nick out of the apartment. Nick's cheerful laughter echoed down the hallway. Neil glanced down at him. Are you crazy? Why are you so happy all of a sudden? I'm happy because I get to see you. What the hell is there to be happy about? I came here to see Brick, but I never imagined I'd find you too. And I definitely didn't expect I'd get to have dinner with the person who makes me happiest. Neil blinked. The person who makes you happy? What? Nick shyly nodded. I like you. Will you go out with me? No. Neil answered immediately. Do you seriously think I'm having dinner with you because I'm interested in you, Shorty? Wait, don't reject me so fast. I'll be heartbroken. Keep dreaming. Neil had never met anyone as straightforward or as shameless as Nick. Once downstairs, Nick suddenly grabbed Neil's arm. What now? Why are you clinging to me? Let go. Come with me in my car. Why? My car's right there. If I get in yours, you'll probably drag me to a hotel. Nick crossed his arms. Fine. Then I'll just go back upstairs and bother Brick again. Neil frowned. He knew Day wanted to keep Brick all to himself. After thinking it over, Neil sighed. He owed Day for what had happened tonight. Fine. I'll ride with you. Nick beamed. He immediately led Neil to his car. The two ended up eating at an upscale Japanese restaurant. Throughout the meal, Nick kept finding excuses to touch Neil. Every time, Neil cursed at him. Every time, Nick pretended not to understand why. After dinner, they left the restaurant. You don't have to drive me back, Neil said. I'll take a taxi. If I'm already here, I might as well take you back. I said. Nick. A soft voice interrupted them. Both men turned around. Nick's expression immediately became serious. I didn't expect to run into you here, Peem. Neil looked back and forth between them. Peem shot him a hostile look. What? Don't want to see me anymore, because you found someone new? He walked over and grabbed Nick's arm. Nick immediately shook him off. And what does that have to do with you? We're boyfriends, aren't we? Peem clung to his arm again. Neil silently watched. In reality, Peem had only been one of Nick's casual partners. Nick had slept with him simply to ease his loneliness. Apparently, Peem had taken things much more seriously than Nick ever had. Damn it. I'm leaving, Neil muttered. You two can sort things out yourselves. Nick immediately shoved Peem away and grabbed Neil's arm instead. Neil, don't be mad. I have nothing to do with him. You're the only one I want. Neil turned toward him. Nick whispered quietly. Help me, Neil. He's a psycho. He keeps following me. I'm scared of him. Neil looked thoughtfully at Nick. Peem stepped closer. Come here, Nick. This guy can't be your new boyfriend. Just look at that beat-up face. He reached for Nick. Neil immediately pulled Nick behind him and shoved Peem hard in the chest. You little punk. Who are you calling ugly? Want me to make your face match mine? Neil glared at him. And what's your problem? Nick doesn't want anything to do with you. Why won't you leave him alone? Nick quickly wrapped both hands around Neil's arm. See? My boyfriend's angry. Stay away from us, Peem. Neil turned sharply toward Nick. Nick whispered again. Just play along. Help me deal with him first. Enough talking. Let's go. Neil grabbed Nick's hand and started walking away. Where are you going? I'm not done talking to Nick. Peem chased after them and grabbed Nick's arm once more. You're hurting me. Neil sighed heavily. Finally losing his patience, he grabbed Peem by the collar. Stop bothering him before you end up dead. His cold voice made Peem freeze. And if I ever find out you're harassing Nick again, I'll kill you. Neil ripped Peem's hand away from Nick and pulled Nick with him. As they walked away, Nick turned back with a smug grin and waved goodbye. Only after reaching the parking lot and confirming Peem wasn't following them, did Neil finally let go. Thanks. If it weren't for you, he'd keep chasing me forever. Nick smiled brightly. You can still grin like that after I almost left you? Neil asked sarcastically. Well, I'm still single. Why shouldn't I make myself happy? Neil snorted. I hate people like you. If I ever dated someone, I'd pick someone cute, kind, charming, and with a great body. Not some stubborn rhinoceros like you. Nick stepped closer, slipped one hand behind Neil's neck, and tilted his head with a playful grin. Go ahead and hate me. He smiled mischievously. Haven't you heard? Sometimes people who hate someone end up falling for them. Neil removed Nick's hand. That doesn't apply to me. Give up and find someone else. He looked toward the car. So, are you driving me home? Or am I taking a taxi? Nick bit his lower lip. Why waste the chance to spend more time alone with you? He climbed into the driver's seat. Neil got into the passenger seat. The drive back was quiet. When they reached Day's condo, Nick dropped Neil off and watched him disappear inside before driving away. Nick chuckled to himself. Just wait, Neil. I'll make you fall head over heels for me. Chapter 29. Do you think someone else is more important than me now? Day asked Beam calmly. What do you mean, someone else? This is Brick. He's not just anyone. Beam replied. Day glanced at Brick with a faint smile. He's still just anyone. Brick froze before turning to look at Day, hurt and annoyed. Beam looked at Brick sympathetically. He knew those words had to sting. P. Day, don't say things like that about him. Otherwise, I'll be really angry with you. Brick said, unable to hide his irritation. Day simply looked away without answering. When the food arrived, the three of them quietly began eating. P. Brick, have some shrimp. Beam scooped some shrimp from the hot pot onto Brick's plate. Thanks, Beam, Brick replied softly. He barely looked in Day's direction. Suddenly, both Brick and Beam froze as Day picked up a slice of roast duck and placed it on Brick's plate. Brick looked up at him briefly before lowering his head again and continuing to eat. He deliberately ignored the duck. Aren't you going to eat it? They asked. Brick stayed silent. Brick. Day's voice grew lower. Excuse me. I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom, Beam said. I'll come with you. Brick quickly added. No, it's okay. P. Brick, stay here with P. Day. I'll only be gone for a minute. Beam stood up and walked away. He wanted to give the two of them some time alone. He knew Day wouldn't say anything while he was there. He planned to stay away for about 10 minutes before coming back. Where are you going? Day asked in a deep voice as Brick stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. Before Brick could take another step, Day grabbed his wrist and pulled him back into his seat. What are you doing? You'll stay here. Beam can go instead. If you still need the bathroom after he gets back, I'll take you. Then Day moved his plate beside Brick's and switched seats with Beam. Why do you have to sit next to me? Brick asked. My business. Brick frowned and turned to stare out the window. He focused on eating, pretending Day wasn't there. Why won't you eat what I put on your plate? Day asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Beam still had work waiting for him, and the salon was busy. Once Beam left, Day and Brick wandered through the shopping mall. Day walked slightly ahead. Day. Brick called softly. What? Day answered without turning around. Brick didn't reply. He simply stopped walking. When Day finally noticed, he turned and saw Brick standing several steps behind. Instead of catching up, Brick began walking toward the mall exit. Day quickly caught up and grabbed his arm. Where are you going? Back to the salon. His voice remained flat. What the hell is wrong with you now? You wanted to come out, so I brought you here. Now you want to go back. Do you think I have all the free time in the world? It's because I know you're busy. Brick finally looked at him. That's why I'm going back. You don't have to keep following me around. I'm just anyone, remember? You can scold me. You can treat me however you want. You can say whatever you like to me. Anything. His voice was calm, but the resentment beneath it was obvious. What the hell is wrong with you? Day snapped. Several shoppers nearby turned to stare. Without another word, Day dragged Brick toward the parking lot. He opened the passenger door and pushed him inside. After getting into the driver's seat, Day didn't start driving. The car remained parked. Brick. Day's voice rose. Why do you keep trying to provoke me? I've been treating you nicely. I've taken you wherever you wanted to go. I've bought you whatever you wanted to eat. What else do you want? I want to go back to Bangkok. Day frowned. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you want to see someone? I miss my mom. Day looked unconvinced. You're making that face because you miss your mother? What kind of face am I making? Brick asked bitterly. In your eyes, I'm always the bad one, aren't I? Day sighed. You're seriously still angry because I called you just anyone. We were eating. That's all it was. Why are you still hung up on those words? Brick stayed silent. Because Day was right. He had been dwelling on them ever since. Day leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. You complain when I'm mean. You complain when I'm nice. You focus on my words but ignore everything I actually do. I don't know what goes on in that head of yours. After a long silence, Day spoke again. I want you to tell me what's really bothering you. I'll listen, but answer me first. If someone else asked how you felt, could you honestly tell them everything? Brick lowered his eyes. And if you had to choose, my words or my actions, which would you believe? Brick couldn't answer. Lately, Day rarely hit him anymore. They rarely fought. Day had become more patient, kinder, more indulgent than before. I'm sorry. Brick lowered his head. I'm an idiot. Let's go back. They said nothing. He started the car. The drive back to the salon was silent. As soon as they arrived, Day got out and walked straight inside without looking back. Brick followed behind him, feeling guilty. Day disappeared upstairs. Brick remained downstairs. What's wrong? Belle walked over. Why are you back so early? And where's Beam? Beam came back before us. Isn't he here yet? Not yet. Belle shook her head. Maybe he stopped somewhere. But what happened today? He looked upset. Brick sighed. It's nothing. He's just unhappy with me. He sat quietly on the sofa. Belle didn't ask anything else. She returned to her customers. A short while later, Day came downstairs carrying a travel bag. Brick looked up in surprise. Nong Day, why are you bringing your luggage down? Belle asked. I'm going back to Bangkok. I'll leave the salon to you. If anything urgent happens, call me. Brick's eyes widened. So did Belle's. What happened? Why are you leaving so suddenly? Belle asked. Day glanced at Brick. Nothing. I just figured someone was tired of being here. Then he walked out. Brick hurried after him. Get in. Day's voice was completely emotionless. Brick obeyed without a word. He climbed into the passenger seat. The car pulled away. Brick wanted to say something, to ask something, but he was too afraid of making things worse. Go to sleep. I'll wake you when we get there. Those words only made Brick feel more helpless. He leaned against the window. Before long, he fell asleep. Brick, wake up. Brick slowly opened his eyes. Are we there? Then he looked outside. His heart skipped a beat. They were parked in front of his house. But this is my house. I brought you home. Day kept his eyes forward. Get out. Brick's chest tightened. Day? Before he could continue, Day picked up his phone and made a call. Neil. I'm free tonight. No, nothing happened. Come drink with me. I'm already back in Bangkok. See you later. He hung up and turned back to Brick. Get out. What are you waiting for? Every question, every word Brick wanted to say, got stuck in his throat. Silently, he opened the door. He stepped outside, closed the door. Brick did as he was told. He stood on the sidewalk, watching Day through the window. The car slowly pulled away. As Day drove off, he looked into the rearview mirror. A faint smile appeared on his lips when he saw Brick still standing there, watching the car disappear. Day drove straight home. He sat alone in the dark apartment. Looking at the clock, he decided to lie down for a while before taking a shower and waiting for Neil to bring the drinks. Meanwhile, Brick lay alone in his bedroom, unable to sleep. Damn it, Day. I was only being sarcastic. I'm the idiot. Why are you doing this to me? He rolled back and forth on his bed. His thoughts refused to settle. He had never imagined he'd end up feeling like this. Night fell. Day showered and called Neil. Before long, Neil arrived carrying a bag full of liquor. What do you think about drinking here? Neil asked as he dropped onto the sofa. I'm waiting to watch something interesting. Day calmly prepared the drinks. What exactly are you waiting to see? Day looked up. Forget me. What's wrong with you? You look stressed. Neil glanced around the apartment. Where's that pale-faced brat? Isn't Brick here? He's at home. Neil frowned. Then he remembered Day's strange smile earlier. So, the interesting thing you're waiting for. It's Brick, isn't it? Day only smiled. You'll find out. Then he changed the subject. So, is Brick's friend still chasing you? Neil paused. I think he's even more stubborn than Brick. Day laughed. Neil stayed silent. Only then did Day notice. What's wrong? Don't tell me you. Yeah. Neil sighed. I slept with him. Day stared in disbelief. When? And why? Last night. He's sleeping in my apartment right now. Damn it. What am I supposed to do? I was drunk. It just happened. Day lit a cigarette. Why are you so stressed? You've slept with plenty of people before. Is it really that hard? Or are you afraid he'll chase you even more now? Neil didn't answer. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Day glanced at the clock and smiled. That was faster than I expected. Neil, go answer the door. Neil walked over and opened it. Brick stood outside. Is Day? He couldn't finish. Come in. Neil stepped aside. Brick hesitated. Is Day here? Yeah. We're having a drink. Neil walked back inside. Brick slowly followed. The moment he saw Day sitting there watching him quietly, he became even more nervous. Neil disappeared into the kitchen. He knew Day wanted to speak with Brick alone. What are you doing here? Day asked. Well, I brought you home, didn't I? My backpack. It's still here. Day nodded. Go get it. It's in the bedroom. Then he turned on the television, pretending not to care. Brick walked into the bedroom. He sat on the edge of the bed, trying to gather the courage to speak. Where'd he go? Neil asked after coming out of the kitchen. He's in the bedroom. Neil sighed. So this is your entertainment? You're not just cruel. You're twisted. I actually feel sorry for him sometimes. Day finished his drink. I'll enjoy my own fun. After a while, Brick still hadn't come out. I should head home. I need to check whether that brat has destroyed my room yet. Neil stood up. Yeah, I'll go check on Brick. Day walked Neil to the front door before heading to the bedroom. He opened the door. Brick jumped. Did you find your bag? Yeah, I found it. Then pick it up. Day pointed toward the shelf. Brick clenched his fists. It's already late. I don't think it's safe for me to take a taxi. Can I stay here tonight? How did you get here? Someone from my dad's shop drove me. Then have them come pick you up. They've already finished work. They were heading this way, so they dropped me off. I'll drive you home. Brick's eyes filled with frustration. But I want to stay here with you. Day slowly turned toward him. What was that? I didn't hear you. Say it again. He had heard every word. He simply wanted Brick to repeat it. Brick blushed. He had tried to sleep after getting home. He couldn't. He'd called Nick. But Nick's phone was off. In the end, he had no choice but to come here. Day picked up Brick's backpack and handed it to him. Go. I told you to leave. Day. Brick spoke so softly it was almost a whisper. Can I stay here with you tonight? Day raised an eyebrow. Why? I thought you missed your mother. Why not sleep with her? Brick pouted. I came here to find you. And you're trying to send me away. You're the one who wanted to go home. Brick glared at him. Without warning, he threw his backpack. Smack. It hit Day square in the chest. Day didn't move. He simply watched Brick. You're so mean. You said you wouldn't let me leave. You said you wouldn't let me go. And now you're doing this. What does that even mean? You jerk. You're such a jerk. Day smiled faintly. And who said I was letting you leave? Brick stared at him in confusion. Then why did you take me home? Why are you acting like you don't want me here? What does all this mean? Day answered quietly. You're hopeless. I was planning to pick you up tomorrow. You said you missed your mom. So I sent you home for one night. Brick immediately fell silent, his face burning with embarrassment. Chapter 30. What's wrong? Day asked with a faint smile. Why are you so quiet? Why aren't you yelling anymore? Brick bit his lip. He felt completely defeated. He stood there awkwardly, unable to meet Day's eyes. Then, I'll just go home and sleep with my mom, Brick said, lifting his chin to hide his embarrassment. He turned toward the bedroom door. Before he could leave, Day stretched out one arm and blocked the doorway. Too late. Day smiled. I already gave you the chance to stay with your mom. You didn't take it. So you're not going anywhere. Go take a shower and get ready for bed. Don't you have class tomorrow? Brick pouted. Fine. He grabbed a towel and disappeared into the bathroom. Day watched him go before quietly shaking his head. He picked up the empty glasses, cleaned the room, and put everything away. By the time he returned to the bedroom, Brick had already finished showering. Day went to take his own shower. Brick avoided looking at him. He was still too embarrassed after making such a scene. When Day came back out, Brick was already asleep. Without saying anything, Day changed into comfortable clothes and climbed into bed. Move over. Brick instinctively rolled toward him. Day smiled. Were you pretending to be asleep? Brick slowly opened his eyes. Who said I was pretending? I was just resting my eyes. So, Day looked amused. Why did you come looking for me? Can't you sleep unless I'm holding you? You're so full of yourself, Brick shot back. I'm not. Day chuckled. When I told you to move over, you rolled toward me without even thinking. If you don't want me to hold you, then what does that mean? Brick was speechless. Day had cornered him again. Unable to answer, Brick simply turned over and faced the other direction. Stop talking. I'm going to sleep. I have class early tomorrow. Suddenly, Day wrapped both arms around him from behind. Stop pretending. I never said you couldn't sleep without me. Brick let out a quiet huff. I'm even worse than that. It's you who can't live without me. Day tightened his hold slightly. You still dare to talk back? No. Brick answered softly. Despite his words, his heart finally relaxed. Then go to sleep. You talk too much. It's annoying. I'll drive you to the university tomorrow. Brick slowly closed his eyes. Not long afterward, the two of them fell asleep together. Day, wake up. I have class early. Brick had already showered, changed into his uniform, and packed his bag. Day was still buried under the blankets. What? Day groaned. Why are you making so much noise this early? I'm leaving for class. Aren't you taking me? Day rubbed his face before sitting up with messy hair. Take my car. The keys are on the table. No. Brick immediately refused. What if your little brother sees me? What would I even say? Then call Nick. Have him pick you up. I already tried. His phone is off. Then take a taxi. I'm trying to sleep. Stop bothering me. Day flopped back onto the bed. I don't want to take a taxi by myself. Day frowned. What the hell is wrong with you? Brick crossed his arms. If you really wanted to take me, you wouldn't be talking to me like this. You already ruined my mood. I'll figure out how to get there myself. He grabbed his bag from the corner of the room. So what are you going to do? I'm walking. Brick announced loudly before opening the door. Day watched him leave. He sighed heavily. Then he reluctantly got out of bed, threw on a shirt, grabbed his car keys, and followed him downstairs. Brick had already taken the elevator. Still angry, he walked away from the condo, looking around as he tried to decide how to get to campus. Get in the car. Day shouted. Brick turned around. Day was standing beside his car outside the condo. Brick deliberately looked away. You wanted me to take you, didn't you? So get over here. Get in. Brick pouted all the way back to the parking lot. He stopped beside Day without saying anything. Stop sulking. Fix your face. Brick ignored him. I heard you grumbling. If you're late, it's your own fault. I don't care whether you have enough time to study. And who was it that said he'd take me to class? Brick muttered. If you can't keep your word, then don't make promises. I am taking you. Day opened the passenger door. Brick finally climbed inside. The rest of the drive was quiet. When they reached the university, they stopped the car. When your classes are over, Call me. Let me know. Brick looked at him. Why? So I know when to pick you up. Oh, okay. Brick got out quickly. He didn't want Knight or any of his friends to see Day dropping him off. Brick. A familiar voice called out. Brick turned. It was Knight. Oh, no, Knight. What's up? Brick wondered if Knight had seen him getting out of Day's car. Gear asked me to give this to you. He said it's your assignment. Knight handed him the report. Thanks. Brick accepted it. Then Knight asked quietly, Have you heard about your friend? Brick frowned. What happened? He was stabbed. Brick slowly nodded. I know. I just haven't had time to visit. I've been busy helping at home. It was a lie. Knight nodded. Okay. I have class. I'll go first. After Knight left, Brick let out a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and tried calling Nick again. The phone was still switched off. Having missed several days of classes already, Brick headed toward his classroom. Knight never appeared in any of his classes that day. Brick spent the entire afternoon studying with his other friends. When classes ended, he immediately called Day. The phone rang and rang until it went to voicemail. Brick tried again. No answer. Again. Nothing. What the hell? You said you'd come pick me up. You told me to call. And now you won't even answer. What am I supposed to do with you? Brick muttered in frustration. He sat at a stone table outside one of the university buildings. He called again. Still nothing. Suddenly, someone sat down across from him. Brick looked up. His eyes widened. P. How did you get here? P was still wearing his university uniform. Without answering, P looked at his phone. Brick's phone immediately rang. The caller ID showed P's number. Brick looked back at him. Why are you calling me? P ended the call. So you're still using the same number. The last time I called. Who was the one who answered? If you hate me, just tell me. You don't have to humiliate me like that. Brick immediately felt guilty. Well, I'm sorry. P stayed silent. Are you really that afraid of Day? He even controls your phone. Brick didn't know how to explain. I'm sorry. Why are you angry at me? If you don't like me anymore, you don't have to call. P looked away. You're terrible. His disappointed voice only made Brick feel worse. Come on. Don't make that face. I didn't do anything. Day was the one who answered your call. P looked back at him. Then buy me dinner. That'll make up for how sad he made me. Brick's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Just eat something at the university. Day's coming to pick me up. I don't want him getting angry. P raised an eyebrow. Really? When I saw you calling him earlier. He didn't answer. Brick couldn't deny it. If he finds out I went with you, I'm dead. Then don't let him find out. Oh, sure. And if he does find out, will you save me? Easy for you to say. P smiled. That's up to you. Will you ask me for help? Brick had no comeback. So, are you taking me to dinner? If not, I'll go tell your parents you made me sad. Even though I only wanted to be your friend. Brick groaned. What kind of friend threatens me with my parents? P simply shrugged. Brick hesitated. Day still hadn't answered. He had no idea how he was getting back to the condo. He called again. Still no answer. Fine. I'll go with you. When we're done, just drop me somewhere nearby. Still scared he'll find out. You asked too many questions. Let's just go. My car's over there. Brick followed him. His heart pounded nervously. Day had completely abandoned him. He was still angry that Day ignored every one of his calls. The two drove to a shopping mall in the city center. After choosing a restaurant, they sat down together. What are you so nervous about? P asked. Nothing. Brick answered quickly. He was actually worried someone might see them together and tell Day. Are you afraid someone will see you with me? You really talk too much. Just order. P laughed and ordered their food. Throughout the meal, Brick barely paid attention to the conversation. He kept checking his phone. Finally, just as they were about to pay, ring, ring, ring. Brick's eyes lit up. Day, I'll take this outside. I'll be right back. You go ahead. I'll pay first. P nodded. Brick hurried outside and answered. Day asked immediately, Where are you? At the mall. Brick's voice remained firm. He was still upset. What the hell are you doing at the mall? I told you I'd pick you up. You don't get to complain. Brick shot back. Did you even look at your phone? Do you know how many times I called? I waited forever. You never came. So I went to eat with a friend. I also bought some things for class. Day sighed. I slept too long. My phone was on silent. So what? Brick replied. Was I supposed to sit at the university until 4 or 5 in the afternoon waiting for you? Enough. I'm coming to get you. Brick hesitated. No. I'll take the bus. Where are you? Day asked again. Brick sighed. He knew Day wouldn't give up. I'm in Siam. If you're coming, I'll wait in front of Paragon. Stay there. Don't go anywhere. The call ended. P walked out just then. Want to get some ice cream? I can't. How much was lunch? Brick asked. P had paid for everything. No need. My treat. So, no ice cream because Day's coming? Brick nodded. Yeah. P smiled faintly. Then I'll head back. I don't want you getting hurt because of me. At least you agreed to eat with me today. I'm sorry. It's okay. What else can you do? I was stupid enough to like someone who already belongs to someone else. And that owner is as fierce as a guard dog. Who belongs to who? Brick immediately protested. His face flushed. P laughed. You're stubborn. I'll stop bothering you. I'm leaving. Thank you for the meal. Brick smiled awkwardly. Next time, you'll treat me. Brick nodded. After P left, Brick walked to the fountain in front of Paragon and sat down to wait. At least P was easy to talk to. If it had been someone else, things would have been much more troublesome. Still, it bothered him that Day didn't want him getting close to anyone. Ring. Ring. His phone rang again. Hello. Where are you? Day asked. I'm sitting in front of Paragon. Oh, I see you. Brick looked up. Day was already walking toward him while putting away his phone. His tall figure and cold expression drew plenty of attention from the people nearby. Brick couldn't help admitting to himself. Day really was handsome. Day stopped in front of him. So, you said you bought things. I don't see any shopping bags. Brick forced a smile. My friend took them. Where's your friend? I already sent him home. If he found out you're Knight's brother, I wouldn't know how to explain it. Day stared at him for a moment. Then he let it go. Have you eaten? Yeah. Then let's go. We're almost out of groceries at the condo. Brick nodded. Okay. The two walked into Paragon together. Day, why aren't you pushing the cart yourself? Brick complained while pushing the shopping cart behind him. I'm lazy. Day answered without looking back. He picked up a bottle of shampoo. Brick silently grumbled behind his back. When Day suddenly turned around, Brick immediately straightened his face. What? Nothing. Day looked at the shampoo again. So, what brand do you use? Brick blinked. Why am I choosing? If you don't choose, how am I supposed to know what you like? Right now you're using mine. If there's another brand you prefer, I'll buy it. Brick looked at him in surprise. Day really had started paying attention to things like this. Without realizing it, Brick's mood brightened. Then you push the cart. I'll pick everything. He confidently handed the cart to Day. Day sighed deeply, but he accepted it. What do you think about this brand? Brick held up 2 bottles of shampoo. Have you used it before? No, but my friend said it's really good. They said it makes your hair soft. They looked at him. You touched their hair? Brick immediately shook his head. No, I just heard them talking. He looked back and forth between the bottles, unable to decide. Hurry up. I'm hungry. You've already eaten. I haven't. Be patient. Brick answered calmly before wandering off to grab a few more things. After a while, Brick looked at the oversized packages in the cart. Why are you buying such huge packs of shampoo and toothpaste? They looked at him. Are you stupid? Brick frowned. If there are 2 people using them, they'll run out quickly. I'm too lazy to shop all the time. At the checkout, the cashier announced the total. Brick was stunned by the amount. Just then, Day suddenly stopped the cashier. He picked up several snacks from the counter. A giant bag of potato chips, 2 large chocolate bars, and several other treats. He turned toward Brick. Whose are these? Brick smiled sheepishly. Mine. I'm too lazy to leave the condo every time I want snacks. So I figured I'd stock up. Do you really need all this junk? I'll pay for it myself. Brick reached for the snacks. Day pulled them away. You talk too much. I'll pay. I'm not making the cashier split everything. You're wasting people's time. Before Brick could argue, Day had already paid for everything. Brick secretly wrinkled his nose at him. The two carried the groceries back to the condo together. As soon as they stepped inside, a deep voice echoed through the room. Is he here? Chapter 30. Brick and Day carried their groceries out of the elevator, but they were surprised to find Neil waiting outside the condo. What are you doing here? They asked. You little bastard. Where's that short bastard? Neil ignored Day's question and looked at Brick instead. Who? Which short bastard? Brick asked, confused. Your friend, Nick. Where has he disappeared to? Neil asked again. Oh, Nick? I don't know. He didn't come to class today. I tried calling him, but his phone was turned off again. Why are you looking for him? Brick asked suspiciously. Don't tell me you came all the way here just to ask Brick that. You could have called me. Day interrupted, making Neil freeze. I forgot. I'm leaving, Neil muttered before awkwardly heading toward the elevator. Brick watched him with suspicion. Why is your friend looking for my friend Nick? What exactly is he planning to do? Brick asked. You don't need to worry about other people's business, Day replied before unlocking the condo door and walking inside. Brick hurried after him with the shopping bags. Tell me, what did Nick do? Neil looked so tense. If something's wrong, I should warn Nick to run before it's too late, Brick said. Ask your friend yourself. I only know half the story, Day replied casually. Ring. Ring. Day's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, answered the call, and sat down on the sofa while talking. Brick quietly unpacked the groceries nearby. What's up, Knight? Day asked. Day, where are you? Are you still at the salon? Knight asked. No. I'm back in Bangkok. What's wrong? I miss you. Can you come have dinner with me tonight? What? You still haven't eaten? You'll get a stomachache. Brick quietly glanced over at Day while putting everything away. I wanted to call and ask you first. If you're not coming, I'll just eat by myself. Didn't you go see Gear today? I already did. He's being discharged tomorrow. I came home to clean the house, but I haven't finished yet. You don't have to clean. The house isn't that messy. Brick finished organizing everything and sat beside Day on the sofa. So, are you coming? Knight asked. Day glanced at Brick for a moment. Okay, I'll come. Brick immediately looked at him. Great. I'll start making dinner. Hurry home, Day. All right. See you soon. Day ended the call. Are you going to see your brother? Brick asked immediately. Yeah, I'm going to have dinner with him. I'll probably be back late tonight, so don't go anywhere without telling me. Brick's expression darkened slightly. How late will you be? I don't know. If you get sleepy, just go to bed. You don't have to wait for me. Why would I wait for you? Brick replied sarcastically. Day smiled faintly. That's true. Why would you wait for me? I'm leaving. Take good care of my room while I'm gone. If you have nothing else to do, clean it up. Brick frowned. A minute ago, I heard you tell your little brother not to clean because the house wasn't messy. He's my brother. I don't want him getting tired. But you're fine with making me tired? Brick answered sarcastically. Stop talking back. If you don't want to clean, then don't. Leave it messy. Day opened the door and left. Brick sat alone in the condo, pouting. Damn bastard. You leave me alone again. The tiger won't let me go anywhere, and now I'm stuck here by myself. Brick couldn't help feeling jealous. No matter what happened, Day always put Knight first. After looking around the condo for a while, Brick decided to start cleaning. Day. Knight ran over and hugged his older brother as soon as he entered the house. What are you doing? Day asked gently. Dinner's ready. Let's eat. The brothers sat together and enjoyed dinner while talking about college and Gear. Afterward, they washed the dishes together. Day, are you sleeping here tonight? Knight asked casually. Day froze. I mean, why don't you stay here? I have so many things I want to talk about. We haven't spent time together in ages. You're always disappearing somewhere. Sometimes I wonder if you secretly got married. Day laughed. Then why didn't you stay at the hospital with Gear? Knight hesitated. Is there something you want to ask me? Knight quickly wrapped his arms around Day's waist. Day, don't be mad. Since Gear's being discharged tomorrow, I wanted to ask. You want me to let you stay at his place tonight? Knight slowly nodded. Day stayed silent while washing the dishes. If you don't want me to, I won't go, Knight said softly. You can go. I wasn't angry. I was just thinking. So that's why you wanted me to stay here tonight. No, I really wanted to spend time with you. I don't want you to think I only care about Gear and forgot about my own brother. Day turned and smiled. All right, I'll stay tonight. Go take a shower. I'll finish cleaning up. Knight beamed happily before running off. After cleaning the kitchen, Day walked into the backyard and made a phone call. Hello. Brick answered. What are you doing? Day asked quietly. If you want to know, come back and see. You probably wouldn't believe what I'm. Brick, I'm not coming back tonight. I'm staying here with my brother. Brick immediately fell silent. Did you hear me? I heard you. When will you come back? Probably tomorrow. I'll take Knight to the university first. What time are your classes? In the morning. Then go to class first. Knight has morning classes too. Brick's chest tightened. Day. Knight called from inside the house. That's all for now. Day ended the call immediately and returned inside. Brick stared at his phone while holding a broom. He flopped face first onto the sofa. Good. Since he's not coming back, he won't bother me tonight. He muttered to himself before continuing to clean. After finishing, he showered and went to bed. His phone rang several times, but he ignored it. Since Day wasn't coming home, he silenced his phone and went to sleep. The next morning, Brick woke up early, showered, dressed, and headed to the university. He took the bus because he had no other way to get there. The crowded ride left him dizzy. He hadn't even eaten breakfast. When the bus finally stopped near campus, he got off and sat at the bus stop for a moment to recover. After catching his breath, he slowly walked toward the university. Then he froze. A familiar car was parked outside. Knight stepped out of the passenger's seat. "Thank you, P. Day," Knight said with a smile. "Go to class and behave yourself. If Gear causes any trouble, tell me." As Day looked out the window, his eyes met Brick's. His brows immediately knitted together. "Oh, you have morning classes too?" Knight asked cheerfully after noticing Brick. "Yeah, I'll head inside." Brick quietly walked away. Knight turned back toward the car. "That's Brick, Gear's friend, P. Day." "Oh, go on. You'll be late." Knight smiled, closed the door, and hurried into the university. Day drove away and parked nearby. Then he picked up his phone. "Hello." Brick answered sluggishly. "How did you get to school?" "I took the bus." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Why didn't you answer my calls last night?" "I was sleeping." "Brick, are you upset with me?" "You figure it out yourself." "I'm tired. I don't want to keep trying anymore." Day fell silent. "What is it this time? What do you want now?" "Are you busy?" "I'm busy. I have class." "But..." Brick hung up. Day stared at the disconnected call before immediately calling again. Brick had already turned off his phone. "Just wait until class is over, Brick," Day muttered before driving back to the condo. When he opened the door, he stopped. The entire condo was spotless. Even the bedroom had been thoroughly cleaned. Day leaned against the doorway and smiled. He's embarrassed about yesterday too. Running a hand through his hair, he quietly admired the clean apartment. "Damn it, Brick. You should go home and rest. You look pale as a ghost," one of Brick's classmates said after seeing him asleep at his desk. "I couldn't sleep last night. I skipped breakfast too. The bus was so crowded I could barely breathe." "Why'd you take the bus? Don't you have a car?" "I left it at home. I've been staying with a friend." Brick suddenly looked at one of his classmates. "Kit. Stop studying and take me home." "Sure." Ring. Ring. Day's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and was surprised to see Brick calling. "What's wrong?" "I'm going home tonight. My mom called and asked me to stay over." "When did she call?" "I thought your phone was off because you were ignoring me." "I didn't turn it off because of you. I was going into class." "I don't believe your mother called." "Believe whatever you want. I'm sleeping at home tonight. That's all." Brick hung up. Day immediately called back. Brick ignored every call. Idiot. After class ended at 2 in the afternoon, Kit drove Brick home. Brick saw all of Day's missed calls but refused to answer. He didn't have the energy to talk to him. He walked into the house without paying attention to anything else. Finally decided to come home. "You've been gone for weeks," his mother said. "Sorry, Mom. I'm exhausted. Let me sleep first." "Brick, there's a senior waiting for you. Can you hear me?" Brick ignored her and headed upstairs. He opened his bedroom door. The moment he stepped inside, he froze. Day was lying comfortably on his bed, casually playing with his phone. "Why you? How did you get here? And how did you get into my room?" "I drove here and walked in." "Where's your car? And why?" Brick couldn't finish his sentence. "I parked it in your garage. Didn't you see it? As for your room, your mother gave me permission to wait here." Brick stared. "What exactly did you tell my mom?" "I told her I was your senior. I said you've been staying with me lately and that you wanted me to tutor you today. She let me wait upstairs." Brick sighed inwardly. Why does Mom trust people so easily? "Then why are you here?" Brick put his bag down without looking at him. Day stood and wrapped both arms around Brick from behind. One hand circled his waist. The other rubbed the back of his neck. Day lowered his face and inhaled softly against Brick's neck. Brick's entire body stiffened. Goosebumps spread across his skin. His face immediately turned bright red. "You dared to lie to me." "Brick." Day's voice was cold. Brick gently pushed him away. "So what if I lied? What are you going to do this time?" "Sometimes I want to come home and see my parents." "You can go see your brother. Why can't I spend time with my family?" Day folded his arms and looked at him. "So you just left me alone at the condo." "You left me alone first. So you're making me sleep alone?" "You made me sleep alone too." Day suddenly laughed. Brick frowned. "What are you laughing at?" They smiled. You really wear your heart on your sleeve. Brick froze. So you're having fun? He asked quietly. What fun? Playing with my feelings. You treat me like I'm just a toy. Something you play with whenever you feel like it, without caring how that toy feels. Brick shouted. Day looked at him calmly. I did have fun. Brick's heart clenched. But you know, if a toy stops entertaining me. Day paused. I'll throw it away. Brick immediately fell silent. He understood exactly what Day meant. If you leave me. Day smiled faintly. You'll ruin all my fun. Knock. Knock. Brick, open the door. His mother's voice came from outside. Brick took a deep breath, composed himself, and opened the door. What's wrong, Mom? I warmed up some shrimp dumplings. Your senior bought them for you. He told me you skipped breakfast this morning. She handed him the tray. Brick stood there speechless. He accepted it and closed the door. He quietly placed the tray on the table. His mind was in complete turmoil. He didn't know what to think anymore. If you're staying here tonight, I'll head back. Day turned toward the door. Suddenly, Brick grabbed the hem of Day's shirt. I can't finish all these dumplings by myself. He lowered his head. You can stay and eat with me. Day smiled softly. No matter what happened, Brick always ended up losing to Day. Nick and Neil, Special Chapter 2. Neil walked over and dragged Nick out of Day's bedroom by the collar. Don't pull me. The collar of my shirt will get wrinkled. Nick yelled as Neil dragged him out of the room. Neil closed the bedroom door. Why are you trying to annoy your friend? Let him rest, Neil said. Who said I was bothering him? I'm just trying to take care of him, Nick replied. Neil walked over to the couch and turned on the TV to pass the time. Nick sat beside him, and the two watched television for a little while. Neil? Hey, Neil, Nick called softly. What? Neil asked, turning toward him. This is boring. Neil frowned. You call me just to tell me you're bored? Nick grinned. Then let's find something to do. Neil immediately looked at him. What the hell are you planning? Stay away from me. What? I was just going to ask you to play a game. I saw Day has a bunch of games we could play too. Nick kept a perfectly straight face. Or were you thinking of something else? Hee hee. Neil smirked. Maybe a little. Fine, let's play something. I'm bored too. He got up and grabbed one of Day's games. He had played it before. Nick looked at him. Just playing isn't interesting enough. Let's make it more exciting. What kind of rules? We'll play against each other. Every time someone loses, they have to take off one piece of clothing. Neil froze. Are you crazy, you little brat? If I were playing with a beautiful woman or a cute guy, maybe. But with you? No way. Nick puffed out his cheeks. Why not? Do you think I'd deliberately lose just so you could see me take my clothes off? Sorry, you're wrong. I'd much rather watch you take yours off. Hee hee. You're unbelievably shameless, Neil muttered. Nick didn't care. So, do you dare to play? Or not? Why wouldn't I? Stop provoking me. Then let's play. But first, I'm going to wake Brick so he can eat and take his medicine. It's about time. Nick glanced at the clock, then quickly walked into Day's bedroom. A few minutes later, he came back out, pouting. Neil, help me with something. What? I need you to make Brick eat. He won't listen to me. You go talk to him. I'll heat up the rice. Nick headed for the kitchen to warm the food he had bought. Neil got up and walked into Day's bedroom. He lightly threatened Brick, saying he'd tell Day that Brick was refusing to eat. Then he threatened to drag him to the hospital. Only then did Brick reluctantly agree to eat the rice Nick brought him. After Brick finished eating, Nick collected the dishes and carried them out of the room. Let me get a towel. I'm not taking it. Don't wipe me. Brick immediately protested. You've got a high fever. If I don't wipe you down, how are you supposed to get better? I said don't. You're so stubborn. Fine. I'll just put a fever patch on your forehead. Nick carefully placed the cooling patch on Brick's forehead and tucked the blanket around him again. Not long afterward, Brick fell asleep. Nick quietly left the room and returned to Neil. Taking care of Brick is like raising a little kid, Nick complained as he sat beside him. So, are we playing that game? Neil asked. Nick smiled. What? Do you want to strip for me that badly? He laughed as he shoved Neil's head. You little brat. I've never met a guy as shameless as you. What? You don't like it? I'm going to make you reveal everything. Hee hee. I don't like you. You're not even half as cute as Gnome Knight. Nick frowned. Knight? Day's younger brother? Yeah, my Gnome Knight is way cuter than you. He's not stubborn, and he isn't crazy about men like you. So you're saying you like Gnome Knight? I don't just like him. I love Knight. Nick suddenly felt uneasy. But sorry, No Knight is already my friend's boyfriend and his wife. As far as Nick knew, that was true. Neil fell silent for a moment. I know, but I'll wait until the day Knight breaks up with that bastard Gear. Then I'll take care of him. So stop wasting your time flirting with me, shorty. I'll flirt with you anyway. I'll seduce you too. Why should I stop? If you can't handle it, just tell me. Neil looked like he wanted to bite Nick's tongue off. Nick said whatever came into his head without the slightest embarrassment. Ring, ring, ring. Neil's phone rang. He picked it up, looked at the caller ID, and answered. Nick immediately scooted closer, trying to listen. What's up? Nick leaned in even farther. You little brat. Why are you sitting so close? Move away before I kick you. What the hell? Are you two fighting? They asked over the phone. How's Brick doing? Neil ignored Nick and continued talking. Worried about your wife. Shut up. If I were there, I'd kick you in the mouth. Who are you talking to? Nick asked while tugging at Neil's arm. Quit bothering me. You're so annoying. Neil shoved the phone into Nick's hand. Ask him yourself. You're the one taking care of Brick for him. I'm terrible at looking after people. Neil moved to another chair. Nick laughed before putting the phone to his ear. What's up, Day? You knew it was me, yet you still asked my friend who he was talking to. Nick burst out laughing. I just like teasing people. Neil silently stared at him. Are you teasing people? Or are you just thick-headed? Day muttered. I heard that, idiot. You made Brick sick. You infected him. Oh, how is he? Worried about my friend? If you don't answer, I'll have Neil throw you out of the condo. Before he throws me out, tell him to sleep with me first. Then I'll die without regrets. Nick laughed brightly. You're impossible, Neil muttered. Nick stuck out his tongue at him before returning to the call. He still has a fever. He wouldn't let me wipe him down. I don't know what he's so embarrassed about. The only thing he'll let me do is put a cooling patch on his forehead. If he won't let you wipe him down, how's his fever supposed to go away? They complained. How should I know? He refused. At first, he wouldn't even eat. Neil had to threaten him before he finally did. He's so stubborn. Day sounded completely exasperated. Just keep an eye on him for now. If his fever doesn't go down, I'll take him to the hospital. He probably won't want to go. Brick hates hospitals. Nick had known that about him for years. Day let out a muffled sigh before ending the call. You must be pretty close if you know he hates hospitals, Neil commented. What? Are you jealous? Nick teased. You really think highly of yourself. Talking to you gives me a headache. Who says things like that without any shame? Neil shook his head. Nick simply shrugged. It wasn't that he never got hurt. He just chose not to dwell on those feelings. He preferred living happily, one day at a time. So, are you going to play a game with me or not? Neil sighed. I feel like I'm at a huge disadvantage. What disadvantage? If I lose, I have to take my shirt off while you stare at me. But if I win, I have to watch you take yours off, and I'll go blind. I'm going to take a nap. What the hell? Play with me first. No, I'm sleeping. Don't bother me unless it's an emergency. Neil stretched out on the long sofa. Nick was annoyed, but he let him sleep. He sat alone on the floor and played games. Time passed. By evening, Nick had gone into the bedroom several times to check on Brick and give him his medicine. Neil was still sleeping soundly. After checking on Brick again, Nick came back out and sat on the floor beside the sofa. He gently lifted Neil's chin and studied his face. Nick's thought, you're so handsome. You're exactly my type. He smiled softly. Nick's thought, stop liking No Knight. Start liking me instead. He bit his lip. Nick's thought, is this really a good idea while he's asleep? Slowly, he leaned closer. Suddenly, Neil's hand shot up and pushed Nick's forehead away. Don't think that just because I'm asleep, I don't know what you're doing, you little brat. Neil opened his eyes and looked at him sternly. Nick immediately sat up straight. I don't know why you woke up so fast. You've been sitting next to me talking to yourself. If I didn't wake up, I'd have to be dead. Neil sat up and ran a hand through his hair. Well, too bad. Since you're awake now, I'll just get more opportunities. Neil shook his head in exasperation. Ring, ring, ring. Nick's phone rang. He looked at the screen and answered. What's up, Nan? What? You rear-ended another car? How? Were you driving by yourself? Did you call the insurance company? No, don't cry. I'll come find you. Where are you? Nick looked over at Neil. Neil, can you watch Brick for me? Sure. Where are you going? My sister got into a car accident. She rear-ended someone. She doesn't know what to do, so I'm going to help her. It was the first time Neil had heard Nick speak so seriously. He realized Nick was genuinely worried. Go ahead. I'll take care of him. Nick quickly packed his things and hurried out of Day's condo. Neil stayed behind to look after Brick. Plus 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 plus. The next day, after returning to his own condo the previous night, Neil spent the morning in his room. He planned to visit Day that afternoon. Around noon, he stood in front of the elevator waiting for it to arrive. "Oh, why are you on this floor?" Nick's voice called out as the elevator doors opened. He was wearing his university uniform. Neil looked at the control panel. Nick had pressed the wrong floor by mistake. "I live here," Neil replied. Nick stepped out with a smile. Neil noticed a cut at the corner of Nick's mouth. "Your lips split. Somebody punched you." He laughed. "I'm not surprised. That mouth of yours should have gotten you punched a long time ago." Nick froze for a second before grinning. "Forget about that. It's nothing. By the way, which room is yours?" "Don't even think about it, Shorty. Why are you here? Why didn't you go see Brick?" "You don't know?" Nick looked surprised. "Your friend took Brick out to the countryside. I rang the bell forever before he finally called me. Otherwise, I'd have thought they were dead inside. They probably went to the orchard. You can go home now." "What? Won't you at least show me your room?" "No. I'm going out to eat." "Then take me with you. I'm hungry too." Neil sighed. "Day, you've really given me another problem." "Fine. Let's go." He knew Nick would follow him anyway. Nick beamed. "I'm riding with you." "Why?" "Drive your own car. I lent mine to my sister. Her car's in the repair shop. So I took a taxi here." "Huh. Do you love your little sister that much? Is she cute? Give her my number." Nick stopped walking. "Why do you love Gnome Night?" he asked. "It happened after I helped him solve some problems before he got back together with Gear. I'm right here. You don't have to look anywhere else." "I don't want you." Neil rejected him immediately. "Just wait. I'll make you fall for me. I can give you everything." Neil snorted. "I don't see that happening. Come on. You can ride with me. I'll consider it earning merit. I can't drive anyway." Together, they headed down to Neil's car and drove to a restaurant nearby. "I've got to ask, who hit you hard enough to split your lip?" Neil asked after they sat down. Nick touched the corner of his mouth and smiled. "It's nothing. I broke things off with one of my partners. He punched me on the way out." He laughed. Neil narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe a word of it. Nick deliberately looked away. For just a moment, Neil noticed something different. Nick's usually bright eyes looked strangely gloomy. Then, almost instantly, the smile returned. "Oh, the food's here." The two of them started eating. Ring, ring, ring. Nick's phone rang again. He looked at the screen and sighed softly. "Wait here. I'll be right back." He stepped outside. From their table by the window, Neil could clearly see him. Neil kept eating, pretending not to care. But his eyes stayed on Nick. Nick's expression gradually changed. Even without hearing the conversation, Neil could tell he was arguing with whoever was on the phone. He looked like he was about to cry. He was desperately holding it back. The moment Nick noticed Neil watching him, he immediately turned his back. A few minutes later, he returned with his usual smile. "What? You couldn't even wait for me before eating? You took too long." Neil studied him again. "Which partner broke up with you? You looked like you were about to cry." Nick looked up and smiled brightly. "You really notice everything." His cheerful tone only convinced Neil even more that something was wrong. But Neil chose not to ask again. It wasn't his business. After they finished eating, they walked back to the car. "Where do you want me to drop you off?" Neil asked. Nick looked at him for a long moment. "Can I stay at your condo?" "No." Neil answered immediately. "I don't feel safe. Besides, how close do you think we are? Just because I let you ride with me doesn't mean I'm letting you into my room." Hee. "I was kidding. Just drop me off at the mall." Nick laughed lightly. Neil drove him there. As Nick got out, he jokingly blew Neil a kiss. Neil shook his head and drove away. Looking into his rearview mirror, he noticed Nick sitting alone on a bench outside the mall. For some reason, Neil pulled over and watched him from a distance. A luxury car pulled up. A handsome, dignified-looking man stepped out and picked Nick up. "Huh, you keep telling me you like me, but the second I don't flirt back, you run off with another guy. You're really promiscuous." Instead of leaving, Neil quietly followed the car. He kept a safe distance behind it until it entered a hotel parking lot. Neil smiled to himself. "You're good at this. You eat with one guy, then sleep with another." He started to drive away. Then something made him stop. Nick was trying to walk away from the hotel. The other man blocked his path. The two began arguing. "I told you to let me go," Nick shouted. "Why should I? Didn't you say you wanted somewhere private to talk?" "I wanted to talk somewhere comfortable, not end up in a hotel bed." "But don't we always end up in bed together? Damn it. Why do I always end up with people like you?" Suddenly, the man's hand was yanked away from Nick's wrist. A tall figure stepped between them. Nick stared in shock. He had never expected to see him there. "Oh, Neil," Nick whispered. Chapter 32. "I bought those for you." "I didn't buy them for myself," Day said flatly. "Well, I'll share them with you too," Brick said. Day sat down on Brick's bed without another word. Brick smiled a little and turned to set the dumplings on the table. "Wait," Day said. Brick turned to him in confusion. "Come here," Day said softly. Brick walked over without hesitation. He stopped in front of Day, who was sitting at the foot of the bed. "What is it?" Brick asked hesitantly, unsure why Day had called him over. Day looked at him expressionlessly. "Explain why you lied to me," Day said, pulling Brick down to sit between his legs with Brick's back against his chest. Day's strong arms wrapped around Brick's waist, keeping him from slipping away. I already told you. I wanted to come home and see my parents," Brick said quietly, knowing full well it was only an excuse. "Are you sure?" Day asked again. Brick nodded silently. Knock. 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 A knock sounded at Brick's bedroom door, making him jump. "Day, let me go," Brick said. Day sighed in frustration before finally releasing him. "What is it, Dare?" Brick asked in surprise when he opened the door for the young employee from his father's shop. "The boss asked me to bring you downstairs. He said P brought his car over and wants you to take a look at it." Brick, the boss wants your help," Dare said. Brick froze and glanced back at Day, who was sitting silently with a tense expression. "Didn't he come here the first day already?" Brick asked. P said he'd wait until Brick came to look at it himself," Dare replied. "Tell my father I'm busy," Brick said, trying to avoid Day's temper. "You tell him yourself." "I don't want the boss yelling at me," Dare answered. "Fine. I'll call him myself. You go back to work." Brick closed the door and turned toward Day. Day remained silent. Brick picked up the house phone in his room and called his father's office. "Papa, it's Brick. Can't someone else look at P's car? Why does it have to be me? I have a guest. I know P is Uncle's son, but P Kung is there. He's the best mechanic in the shop. Let him handle it," Brick complained. Day listened without saying a word. "Papa, you're so unfair. Do you care more about P than me? Fine. Whatever. Ask P Kung to do it. Bye, Papa." Brick quickly hung up. "What did he bring the car here for?" Day asked quietly. You can go see him," Day said. Brick stared at him in disbelief. "What did you say?" "I said you can go look at his car. Didn't your father ask you to?" Brick frowned in complete surprise. Brick walked into the shop with a troubled expression. Day followed closely behind him. The only reason Day had agreed to let Brick come downstairs was because he intended to stay right beside him. Brick felt nervous. He was afraid Day and P would start fighting inside his parents' shop. The last thing he wanted was for everyone to see two men fighting over him. "Oh, I thought you said you weren't coming down," Brick's father said. He had been standing beside P's car. When he noticed Day standing behind Brick, he looked puzzled. P still had faint bruises on his face from fighting with Day. "I got tired of Papa complaining," Brick said awkwardly. "Papa, this is..." He had no idea how to introduce Day. "Hello, my name is Day. I'm Brick Sr., Day said politely, raising his hands in a respectful Y toward Brick's father. Brick blinked in surprise. He had never seen Day greet anyone so respectfully before. "Oh, you're the senior your mother mentioned. The one Brick's been staying with." "Yes. I heard you're tutoring Brick too. This kid's smart, but he still can't neglect his studies. Please keep teaching him." "Dad," Brick groaned. "Did you call me down here just to embarrass your own son? What exactly do you need me to do?" "Oh, just take a look at P's car. He can explain everything. I'll go back inside." "Yes, Uncle." Brick's father smiled and walked away. Only Day, Brick, and P remained. Dare continued working nearby. Brick turned toward Day. Brick's thought. "Day, please don't cause any trouble here. I don't want my father getting suspicious." Day replied quietly. "Tell him that, not me. I'll sit here. You do your job." He sat down in one of the customer chairs beside P's car. Brick then walked over to P. Brick's thought. "P, please don't provoke Day. I don't want my father finding out anything." P whispered with a grin. "What? Afraid your father will realize you brought your husband home?" Brick immediately frowned. Brick's thought. Seriously? What's wrong with you? Stop making things worse. I could have had Peking look at your car. Why insist on me? P whispered back. I wanted to see you. I just didn't expect that bastard Day to tag along. What are you two talking about? Day asked coldly. Why aren't you checking the car? Can't old friends chat for a minute? P replied. Brick immediately tensed. I don't care if you're just saying hello, Day said calmly. But if you're planning to flirt with him, you'd better think twice. Why? P asked. Both of you shut up, Brick snapped. The nearby employees looked over in surprise. What are you looking at? Get back to work. The employees quickly turned away. I already told both of you to be quiet. Brick glared at Day. Day, don't interrupt me. You're slowing everything down. Then he turned to P. And you? Are we checking your car or not? If not, take it and leave. Day stared at Brick for a long moment before simply pulling out his phone and quietly playing on it. All right, P said. Let's check the stereo. Brick sighed with relief and started examining the car. Several times, Day glanced up with jealous eyes whenever P stood too close to Brick. Brick never noticed. Some time later. As for the audio system, these are the options I'd recommend. Installation should be done by a professional. You can ask my father for recommendations if you'd like. Where are you going after this? P asked. I'm going home. Can't we have another meal together sometime? When? Before he could finish, Brick clamped a hand over P's mouth. Brick's thought. Shut up. Suddenly, Day grabbed Brick's arm and pulled him away from P. What's going on? Day demanded. His eyes were locked on P. Nothing, P answered casually. I was teasing him. Day turned to Brick. It's nothing, all right. Don't make this difficult, Brick said irritably as he pulled his wrist free. What did I do? Day asked sharply. Can't you talk to him properly? P cut in. Brick looked at P anxiously. At that moment, Brick's father stepped out of his office. What's going on? Everyone immediately fell silent. It's nothing, Papa, Brick said quickly. We were just talking about the stereo. Oh, finished already? So, P, which setup do you want? I'll discuss it with Uncle later. P glanced at Day before following Brick's father into the office. Brick let out a relieved sigh and turned toward Day. What is with that look? Day asked irritably. I'll ask you again later. Brick grabbed Day's arm and dragged him back to the house and upstairs to his bedroom. Day followed without resisting. The moment the bedroom door shut, Brick was suddenly spun around. Before he could protest, Day's lips crashed against his. His breath caught instantly. Day's arm tightened around Brick's waist while his other hand cradled the back of his head, preventing him from pulling away. Brick tried to turn aside. MMPH. At first, he struggled weakly, but little by little, he stopped resisting. When Day finally pulled away, Brick stared at him with trembling eyes. Then he shoved Day backward. What was that for? Why did you suddenly kiss me? Why can't I kiss you? Day asked deeply. You don't have to treat me like this. Don't think I've forgotten what happened downstairs. I already told you not to start anything with P. Then why don't you yell at him? Why are you only yelling at me? Was I supposed to yell at him in front of my father? I respected your parents enough not to smash that bastard's face. Do you understand? Then why were you trying to fight him? He was only trying to provoke you. So you're defending him now? Day growled, gripping Brick's arm painfully. Day, you're hurting me. Damn it, you're always like this. Have you ever listened to me? Somehow I'm always the one who's wrong. You pick fights with him, then take it out on me. You dare raise your voice at me, Brick? Oh, I raised my voice. Brick laughed bitterly. If you're unhappy, then slap me. Kick me. Do whatever you want. I'm already used to your fists. And one more thing. This is my house. If you don't respect my parents, then go ahead. If you don't care what they think, then do it. Even though his heart trembled, Brick refused to back down. Day stared at him for several seconds. Then he bumped Brick's shoulder as he walked past, opened the door, and left. Brick remained standing. His chest felt painfully tight. Part of him wanted to chase after Day. The other part was simply exhausted. He slowly collapsed onto the edge of the bed. He loved Day, but constantly being the one who had to give in was wearing him down. Several minutes passed. Click. The bedroom door opened again. Brick looked up in confusion. What are you staring at? Day asked curtly. You are not leaving? Leaving. Day frowned. I went downstairs to buy cigarettes. He glanced at the dumplings. And those dumplings I bought for you. Are you planning to eat them? They're cold now. Brick blinked. You really only went to buy cigarettes? Yeah. You were so angry just now? I thought you left. Oh, I am angry. They looked at him. I'll figure out how to punish you later. Brick froze. I didn't do anything wrong. I already told you to stay away from P. But I had to talk to him about the car. That wasn't all you talked about. Damn it. Day, you're the one looking for trouble. Who's the one causing trouble? They shot back. If you'd stop charming everyone around you, that bastard wouldn't keep chasing after you. What charm? Brick frowned. You sound jealous. Day fell silent. Brick secretly watched his expression. Are you going to eat? Day asked instead. I am. Brick quickly sat down and started eating the dumplings. Brick's thought. Damn it. He won't even admit it. Is saying, I'm jealous really that hard? Suddenly, Day wrapped his arms around Brick from behind. Chomp. Ow. Damn it, Day. Brick yelped as Day bit his earlobe hard enough to leave a red mark. Day kept holding him. Stop acting so helpless. It doesn't work on me. Brick froze. I don't understand. Idiot. Day released him and lay back on the bed. Brick continued eating while thinking to himself. Brick's thought. Helpless? He's the one who makes me feel helpless. He frowned thoughtfully. Brick's thought. Could it really be? Was he actually jealous? Brick's face slowly turned bright red. Brick's thought. Is that it? Yes. No? Ugh. I can't figure him out. He rubbed his temples. Are you crazy? Day asked with his eyes closed. Are you trying to crush your own head? Or does it itch? It itches. Which head? Your upper one, or the lower one? Brick's face exploded red. You're impossible. My head. My head. Day chuckled softly before closing his eyes again. P. Day. What? You're much calmer now. So, I like it when you're like this. You're not as impatient as before. Day answered shortly. When Brick glanced back, Day had already fallen asleep. His breathing was slow and steady. What the heck? You fell asleep already. Brick quickly finished the dumplings. Then he locked the bedroom door and climbed into bed. He snuggled close beside Day, gently pulling Day's arm around himself like always. Even while asleep, Day instinctively tightened his embrace. Curled safely against him, Brick slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, Night's message. Here, I'll be a little late. No, it's nothing. I just want to clean the house a bit more. I don't want P. Day complaining that I take care of your house, but not my own. Oh, ask for to pick me up at 3 o'clock. That's all. Today, Night planned to clean his brother's bedroom. Even though Day had told him not to bother, Night couldn't help worrying the room would get dusty. He intended to do only a little cleaning. Nothing too strenuous. He opened the bedroom door and vacuumed the floor. P. Day has so many movies. Maybe I'll borrow a few to watch with Gear. After cleaning, Night sat down in front of the television and browsed through the DVD collection. He picked up a plain white disc. I wonder if P. Day secretly owns any porn. He laughed to himself. This has to be one. Let's see what kind. Still smiling, Night inserted the disc into the player. The television screen lit up. His smile instantly vanished. It's two men. He turned the volume up. A second later, the remote slipped from his trembling hand and hit the floor. He recognized both faces immediately. No. What are you doing? They don't. It hurts. The desperate cries belonged to someone Night knew all too well. Where do you think you're going? The other voice belonged to the person Night loved and respected most. Let me go, please. It hurts, it hurts. Brick's desperate sobs filled the room. Tears streamed down Night's face. His eyes dropped to the recording date displayed on the screen. It was the same day. The day Night had gone to the pub to get revenge on Gear. His hand flew to his mouth to stifle his sobs. P. Day. Why did you do this? Crying uncontrollably, Night stopped the DVD. He collapsed onto the floor and wept. Chapter 33. Ring, ring, ring. Day's phone rang. The tall, sleepy figure pulled his phone from his pocket and answered the call. Brick, who was lying in Day's arms, shifted slightly but didn't wake up. What's up, Night? Day asked when he saw it was his younger brother calling. Night said, P. Day, where are you? I'm at my friend's house. Is something wrong? Why do you sound like that? Day asked immediately, sensing something was off from his brother's voice. It's nothing. I think I'm coming down with a cold. So, have you gone to Gear's house yet? Day asked. I'm waiting for 4 to come pick me up. What's wrong, Night? Your voice sounds strange. Day asked again, lowering his voice as he noticed Brick beginning to stir. P. Day, we're brothers, right? Day frowned. Of course we are. P. Day, you love me very much, don't you? Yes, I love you more than myself. You love me so much that you'd even do terrible things for me, wouldn't you? Day fell silent for a moment. I can do good things or bad things. For you, I'd do anything. What's wrong, Knight? He heard movement on the other end of the call, but didn't interrupt. His mind kept replaying Knight's strange questions. So, tomorrow, will you come pick me up from Gear's house? Come a little late in the morning. I have something I want to talk to you about, just between brothers. We hardly talk anymore. All right, I'll come tomorrow morning. Until then, take care of yourself. I will. That's all. Knight ended the call. Day stared at the screen with a worried expression before looking down at Brick, who was still asleep. Tap, tap. He lightly patted Brick's cheek. Ugh, that hurts. Brick grumbled as he slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong with you? I barely tapped your face. Do you want me to hit you harder? Wake up already. Get your head off my arm. Damn, my arm's gone numb. Pillows exist for a reason. Instead, you used my arm. You're the one who put your arm under my head. Brick argued as he sat up and rubbed the back of his neck. Day stretched his arm toward him. Brick blinked. What? Massage it. It's numb because of you. Brick huffed, but obediently began massaging Day's arm. So, where are you going now? He asked. What time is it? It's after 8. Then I'll head back to the condo. What? Are you coming back? Yeah. Why? Do you want me to come back and sleep here with you? I'm tired. I just want to sleep at home. Day smiled faintly. Fine. Sleep here. I'll come back later. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow's a holiday. Stay home. Don't go anywhere. I'll come pick you up in the evening. Brick watched Day slide out of bed. An uneasy feeling settled in his chest, but he stayed quiet. What's wrong? Day asked when he noticed Brick's expression. Nothing. I'll walk you downstairs. Brick climbed out of bed. Stay home. And don't even think about flirting with that bastard again. Otherwise, I'll kill both of you. What the hell is wrong with you? You always talk like a maniac, Brick shouted before leading Day downstairs. His parents were sitting in the living room. Day politely greeted them. Have you eaten yet, Day? Brick's mother asked. Would you like breakfast? I'll have someone prepare something. No, thank you. I'd better head back and eat on the way. I just wanted to say goodbye before leaving. Day pressed his palms together respectfully before walking outside with Brick. When you're around adults, you're completely different, Brick muttered. I'm not an idiot. I know how to behave. Day opened the driver's door. Brick's family shop was already closed, and no one was around outside. Aren't you afraid I'll tell my parents what you did to me? Brick asked. Day raised an eyebrow. If you were going to tell them, you would have done it the first day I took you. You wouldn't have let me walk in and out of your house like this. Brick froze. Day reached out, gently squeezed the back of Brick's neck, and pulled him closer. If I had to guess, you don't actually want to do anything to me for what happened, do you? Brick immediately blushed. Who says that? Maybe I'm just waiting for the perfect chance to get revenge. Day smirked. If someone really wants revenge, they don't announce it beforehand. Brick grew even more embarrassed. You talk too much. Just go already. As usual, he tried to hide his embarrassment by chasing Day away. Day got into the driver's seat, but he didn't close the door. I'm leaving. Brick looked confused. Then go. Day looked up at him. Do you know what you're supposed to do first? Brick blinked. What? I thought. Maybe I'm blocking the door. He stepped backward to give Day room to shut it. Day rubbed his forehead with an exasperated sigh. You really are hopeless. Come here. Why do you always call me stupid? If you want something, just say it. How am I supposed to know what you're thinking? Brick leaned closer. Bend down. Thinking Day wanted to whisper something, Brick leaned into the car. Kiss. Day grabbed his face and kissed him. Brick's eyes widened in shock. His warm lips moved gently over Brick's before his tongue slipped into the kiss, savoring him briefly before pulling away. Brick immediately stood upright, covering his mouth with the back of his hand as he nervously looked around. What the hell are you doing? This is right in front of my house. Then where should I kiss you? In front of your parents? Fine. Day reached for the door handle. Let's go back inside. Brick hurriedly shoved him back into his seat. Damn it. I don't want that. Are you crazy? Day stayed seated. So, next time, will you remember what you're supposed to do before I leave? Brick's face turned even redder. And why do I have to do that? You'll learn. Day smiled faintly. I'm leaving now, but I'll be back. Have you changed your mind? Want to come sleep with me instead? No. Day simply closed the door, started the engine, and drove away. Brick watched the car disappear. You keep coming here, only to leave me again and again. You bastard. Muttering to himself, he went back inside, took a shower, and got ready for bed. Why can't I sleep? Maybe it's because I woke up in the middle of the night. It was 10 o'clock at night. Brick picked up his phone. Should I go out for a little while? Should I call Day? I wonder if he's asleep. The truth was, he didn't really want to go anywhere. He simply wanted an excuse to call Day. He pressed the call button. Day answered almost immediately. Is something wrong? Just hearing Day's deep voice made Brick's heart race. Yeah. He suddenly couldn't think of anything to say. Then say it. Don't hesitate. Why are you always so fierce? Can I call you? I just wanted to ask if I could go out. Day muttered something under his breath that Brick couldn't make out. What? If you want to die, go ahead. Day suddenly shouted so loudly that Brick pulled the phone away from his ear. I let you stay home tonight, and now you're asking to go out? Give you an inch, and you take a mile. Do you want me to chain your hands and feet together? I just wanted to have a few drinks with my friends. Even as he said it softly, Brick couldn't stop smiling. He secretly enjoyed making Day jealous. Do you want to taste alcohol? Or blood? Choose. I don't want either. I'll just stay home and sleep. Brick rolled around on his bed, laughing to himself. Go open your laptop. Right now. Brick frowned. Why? I said open it. Hurry up. Connect it to the internet. I want your email address. Still confused, Brick opened his laptop and gave Day his email. Open Skype and accept my invitation. Brick blinked. You want to video call me? Stop talking and accept it. Brick hurried to open Skype. For some reason, his heart was pounding with excitement. As soon as he accepted the request, Day's face appeared on the screen. Day hung up the phone. He was already lying in bed. So, you've already showered and changed into your pajamas. Then why exactly were you asking if you could go out? Brick froze. I was only asking permission. If you'd said yes, I would have changed clothes. Keep dreaming. You're not going anywhere. Day glared at him through the screen. Leave the camera on. I want to make sure you're sleeping at home instead of sneaking out to fool around. Brick set the laptop on his bedside table. How can I fool around? I'm a man. Nick's a man too. Brick couldn't argue with that. Speaking of Nick, I haven't been able to reach him. Forget about him. He's much better at surviving than you. Talk nicely. I haven't gone anywhere. You made me turn the camera on, so it's on. Stop nagging. What made a stray dog like you so restless? People are trying to sleep. Were you calling because you wanted to suffer? Day lay on his side with his cheek resting on his pillow. Brick leaned against the headboard. If you're sleepy, then go to sleep. Why are you talking to me? Take off your shirt. Brick stared. What? I said take off your shirt. Pouting, Brick pulled it off and tossed it aside before lying back down. There. Happy. He picked up his phone and started playing a game. What are you doing? Playing games. Moron. That's my business. Silence settled between them. Brick eventually drifted off to sleep while still holding his phone. Day quietly watched him sleeping. After a while, Brick stirred. Where are you going? Day asked immediately. I'm going to the bathroom. Do you want me to carry the laptop in there too? That's fine. Pervert. Brick disappeared from the screen before returning a short while later. If you're sleepy, then go to sleep. Why are you just lying there staring at me? That's my business. Are you afraid I'll run away? You can try. Brick lay down again and resumed playing on his phone. The longer Day stared at him, the warmer his cheeks became. It felt strangely different from when they slept together in person. What's with your tattoo? It looks messy. Brick glanced at the tattoo on his chest. You've got one too. Mine doesn't look as sloppy. I've had this tattoo for years. Why are you only complaining now? You never said anything before. I never paid attention to your tattoos. Day's eyes remained fixed on him. I was always too busy looking at the rest of your body. Brick's face instantly turned bright red. Damn it, Day. Pervert. You complain too much. Don't forget. I still haven't decided how to punish you for making me angry earlier. I'll just add everything together and collect the debt all at once. Brick wisely stayed quiet. Their constant bickering somehow made it feel as though Day were lying beside him. Brick eventually fell asleep with the camera still on. After watching him for a while, Day quietly fell asleep as well, leaving his own camera on. The next morning, Day woke before Brick. Seeing Brick still sleeping peacefully, he showered, found something to eat, and returned to his room. Brick hadn't moved. A little later, Brick's sleepy voice came through the speakers. You're awake? They asked. Have you been up for a long time? I called to tell you to turn off the camera. I'm going to pick up night. Go back to sleep. Brick nodded with his eyes half closed before turning off the camera. Day left immediately for Gear's house. It didn't take long before he arrived. The gardener opened the gate at once. Gear's mother had already instructed everyone to let him in whenever he came. Did you come to pick up Knight? She asked warmly. Day greeted her respectfully. Yes. Where is he? He's upstairs packing. He'll be down soon. Have you eaten yet? I'm fine. She hesitated. By the way, do you know what happened to Knight yesterday? When Four brought him over, his eyes were swollen and red. It looked like he'd been crying for a long time. When I asked him, he said it was just dust allergies. Day grew even more worried. I don't know what happened. I was staying at a friend's house yesterday, so I didn't get to talk to him much. I'll ask him myself. Please talk to your brother gently, Gear's mother said softly. He's a sensitive child. Don't yell at him. I will. Even so, Day couldn't stop wondering what had upset his little brother so much. Chapter 34. Knight, come downstairs. Day is here, Gear's mother called. Day smiled at his younger brother. The moment Knight saw his brother's face, his eyes began to burn with unshed tears, but he forced himself to hold back his anger. Day, what did you do to make Knight so upset? Damn. He cried so hard last night, saying you were being mean. It took me forever to calm him down. No matter how much I asked, he wouldn't tell me what you'd done, Gear complained as he and Knight walked downstairs. Knight immediately elbowed Gear in the stomach to stop him from talking. Gear, watch your mouth when you're talking to P-Day, Gear's mother scolded. It's all right, Mom. His bad habits aren't going away anytime soon, Day replied politely. Knight, come here. What's wrong? We talked just fine yesterday. Knight, if your brother ever becomes a bad person or does something bad to you, just call me. I'll send the driver to pick you up, Gear said, raising an eyebrow at Day. Day simply looked at him without saying a word. Gear, his mother snapped. Knight walked over and hugged his brother. P-Day, let's go home. Day nodded. Mom, we'll be going now. Sorry for troubling you. Drive carefully. Gear, I'm going home now. I'll come stay with you again another time. Gear nodded reluctantly. He clearly didn't want Knight to leave, but Day led his younger brother to the car, and the two brothers drove away. What's wrong? Tell me what's bothering you, Day asked as he drove. Let's wait until we get home. Day glanced at him suspiciously, but said nothing. He drove home as quickly as possible. Once they arrived, Knight got out to open the gate before Day parked the car. Day followed his brother inside. When he entered the house, Knight was nowhere to be seen. Assuming he had gone upstairs with his bag, Day walked into the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, and headed into the living room. Knight was already sitting quietly on the sofa. Didn't you unpack your bag? Day placed the glass of water on the table. P-Day. Knight looked at him with trembling eyes. Do you really love me? Day raised an eyebrow. You still have to ask? I know you love me very much. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hated the man who hurt me. Day quietly watched him. But now, I'm not angry anymore. I don't hate him anymore either. I just find him annoying. What Gear did to me, it was horrible, wasn't it? Yes. Day answered without hesitation. It was so terrible that I couldn't forgive him at first. If you hadn't loved him, and if he hadn't truly loved you, I never would have let it go. Knight slowly nodded. Yes, what he did was unforgivable. He reached into his bag and took out a DVD. He placed it gently on the glass table. Then he looked at Day. Tears streamed down his face. But why? His voice broke. Why did you do the exact same thing, P-Day? Day's body froze the instant he saw the disc. Where did you get that? If I hadn't cleaned your room, I never would have found it. Day remained silent. Didn't I tell you not to touch anything in my room, Knight? Knight laughed bitterly through his tears. So, that's why you never wanted me going into your room. You were afraid I'd find this, weren't you? Day didn't answer. Why did you have to hurt someone else too? Knight sobbed harder. Even if it was Brick, I still would have hated it. Yes, Brick was the one who came up with the bet. But Gear was the one who actually carried it out. If Gear hadn't chosen to do it, none of it would have happened. When you compare them, Knight looked directly into Day's eyes. Gear's crime was far worse than Brick's. Day stood up and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. I had to teach him a lesson. He was the one who started everything. So that made it all right. Knight cried. Even if it was his idea, Gear was the one who actually committed the crime. So why did you have to become just like him? Day looked away. What good does talking about it do now? It won't change anything. I've already done it. His thoughts immediately drifted to Brick. P-Day. Knight's voice trembled. Are you still doing those things to him? Day remained silent. He took out a cigarette and lit it. There was no answer he could give. Knight hurried over and grabbed his arm. Day, I'm begging you. Please. Don't hurt him anymore. It's over now. Please stop. Day exhaled a cloud of smoke. Knight, I can't stop. What happened before may be over. But what's between me and Brick isn't. Knight stared at him in disbelief. I don't understand. Why? Please don't hurt him anymore. Day turned toward him. You're asking the wrong person. Even if I wanted to let him go now, he wouldn't leave me. So don't worry about him. I can handle him. Knight looked completely confused. He couldn't understand what his brother meant. Day crushed the cigarette into the ashtray before pulling Knight into a hug. Don't think about Brick. Focus on your studies. Take care of Gear so he doesn't go astray again. I'll handle everything else. Don't interfere. Do you understand? Day, but I don't hurt him anymore. Day's voice softened. But I can't let him go. Knight became even more confused. Day, you sound as if. Ring, ring, ring. Day's phone interrupted him. He glanced at the screen. Knight watched him curiously. Day smiled faintly. Sit down. Do you want to hear him? Knight nodded. Day put the call on speaker. What's up? Have you picked up your brother yet? Knight frowned. He recognized that voice. Knight's thought. That's the person who always answered my calls whenever I tried to reach Day. Why do you ask? No reason. Brick hesitated. Have you eaten yet? No. I just got home. Knight continued listening, trying to place the familiar voice. Did I bother you by calling? If I did, you can hang up. Brick sounded guilty. Day felt guilty too. Who said you were bothering me? Huh. Brick. No one. I'm just afraid you're spending time with your younger brother. So that's why you called? No. I just wanted to know when you're coming to pick me up. Knight's brows slowly drew together. Something about their conversation felt strange. When I get there, you'll know. And don't forget what I told you before I left. Oh, I know. I'm not going anywhere. That's all. I'm going to take a shower. All right. Day ended the call and looked back at Knight. See, everything's normal. There isn't any problem. Knight stared at him. I don't understand. Why is Brick so obedient to you? No particular reason. He's stubborn. It only took a little force to make him listen. Does Gear know? Day asked calmly. What do you think would happen if he did? Should we tell him and find out? Knight slowly shook his head. I won't tell him. But Day, you have to promise me. You won't hurt Brick again. Promise me. He gripped his brother's arm tightly. If it's unnecessary. Day answered quietly. Knight immediately frowned. What do you mean? If it's unnecessary? If he doesn't make me angry, I won't do anything. But if he does, no one can stop me. Do you understand? Knight looked into his brother's eyes. Day, you make it sound as though Brick is very important to you. Day let out a quiet sigh. Go upstairs and rest. I'll cook something. When it's ready, I'll come get you. Without answering the question, Day picked up the DVD and walked into his bedroom. Knight watched him leave with worried eyes. He knew he couldn't stop his brother. Everything Day had done, he had done because of Knight. But Knight didn't want Brick to suffer the same fate. Knight's thought. Gear, if you ever find out about this, will you hate me the way my brother hated you? Knight quietly went to wash his face while waiting for Day to finish cooking. After hanging up, Brick took a shower and changed clothes. With nothing else to do, he lay back down on his bed. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang again. He grabbed it immediately. The moment he saw the caller's name, he frowned. Where have you been? Where are you? I'm at home. Aren't you staying at Day's condo? I just came home for one night. Why? You don't sound well. I'll come over. That's all. The caller hung up immediately. Brick stared at his phone. What the hell is wrong with him? Not long afterward. Knock. Knock. Brick, open the door. Nick's voice came from outside. Brick opened it. You got here fast. I was nearby. Someone downstairs let me in. Nick walked over and flopped onto Brick's bed. Brick closed the door and sat beside him. Where did you disappear to? You skipped class yesterday. I had a little problem, so I couldn't make it. Oh, Neil came looking for you. He waited outside Day's condo asking about you. But I had no idea where you were. Eventually he left. He looked pretty frustrated. Nick immediately sat upright. He was looking for me? Yeah. Brick looked at him curiously. What happened between you two? What did you do to make him angry? Nick grinned. Good. Let him go crazy. People like me aren't easy to find. Brick blinked. Wait. What do you mean by that? You sound like something happened between you two. Well, Nick scratched his head. Yeah. Damn. He used force on me too. Even though I like him, I don't like the words he used to insult me. Brick stared blankly. What the hell are you talking about? Forget it. Nick waved it off. So, how did your husband let you come home for the night? Keep saying that, and I'll kick your mouth. You don't have to deny it. Just accept it. Day's your husband. Nick burst into laughter. Brick pouted. Fine. I won't tease you anymore. Watching you get annoyed is fun. So why did he let you stay here? I asked if I could spend one night at home. Brick lay back beside him. Nick turned toward him. Brick, I'm asking seriously. Are you really going to stay with Day like this? I don't know. If Knight finds out everything, do you think he'll let Day keep doing this? Brick looked at him in surprise. Why are you asking me that? I'm trying to think of a way to help you. If you can get away from Day, wouldn't that be better? Brick's expression slowly stiffened. I don't know, Nick. Honestly, these days, having him threaten me all the time, it's become normal. I don't know. If one day all of that disappeared, I don't even know how I'd live anymore. Nick smiled knowingly. You already love him. Are you crazy? Brick denied it immediately. No, I'm not. You can lie to everyone else, but you can't lie to yourself. Brick fell quiet. It doesn't matter. I don't even know what Day is thinking. Nick rolled onto his side and smiled mischievously. Want to find out? I can help. I've been looking for a way to relieve some stress anyway. Brick laughed. You get stressed too? I'm human. So, what's your plan? I don't have one yet. Give me 2 or 3 days. If that bastard asks about me, just tell him you don't know anything. Brick simply nodded. That evening, are you going to see Brick? Knight asked. Day had already showered and was heading downstairs. Can you stay here by yourself tonight? Now that Knight knew everything about Brick, Day no longer needed excuses. Knight looked down sadly. If I tell you I don't want you to go, will you still go? Day paused. If you don't want me to go, I won't. But give me a reason. I'm afraid you'll hurt Brick again. Knight, I already told you. I won't do anything to him. These days, he's willing to go along with everything. What are you doing with him? You don't need to know. Don't worry. I can handle everything. Day gently kissed his brother's hair. If anything's wrong, call me. Even if I'm not here, I'll still worry about you. He opened the car door. But, Knight looked at him quietly. Day, you're more worried about Brick now, aren't you? So that's your real reason for trying to stop me? Knight slowly shook his head. I won't stop you. I just wish you'd admit you're more worried about Brick. I'm not worried about him. I just have a few things to discuss with him. And a few things to take care of. Maybe. Knight smiled sadly. You've become much gentler than before. I've been with you long enough. I should get going. I'll come back tomorrow. Stay here. They got into the car and drove away. Ring, ring, ring. Brick's phone rang. Nick had already left. Brick quickly answered. Okay. Yeah. I'll come down. I won't be long. After ending the call, he hurriedly packed a few things into his bag and ran downstairs. Day was already waiting in his car, parked on the street outside Brick's house. Brick hurried down the stairs so quickly that he nearly tripped over his own feet. He suddenly realized how excited he was. Why was he so happy that Day had come to pick him up? Embarrassed by his own reaction, he quickly slowed his pace and forced himself to walk calmly. Mom, I'm going back to the condo tonight. He called to his mother, who had just walked into the house. Without waiting for her reply, he hurried toward Day's car. Chapter 35. Just now, I saw your mother walking in. Day said as Brick got into the car. Yeah, I told her I was going to sleep at your condo. Brick replied before Day drove away. Have you eaten anything yet? Day asked quietly. Not yet, Brick answered. Heh. Day chuckled softly, making Brick turn to him in surprise. What are you laughing at? Brick asked. You haven't eaten yet. Were you waiting to eat with me? Day asked without taking his eyes off the road. Brick's face immediately turned red. Who told you that? I was planning to eat by myself. I was just afraid that if I ate and you came to pick me up, you'd complain that I took too long again, Brick said. Day merely raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Day, Brick called softly. What? Day asked, his eyes still on the road. I want to watch a movie. There are plenty of DVDs at the condo. You can pick one there. I don't want to watch a DVD. I want to watch one at the theater. Day glanced at him. You were at your house all day? Why didn't you go by yourself? Brick made an annoyed face. Did you forget that you ordered me not to go anywhere, you bastard? Besides, did you really expect me to go alone? I'd be too nervous. Do you want me to slap that mouth of yours? They asked. Brick turned to stare out the window. I don't want to look at you anymore, he muttered, pouting. They secretly glanced at him from time to time. If you wanted me to watch a movie with you, you could have just asked. You didn't have to beat around the bush. Will you die if you say it directly? Brick paused. He really hadn't wanted to ask Day outright. That was why he'd been hinting instead. So, will you go watch a movie with me? Brick asked nervously. Day immediately noticed his hesitant tone. What do you want to watch? Tell me first. If it's a romance movie, you can watch it by yourself. I'll wait outside. Brick cursed him inwardly. Can we go see what's playing first? I haven't been out much lately. I don't even know what's showing. I've been stuck in that room all day. Day remained silent. Brick became frustrated. Forget it. We don't have to go. I'll just watch something at the condo. His voice sounded noticeably irritated. I was thinking. I haven't even answered you yet. Do I have to respond the instant you ask? Day said sharply. If you don't answer, how am I supposed to know what you're thinking? You're impossible. You never say what's on your mind, and you're never satisfied. You complain like a woman. It's annoying. You're just as annoying because you complain too. Brick shot back. Day frowned but said nothing. This one. I want to watch this one. Brick exclaimed. After arguing in the car, Day had brought him to the movie theater at the mall. Brick had almost forgotten about their earlier fight. Aren't we going to eat first? Day asked quietly. Many people couldn't help glancing at the two of them. Day naturally attracted attention with his handsome face, calm demeanor, and impressive physique. Brick, on the other hand, stood out because he was both handsome and adorable. Yeah, I'm hungry too. But shouldn't we check the movie times first? Brick asked. Which movie do you want to see? Hortatak. Day immediately turned away. Then you can watch it alone. Brick quickly grabbed Day's arm. Why? It's a comedy. Don't worry, it's not a romance. But I don't like comedies. Then what do you want to watch? Day pointed at another movie poster. No way. That's a horror movie. I don't watch horror movies. Why not? I just don't like them. I don't like your choice either. Brick frowned. I like comedies. My life is already stressful enough. I just want something that'll make me laugh and relax. This is how I relax. Then let's each watch our own movie, Day suggested. Brick's face fell. Brick's thought. Then why did we even come here? Just go buy tickets for whatever you want. I'm tired of watching you stand there frowning. Day handed him some money. So, I can choose the movie. I'm telling you to buy the tickets, aren't I? I'm letting you pick what you want to watch. Then let me pay? I'm the one who wanted to come. Why? Because this was my idea. I should pay. Save your money. Before Day could object, Brick hurried to the ticket counter. Day simply watched him and shook his head. A little while later, Brick returned holding 2 tickets. I picked the 5:20 showing. It's only 4 o'clock now, so we have about an hour. Let's go eat. What are you looking at? Day asked. Horta is sold out. Day sighed and nodded. Then let's eat at the food court. The slim young man quickly followed him. Day handed Brick one of his bank cards and told him to buy whatever he wanted to eat. Day got his own food and sat at a table to wait. As he looked around, he noticed Brick smiling while chatting happily with a young woman. Day stood up and walked over. Have you ordered yet? He asked in a deep voice. Both Brick and the woman turned toward him. I'm still waiting. You can go back to the table first, Brick said. Day's expression darkened slightly. Why? His voice was sharp, but not loud. The woman looked back and forth between them. Who is he? She whispered while nudging Brick. Day heard her, but remained silent, waiting for Brick's answer. Brick suddenly grew nervous. Is he your boyfriend, Brick? Brick's face immediately turned pale. D-Day he couldn't find the words. Day simply stood there silently, leaving Brick even more flustered. Hey Ning, come here. Another girl hurried over. What's going on? Is this Brick? Ning, this is Brick's boyfriend. You're crazy, Brick protested. Oh really? What's your name? Ning asked Day. Day, nice to meet you. I'm Ning, and this is Mean. We were Brick's classmates in high school. I see. Oh, he's handsome, Brick. You were such a flirt back in high school. I always said you'd be better off finding a husband instead of a wife. Brick's face burned even redder. You two still haven't stopped talking nonsense? Day, don't you need to get back to the table? Day smiled faintly. Don't smile. Just go sit down. Brick pushed him gently toward the table. Day obediently walked away. From his seat, he watched Brick desperately trying to explain himself. Eventually, Brick finally ordered his food and hurried back, his cheeks still flushed. Slow down, Day said. Brick only frowned. I'm done talking to them. He sat down and began eating. I don't know why you had to walk over there, Brick muttered. His friends had teased him nonstop. No matter how much he insisted he and Day were just friends, they refused to believe him. They'd even said that just by looking at the two of them, anyone could tell they were more than ordinary friends. That thought frightened him. What does it matter that I walked over? What happened after I left? Oh, nothing. It's over now. Let's hurry up and eat so we can buy drinks and snacks. They didn't press him further. They quietly finished their meal before heading back to the theater. You're buying more food? Day asked as Brick picked out popcorn and drinks. Of course. We'll be sitting in there for 2 hours. Afraid Day might stop him, Brick hurried to pay. Once he returned, it was time to enter the theater. Brick picked seats for the two of them. As they waited for the movie to begin, more people gradually filled the theater. Brick glanced beside Day. A young woman and her friends had taken the seats next to him. She smiled at Day. Day politely smiled back. Day, Brick whispered. What? Switch seats with me. Day frowned. No. Why? Just sit there. Brick pouted. I'll sit next to the woman instead. You know exactly why. I'm staying right here. I think you just want to sit next to a woman. I'm staying in this seat, Brick muttered stubbornly. The trailers began. Brick started eating popcorn. Slow down. You'll get a stomachache. Day grabbed his wrist to stop him. If I get a stomachache, I'll just go to the bathroom. It's not a big deal. Fucking Brick. Brick pouted but slowed down. Soon everyone stood for the royal anthem before the movie began. Excuse me, the girl beside Day whispered. Yes. What's your name? Why do you want to know? I just wanted to get to know you. Before Day could answer, Brick poked him. Day, are you going to watch the movie? We came here to watch it, not chat. His voice was low but loud enough for the girl to hear. I am watching. The young lady only asked my name. Brick pouted. Day turned back toward the girl. Brick poked him again. I'm cold. Why didn't you bring your jacket from the car? Can I wear yours? What am I supposed to wear? The girl beside Day looked increasingly awkward. I can't stand how cold it is in here. Day sighed, removed his jacket, and handed it to Brick. Brick smiled slightly. Here, don't complain anymore. The girl wisely stayed quiet for the rest of the movie. Damn it. I barely understood anything that happened. Brick grumbled as they left the theater. That movie was easy to follow. How could you not understand it? Brick glanced sideways at Day. He'd spent most of the movie watching Day instead. Every time Day moved, Brick thought he was going to talk to the girl, so he kept looking over. Because of that, he'd missed large parts of the movie. You don't need to know. Besides, how can you watch a comedy and still look so serious? You frown the whole time. That's my business. P. The same girl hurried over. Brick's expression immediately darkened. What is it? They asked. You never told me your name. What's yours? My name is Mina. And yours? Do you have a girlfriend? Day glanced at Brick. Brick finally lost his patience. His name is Day. He doesn't have a girlfriend, and he doesn't like women. Sorry about him. Come on, Day. Let's go. I'm hungry. Brick forced a smile at Mina before grabbing Day's arm and dragging him away. Day turned back toward the girl and smiled. That's right. Mina stood there speechless. Where are you dragging me? Day asked calmly. I want to go back. You just said you were hungry. Brick stopped walking. He slowly released Day's arm. I still want to go back. And I'm hungry too. Is that a problem? You're upset about something. What's wrong? I don't understand. Who's upset? I'm not upset. Day smiled knowingly. Really? Brick's expression clearly betrayed him. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. Wait here. I'll come with you. My stomach hurts. You'll have to wait. In reality, he wanted to be alone. Day nodded and walked him to the restroom. As soon as the stall door closed, Brick quickly pulled out his phone. He muted it and opened line. Brick's message. Nick, what are you doing? Nick's message. What's up? Brick's message. I'm frustrated. Nick's message. What the hell are you frustrated about? Brick's message. Day acts like he knows everything, and he loves teasing me. Nick's message. So what do you want me to do? You're hopeless if you can't handle something this simple. Brick's message. I want him to chase after me. These days it feels like I'm the one wrapped around his finger. I don't know how to turn things around. Nick's message. Weren't you the one who wanted to be wrapped around his finger? Brick's message. Damn it, Nick. You're such a terrible friend. You won't even help me. Nick's message. Fine. Since you're this pathetic, I'll help. But first, answer one question honestly. Brick's message. Fine. Ask. Nick's message. How do you really feel about Day? If you don't tell me the truth, I can't come up with a plan. If you're still lying to yourself, this will only get worse. Brick's message. I don't feel anything. Nick's message. Shut up. Stop being stubborn, or I'm really not helping you. Brick sat silently for a long moment. How could he possibly admit it? Nick's message. Brick, stop being an idiot. If you can't even tell me, then you're on your own. Knock. Knock. A knock on the stall door startled him. Brick, did you fall asleep? They called from outside. I'm fine. I'll be out in a minute. Brick hurriedly typed one last message. Brick's message. Fine. I like him. Are you happy now? Will you help me? Nick and Neil, Special Chapter 3. Who are you? The man asked in an annoyed tone after being interrupted. Why do you want to know? And you little bastard. What the hell are you doing here? Neil asked, turning to Nick, who was standing behind him. I'm standing here, Nick replied with a smile. My ass, you're just standing there. Get in my car. I'll take you home. Neil snapped. Hey, where are you taking Nick? He's staying with me. The other man said harshly as he stepped forward to grab Nick's arm. Nick quickly hid behind Neil. He may have come here with you, but he's leaving with me, Neil said coldly, making the young man freeze. I'm sorry, Kit, Nick said before Neil grabbed his arm and led him to the car. The young man, Kit, didn't dare follow them. Neil's fierce expression was enough to stop him. Nick quickly got into Neil's car. Neil slid into the driver's seat and drove away. Thank you, Nick said with a smile. You've still got a smile on your face? What the hell are you trying to do, shorty? You flirt with me, then run off to a hotel with another man this late at night. Damn it. You just got out of my car not that long ago, Neil shouted. Nick simply smiled at him. Are you worried? What do you think of me? Are you obsessed already? Nick teased. I'm going to slap that smile off your face. Who's obsessed with you? Neil shot back. If you didn't care, you wouldn't have followed me, Nick replied. I followed you because I had to. Don't you realize what would have happened if I hadn't? Neil asked. Nick shrugged and looked out the window. I would have been dragged into a hotel and ended up in bed. Like always, he said quietly. Neil glanced at him. You do this often? Is it really that much fun? He asked in a displeased tone. Yeah, it's fun. Nick smiled faintly. At least someone wanted me. Even if it was only for a little while. That's enough. Neil frowned. Nick turned and smiled again as though nothing was wrong. After a long silence, Nick spoke again. But damn, it sucks. Most of them only want to take me to hotels. I just want to find someone to sit somewhere quiet and comfortable and talk to. Huh. Although Nick laughed, Neil could tell it was forced. Where's your house? I'll drop you off, Neil said. Nick was silent for a moment. Shorty, Neil called again. I don't want to go home. Drop me off anywhere, but there. Neil frowned. Tell me where your house is. If I leave you somewhere else, you'll just end up at another hotel. Nick sighed before finally giving him the address. It didn't take long before they arrived. Neil parked outside the large estate. We're here. Get out. Yesterday you took your sister's car and crashed into the back of someone else's vehicle. Now it's sitting in the repair shop. Isn't that enough? Papa, don't say that to Nick. He didn't mean to. Another young woman pleaded. Neil realized she was probably Nick's younger sister. But something surprised him. Yesterday Nick had clearly said that his sister had been the one driving. So why was everyone blaming Nick? It was just an accident. I already gave her my car to use until hers is fixed. What more do you want from me? Nick shouted. A middle-aged woman hurried out of the house. Please stop fighting with Nick. Aren't you embarrassed arguing in front of the servants? She pleaded. You're always defending him. That's why he's so spoiled. Nick's father snapped. Dad, don't blame Mom. I'm arguing with you because I want to. It has nothing to do with her. Nick growled. Who taught you to talk back to your father? You're a terrible son. If you never loved me, then why did you let Mom give birth to me? Nick shouted. If I'd known you'd grow up like this, I would have shoved your ashes down your throat the day you were born, his father roared. Nick, where are you going? His younger sister cried as she grabbed his arm. Let him go, Nan. He won't get far. He'll come crawling back sooner or later, their father sneered. Nick walked toward the gate with his sister following him. He froze when he saw Neil's car still parked outside. Neil was standing beside it, watching him. Nick looked at him with trembling eyes. Nick, please come back inside. Nan begged, clinging tightly to his arm. I don't want to go back anymore, Nan. Go inside. I'll come back later. Where could someone like me even go? I can't survive on my own. No. Please come back. I don't want to see you and Papa fighting anymore. It's my fault. I'll tell Papa I was the one driving. Nick, please come home. Don't tell him, Nan. Don't worry about it. I'll be back. Nick quickly added. My friend is here to pick me up. But you came home alone. Damn it. Whatever you came back to get, you don't need it anymore. Let's go. Neil interrupted as he walked over. Nick looked at him gratefully. Nan, go back inside. I'll be back later. Go in before Dad gets angry. Nick gently pushed his sister back toward the house before turning to Neil. Get in the car, Neil said shortly. Nick obeyed immediately. Neil got into the driver's seat and drove away. Thank you, Nick said softly. Neil answered shortly, though he kept sneaking glances at Nick. Is there something you want to say? Neil asked. Nick smiled. No. If I say it, you'll get annoyed and dump me on the side of the road. Then what would I do? He smiled, but his eyes trembled. Neil noticed how forced that smile was. He pulled the car over. What? Are you really leaving me here? Nick laughed weakly. Stop laughing. Neil looked at him. You're hurting. If you want to cry, then cry. Don't hold it in because of me. Nick froze. Can I borrow your shoulder? For a little while, Neil replied. Not forever. Nick immediately burst into tears. It was as though he'd been holding them back all this time. Neil gently stroked his head while Nick trembled with sobs. Nick said nothing. Only the sound of his crying filled the car. Neil didn't ask any questions. He simply let Nick cry. Knock. 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 Someone knocked on the window. Neil rolled it down. Car trouble? The traffic officer asked before noticing Nick crying against Neil's chest. No, officer. My friend's just a little heartbroken. I'm comforting him. The officer nodded. I understand. Just turn on your hazard lights and move somewhere safer when you can. Neil nodded. The officer walked away. Nick continued crying. I'm not heartbroken, you bastard, he muttered. I know. I just couldn't think of anything else to tell him. Nick cried for a while longer before finally pulling away with red, swollen eyes. Open the door and wash your face. I don't want to look at you like that. Neil handed him a bottle of water. Nick stepped out, rinsed his face, grabbed a tissue from the car, wiped himself dry, and got back inside. Thank you, he whispered. Neil started driving again. Where are you taking me? I don't know where else to go. We're going to my condo. But you. Stop asking and sit still. Nick quietly obeyed. Soon they arrived. Nick followed Neil upstairs without another word. Sit here. I'll be right back. Nick looked around the condo before sitting quietly on the sofa. A few moments later, Neil returned with a glass of water. Here. He placed it on the table. Nick quickly drank it. He was thirsty. Neil stared at him. So, what really happened to your lip? Nick smiled bitterly. Since you already know everything now, my father did it. He hit me yesterday. Why? I told him I was the one driving my sister's car when it crashed. But you weren't driving. Your sister was. I know. Nick smiled sadly. But she's timid. You saw how fierce my father is. I didn't want her getting yelled at. Besides, he laughed quietly. I'm not his favorite child anyway. I'm used to taking the blame. Normally, Nick never talked about his family. Not even Brick knew any of this. None of his friends knew what life at home was really like. I was born from my father's affair. My sister Nan has the same mother as I do. Non. Nick smiled bitterly. He's my father's precious son with his ex-wife. If Dad loved the son he had with the woman he truly loved so much. He laughed softly. Then why did he have another child with his mistress? Enough. Neil interrupted gently. Lie down and get some sleep. Can I sleep in your room with you? Nick asked with a smile. Aren't you embarrassed? You were crying like a child just now, and now you're being stubborn again. I was only asking. Nick chuckled. Neil felt something strange stir in his chest. Go rest. Watch TV if you want. The kitchen's over there. Eat whatever you like. I don't mind. Neil went into his bedroom. Thank you, Nick said quietly. Neil heard him, but didn't reply. Nick lay down on the sofa, covered his eyes with the back of his hand, and quickly fell asleep. After showering and changing, Neil walked into the living room. Nick was still asleep. Neil stood over him, lost in thought. Neil's thought. Is this why you act the way you do? What are you really thinking? He crouched beside the sofa. Nick's face was delicate and beautiful. He almost looked like a girl. He had a small mouth, a small nose, and long eyelashes. Neil thought Nick was cute. Different from Knight. Knight was sweet and gentle. Nick was sharp, stubborn, and strong. Neil's thought, if you weren't such a troublemaker, you'd be even cuter. He reached over and pinched Nick's nose shut. I can't breathe. Nick jolted awake. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Neil sitting there, his face lit up. You're easy to wake up, Neil muttered. I had to wake up or I'd die. You don't have to wake people like that. Nick smiled. Neil shook his head and sat beside him, turning on the TV. Nick checked the time. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Damn it, Neil. I should go. Although Nick joked around constantly, he still hated bothering other people. Neil stayed silent. Nick walked toward the front door. If you don't want to go home. Neil spoke without looking at him. You can stay here. Nick immediately turned around. I can stay, if you want. You'll have to sleep on the sofa, though. I've only got one bed. Aren't I bothering you? You little bastard. Do you still have any pride left? Nick smirked. Thanks, but I don't have any clothes to change into. Neil sighed. Come here. He led Nick into the bedroom and searched through his closet until he found his smallest shirt and shortest pair of shorts. Here. He handed them over. The bathroom's there. Towels are in the cabinet. Nick looked at him. What now? Neil asked. Want to shower together? Nick grinned. Damn it, Shorty. Neil gently shoved his head. Go shower by yourself. I'm going to watch TV. Nick smiled and headed to the bathroom. Damn it, Neil. Why are your clothes so huge? After quite a while, Nick finally emerged. Neil turned around. The oversized shirt hung off one shoulder. It reached almost to Nick's thighs. You really are tiny, Neil muttered. Nick actually looked good in his clothes. He looked incredibly young. I'm not tiny. I'm 5'6". But you're still shorter than me. Hey, what are you doing? Neil shouted. Nick was trying to take off the shorts. Can I just wear boxers instead? These won't stay up. Neil sighed. Come here. I'll tie them. Damn it. I feel like I'm babysitting you. He crouched in front of Nick and tightened the drawstring. Nick smiled as he watched Neil's handsome face. It's nice having someone take care of me. Before expecting someone else to take care of you. Neil finished tying the knot. Learn to take care of yourself. Stop sleeping with random people. One day you'll catch something and die. You'll protect me. Nick wrapped his arms around Neil's neck and pulled him closer. Tilting his head, he smiled sweetly. And you? Don't you want to try sleeping with me? Suddenly. Ow. That hurts. Nick cried out. Loosen it. You're tying my pants, not tying up a cow. Neil had yanked the drawstring so tightly that Nick immediately let go of his neck. Someone like you deserves a death knot, Neil replied. Just tie it normally. Now I'll have to cut it off later. Neil finished tying the shorts. You keep trying to get everyone into bed. Can't you live without sex? No. Nick answered honestly. It's not something I need. He smiled sadly. But almost every guy I meet wants to sleep with me. They all want that. I was only offering because I wanted to thank you. Neil looked at the forced smile on Nick's face. So, exactly how many men have you slept with? Why do you want to know? I asked first. Nick sat beside him on the sofa. 3. But I've slept with each of them more than once. You know what I mean. Neil nodded slowly. I get it. Why don't you find someone you actually love? Then you wouldn't have to keep living like this. Nick looked at him quietly. Are you interested in becoming my boyfriend? What? Neil frowned. You flirt with me all the time. Well, Nick smiled gently. I like you. Aren't you interested in me at all? Chapter 36. Oops. Have you finally figured it out for yourself, my friend? Nick's message read. Don't ask too much about it, okay? Tell me if you're going to help me or not. Brick replied. Please, let's wait and talk about this at the university. I'd like to take time to think of a way to do this first, Nick replied. Okay. Brick sent one last text before quickly flushing the toilet, pretending to have finished his business in the bathroom before closing the Line app. He kept his phone in his pants pocket. When he opened the bathroom stall, he found Day standing in front of the door. What are you doing just standing here? You scared me, Brick said before going to the sink to wash his hands. Day watched him through the mirror. Are you done yet? Day asked. I'm finished, but before we go back, can we buy something to eat? I'm hungry, Brick said. There's no need to stop. Let's just go back. I'll cook something for you myself. We have groceries in the fridge. If I don't cook them, they'll go to waste, Day said in a flat tone. Brick's eyes widened when he heard this. You're going to cook a meal for me? Brick asked, giving Day a wide smile. Yeah. Or will you cook something for yourself instead? Day asked back. Brick shook his head. No, I won't, Brick said back. How did I know you didn't have the skills to cook something to eat? That's why I have to do this myself. Let's go back now, Day said before walking away with Brick trailing behind him. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you smiling? Day asked as he drove back to the condo, and noticed Brick was smiling widely the whole time. No, I'm just thinking about whether you've ever cooked something for me to eat or not, Brick said. Day remained silent. When they got back to the condo, Day immediately went into the kitchen. You can take a shower while I cook, Day said. I don't have to take a shower yet, do I? Brick asked. Day immediately turned to look at him. I want to help you cook. Teach me how to do it, Brick quickly said because he was afraid Day would yell at him. You want to help me? Are you going to come and wear me out some more? Day said. Brick's smile dropped when he heard this. Yes, you can help. You can help me a lot, Day grumbled, making Brick smile again. So, what do you want me to do? Brick asked immediately. Go make some rice. Bring the rice cooker over here and put 3 cups of rice into it. The box of rice is by the fridge, Day said. You will need to wash the rice first, Day said when he saw Brick trying to put the rice in the pot. Day picked up some ingredients out of the fridge. Stand up straight, Day said. Brick stopped cutting and did as he was told. Day put the apron around him. He could feel Day's chest behind him. When Day put his arms toward the front of Brick, he felt hot and started to blush. Day used the strings to tie a knot at the back of Brick's waist. Then he went to finish preparing the food. Brick pressed his lips together before giving Day a slight smile. He bent down to continue chopping the fruits and vegetables. Day stood beside him and cut the chicken and pork. My eyes are burning, Brick complained after cutting the onions. It'll stop soon. That's normal, Day said without looking at Brick. Suddenly, ugh. Day froze when Brick turned and rubbed his eyes on his shoulder. What the fuck are you doing? Day asked quietly. Brick rubbed his eyes side to side. My eyes are burning. Please let me wipe them, Brick said in a muffled voice. Then why didn't you take the apron and use it to wipe your eyes? Day asked. Okay, Brick said with a flushed face before quickly using the apron to wipe his eyes. Day looked at Brick and let out a heavy sigh. Day's thought. We haven't done anything to each other in a while. You're always doing something to provoke me. What did you say? Brick turned to ask because he couldn't hear what Day was saying. You don't have to ask so many questions. Hurry up and wipe your eyes so you can finish cutting the onions. You're so slow. Do you not want to eat? Day grumbled and let out another heavy sigh to restrain his emotions. Brick could only stare blankly at Day, but he didn't say anything. When he was finished, he stood and did the little things Day asked him to do. Day was the one cooking the food. Brick was just the helper. Soon, the food was ready. Day? Look. The rice is perfect, Brick said with a smile. When he opened the rice cooker, the rice grains were cooked perfectly in the pot. Do you know why? Day asked as he put the food on the plates while he had a cigarette in his mouth. Well, because I cooked it. Well, I was lazy. I'll do it tomorrow, Brick said. His eyes were glued to the TV. He didn't turn to look at Day, who was only wearing pajamas. Day sat on the bed. Brick felt his heart race and his face turned red. Even though he had seen Day with his shirt off many times and had seen more of his body than this. The fact that he had admitted his feelings, opened his heart, and accepted the fact that he had feelings for the person in front of him made his heart race every time he was near Day. I'm sleepy. Let's go to sleep, Brick said before lying down to go to sleep. He lay with his back to Day. The tall man didn't say anything. He lay down next to Brick and watched TV for a while. Brick lay with his heart beating fast until he fell asleep. It's hot here. Take off your shirt. A faint voice whispered in Brick's ear while he was half asleep. His arms were raised so the person could take off his shirt. The cool air hit his skin, causing Brick to move toward the warm body. He could feel heat radiating off his back. Oh. He let out a soft moan when he felt lips and tongue touch the back of his neck, causing him to feel a tingling sensation. Warm hands slid over his stomach and chest and into his pants. Ugh. Brick trembled slightly when he felt something hard pressing against his thigh. Shhhhhhhh. A voice whispered in his ear. Brick began to move around because he was annoyed with the tingling sensation he felt when someone was moving closer. Whoever it was, they were disturbing his time to sleep. Brick moaned as his cock began to be stroked. His earlobe was being sucked before soft kisses were landed on his shoulder as his cock was being tugged. Brick gasped for breath before suddenly opening his eyes when he realized something was happening to his body. Oh, oh, Day? Ah. Brick called out to Day in a breathless voice as Day's hand squeezed and rubbed his cock. Why are you waking up in such a hurry? Day asked in a seductive voice while lightly biting Brick's earlobe. He tried to calm himself down as Day tried to stroke him until he came close to his release again. Day's other strong hand still had Brick's hands firmly locked in place. I just want to hear you say it to me. Will it kill you? Why can't you say something like this to me? Day asked in a low voice. Well, I'm embarrassed. Brick said back with fierce eyes. You could make this easy, Day said. Brick looked at Day with pleading eyes. A strong hand wrapped around his cock again and continued to tease him. Day. Help me. I can't take it anymore. Don't keep teasing me like this, Brick finally said. Day smiled with satisfaction before quickly pumping Brick's cock harder. The slim figure twisted and turned with excitement as he leaned into Day's chest. Day moved his hand up and down his cock. Brick tensed and trembled. Aha! Brick let out a loud moan as his creamy white juice covered his stomach. Brick tried to catch his breath. Whack! Brick weakly punched Day in his upper arm. Why are you teasing me? Weren't you turned on like me? Brick said. Day put his hand over his eyes. I still want to tease you, Day said. Brick turned to look at his face. Why do you want to tease me more? Brick quickly asked. I haven't released it yet, Day said. Brick started to blush when he heard this. But I'm tired of always doing it in bed, Day said. This startled Brick. You're tired of doing it in bed? Brick said hesitantly before Day pulled his pants up and dragged Brick out of bed. Where are you taking me, Day? Brick demanded to know. Day led him to the balcony. When he opened the door, you could hear cars driving and you could see the lights shining brightly in the parking lot. The cool wind blew and hit their skin periodically. Brick's eyes grew wide. Hey, don't tell me that. Brick started to say with a trembling voice. Yeah, I want to try it here, Day said before pulling the slim figure toward him and quickly kissing him. His hot tongue penetrated Brick's mouth so quickly that he couldn't keep his balance. Brick's heart was racing. Even though it was late at night, he was afraid someone would see them. They were both topless with only their pajama bottoms on. Brick could feel their body heat radiating. He felt enchanted by Day's kiss until he accidentally raised his hand and put it behind Day's neck. Their tongues intertwined until a soft moan was heard. Day was satisfied by Brick following his lead. Brick's eyes widened when his pants were pulled down to his ankles. He felt a breeze on his lower. Be quiet unless you're not afraid of the neighbors in the room next to us hearing. Do you think they won't hear you? Oh, Day said, causing Brick to quickly remember where he was. He bit his lower lip to try to hold back his moans. Ugh, Brick moaned with his mouth closed, fearing his voice would be too loud and others would hear. Heh. Day secretly laughed at Brick's behavior while reaching forward to stroke Brick's core. Ugh. Brick moaned as he tightened his lips. His cock tingled as Day's hips moved in and out. Ooh, Day? Oh, Day. Brick moaned out Day's name as he reached his climax. Damn. Ow. Day also moaned happily. He didn't bother to keep his voice down. How could he? It made it more exciting when they were afraid someone could come out and catch them at any time. Damn it. Day cursed as Brick's channel clenched him tighter. He couldn't control himself, so he thrust his hips into Brick harder. Brick cried out involuntarily as he was about to release his second round when Day released inside of him. Their cocks twitched a moment before Day bent down to kiss Brick's smooth back. Take me back inside, Day. Someone is going to see us, Brick quickly said when he remembered. Day secretly smiled and chuckled behind him before bringing Brick back into the room. It didn't end there, though. Day continued 2 more rounds with Brick in bed until it was almost dawn. After the previous night's activities, Brick and Day stayed inside the condo and did not go out at all. Brick had wondered why Day didn't go to see Night, but he didn't ask him about it. He was happy that Day was staying with him all day, even if he liked to scold him so often. Brick didn't think much of it anymore. The next day, Day brought Brick to the university in the morning. He said he would go back to the house and bring Night to his class later in the morning. Night's class was not until 10 a.m., which allowed him enough time to drop Brick off first. Brick! Nick's voice called out, causing Brick to look for his friend. He found Nick hiding behind a tree near the university's gate entrance. What are you doing, hiding over here? Brick asked, but Nick didn't answer. He quickly pulled Brick by the arm into the facility's bathroom. Why are you acting like you're secretly a celebrity who's hiding from the media? Brick asked jokingly at the behavior of his dear friend. Well, didn't you see? Neil is parked in front of the university, Nick said, causing Brick to raise his eyebrows a bit. Really? I didn't even see him, Brick said. You see, you were probably too busy staring at your husband the whole time, Nick said. This guy? I'll kick you in the mouth. Brick scolded his friend to hide his embarrassment. It's embarrassing for you to admit that you like Day, Nick said. I agree, but I won't admit that he means something to me, Brick said softly. Shut up. You act like you can't accept it. You idiot, stop being embarrassed. You should know that these days, you two live together like your husband and wife. Are you still going to say that it isn't true? Nick asked. Oh, enough about me. What about you? Why are you avoiding the devil? Every time you saw him, you wanted to cling to him all the time, Brick said to change the topic of the conversation. Nick crossed his arms and raised his head slightly. Yeah, I want to see him, but I'm trying to break his bad habits first. I'll make him go crazy. Do you understand? Nick said with his brows slightly furrowed together. Oh, what about me then? How are you going to help me? Brick asked thoughtfully. Yeah, I thought about it. I'll tell you later this evening because I need to see the next 2 days' schedule. Do you have anything important those 2 days? Nick asked with a smile. You said you would tell me. I want to know, Brick yelled. Nick made a mocking sound. It's nothing much. I'm just going to invite you to go on vacation to another province for a day or two, Nick said. Go on a vacation. Are you crazy? Do you know how much that would drive Day crazy? Brick said. Oh, you don't understand my idea. Then I'll take you to run away on this trip. The two of us can go together. It'll be like we disappeared. We don't tell anyone or let anyone know where we are going. Cut off all communication. Just like when Gear ran away with Night. Day is going to go crazy. Can't you see? Nick said. Brick gave him a slight look. You're wanting to make Neil go crazy, right? Brick said knowingly. You're suddenly smarter than I thought, Nick said to his friend. And if he doesn't go crazy? What if he doesn't come looking for me? Brick asked again. Brick, when you even attempt to go back home, he follows you there. If you suddenly disappear and he doesn't follow you, you can take a knife and cut your throat. If you're an idiot, say so. I'm just trying to help you. I just hope that Neil comes to look for me too, Nick said softly at the end. And who told him to camp outside in front of the university? Didn't he call you or try to follow you? If it was Day, he would come and drag me out of the classroom, Brick said. That's my point. Don't you see? He's like this. Why do you think he's not going to follow you? Nick asked back. Brick was a little hesitant to follow Nick's plan. Where are you going? Brick asked again. I haven't thought that far ahead. I want to go somewhere that's not too crowded. I'm feeling a little shy, Nick said. Brick looked at his friend in annoyance when he realized he hadn't come up with the rest of the plan. I have a proposal. Do you want to hear it, Brick? Someone's voice rang out. Brick and Nick quickly turned to see who had spoken. Brick froze and grew pale when he saw Day's dear little brother approaching them. No, Night. Aren't you late for class? Brick asked in a quiet voice. His heart was racing because he didn't know what all Night had heard. Night smiled slightly. You don't have to look at me like you've seen a ghost. And don't worry about what I've heard. I've heard everything, Night said. Nick looked back and forth between his friend and Night. It's just, Brick tried to explain. There's no sense in making excuses. I already know everything about you and Day. I told Day I had a late morning class because I wanted to come talk to you about this matter, Night said to Brick. His eyes widened immediately. You know? How do you know? Brick asked again. No, you do not need to know how I learned of this. Let's just say that Day already knows I know about you too. We talked, and Day won't let me interfere with your affairs with him, Night said again. Why? Brick asked in a low voice. He's probably jealous of you. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm going to scream and cry, or that I'll be against you too? Night said, rendering Brick speechless. Nick could only stand and listen to Night quietly. I just want to turn a crisis into an opportunity, Night said again. How? Nick asked. Every day, Day is becoming gentler and caring more about those around him. I've wondered to myself, what do I think the cause of this is? You know, I think it's probably because of you. Brick was stunned when he heard this. But Day is still very stubborn. So, I want your help. Please help change my brother's personality for the good. That's all, Night said with a smile. So, you agree with the plan I have, right? Nick spoke up. Yes, Nick, Night replied. Wait, why are you talking to me informally? But when you call Nick, you call him P. Brick asked in surprise. Well, Nick has never hurt me this much, Knight said. Huh? I choose how I speak with people. I'm not aggressive with everyone, Knight said again. Nick laughed at Brick's gaping face. But about Nick and Neil, I don't know anything. What happened? Knight asked curiously. Leave it alone for now. I'll tell you about it later. Let's talk about what you said about wanting to help first, Nick said, brushing it off. Oh, I have a place that you two can go and rest, Knight said. Where? They both said in unison. What time do you have class tomorrow? Day asked when he picked Brick up that afternoon. It's going to be at 11 o'clock, Brick said. Are you sure? Day asked. Brick nodded his head and acted normal. Day. Brick called out to the tall figure who was driving the car. What? Day replied. If I suddenly disappeared from your life, what would you do? Brick asked Day. He turned to look at Brick a moment before smiling. Huh? Do you think you can disappear from my life? Day asked back. Huh? You're very confident in yourself, Brick said back while wrinkling his nose and looking out of the car. Brick's thought. I'll disappear soon. You'll feel my absence. If you disappear, and if I find you, you'll die, Day said, making Brick swallow his saliva hard. Brick's thought. Damn it. Will their plan work? Or will I get killed first? What do you want me to think after you ask me something like this? Day asked incredulously. Nothing. I was just asking. A friend of mine in the faculty told me about a movie like that. So, I wanted to ask you to see what you'd say, Brick said. Day didn't ask any further questions. Soon, they arrived at the condo. Ring, ring, ring. Day's phone rang. Brick peeked to see who was calling. What's up, Knight? Day answered his brother's call. Tomorrow? Okay. I'll pick you up, Day told his younger brother before hanging up. Why did he call you? Brick asked as soon as Day hung up the phone. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to pick up Knight and drop him off at the university first. Then I'll come and pick you up later, Day said. Brick nodded his head in acknowledgement. Chapter 37. You have to do something to upset him. Find a reason to argue with him. That will give you a reason to run away. It'll make my brother believe you left because you couldn't stand him anymore. Those were Knight's words when he spoke with Brick and Nick after they agreed to work together on their plan to get revenge on Day. Knight's words echoed through Brick's mind as he lay on Day's bed. Day was in the shower. Brick's thought. I have to find a reason to argue with P. Day. This is insane. I'm afraid he'll kill me before I even get the chance to run away. Brick grumbled to himself as he tried to think of something that would start a fight. What is it? Day's voice startled him as the older man stepped out of the bathroom. What? What are you talking about? Brick asked. You're lying there pouting and frowning. What the hell's wrong with you? Day asked. Nothing. I'm just thinking about something. Brick replied quietly, though his heart was pounding. He had no idea how to start an argument. Day raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He walked over to the mirror, then returned to the bed and turned on the television. Brick glanced at him. Why do you have to take your brother to class? Why can't you let Gear take him to the university? Aren't you letting those two stay together? It was Knight's idea. Brick deliberately brought up Knight because he knew how important Knight was to Day. Sometimes it even hurt Brick to realize how much Day cared about his younger brother. Brick, what are you trying to do? I'm taking my brother to class myself. There's no reason for Gear to do it. Besides, your friend Gear still hasn't fully recovered. It's better if I take Knight myself, Day replied. Then let your brother go by himself. He's already an adult, Brick said. Day frowned. What are you planning to do to my little brother? I'm worried about him. I'm taking Knight, and it has nothing to do with you. Those words stabbed Brick in the chest. So I can't even touch your brother? I can't even talk about him. Brick shot back. My brother isn't for anyone else to touch. Day snapped. His good mood disappeared instantly. If you care so much about your brother, then why don't you just go sleep with him? Why did you come to see me? Or, were you worried about me too? Brick stared straight into Day's eyes. Brick's thought. If he tells me he was worried about me too, I'll cancel this whole plan. Day gave a small smile. Do you really think you're that important? Then coming here was a mistake. Brick felt another sharp pain in his chest. If coming here was a mistake, then go back to your brother. Aren't you worried about him? Brick snapped. His temper was beginning to flare for real. What the fuck are you doing? You're picking a fight with me. Do you really want to get hurt? Day growled. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. You're stronger than me anyway. I'll give you everything. Day clenched his teeth. Good. Then you'd better give me everything. And don't even think about running away from me. He spoke stiffly before opening the closet and pulling on a t-shirt. Where are you going? Brick asked as soon as he saw Day heading toward the door. I'm going back to sleep at my family's house. Staying here is irritating. You're always trying to give me a reason to yell at you. Day walked out and slammed the door behind him. Brick was startled at first, but his expression soon darkened. He sighed. That's enough. I just didn't think he'd actually go back to sleep at Nong Knight's house. Am I really going to sleep alone tonight? His heart didn't want Day to leave. Since things had already come this far, he forced himself to continue. Soon, I'll find out exactly how you really feel about me. Using the last of his strength, Brick set his alarm before falling asleep. Plus 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 plus. The next morning, ring, ring, ring. Brick's phone rang just as he picked up the bag he'd packed with all his necessities. What the heck? Nick, you're already downstairs? Okay, I'm coming. It won't take long. Don't worry, Neil won't see you. All right. Brick quickly ended the call before looking around Day's room. Huh. I hope you lose your mind without me. He hurried out before Day returned to take him to class. Day didn't know Brick had no classes until the weekend because he'd been assigned to an internship. Brick wasn't worried about that. He quickly left the condo and climbed into Nick's car. The moment the door closed, Nick drove away. Did Day already take Night to class? Nick asked. Oh, I almost forgot. Turn your phone off. He'll definitely start calling you soon. Brick immediately switched off his phone and silently stared out the window. Nick glanced over at him. What the hell? You're sitting there staring out the window like a lost puppy. Don't tell me you already miss him. No, I'm just wondering whether he'll find me or not. Brick replied quietly. Nick slowly shook his head and continued driving toward the place Knight had told them about. Thanks for taking me to class, Knight said with a smile. Go on. I'll come pick you up after class, Day replied. Okay. Knight walked away. On his way back to the condo, Day stopped to buy soy milk and patango for someone waiting there. The previous night, Day had slept at his family's house. He didn't want to upset Brick any further, and he didn't want to accidentally hurt him again. When Day returned to the condo, he assumed Brick would already be awake for class. He opened the front door. The room was strangely quiet. Isn't he awake yet? He walked straight into the bedroom. The room was empty. Shit. Did he leave for class before I got back? Day immediately grabbed his phone and called Brick. The call went straight to voicemail. Brick's phone wasn't ringing. Day redialed over and over while gripping the breakfast bag so tightly his knuckles turned white. Brick, you're really trying to piss me off. Grinding his teeth in anger, he assumed Brick had simply gone to class without him. He threw the breakfast aside and rushed to the university. All the way there, he kept calling Brick. A terrible feeling settled in his chest. At the university, he questioned students and professors. They all gave him the same answer. Brick didn't have any classes until the weekend. Why would you lie to me? Brick. Day gripped the steering wheel. He searched everywhere Brick might have gone. He even went to Brick's house and asked the workers at the shipyard whether he'd returned. No one had seen him. Day even checked Gear's house. Brick wasn't there either. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Neil's doorbell rang repeatedly. Still half asleep, Neil stumbled over and opened the door. Why are you here ringing my doorbell this early? Day shoved past him and stormed inside. He searched every room, the bedroom, the bathroom, opening every door. Hey, what's wrong? Neil asked, confused by the panic on his friend's face. Has Brick come here? Did he tell you anything? Day practically shouted. Why would he come here? What are you talking about? Damn it. Where's Brick? Take me to Nick's place. Right now? He's probably hiding there. Wait, Day? Slow down. Explain what happened. What did that bastard do? Brick escaped. I checked the closet. He took all his clothes and disappeared. I've looked everywhere. I can't find him. Take me to Nick's house. Calm down, idiot. You've completely lost it because your wife ran away. Neil laughed. They didn't. He had no right to run away from me. But he already did. What did you do to make him leave? Dave froze. Deep down, he already knew the answer. Neil, just tell me where Nick's house is. Damn it. Nick would never take anyone to his own house. Besides, do you really think he's that easy to find? Day let out an irritated grunt. I think you should go home and wait. Let him cool off. If he still doesn't come back, then come find me. I'll help you look. Without another word, Day walked out. You poor bastard. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into now? Neil muttered. Uh, where are we? Brick slowly opened his eyes after sleeping through the drive. We're already in the province. Hungry? Let's grab something to eat. Do you think Day knows I've run away? Nick sighed. That's the first thing you ask? Why? Are you afraid he won't care? Nick laughed softly. Stop overthinking it. I guarantee he's tearing your condo apart right now. Brick swallowed nervously. Can we drive somewhere outside the province to eat? Why? This is Day and Night's hometown. They know a lot of people here. Someone might recognize me. I've been here with Day before. Really? Then why did Night tell us to come here? I don't know. I think it's risky, but maybe he figured no one would expect me to hide here. Nick drove into the next town to find a restaurant. After eating and resting, they headed back toward the valley. You know the way? Nick asked before letting Brick drive. We'll just follow the signs or ask the villagers. The road wound through dense forest. Wow, this is creepy. Why do we have to hide in the mountains? If I'd known, I'd have gone to the beach. Open the window. Brick switched off the air conditioner and rolled down the window. Cool mountain air drifted into the car. It feels nice here. Peaceful too, though it would have been even nicer if he'd come with me. What? You miss your husband already? Want me to go bring him back? Stop calling him my husband. Brick shivered. And honestly, I still don't even know what our relationship is anymore. He followed the winding road deeper into the valley. After paying the entrance fee, they drove farther up the mountain. How many people will be staying? The ranger asked. 2. There are cabins available if you're staying overnight. We also rent tents. Brick looked at Nick. They decided to use the tent Night had already given them. We brought our own tent, Nick answered. Then go ahead and choose any campsite. Please keep the area clean and follow the park rules. Brick drove around looking for the perfect spot. Brick, let's camp near the waterfall. Nick sounded excited. But won't it be too noisy to sleep? I want to fall asleep listening to the waterfall. I love nature. Brick smiled and drove over. A large tree shaded the campsite. After parking, the two carried their gear over and set up the tent. Since it was a weekday, there weren't many campers. When they finished, they sat outside admiring the scenery. I'm glad we came. It's peaceful, and the view is beautiful. Just wait until tonight. You'll be able to see all the stars. Come on, let's play in the waterfall and take some pictures. Okay. The two friends headed toward the waterfall together. Plus 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 plus. What's wrong, Day? Night asked after Day picked him up from university. Nothing. Day's brows remained tightly furrowed. That's not true. Something's definitely bothering you. Day looked at his younger brother. Brick's gone. He disappeared? Where did he go? I don't know. I've searched everywhere. I asked people at his house. His mother only said he'd called to tell her he was taking a break and not to worry. I didn't ask anything else. Day tried hard to suppress his emotions. His phone is turned off. He didn't tell me where he was going. When I find him, I'll bury him in the ground. Night quietly studied his brother's expression. Then why did he run away? Did Day do something to hurt him? What are you trying to say? Nothing. I just think you must have done something that hurt him badly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left. Maybe it was because you went home to sleep with me last night. Maybe that really hurt him. Day froze. Let him throw his tantrum. Wherever he went, he'll have to come back to the university eventually. Night stared at him in disbelief. One look at Day's eyes was enough. Night could clearly see how much his brother cared about Brick. He was simply too stubborn to admit it. That's true, he'll come back. Night climbed out of the car. But if he comes back with someone else, don't say I didn't warn you. Day heard every word. He remained silent. After dropping Night off, Day drove back to the condo to meet Neil. I was just about to call you. I found Nick's younger brother. He said Nick only told him he was going on vacation in another province. They're definitely together. Day clenched his teeth. What now? Going after them? If you're too slow, Nick might find your wife a new husband. He's not my wife. Day answered quietly. Neil frowned. Oh, he's not. Then why have you been running all over the place looking for him? If everything's over between you, why won't you let him go? Have you even realized what you're doing? I don't think Brick's the only one who can't live without you. You can't live without him either. What the fuck are you talking about? Day still refused to admit it. I'm telling you this because I'm your friend. If you keep treating him badly, one day he'll really leave. What about you? You always said you hated Nick. Yet you're chasing after him too. I'm chasing him because I want to understand my own heart. I finally realized. I miss his nonstop complaining. I even miss hearing his loud voice. Neil stepped into the elevator. Listen to your heart, before it's too late. The elevator doors closed. Day returned to his floor. He secretly hoped Brick would be waiting inside. Instead, the room was empty. Everything was still in ruins after Day had smashed it earlier. He walked through the mess and collapsed onto the bed. Covering his eyes with one arm, he whispered, "You son of a bitch. How dare you leave me, Brick? How dare you run away from me?" The room felt unbearably lonely. There were no frightened eyes looking at him. No trembling voice calling out to him. "Damn it, I really can't live without you, Brick." Still thinking of ways to find him, Day eventually fell asleep. Plus 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 plus. The water's freezing. Nick shouted after the two finished swimming beneath the waterfall. "It really is, even in the middle of the day. I'm going to shower first. Then let's go get dinner." Nick gathered his things and headed toward the men's bathhouse. Chapter 38. "Excuse me." A deep voice called out again from behind Brick, making him turn around. "What is it?" Brick asked, with Nick standing beside him. "Did you two come here together?" "Just the two of you?" the tall man asked. Brick glanced at him. Judging by his physique, the man was probably some kind of athlete. "How many people do you see?" Brick replied flatly. "Brick," he asked you nicely. "Answer him nicely." "Yes, it's just the two of us," Nick said, lightly nudging his friend's shoulder before answering for him. "It's all right," the tall man said with a smile. "I noticed the two of you when you were playing in the waterfall. My friends and I are having a barbecue later, and we'd like to invite you to join us. We all came here to have fun, so I thought it'd be nice to share a meal together. Don't worry, I'm not trying to trick you. I think." Brick was about to refuse, but Nick interrupted him. "Sure." Brick shot his friend a fierce glare. "What is wrong with you?" Nick ignored him and smiled. "What's your name?" "My name's Ball. This is my younger brother, Bas, and these are our friends, Eno and Kit." Ball introduced everyone while the others waited nearby for their turn to shower. "Nice to meet you. I'm Nick, and this grumpy guy is Brick." Ball smiled and nodded. Since everyone was waiting in line for the showers, Brick quietly went to take his turn. After showering and changing clothes, Brick and Nick returned to their tent. Coincidentally, Ball's group had pitched their tents right beside theirs. "You're just as shameless as Neil says you are. Just wait. I'm telling him," Brick muttered as he sat inside the tent. "Go ahead. Tell him," Nick replied without a care. "If I do, don't come crying afterward." Brick sighed. "I'm hungry. Let's go buy something to eat. There's a little shop nearby. We should also buy some lights." "Are those lanterns?" "We weren't prepared for this. Night only gave us tents, sleeping bags, and toiletries. Why bother buying food?" Nick grinned. "They invited us to eat for free. Let's eat with them." "Brick, Nick, come eat with us," Ball called from outside. His group had set up a spacious picnic area. They obviously came here often and knew the place well. Even though there were plenty of tourists, everyone still had enough privacy. "We'll be right there," Nick shouted before turning to Brick. "Come on. Stop making that face. Day isn't here yet. Until he shows up, let's just relax and enjoy ourselves." Brick sighed before reluctantly following him. "Please, have a seat," Ball said warmly. Nick immediately pushed Brick down beside Ball on the large picnic blanket spread over the grass. The food was laid out in the middle. Nick sat beside Kit, while Brick sat beside Ball. "We brought fresh meat in an ice chest, so we didn't have to buy anything here," Ball explained. "Nice," Nick replied. Kit served Nick some food, while Ball prepared a plate for Brick. Brick quietly ate, while Nick chatted happily with Ball's friends. "Is it good, Brick?" Ball asked softly. "Yeah, it's delicious." Brick could tell Ball was genuinely kind. He spoke gently. He took care of everyone. Everything Ball did reminded Brick of everything Day didn't do. Day rarely spoke kindly to him. Most of the time, Day only scolded him, yelled at him, sometimes even hurt him. Day always forced him into things. Yet somehow, Brick had still come to treasure everything Day did. "Am I making you uncomfortable?" Ball asked politely. "Oh no, I just have a lot on my mind." Brick no longer dared to be rude. Ball had been nothing but kind to both him and Nick. Thinking back on how he'd treated Ball earlier made him feel embarrassed. "I feel like I did something to upset you," Ball said with a smile. "Ahem." Nick looked between them with a grin. "What are you two whispering about over there? Mind your own business. We're having a conversation." "Shut up." Brick shoved Nick away. Ball chuckled. "You two really are close. So close we want to beat each other up." Brick playfully pushed Nick's head. Everyone laughed and continued eating together. As the sun disappeared beyond the mountains, darkness slowly settled over the valley. The stars filled the sky. I've never seen so many stars before, Brick murmured. That's because Bangkok has too many lights, Nick replied. Brick. Nick. Kit looked over. Would you like to hear a song? Nick immediately sat up. Kit plays guitar. Come on, let's go listen. Brick's thought. Get lost. I'm going to curse you so Neil stomps on you. Nick laughed before joining the others. Brick reluctantly followed and sat across from Ball. Some tourists chatted quietly. Some had already gone to sleep. Others wandered through the cool night air. Here's the guitar, Kit said. Ball and I will take turns. Nick smiled. Brick nodded. Kit played first. Everyone quietly sang along, careful not to disturb the nearby campers. After several songs, Ball accepted the guitar. What are you going to play? Nick asked. Ball smiled faintly before looking at Brick. You'll know in a moment. He gently strummed the strings. Nick glanced at Brick. Brick showed no reaction. Ball began to sing. His voice was gentle and warm. As the song continued, Nick slowly realized. Ball never took his eyes off Brick. Brick felt something strange stirring inside him. He didn't want to think Ball was singing for him. After all, they were both men. Yet every time Brick looked up, Ball was already looking at him. Ball's friends merely smiled knowingly without teasing him. By the time the song ended, Brick finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Ball, that was amazing, Nick praised. You sing really well. He grinned mischievously. Were you secretly thinking about someone while you sang? Ball smiled. No, I just liked the song. But his eyes drifted toward Brick again. Brick quickly stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll go with you. Ball immediately offered. Plus 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 plus. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. They opened the door. Neil froze when he saw the state of the condo. What the hell happened in here? He carefully stepped over the shattered glass scattered across the floor. I didn't have any other way to calm myself down. Day replied hoarsely before sitting on the sofa. Heh. Neil smirked. When you find Brick, are you going to kill him? I'll kill him. Day answered coldly. I never gave him permission to leave without telling me. If Fu saw you like this, he'd probably make you spend months making merit. Damn it. Day looked outside. It's already dark, and that bastard still hasn't come back. He'll be back. His mother said he just wanted to take a break, didn't she? He'll probably return in 3 or 4 days. I can't wait that long. Day slammed his fist down. I have to find him and drag him back. He has no right to run away from me. So where are you planning to look? Neil asked. Day remained silent. He had no answer. Neil sighed. Listen, even if you keep insisting you don't feel anything for Brick, if you keep hurting him, physically and emotionally, eventually he'll reach his limit. He might find someone who's kind to him, someone who takes care of him, someone who understands him, someone willing to love him properly. Neil paused. I know I'm not a good person. I've done terrible things. But I never wanted to hurt the people I love. Knight may still be confused because of everything I did. But I never wanted to make him sad. Day slowly looked at his friend. Neil sighed again. If you can't admit your feelings, I'll say it for you. Get some sleep tonight. Tomorrow we'll figure out where those two went. He stood up. And don't even think about going out looking for them tonight. I know already. Day snapped. You don't have to keep repeating yourself. Neil knew exactly what kind of person Day was. Without another word, he left. The moment the door closed, Neil's words echoed endlessly through Day's mind. Where did you run off to while playing with my feelings, Brick? What else do you want from me? Aren't my actions obvious enough yet? Day whispered before dragging himself toward the wrecked bedroom. He lay down, pressing a hand against his forehead. He finally admitted it. There was no way he could find Brick tonight. But waiting for Brick to come back on his own was unbearable. Where did you run away to, Brick? How dare you make me feel like this? He stared at the empty side of the bed. The bed felt far too large without Brick beside him. Turning onto his side, he faced the place where Brick always slept. His voice, his scent. Day remembered everything. Everything about Brick had become engraved into his heart. Brick had become someone he could no longer live without. Plus 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 plus. Thanks for walking me to the bathroom, Brick said as they headed back toward the campsite. It's nothing. Ball smiled gently. The truth is, if something's bothering you, You can tell me. I don't mind listening. Brick smiled faintly. If I tell you what's on my mind, you have to tell me what's on yours too. Otherwise it'll just feel strange. Ball hesitated. I'm afraid I can't. I don't think what I'm thinking would be appropriate. You can tell me anything, but I think it's better if I keep my own thoughts to myself. Brick understood exactly what Ball meant. Even so, his heart thought only of someone else. Day had never spoken to him this gently. He'd never cared whether his words might hurt Brick. Is something bothering you? Ball asked. His voice pulled Brick back to reality. Huh? No. Why do you ask? You always seem worried. Ball smiled. Or, did you come here to heal your heart? Brick looked at him quietly. Ball's smile was comforting. It made him feel relaxed. But he still preferred Day's permanently grumpy face. Ball, what do you think of me? Ball froze. Am I really that obvious? So, you are thinking about me? Ball became visibly flustered. I'm sorry if I'm making things difficult for you. He lowered his voice. I honestly don't understand it myself. I've never felt this way about another man before. We only met today, but when I saw you playing in the waterfall, I felt like I could fall in love with you. Brick found those words pleasant, but his heart didn't race. Don't worry about it. I understand. Ball hesitated again. And, Brick, does your heart already belong to someone? Brick smiled. If I say no, you're going to flirt with me, aren't you? Yes. Ball answered honestly. But, Brick looked into the distance. There already is someone I like. Nick? Ball asked. Brick laughed softly. Nick's just my friend. The person I really like. Doesn't even know I'm here. I'm secretly hoping he'll come looking for me. Ball quietly lowered his gaze. Wow, I got my heart broken before I even had a chance. Brick smiled. But we can still be friends. I'm happy I met people like you. My usual group of friends. They're all terrible. Ball laughed. The two returned to the others together. Well, Nick whispered after they crawled into their tent for the night. The mountain air had become quite cold. Did Ball flirt with you? Why do you want to know? Go to sleep. Nick grabbed Brick's arm and kept shaking it. I'm curious. Tell me. Brick sighed. Yeah, that's it. Nick frowned. He confessed. Then what did you say? Damn it, Nick. I'm not gay. And I'm definitely not as shameless as you. Nick blinked. If you're not gay, then why did you agree to become someone's wife? Damn it, Nick. What are you trying to do? Stop calling me his wife. The only person I want is Day. And why were you trying to push me towards someone else? I can't deal with that right now. Especially not Ball. I don't even want to think about it. Go to sleep. Stop asking questions. Fine. Nick rolled over. But let me ask one last thing. Is it normal for you to have someone hugging you to sleep every night? Brick fell silent. Every night. Day slept beside him. Even after they argued. Day always held him. Brick forced himself not to think about it. He closed his eyes. Plus 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 plus. P Day. P Day. A familiar voice woke Day from his sleep. He immediately sat upright. Brick. Oh. Night. When did you get here? He'd truly believed it was Brick. I talked to Fu. He brought me here. I showed my ID downstairs and proved I'm your younger brother. They gave me a spare key card. Day rubbed his hair and sighed. I didn't know you'd bought a condo without telling me. Night sounded slightly hurt. Day immediately pulled him into a hug. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. P. Day. You brought Brick here, didn't you? Day paused before quietly answering. You kept disappearing because you were staying here with him, right? Day silently nodded. In this room? Night looked around at the destruction. Brick is the reason it's like this too, isn't he? Day remained silent. P. Day. You're my brother. You've never been like this before. You never give up. You've never acted this human. Day buried his face against Night's shoulder. I don't know, Night. Did I do something wrong? Was he always planning to run away from me? Night looked at him sadly. P. Day. Do you honestly still not know? Day said nothing. If I help you find Brick, will you promise me something? Day looked up. Promise me. You won't hurt him anymore. Not physically. Not emotionally. And stop pretending you don't know how you feel. If you stay this stubborn, you really might lose him forever. Day fell silent. P. I can't promise all of that. But I'll try. Is that enough? Will you tell me where he is now? Night let out a long sigh. He knew exactly how stubborn his brother was. It's enough. I'm glad. At least you're willing to try. Chapter 39. So, Are you finally going to tell me where that bastard went? Day asked again. Not yet. I still have one more thing I want to ask you, Knight replied. The two brothers frowned at each other. Why are you trying so hard to protect him, even after everything he did to you? Day asked curiously. Then answer me this. Knight looked him straight in the eyes. Why did it make you feel so good to hurt the person who hurt me? Don't tell me that wasn't the reason. If you do, I won't tell you anything. Knight already knew how stubborn his brother was. So this is how you talk to me now that you love gear more than me? Day teased. Don't change the subject. Knight smiled. Fine. Day sighed helplessly. What else do you want? I'll do what I can. If I tell you. Knight's expression became serious. You can't get angry with me. Go ahead. If you really bring Brick back, and you're serious about him, I want you to tell everyone about your relationship. Day's eyes widened. You want me to tell everyone? That's impossible. Then I won't tell you where he is. Knight remained firm. I'm not asking you to tell people you raped him. I only want you to tell Gear, and Gus that the two of you are together. What's wrong with that? I don't want everyone knowing what you did. You're still my brother. I don't want people seeing you as a terrible person, even if what you did was wrong. They stayed quiet. Why do I have to tell them? Knight smiled faintly. Imagine this. Suppose I was secretly dating Gear, but Gear refused to tell anyone about us. How would you feel? Day fell silent. He understood exactly what Knight meant. Let me bring him back first. His heart was already burning with impatience. All he wanted was to know where Brick had gone. But his younger brother seemed determined to make him suffer a little longer. And what if you don't keep your promise? Knight asked. Knight, why are you forcing me? Is this really how you're going to treat your own brother? Knight said nothing. Instead, he puffed out his cheeks, turned his head away, and deliberately ignored him. Knight, Day called softly. You're always like this. You force everyone to give in. No wonder Brick wanted to run away from you. Day clenched his jaw. After a long silence. Fine. I promise. If I bring him back, I'll tell everyone we're together. Just like you asked. Knight's smile immediately returned. Okay. I'll tell you. Plus 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 plus. Did you sleep well last night? Ball walked over to where Brick sat outside the tent after breakfast. Not really. I kept waking up. I'm still not used to sleeping here. So where's Nick? He went to the bathroom. He should be back soon. Ball casually sat beside him. How long are you planning to stay? Don't you have classes? I don't have any classes right now. As for how long I'll stay. Brick looked into the distance. I haven't decided yet. Are you waiting for the person you said you liked? Do you really think he'll come looking for you? Brick laughed quietly. I'd like to believe that. But that's impossible. He doesn't even know where I came. How could he possibly find me? You really love him. Ball smiled. I'd actually like to meet him. He must be a really nice person. And probably pretty cute too. Brick froze. Cute? Immediately, Day's face appeared in his mind. He burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Cute. Day. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he could barely breathe. There was no way the word cute suited Day. He couldn't even imagine Ball's reaction if the two ever met. Oh. Nick walked over. Good job, Ball. You actually made Brick laugh. He hasn't smiled since we got here. He's been sitting around looking like a sad puppy. I'm smiling now. Stop teasing me. Brick glared at Nick. Ball smiled. He still hasn't told me what's bothering him. But I like seeing him smile. It's much better than watching him look sad. See? Nick folded his arms. Even Ball noticed. I've told you 1,000,000 times. We came here to relax. I know. Brick smiled awkwardly before turning back to Ball. This afternoon we're all going back to the waterfall. Want to come with us? It's more fun with a bigger group. Let's go. Nick answered before Brick could. Yesterday wasn't much fun with just the two of us. Oh really? Brick laughed. I thought you had plenty of fun teasing me. Ball laughed quietly. Then it settled. We'll all go together this afternoon. Okay. Brick nodded. Plus 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 plus. Ding dong. Neil opened his apartment door. Standing outside were Day and Knight. Knight. Neil stared blankly. He hadn't seen him since that incident. Knight looked equally surprised. Neil. You live here. We don't have time for this. Day interrupted. Neil. Pack your things. You're coming with me. Neil frowned. Where? I know where Brick and Nick went. You do? They're together? That's why I'm taking you. I know you've been looking for Nick too. Neil glanced at Knight. Hurry up, Neil. It'll be dark before we get there. Only then did Neil notice the backpack slung over Day's shoulder. Idiot. You still haven't answered my question. Where are we going? Why May Common Waterfall? The place I took you when we came to Thailand at the end of last year. The car drove toward the province. After Neil packed his things, all three of them climbed inside. For a while, no one spoke. Finally, Knight broke the silence. Neil, why are you so quiet? Neil scratched his head awkwardly. I wasn't sure how to talk to you. I hurt you before. Knight smiled warmly. Don't worry. I'm not angry anymore. Neil blinked. You're not. I understand why you did what you did. And you already apologized. I'm not angry anymore. You've always treated me like your little brother. Neil stared at him. Really? You still think of me as your brother? Of course. You've always been a good brother to me. Let's leave the past behind us. From now on, let's just do our best. Knight deliberately emphasized those last words. Day heard every one of them. Neil smiled with relief. I'm sorry, Knight. For everything. It's okay. Knight smiled back. The tension between them finally disappeared. Oh, Neil suddenly remembered something. So, when did you find out about Day and Brick? Not too long ago. Knight grinned. But don't ask how. I'm just happy the two of you made up too. He already knew about Neil and Nick. Day had told him while Neil was packing. They stopped outside Gear's house. I won't come in. Day looked at Knight. Hurry back. Don't waste any more time. Knight smiled. And don't forget your promise, Day. Stop being so stubborn. He climbed out of the car. Day let out a quiet sigh before driving away again. The journey to Hua May Common took another 2 hours. Along the way, Day stopped briefly at the salon to pick up a few things. He didn't stay long. He wanted to reach the waterfall before dark. After leaving, he switched seats with Neil. Neil took the wheel. By then it was already 1 in the afternoon. They expected to arrive around 2. Neil, drive faster. Day grumbled impatiently. We're almost there. Neil rolled his eyes. If I drive any faster, we'll crash into the forest. Then you'll have to recover before you can see Brick. Damn it. The more I tell you to hurry, the slower you drive. Neil smirked. You really can't wait to see him, can you? Mind your own business. Just drive. They stared out the window. For the first time, he didn't know what he was supposed to say when he finally saw Brick again. Plus 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 plus. Ready? Ball smiled. The weather's perfect today. There shouldn't be many people either. Yesterday, we played on the 3rd level. There were quite a few tourists. Brick remembered. So today we'll play on the 1st level. Sound good. We won't be going to the 4th. Ball refuses to climb that high. Kit laughed. Most of us only play on the first 3 levels. We're too lazy to climb any farther. Ball shrugged. Then let's go. Nick grinned. Everyone headed toward the waterfall. Since it wasn't a weekend or holiday, the area was pleasantly quiet. The campsite was near the 4th level. They walked down the stairs toward the lower pools. As soon as they reached the bottom, everyone jumped into the water. Some areas were deep. Others were shallow. Brick. Ball looked back. Walk carefully. It's easy to slip on the rocks. I fell yesterday. Brick carefully stepped into the icy water. Damn it, Nick. Why are your swim shorts so short? They're so thin. When they're wet, I can practically see everything. Shut up. Nick splashed him. You talk too much. Brick leaned closer. I think that football player, Kit, likes you. He keeps looking at you. Are you going to flirt with him? Nick grinned proudly. I'm naturally charming. He probably couldn't resist. Brick laughed. Ball. He pointed toward Nick. Have you ever seen a rhinoceros playing in water? Ball blinked. In a documentary? No. Brick pointed again. Right over there. That's the rhinoceros. Rhino was slang for someone shamelessly flirtatious. Ball burst into laughter. Brick. Nick shouted. You're the rhinoceros. Everyone laughed. After a while, Ball called out. Let's go to the 2nd level. Everyone climbed out of the water. My legs are exhausted. Brick climbed the wet stairs carefully. His soaked slippers kept slipping. Suddenly, a large hand reached toward him. Take my hand. I'll help you. Ball smiled. Brick hesitated. No. I'll hold the railing. I'm just complaining. Even so, he couldn't deny it. Ball took incredibly good care of him. It was enough to make him feel guilty. The water at the 2nd level reached their chests. It's freezing. Brick sat on a rock while the current rushed around him. Don't stay in too long. Ball sat beside him. Swim for a while. Then rest. Otherwise your muscles might cramp. Even shallow water can be dangerous. Brick laughed. You sound like a teacher lecturing a child. Ball smiled. I like seeing you smile. Smile more often. Brick's smile slowly faded. I think we should go up to the 3rd level. I want to climb the rocks and jump. Yesterday there had been too many tourists. Today it looked much quieter. Ball called everyone over. Soon they were climbing together. The 3rd level was nearly empty. Wow. Nick shivered. The water here is even colder. If we hadn't gone to the lower levels first, we'd never know how freezing this place really is. Brick, where are you going? I'm climbing up there. I'm going to jump. Me too. Nick immediately followed. Ball climbed up first. He reached down and helped both of them. You can sit back here too. Brick ducked behind the waterfall. Hidden behind the curtain of water was a flat rock perfect for sitting. The current's strong. Nick looked down nervously. Are you cold? Ball asked. A little, but I'm all right. When you jump. Ball hesitated. Will you climb back up? Why? How about you wait here? I'll help pull you back up every time. Brick laughed. Sounds good. Then you jump first. Nick nudged him. Brick stepped out onto the ledge. He took a deep breath. Ah. Splash. Nick doubled over laughing. Ha 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 ha. He had shoved Brick from behind. You bastard. Brick pointed at him while laughing. He wasn't angry at all. He swam back to the edge and began climbing up again. Nick jumped after him before swimming off to join the others. As Brick climbed, Ball reached down. He grabbed Brick's hand. Halfway up, Brick's foot slipped. He lost his balance. Ball immediately pulled him forward. Brick crashed into Ball's chest. Strong arms instinctively wrapped around his waist to keep him from falling. Brick clung tightly to Ball's shoulders. Phew, I almost died. He laughed. Damn it, Nick suddenly shouted. Brick turned. What? Brick? Nick's face had gone pale. Your daddy's here. Brick immediately looked toward the shore. The color drained from his face. His heart began pounding wildly. Chapter 40. As soon as Brick turned to look, his eyes widened. Day's tall figure was standing below, glaring up at him with fierce eyes. AI. AI Day. Brick called softly, instinctively pushing himself away from Ball. Who is he? Ball asked in confusion. Nick had said Brick's father was here, but this man didn't look old enough to be his father. Brick was speechless. When he looked back at Day, the man was standing perfectly still. Neil stood beside him, staring at Nick, but Nick didn't seem bothered at all. He kept swimming and playing in the water, still focused on his mission. Are you having fun, seeing me like this? Day asked flatly. Brick felt embarrassed. He hadn't prepared himself for what he would do if Day actually came. He never imagined Day would find him this quickly. How did you get here? Brick shouted over the roar of the waterfall. You don't need to know how I got here. What you need to know is... Day paused. I'm very angry. Brick's thought. Damn it. Even if you didn't say that, I already know you're furious. Just look at your face. You look like you want to kill me. What am I supposed to do? Is something wrong, Brick? Ball asked after noticing the troubled expression on his face. No, it's just... Brick didn't know how to explain the situation. Come down, Day called. Brick was afraid of him. Even though Day wasn't shouting or throwing a fit, his silence was just as terrifying. Brick couldn't say a word. Are you coming down on your own? Or do you want me to come up there and get you myself? Day asked again. Ball. I'll excuse myself first. Brick spoke quietly before slowly climbing down from the rocks. He knew that even if he refused, Day would simply wait until he finished playing. He didn't want to drag Ball and his friends into this. Rhino. Nick. Get out here. Neil shouted, making Ball's group turn toward Nick. And who are you to order me around? Nick rolled his eyes. Brick's heart pounded violently. Day, if you do anything to my friend, I'm telling Gnome Knight, Nick threatened. Day only glanced at Nick out of the corner of his eye, without saying anything. Brick didn't even dare look at Day's face. Suddenly, the moment Brick stepped onto the ground, Day grabbed his wrist. Day? Not so rough. I haven't even put my shoes on yet, Brick said quickly as Day started dragging him toward the 4th level, where the tents were. Then put them on, Day said firmly. Brick hurriedly slipped on his shoes while Day continued holding his wrist. Neil, let's go back, Day called. Neil nodded. Let me drag that short rhino out of the water first. As Day pulled Brick up the stairs, Brick stared silently at his back. Day hadn't said anything. Brick didn't know whether he should feel happy or afraid. Day had come looking for him after only one night. Day dragged Brick's soaking wet body all the way to the parking area. A few people glanced at them, but since Day wasn't making a scene, no one paid much attention. "Get in the car," Day said quietly, opening the passenger door. "Where are you taking me?" Brick asked immediately. "I'll tell you after you get inside." "Get in." "I'm not getting in. I'm not going anywhere," Brick replied stubbornly. Day stared at him for a long moment before taking a deep breath. "I'm not taking you anywhere. I just want to talk to you. But if you're not embarrassed about everyone hearing us, then we can stand here and talk." Brick turned and noticed tourists constantly walking past them. "But I'm soaking wet." "It's fine." Brick grunted softly before climbing into the passenger seat. Day immediately got into the driver's seat. Slam. The sound of the door shutting made Brick jump. "Who was that guy?" They asked. "Who? Who are you talking about?" "The guy who was holding you just now. Did you run away from me so you could be with someone else, Brick?" Day's voice thundered through the car. What are you talking about?" "He's my friend. We weren't hugging. I slipped, so Ball caught me before I fell," Brick argued, his heart trembling. "I've never heard you mention a friend named Ball. He's a new friend." "Huh? New friends? You sure make friends easily. Do you realize what you did wrong?" Brick was surprised. They hadn't hit him. He had only dragged him into the car. Still, Brick didn't trust him completely. Day was clearly agitated. "What did I do wrong? You ran away from me and came here. Don't you think that was wrong?" "Yeah, everything I do is wrong. No matter what I say or do, it's never good enough for you. Have you ever thought anything good about me? I know I'm beneath you. I can never escape you. Honestly, you didn't even have to come here because I would have gone back and let you mistreat me anyway. How else am I supposed to survive?" Brick's sarcastic words came out one after another. Day clenched his teeth. "Why are you angry with me? Go ahead. Do whatever you want. I can't fight you anymore." Brick continued provoking him. "Shut up," Day shouted. "Do you think this is funny? Do you know how worried you've made everyone? Were you having fun doing this, Brick?" Brick frowned. "Wait, what did you just say? How many times do I have to repeat myself? Do you know how many places I searched for you? Do you realize how worried I was? I was scared something had happened to you. You've got a stupid face and an even worse mouth. What if someone dragged you away and beat you up because of it?" Brick froze. "You were worried about me? You were afraid I'd be in danger. Damn it. Why do I have to keep saying things like this?" Day growled before leaning his elbow against the door and covering his mouth with the back of his hand. "Honestly, I want to strangle you right now, but I can't. These days, I'm completely wrapped up in you. I'm such an idiot because I don't even know what I'm supposed to do anymore. You idiot." Without looking at Brick, Day stared out the window. Brick's heart swelled. Those weren't sweet words. Yet somehow, they made him happier than anything. "What the hell are you smiling about?" Day barked after glancing over and catching Brick grinning to himself. "Where's your tent?" "It's near the waterfall. Go take a shower and change your clothes." "I still don't want to go home, Day. I want to stay here another day or two." "When did I say I was taking you home today?" Brick's smile grew even wider. "Are you staying with me?" "Yeah." Still smiling, Brick climbed out of the car, grabbed some clean clothes, and headed toward the showers. "Brick, I'm coming too," Nick called as Neil followed behind him with a dark expression. Day noticed Neil was soaking wet as well. "Neil, go buy a tent and set it up next to theirs." "Okay." Neil answered quietly while glaring at Nick. Nick glared right back before Neil walked toward the car. "Where are you going?" Brick asked when he saw Day following him. "You're going to shower, aren't you? Are you seriously going to wait outside the shower for him?" Nick asked. "Yes," Day answered calmly. You don't have to. I'll be fine. You can wait at the tent." Day was silent for a moment before nodding and turning back. "Wow. Amazing," Nick muttered, eyes wide. "What's so amazing? Why did Day give in so easily? Normally he'd insist on following you no matter what. Did he do anything to you?" "He didn't do anything. He just yelled at me a little. And now he's suddenly willing to make peace? Isn't he acting a little crazy?" "I don't know. Just knowing he searched for me makes me happy. He was worried about me." "Damn it," Nick muttered, shaking his head. "I already decided. If he came looking for me and wasn't too harsh, I'd forgive him. You're unbelievable. But enough about me. What about you and that bastard? He looked at you like he wanted to kill you." Brick finally felt more at ease. Not completely, but enough. There were still things he wasn't sure about. but he believed he'd know the truth in another day or two. Forget about it. He dragged me out of the waterfall right in front of Ball's friends. I think he just wants to talk to you. No way. Both of them finished showering. After changing into clean clothes, they stepped outside and found Ball's group waiting in line for the showers. Finished already, Ball? Brick asked, glancing around nervously. He was afraid Day might be nearby watching. We're done. It's getting cold. Brick. Yeah. The two men who came looking for you. Who are they? The one you left with, is he your friend? Brick hesitated. He didn't know how to describe his relationship with Day anymore. It's the person I told you about. Brick smiled awkwardly. He's not exactly cute, is he? Ball froze before smiling sadly. So, he finally came to find you. Aren't you surprised that he's a man too? Why would I be? You're a man, and I still like you. Brick could only feel sorry for him. Even if Day didn't exist, he still couldn't return Ball's feelings. I'm sorry. It's okay. Ball smiled gently. I'm about to start dinner. Invite those two to eat with us. Brick smiled. Just then Nick walked out. I'm done. But I haven't showered yet, Neil said. Brick and Nick turned toward him. Then go shower. Why are you telling me? You've got to shower with me, you little rhino. Neil grabbed Nick before he could escape. Come here nicely. Damn it, Neil. Let go. I just changed my clothes. Nick's shouting quickly faded as Neil dragged him away. Brick. Is he going to be okay? One of Ball's friends asked. It's nothing. Those two always play around like that. Brick quickly covered for his friend before heading back to the tents. When he arrived, he was surprised. The tent looked far more comfortable than before. Day sat quietly on a mat outside. Brick avoided eye contact as he walked toward his old tent. Oh, wait. Where's my bag? It's in this tent, Day replied. Brick immediately climbed out of the tent he had shared with Nick. Why did you move my things? I came all this way to follow you. Day looked at him. Did you expect me to sleep somewhere else? Brick couldn't stop smiling. So, Nick's sleeping with Neil? Day nodded. Those two are going to kill each other in that tent. Brick crawled into the new tent Day had prepared. He's going to die in the tent. Just like you, Day said casually. Brick heard him, but chose not to respond. Actually, this tent could fit 4 people. Brick sat inside applying face cream while Day ignored him. Suddenly, Day crawled inside and zipped the tent shut. What are you doing? Are you finished putting on your face cream? Brick blinked in confusion. Yeah. What are you doing? Brick yelped quietly as Day pulled him down beside him. I didn't do anything. Day wrapped an arm around him. You can sleep with me. Will you let me go? Why do you have to say it like that? Instead of answering, Day pulled Brick against his chest. Stop talking so much. His voice was muffled. I couldn't sleep without you last night. Did you sleep well? How could I? So you couldn't sleep either. Brick's face turned bright red. He unconsciously snuggled a little closer. Day tightened his embrace. Do you know I'm a dictator? I've known that for a long time. Good. Day paused. Because I'm giving you another order. Brick could hear Day's heartbeat. What order? I order you. Day held him even tighter. Don't ever run away from me again. Don't leave me without telling me. Brick smiled softly. Day was still Day. He didn't know how to say sweet things. But somehow, everything he said still reached Brick's heart. Today, Day had been gentler than Brick had ever seen him. It made him happier than he could put into words. You're really a dictator. Yeah. After that, neither of them spoke. Only the sound of their racing heartbeats filled the tent. Nick's distant yelling could still be heard outside, but Brick ignored it. He fell asleep almost instantly. Plus 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 plus. Hey, wake up, you two. Aren't you going to eat dinner? Nick shouted from outside the tent. He didn't dare unzip it because Neil had forbidden him. Nick's shouting woke Day. Brick remained asleep, exhausted after playing in the water all afternoon. Outside, the sky had already grown dark. Will you stop yelling, Shorty? Neil grumbled. Mind your own business. Your friend kidnapped my friend after his shower. All right, I'm awake. Stop shouting. You're embarrassing yourself. Day answered as Brick slowly stirred. Brick, wake up. Day called softly. He leaned down, breathed in Brick's fresh scent, and gently kissed his cheek. Brick's eyes flew open. Day, what are you doing? He quickly covered his cheek. We're about to eat. Day looked at him calmly. You know I kissed your cheek. Brick blushed. Inside the dimly lit tent, soft light filtered through the fabric. Why? Why did you kiss my cheek? To wake you up. Day answered naturally. Come on. Hurry. Your friend is making a scene. Brick slowly sat up. Wait. Day stopped him before he could open the tent. What is it? Brick's words disappeared as Day pulled him into a kiss. Day's lips met his, and the kiss deepened immediately. Brick kissed him back with all the longing in his heart. At that moment, Brick knew Day was the one who filled his heart, and he believed he was inside Day's heart as well. Maybe only halfway, maybe only a little, but for now, that was enough. Okay, that's enough, Day. Brick gently pushed against Day's chest before he completely lost himself in the kiss. Day let out a heavy sigh, forcing himself to pull away. Come on. His voice was unusually soft. Let's go eat. Nick and Neil, Special Chapter 4. No, Neil answered shortly, continuing to watch TV. Nick wrinkled his nose slightly. You're mean, Nick said before sitting down to watch some TV. Neil, the small figure called out. What? Neil replied. I'm hungry, Nick said. Neil turned to look at Nick for a moment. Go eat by yourself in the kitchen. Make whatever you want to eat, Neil said back. Nick got up and went into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator to find some ingredients to cook dinner. He found a fair amount of fresh ingredients. Nick thought to himself that Neil must be hungry too. So, he made a meal for the two of them. Neil, who had been on the couch watching TV for a while, noticed that Nick had been gone for a while. So, he got up and went to the kitchen to look for him. He froze when he saw the small figure in an apron, standing in front of the stove. Nick was a little spooked when he heard someone walking behind him, so he turned around. I've put on your apron, I guess, Nick said with a smile. It's okay. I don't usually wear it anyway. What are you doing here? Neil asked when he saw shrimp and squid curry paste with clear soup, soft tofu, and minced pork on the dining table. He saw Nick had also fried an omelet. Well, I cooked for you. I am making rice, too. The rice is done, but I'm waiting for it to heat up a little more. I'm almost done frying the minced pork omelet, too, Nick said. Neil looked at the small figure in disbelief. Nick turned to look at Neil again. Hey, you're stunned. Are you interested in me yet? I'm a housewife, Nick said jokingly. Huh? You're trying to be, but I'm not eating. What would you do if I ate and got diarrhea? Neil couldn't help saying, but Nick only looked back at him. Wait, I'll take you to the hospital. I'm done. Sit down, and I'll give you some food, Nick said, turning off the gas stove and putting the omelet on a plate in the middle of the table. Neil sat down. The smell of the food in front of him made Neil's mouth water a little. Nick placed some rice on a plate for Neil and himself. He sat on the opposite side of the table from Neil. Neil looked at the food in front of him before scooping the stir-fried curry paste onto his plate. Nick watched him excitedly. Neil tasted everything without saying a word. How is it? Nick asked when he saw Neil had finished tasting everything. It's good enough to eat, Neil said, frowning at Nick. No, any food can be good enough to eat. I want to know if it tastes delicious or not, Nick said in a sensitive tone. Neil secretly laughed at Nick's expression. Quit making that expression, for once. It's all delicious, Neil said. At first, he planned on continuing to tease Nick, but he was afraid that Nick would be too hurt. So, he admitted that it was very delicious. Really? Nick repeated. If not, how could I eat it? Enough with the questions. Just eat, Neil said before the two of them started eating together until everything was gone. Nick volunteered to wash the dishes himself. Actually, you don't have to wash them, Neil said as he stood and watched Nick wash the dishes. No, you're giving me a place to stay, Nick said. Neil didn't ask any more questions before walking into his bedroom. He came out with a pillow and blanket and placed them in the living room. Nick walked out of the kitchen. You really want me to sleep on the couch? Nick asked softly. Don't worry about it, Neil said back. Nick quickly walked over to cling onto Neil's arm. Neil, let me sleep with you, please. I promise that I will stay still. I won't do anything, Nick said in a pleading voice. Huh, you're speaking like I'm a woman afraid of being attacked by you, Neil said. Still, this caused Nick's face to blush. You don't have to keep begging me. You may be a rhino, but I won't let you sleep with me that easily, Neil said. Nick pouted. Oh yeah, I forgot. I only came to sleep over, and it's a big deal. I won't ask to sleep in your bed again. Just you giving me a pillow and a blanket is a blessing to me. Actually, I don't need to sleep on the couch. I wouldn't want my germs to stain your sofa for no reason, Nick said in a calm voice. He wasn't as angry as before. He picked up the pillow and blanket before going to lie on the living room floor. He instantly tried to fall asleep. Damn it, Nick. Come upstairs, Neil said angrily when he saw Nick was lying on the floor in front of the TV. Good night, Nick said stubbornly, not listening to Neil. Neil looked at the stubborn person in front of him with a tired expression. Well, if you want to sleep on the floor, then go to sleep on the floor, Neil grumbled before walking into his bedroom without paying Nick's small figure any attention. Not even a little bit. Neil sighed out of exhaustion. He lay in his bed for a while, but he couldn't sleep. The tall figure sat up because he was worried about the person lying on the floor. I'm going out to take a look. He must have climbed onto the couch by now, Neil said to himself before walking out of the bedroom into the living room. Only a dim light was turned on, which Neil left on because he wanted to get water from the kitchen at night. Damn it, is he still lying on the floor? Neil said quietly to himself before stopping to look at the small body. Nick was curled up under a blanket, sleeping on the floor. Shorty. Wake up, Shorty. Neil shook Nick's arm back and forth. Ugh. Nick made a noise as he brushed Neil's hand away. Neil pulled Nick's arm to sit him up. What's going on? People are trying to sleep, Nick said in a sleepy voice. Get up. Come to bed, Neil said, pulling Nick's arm along. The little figure stood up silently and followed Neil obediently. When he reached the bed, Nick crawled into the bed and immediately fell asleep from drowsiness. Neil stood and watched the small figure from the end of the bed. He shook his head before climbing onto the other side of the mattress. He covered Nick with a blanket. Plus 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 plus. Shorty, wake up. Aren't you going to class? A voice called out in the morning. Nick, who was sleeping comfortably, slowly opened his eyes. I don't have any classes today, Nick said as he sat up and looked around with messy hair. Oh, how did I end up sleeping in here? Nick asked in confusion. You climbed into my bed yourself, Neil said. Really? Are you telling me the truth? Nick asked as he sat back and thought to himself. Damn, short bastard, huh? Why don't you take a shower and go home today? Neil asked to change the subject. He didn't want to tell Nick that he was the one who brought him to sleep in the room himself. Where are you going today? Nick asked. I'm not going anywhere again until this evening. Why do you ask? Neil replied. Where are you going this evening? Nick asked curiously. I'm going to my friend's bar. Since he returned from England, I haven't gone to see him yet. Why? Are you going to want to tag along with me? Neil asked, and Nick grinned. I want to go too. I want to go out and have some fun. Brick isn't available. Gear and 4 are still not well. Let me come with you. I promise. Nick was about to continue. Enough. You don't have to say anything more. If you want to go, go. What about your clothes, though? Neil asked back. The reason why Neil was allowing Nick to go with him was because he saw what happened when he went off alone. It would be okay to take Nick with him as a friend. I'll take a taxi to my house to get some of my clothes. Can I come back and stay with you at the condo afterward? Nick asked. Well, that's up to you, Neil said. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to help Nick by bringing him to his condo. Nick smiled and quickly got up to change back into his original clothes. He quickly went home and retrieved his clothes. Nick came back and stayed all day at Neil's condo. He would periodically get on Neil's nerves from time to time until evening arrived. Neil went to take a shower before telling Nick to take a shower and get dressed to prepare himself for their night out together. What are you doing? Why are you being so slow? Neil grumbled when he saw Nick walk out into the bedroom after taking a shower. He was taking a while to get dressed. I was talking on the phone with Brick. I'll be just a minute. Give me just a minute, darling, Nick said with a smirk. I'm not your darling. When we go out, don't say that word. It gives me goosebumps, Neil said. I'm trying to be nice. Someday, I'm going to call you darling all the time. Just wait and see, Nick said, sticking his tongue out at Neil. The tall figure reluctantly shook his head before leading Nick out of the room to go to his friend's bar. Neil drove a short distance to the bar, which was in a famous nightlife area. The two got out of the car and walked inside the bar. The front guard had spoken to Neil over the phone before the facilitators led Neil inside. Suddenly, Neil's arm was grabbed and hugged by Nick while they walked inside the bar. Hey, why are you hugging my arm? Neil suddenly asked. Well, it's getting dark. I'm just holding onto your arm so that I don't fall, Nick said. Neil tried to rip Nick off his arm, but Nick wouldn't leave him alone. Oh, yeah, that's a big deal, you little bastard, Neil said indignantly. Nick gave a satisfied smile before walking on. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at Nick and Neil with interest. Some people were clearly visibly eyeing Neil. This made Nick feel a little irritated before turning to see both men and women checking Neil out without him knowing. "Hey, Neil. Long time no see," greeted a tall man. They were led into the VIP room where the boss, who was Neil's friend, was. Neil turned to speak softly to Nick. "Let go of my arm." The small body obediently let go of Neil, who went to hug and greet his best friend according to their custom. "Didn't Day come with you?" Neil's friend asked. "Day, he's obsessed with his wife. You don't have to worry about him," Neil said jokingly before Neil's friend looked behind him. "And is this your wife?" Neil's friend asked with a smile. Nick grinned when he heard this. "What the hell? What wife? This is my friend, Nick." "Nick, this is my best friend, Mike," Neil quickly denied, introducing both parties. Nick frowned slightly. Mike looked back and forth between Nick and Neil, but didn't say anything. "Nice to meet you," Nick said first because he knew full well that he was younger than Mike. "It's nice to meet you too." "What the fuck, Neil? If you say that, you'll regret it badly later," Mike jokingly said. "Oh, this short bastard is on the verge of death. Besides, he and I are actually just friends," Neil said again. "Really, I want to drink alcohol already. Can you bring some out?" Nick said, coming off as annoyed. "Then go and sit at the table I set aside for you. I'll take you there. You can drink with Neil," Mike said before leading the way. "What the hell is this? You know, I won't let you chase me." Neil walked up to Nick's side and spoke. The small figure turned around to look at him slightly with a swaying gaze. "You don't have to pay any attention to me. Thank you for bringing me here to have fun, but the truth is, you didn't really want to bring me here. Did you? I think you and I should sit at separate tables," Nick said in a hurt voice. Suddenly, strong arms lifted him up and hugged his neck. It was more of a chokehold than anything. "Don't be arrogant with me, short bastard. You're acting like a woman. Come sit with me," Neil said over the music before dragging Nick to the table prepared by his friend. They then ordered some drinks. "Order whatever you want to drink. It's my treat to you," Neil's friend said. Nick sat on the sofa next to Neil. As soon as the drinks were served, they immediately started to drink them. Tourists kept coming in. The music was loud throughout the bar. "Excuse me." The waiter's voice rang out over the music. "What is it?" Mike asked his subordinate while holding a drink. "There is a female customer at the table over there. She asked me to bring a drink for your friend," the waiter said before placing the drink in front of Neil. Nick and Neil turned to where the waiter was pointing. It was a young woman wearing a dress, sitting with a group of friends. She raised her own drink to greet Neil. Neil smiled slightly, flirtatiously, before raising the glass of alcohol the girl had ordered for him. "Oh, when you come here, the girls will swarm all over you," Mike said jokingly, but before Neil could drink the drink the girl had bought for him, Nick grabbed the glass from his hand and drank it right in front of him. "Hey, what's with you, little bastard?" Neil immediately shouted. The girl saw this too. "Don't you have the money to buy your own drinks?" Nick said. Neil seemed indifferent to how he was feeling. "She bought it for me. Why are you acting like this?" Neil said back. "I don't like it. You came with me. Why do you have to flirt with other people?" Nick said in a muffled voice. "Well, what's wrong with that, shorty? I didn't want to bring you here. If I didn't see you as a problem child, I wouldn't have brought you with me in the first place," Neil said in an irritated tone. "Calm down, Neil," Mike warned his friend as soon as he saw Nick's face. "Oh, I guess I am bothering you after all. Thank you for sympathizing with a problem child like me," Nick said, looking back at Neil with a hurt expression before turning to look at Mike. "Mike, can I sit at another table? I'm not comfortable sitting here anymore," Nick said as he stood up. Nick, I think you should." Mike tried to clear up the situation. "There's no reason for you to stop him. If he wants to sit alone, let him go. He's acting retarded," Neil said in a muffled voice. Nick didn't say anything before immediately walking away to find an empty table. So, Mike told the staff to go and assist him. "I'm going to say this. Whoever he is to you, he's probably just jealous of you," Mike said. "What right does he have to be jealous of me? He's nothing to me," Neil said. Mike grinned slightly when he heard this. "If he was really nothing to you, then you would have kicked him out of the bar by now," Mike said just as the young lady walked up to Neil. "May I sit with you?" the woman said while looking at Neil with sparkling eyes. Neil smiled slightly. He thought to himself that young women these days moved faster than men. "Have a seat," Neil said while turning to look at Nick. Nick was staring at him from across the room, but he did not walk back over. This made Neil smile. He was getting a little satisfaction out of teasing Nick. So, he turned to sit and talk with the woman. Even though the girl was sitting next to him, Neil couldn't help but sneak glances at the small figure sitting alone. Sometimes, men would come over and talk to him. Nick seemed to be talking back to them with a normal smile. Mike whispered to Neil, "Neil, I think you should call Nick back. I feel sorry for him. I've seen him sitting over there with a sad look on his face for a while now. He looked like he was going to cry many times. Where's a sad face? All I've seen him do is smile. Don't you see him?" Neil said back when he saw a young man cuddling with Nick and holding his waist close to him. "You only look when he's smiling." "Oh, is he paying the bill?" Mike said when he saw Nick call the staff over to check the tab. The young man who was standing beside him paid the tab. After that, Nick walked straight to Neil. Neil looked at his figure slightly before acting disinterested. He turned and continued to snuggle with the girl. "Neil, I'm not coming back to your condo anymore," Nick said, but Neil didn't respond. Nick looked at Neil with a steady gaze, but Mike saw through it. He felt sorry for him immediately. "I just came over to tell you this. Thank you for bringing me here," Nick said before walking over to the young man who was waiting for him. They took each other by the waist and walked out of the bar. "He is leaving with the playboy," Mike said because he remembered this customer very well. "Who?" Neil asked curtly. "Well, it's the guy Nick left with. He's a flirt. He's not picky either. He sleeps with anyone, both men and women," Mike said. Neil tried to act indifferent as he stood up. He wasn't paying much attention to the girl now. "I'm going out for a smoke," Neil said before walking out to the side door of the bar, where the parking lot was. Tourists often went out of this door to smoke. Neil walked out and lit a cigarette. He had a serious expression on his face. When he looked towards the parking lot, he saw a young couple. They were standing and kissing against a luxury car without any shame before climbing inside the car. Once he saw this, Neil's long legs immediately walked towards the car. Phew! The passenger side door was forcefully pulled open. "Oh, who is it?" Nick yelled as he was pulled out of the car and landed on the ground of the parking lot. "It's me." Neil's voice rang out before Nick looked up and forcefully shoved his arm away. The other man immediately got out of the car to find Nick. "Damn, you can talk to me nicely. Why would you pull me out of the car like that?" Nick asked curtly. "Where are you going?" Neil asked harshly. "What's wrong, Nick?" A young man's voice called out as he supported Nick back to his feet, but Neil pulled Nick into him again. "That hurts, Neil." "It's nothing. He's my friend." Nick yelled at Neil as he turned to the other man to speak nicely. "I asked you, where are you going?" Neil shouted back. "Where am I going? It has nothing to do with you. I can find somewhere else to stay. I'm not going back to bother you," Nick said in a loud voice. Neil gritted his teeth. "You act so promiscuous. How disgusting is that?" Neil asked loudly. Nick turned to look at Neil with a painful expression, feeling an ache in his chest. "Oh, if I'm promiscuous and disgusting, then you can let go of my arm. My nasty germs will get on you. My life is filled with hateful people like you. Why is it so strange for me to want to find someone who will love me?" Nick exclaimed in a daze. "Do you think this bastard is going to love you? He's just hoping to sleep with you," Neil said. At this time, the tall figure was starting to get dizzy from the liquor he drank. "So I don't care. How about I let someone else sleep with me? It's not that hard to do," Nick said in a harsh tone. Neil gritted his teeth. "If you want to find a man to hold you, I'll take care of you. You like me, don't you? I'll be kind enough to repay the favor. Come here, rhinoceros." After he finished speaking, Neil immediately yanked Nick away. The young playboy quickly tried to stop him. "You can't take Nick anywhere. Nick must leave with me," Paul shouted. "Let my friend take Nick, Paul," Mike's voice sounded. When the employees ran inside to say there was a problem in the parking lot, Mike came out to see what was going on before trying to stop them. When Paul saw Mike's face, he went silent because he was quite considerate of Mike. "Is he your friend, Mike?" Paul asked back. "Yes." "Neil and Nick, go home. I'll clear this up myself," Mike said. Neil nodded in acknowledgement before dragging Nick away. Nick yelled the whole way to the car. "Let go of me, Neil. Don't fuck with me, okay?" Nick yelled. "Stop yelling at me. Why are you acting like such a rhino? You're supposed to be a man," Neil said as he dragged Nick and shoved him into the car. Neil reached down and pulled a shoelace from his floorboard and used it to tie Nick's hand to the handle above the passenger side door. This prevented Nick from escaping. Neil immediately went to the driver's side of the car. Although people were watching him in suspicion, no one intervened. Neil drove away. "Why are you messing with me? If you're interested, then I'm not anymore," Nick said. Neil didn't say anything back. He left Nick to rant all to himself the whole way back to the condo. Neil untied Nick as soon as they arrived. Nick got out of the car, preparing to walk away. Neil had to run towards him and drag him inside the condo. Is something wrong? The security guard immediately ran over and asked Neil. Neil quickly put his hand over Nick's mouth, preventing him from being able to yell out before hugging him tightly. No, nothing is wrong. My friend is drunk and likes to cause a scene. I'll quickly bring him up to the room. Juan, please press the button on the elevator for me, Neil said. Nick was unable to break loose from Neil's hold because Neil was much stronger than him. The security guard pressed the button on the elevator and held the door open for Neil and Nick. He was afraid Nick would cause a scene and disturb the other tenants. Neil held Nick tightly. He was unable to break free. Nick let out muffled curses at Neil until they reached the room. As soon as Neil opened the door, he struggled to drag Nick inside. Neil threw Nick onto the floor in exhaustion before closing and locking it. That hurt. Nick yelled as his but landed quite hard on the floor. Ugh, I'm going to hurt you even more. Shut up. Why do you have to act like this, Nick? Don't you feel sorry for your parents? Is this how they raised you? To spread your legs and sleep around with just anyone so easily? Neil snapped. That is my business, and this is my body. It's not like anyone cares about me anyway, Nick said. You're the one who did that to yourself. You use your inferiority complex to define your life and act like this because of it. You think this is a good thing, right? Neil continued to yell at Nick. I will live my life the way I want to. It's my business. If I want to sleep with just anyone, I will. That's also my business. You don't have to interfere with me, Nick said as he got up and walked towards the door. Neil grabbed him before he could get far. You want to sleep with a guy until he makes you tremble, right? Okay. Then you shouldn't mind sleeping with me until I make you tremble too. I'll help you now, Neil said in a harsh voice. Nick felt confident Neil meant every word. Fuck, Neil. Let me go, you bastard. Let me go. Nick struggled to get away from Neil as he put him over his shoulder. He carried him into the bedroom and went straight into the bathroom. Neil put Nick on the floor of the shower. I'll wash away all your filth, shorty, Neil said before ripping Nick's shirt off and using it to tie his hands to the shower head. SHHHH. Neil turned the water on. The water ran down Nick's body until he was completely soaked. Damn, Neil. Just turn the water off. It's cold, damn. Untie me, Nick shouted. Neil went to the bathroom cabinet and pulled out a washcloth. He immediately used it to gag Nick's mouth. Nick shook his head. Neil was now soaked too. You're so obnoxiously loud, Neil said before quickly pulling his shirt over his head. The tall figure aggressively tucked his face into the crook of Nick's neck. Nick tried to move away from Neil. Yes, he wanted Neil, but he didn't want Neil to treat him like this. Oh, Nick gasped when Neil bit into the top of his chest. He bit him so hard that Nick burst into tears. He tried to wiggle away to get Neil to stop. Be still. I know you like this. Stop whining, Neil shouted before taking Nick's pants off. Nick was now completely naked. The water continued to pour over their bodies. Neil pulled Nick's wrist from the shower head and sat him in his lap. Nick's hands were still tied up. Neil didn't expect Nick's skin to be so smooth. Neil could see Nick's body was turning pale, but the emotions inside him couldn't be stopped now. Neil slid his hands all over Nick's body, gently squeezing him along the way. Neil snuggled up to Nick. He left red marks all over his body. Nick trembled and moaned in protest while trying to move away. This didn't stop Neil. Before long, Neil realized that Nick's cock was starting to wake from the stimulation. Huh, you tell me to let you go, but your dick doesn't match your words. You are very easy, Nick, Neil said. Nick looked at Neil with an angry expression. Neil's words cut him like a knife. Suddenly, Nick's eyes widened as Neil wrapped his hand around his cock and started to stroke him. Nick tried to move away, but Neil held his thin waist against him. Nick wasn't the only one getting turned on. Neil was also growing hard. Right now, Neil's cock was fully erect and was tied in his pants. He hadn't taken them off yet. Nick moaned as a strong hand continued to pump his cock faster. This caused Nick to lean back, feeling a tingling sensation in his chest. Haha, Neil laughed and grinned at Nick's expression and the condition he was in. Neil could feel Nick starting to tense up all over his body. He stopped rubbing Nick's cock. He lifted him up and sat him on the floor. The small figure looked up at Neil with an annoyed and uncomfortable expression because he had not reached his climax yet. Neil took his pants off revealing his throbbing cock. He stood in front of Nick. His eyes widened. Hey, I want to see for myself. A body like yours that's been through many hands. How good does your mouth feel? Neil said before removing the washcloth from Nick's mouth. Before Nick had a chance to curse him, Neil immediately shoved his cock inside Nick's mouth. Suck, Neil snapped, moving his hips in and out. Nick felt uncomfortable taking Neil's cock inside his mouth. He had done this before, but he had never put his lips around a cock as large as Neil's. He was bigger than anyone Nick had ever met. Nick was starting to feel suffocated. With his mouth stretched, tears began to flow from his eyes. Every time Nick tried to pull his face away, Neil would hold Nick's head in place. He bobbed Nick's head up and down his cock for a while before letting him up. Asterisk cough. Cough asterisk Nick coughed and immediately took in a deep breath. You're not bad at giving head, Neil said. Neil wasn't even trying to hold back with the mood he was in. The tall figure managed to grab Nick's small body before standing up. Bastard Neil. I'm not going to have sex with you. Bastard. Let me go, Nick shouted, but he was forced to face the wall. His hands were tied and crossed, causing Nick to feel a lot of pain in his wrists. I don't need much help. It should be easy to get inside you, Neil whispered in Nick's ear. Neil's body was pressed against Nick's back already. Damn it, Neil. Let go of me. Nick protested as he tried to wriggle away. His legs were free, but he was still struggling a bit. Neil's strong hand grabbed one of Nick's legs and lifted it up. Nick was forced to use his hands to support himself against the bathroom wall. Ugh. Ow. That hurts, Neil. Nick yelled as Neil inserted his cock inside of him, catching him off guard. Neil could only get the head of his cock inside. The water washed away the blood that flowed from Nick's channel. Neil didn't even realize he caused Nick to tear and bleed. If you don't want to get hurt, don't tense up. You've been fucked before. Don't act like you don't know how this works. Neil cursed loudly. Nick already knew that he couldn't escape from Neil. The only thing he could do now was relax his body so that it wouldn't hurt even more. Neil continued to shove his cock inside Nick until he was fully inside. Nick felt pain shoot up his spinal cord. He gritted his teeth, which caused Neil to chuckle as soon as he heard. Neil began to thrust his hips into Nick. He released Nick's leg and shoved Nick forward so that he could thrust his hips into Nick more easily. Nick moaned as Neil pounded into his ass hard. Nick could feel his stomach tightening. Please, untie my hands. It hurts, Nick cried out. Neil agreed to free Nick's hands while continuing to relentlessly smash his cock inside Nick. Although he was hurting, he wanted to reach his climax. He slid his hand down to his cock and started jerking himself. Neil's low, hoarse moan sounded. Neil didn't think Nick's channel would fit around his cock so tightly. This felt better than he expected. Neil fastened his pace, not caring about whether the other party could handle it or not. Not so rough. I can't take this, Nick moaned out in pain, but Neil didn't care. But I'm okay, Neil said sarcastically. Nick felt a stinging pain as he was close to releasing. Nick pumped his cock faster. His eyes were filling with tears, but Neil couldn't see them. Nick was starting to feel sorry for himself because he had to go through this kind of thing repeatedly. He thought to himself, Neil was no different from any of the other guys he'd met. Neil loudly moaned as his orgasm was approaching. He thrust his hips into Nick even harder. Nick moaned as his creamy white juice squirted onto the floor. He felt a warm sensation in his stomach. He knew this meant Neil had released himself too. Damn it. How could I forget to wear a condom with you? Neil grumbled as he removed his cock from Nick's ass. The small figure turned to look at him with a painful expression. Smack. Smack. Nick immediately turned and beat Neil's chest. Damn it. If you thought I was so filthy, why did you come and take me? Damn it, you bastard. Nick shouted with a trembling voice. He didn't think Neil's words would hurt him this much. What the hell is wrong with you? If you don't stop acting crazy, I'll fuck you again, Neil warned, not even bothering to listen to what Nick had said. Neil dragged Nick out of the bathroom and slung him onto the bed. He fucked him repeatedly until the small body fell asleep from exhaustion. Only then did Neil stop.